5 days later, the main alliance set out. Their destination, the lower reaches of the main river valley, in the northern region of the northern province. As soon as they stepped foot into the area, Thor and the others from the main alliance were immediately struck by the massive chaos that had overtaken the outside world. There were shattered territories everywhere, and raging fires burned across the land. By the third day, the group had discovered signs of destruction at 3 Pioneer Lords' territories. In one place, a group of goblins was still wreaking havoc. The entire territory was trampled beyond recognition. Corpses and severed limbs littered the area, and the farmlands had been completely ruined. Some magical beasts and goblins were gnawing on human remains. However, it was evident that these creatures were not the true culprits. Those damn orcs, are they planning to start an orc war? Baron Grattan couldn't help but speak, his eyes ablaze with anger. That's unlikely, Baron Pap responded, shaking his head and speaking softly. If that were the case, the kingdom would already be mobilizing for war. Besides, we haven't seen any high-level orc tribes yet. It was worth noting that they were still quite a distance from the northern front lines, at least 1,000 miles from the Autumn Leaf territory. And yet, even in this region, they were still suffering the onslaught of orc tribes. One could only imagine what the situation at the northern front must be like. The lords of the main alliance couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Even Thor was no exception. Let's deal with these orcs first, Thor said after a brief pause. Being human, it was hard for him to tolerate the sight of these orcs feasting on fellow humans. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Soon, they took action. With a force of over 1,000 men, they quickly eliminated the low-level magical beasts and orcs. They also took the time to bury the remains of the dead. In the midst of cleaning up, they made some unexpected gains. They found about 500 gold coins amidst the ruins of the territory. It was clear that when the territory fell, these coins had been left behind, as orcs had no use for gold. Naturally, it became their windfall. The discovery of 500 gold coins lightened the previously somber mood of the group, even bringing a few smiles to their faces. Even after splitting the loot between 6 families, with Thor taking the largest share, he would still pocket around 70 to 80 gold coins. For Baron Pap, Baron Valmy, and Baron Grattan, that amount was no small sum either, let alone for Jas Aubai and Sacha. And this was just the beginning. Looks like we ray in luck, Thor said with a wave of his hand, leading the group further north. The next few days brought even more surprises. Along the way, they came across several more ruined pioneer territories. Although they didn't find as many coins as the first time, they did gather a considerable amount of resources. In less than 10 days, excluding the 500 gold coins, the value of the resources they collected exceeded 1,000 gold coins, nearly equivalent to half a year's income for their own territories. There was even a delightful surprise. In the lower reaches of the main river valley, they discovered a medium-sized iron mine. The value of this mine alone was worth several thousand gold coins. At this point, the 3 barons and the 2 pioneer lords were thoroughly ecstatic. The anxiety and tension they had felt earlier vanished completely. With such vast profits, all their problems seemed to melt away. This was exactly what Thor needed. The discovery of the resources and the iron mine had all been orchestrated by him. To unite the entire main alliance, he needed to provide enough benefit to everyone. Words alone wouldn't suffice. His promises might hold for a day or two, perhaps even 10 days, but not forever. Only profits could sustain the unity. If the gains were significant enough, and if Thor could continually bring them benefits beyond their wildest imaginations, then his words would carry weight throughout the entire main river valley. He could easily establish dominance, though to fully subdue them, he would still need to grant them higher titles in the future. But a strong start was crucial for everything to follow. This expedition was one such start, one of Thor's many attempts. Night slowly fell. Stars dotted the entire sky, and the lords' faces were filled with excitement. Even the 3 barons couldn't hide their joy. At that moment, it felt like they could see the fruits of their labor coming to fruition. They had no idea how many territories in the northern province had been destroyed, but one thing was certain: their future gains would likely exceed their original expectations. They might not even need to face the orc tribes. Amid the group's excitement, Thor furrowed his brow and glanced at his golden finger. The daily information report had been updated. First, to your west, a group of frenzy spider beasts will appear. Their venom is potent enough to take down a herd of boars, and even Tier 2 magical beasts will be affected. Second, in the western part of the Autumn Leaf territory, Lord Raymond has discovered a small copper mine within his territory. However, it has been occupied by a group of goblins, and a pioneering war is imminent. Third, 15 days from now, in the northwest of the main river valley, a group of kobolds will attack a pioneer lord's territory. They possess extremely rare life grass seeds. Fourth, in the north of Eagle Ridge, the extreme cold from the northern glacier will soon spread, causing temperatures to plummet. 6th, 30 miles south of the northern glacier, in the main river valley's northern region, a canyon. 7th, 300 miles west of the autumn leaf territory, a group of tigermen will chase down a tribe of foxwomen, destroying 3 pioneer lords along the way. 8th, 300 miles from your current location, a group of minotaurs is assaulting a pioneer territory. In 3 hours, the territory will fall to the minotaurs. 9th, 500 miles to the west, a territory of the Emerson family is being attacked by a group of kobolds. Line after line of information appeared, and Thor's heart grew heavy. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. Over half of the 10 pieces of information involved orcs attacking human territories, and this was just the daily report. In reality, the number of attacks was likely much higher. This was happening despite the efforts of Lauren City and many powerful pioneer lords to clear the area. Even so, the northern part of the northern province was in chaos, with orc tribes rampant. What then was the situation at the front lines? Could the kingdom's Earth Dragon Knights and Marquis Raymond's Flying Eagle Knights truly hold the line? After all, the orc tribes were just a threat to the Tulip Kingdom. Several other kingdoms and empires were also involved in the defense. If war truly broke out, the Tulip Kingdom alone wouldn't be able to withstand it. The entire northern province would be devastated, and his territory would be wiped out. Though Thor had his golden finger and daily information, he could not change the tide of such a large-scale event. "I hope war doesn't come," Thor whispered, his eyes filled with a sense of gravity as he gazed into the distance. All he could do now was hope. There was nothing else he could do. Meanwhile, at the northern border of the northern province, flames blazed across the sky. A massive fortress, stretching over 1,000 meters, loomed over the border. Enormous magical arrays lit up, and magical crystal cannons were activated. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared as one by one the Tier 3 magic cores were drained. The magical crystal cannons unleashed their terrifying power, turning the area before the fortress into a sea of lightning. The devastating energy wreaked havoc, obliterating many orcs in its wake. Even Tier 3 orcs found their tough hides charred as they fell into the lightning storm. The magical crystal cannons were showing their true strength. But even this wasn't enough. There were simply too many orcs in front of the fortress. Entire tribes of Tier 3 orcs, kobolds, minotaurs, tigermen, and even some of the stronger bear and lion tribes surged forward relentlessly. In the sky above, 2 figures clashed violently, their powerful forces colliding in the heavens. Clouds were torn apart and whirlwinds swept the land. Trees and rocks below were crushed in an instant. Mighty life force and energy clashed repeatedly. Boom. With another violent impact, a figure was sent flying. Crash, part of the fortress collapsed as Marquis Raymond spat blood, his face pale. "Damn it, are these orcs insane? Do they really want to start a war?" he cursed. As the situation at the border worsened, even he had been forced to rush over from Lauren City. But as soon as he arrived, he was faced with an assault from a Tier 4 orc tribe. Unlike the Tier 3 tribes, Tier 4 orc tribes had not only greater numbers but also significantly stronger combat power. What's more, this Tier 4 tribe had a Tier 4 orc of its own. As the highest combat force, Marquis Raymond had no choice but to contain that Tier 4 orc. Even though he was at the peak of the Earth Knight rank, when facing a Tier 4 orc, he could only manage to hold it off. "Marquis, are you all right?" An Earth Knight quickly approached, asking with concern, "I'm fine. Hold the line. The kingdom's reinforcements will arrive soon." Marquis Raymond shouted softly, and in the next moment his figure once again soared into the sky. Although he hadn't broken through to become a Sky Knight, as a peak Earth Knight, he could briefly float in the air, especially with the support of secret techniques and burning his life force. Only this way did he have the strength to face the Tier 4 orc. But while he had the strength to fight, the same couldn't be said for the Flying Eagle Knights. The relentless onslaught of orcs continued. Even though the Flying Eagle Knights were Marquis Raymond's most elite unit, they now faced not just regular orcs but several Tier 3 orc tribes, along with a Tier 4 orc tribe. In both quantity and quality, they couldn't compare. As time passed, despite the magical crystal cannons in the defensive pass, the Flying Eagle Knights were continuously worn down. Even Marquis Raymond felt a pang of heartache as he watched, but he knew all too well that this was not the time for sentiment. Whether or not they could hold the line, they had to hold it. Boom. The energy of life force surged, and red light radiated from his body. The next moment, Marquis Raymond charged into the sky once more. In midair, a creature with a tiger's head and a human body exuded a terrifying aura, its blood-red eyes glaring at Marquis Raymond. Boom, rumble. The two clashed once again. The battle intensified. Powerful forces collided continuously. Below, a large number of Tier 3 magic cores were rapidly consumed. The entire battlefield had become extremely intense, and the situation here was no different from elsewhere. Further away, the Earth Knights were also engaged in a fierce struggle. Boom. Powerful auras clashed violently. The energy here far exceeded Tier 3, reaching an even higher level. In the sky, it was impossible to make out individual figures. Below, numerous Earth Knights were engaged in continuous combat with Tier 3 orcs. The slaughter spread relentlessly. Life force and the blood energy of the orcs intertwined and collided. The entire land had long been stained with blood. At this moment, the border seemed to have become the focal point of everyone's attention. Not only the Tulip Kingdom, but even the neighboring kingdoms had their eyes fixed on this place. Amidst this concentrated attention, however, few noticed the orc tribes that had entered the northern provinces of the Tulip Kingdom or the neighboring northern provinces of other kingdoms. After all, during past orc invasions, many orc tribes would also enter the northern territories of various kingdoms. This time seemed no different. The battle intensified, with a large number of orcs gathering at the borders of the northern province. Their numbers far exceeded those seen in previous assaults. Both the Earth Dragon Knights and the Flying Eagle Knights found their defensive lines teetering on the brink, yet it was only on the brink. Though the gathering of orcs was immense, it wasn't enough to truly break the defenses. The Earth Dragon Knights and Flying Eagle Knights were under enormous pressure, but held their positions. This pressure, however, allowed several orc tribes to slip past the lines of both knight orders, infiltrating the northern province. It wasn't just the Tulip Kingdom that was affected. Neighboring kingdoms faced the same crisis. The entire northern region was plunged into turmoil. 10 days later, the stronghold saw reinforcements arrive. One of the 3 Grand Dukes of the kingdom, Duke Karenina, personally led her knights to the front, along with a powerful Marquis of the kingdom. The arrival of a Sky Knight and dozens of Earth Knights immediately stabilized the shaky defenses, but stabilization was all they achieved. Soon, more orcs pressed forward, even including 2 fourth-tier orc tribes. The situation seemed to return to a precarious balance. Boom! Explosions echoed as magical crystal cannons poured out energy. In the skies, 2 figures clashed repeatedly, while below, dozens of people engaged in fierce combat. Marquis Raymond, have these creatures gone mad? Without a behemoth, they dare invade human lands, one Marquis exclaimed, retreating to the stronghold, panting alongside a weary Marquis Raymond. After weeks of fighting, including a skirmish with a 4th-tier orc, Marquis Raymond was severely wounded. Farron, we should focus on how to handle this situation. Layman sighed. These creatures are not so easy to deal with. Damn it, Marquis Farron cursed under his breath and charged back into the fray, with Marquis Raymond following closely behind. In the sky, Duke Karenina alone fended off 3 fourth-tier orcs. Her power was immense, and though outnumbered, she was only being suppressed, not defeated. Farther away, the Earth Dragon Knights also faced an overwhelming situation. In the skies, 2 human figures battled against 5 fourth-tier orcs, while below, thousands of orc tribes continuously attacked the defensive lines. The slaughter was relentless. A similar scene unfolded in the northern region of another kingdom. Large numbers of orcs, appearing almost crazed, kept assaulting the northern defenses. Outside the defensive lines, numerous low-level orc tribes, 1st and 2nd tier, poured into human territories, clashing with the pioneer knights. Orc tribes were being annihilated, but human lands were also falling, their provinces soaked in blood. In many areas, blood flowed like rivers, yet no one had the luxury to care about such things, as all attention was focused on the battles at the borders. Every kingdom was tense and anxious. However, amidst this anxiety, there was a small sense of relief. No 5th-tier orc tribes had joined the battle, meaning this was not an all-out war. It was merely an orc assault, albeit a large one. As long as it wasn't a full-scale war, the impact could be contained. The kingdoms, especially those bordering the northern orcs, had their own strengths and would not fall so easily. They had withstood worse before. What none of them knew, however, was that this wasn't an ordinary orc assault. In the heart of the orc tribes, large tents were scattered across the landscape, and colossal behemoths gathered the true uncrowned kings of the orcs. In theory, all orc tribes answered to the call of the behemoths, the only 7th-tier tribe among the orcs, whose strength surpassed all others. In a large central tent, several massive behemoths gathered. "Rock, what is happening? We haven't declared war," boomed a rough voice. The crowned behemoth at the head of the table looked toward a behemoth on the left. "Not sure," said the behemoth named Rock, shaking his head. "But it seems someone has discovered the land of the Titan God's inheritance in the northern human lands." The Titan God's inheritance? Impossible. The Titan God fell long ago, and we, the Behemoth clan, have always guarded his resting place, another behemoth scoffed. "This must be some scheme by those sly werewolves. It's none of our concern. In a year, the great Titan God's spirit will awaken again. We must prepare, and hopefully more behemoths will be born this time." "The Titan God's power grows weaker," the behemoth leader said worriedly, shaking his head. "Yes," the behemoths responded in unison. To them, the awakening ceremony of the Titan God was the most important thing. Other matters, like the so-called Titan God's inheritance, were irrelevant. However, because of their indifference, chaos continued to spread across the orc territories. With no behemoth interference, many orc tribes grew emboldened, seeing opportunities. Meanwhile, in the shadowy northern caverns, eerie green lights flickered. This was the gathering place of the werewolf clan, specifically the fourth-tier bloodthirsty werewolves. Unlike the regular third-tier werewolves, bloodthirsty werewolves were much more intelligent, their cunning matching that of humans. No orc tribe liked dealing with them, for their reputation for deceit and treachery was well known. In the cavern's center, a massive altar glowed, blood-red lines spreading across the ground. At the center, a bloodthirsty werewolf's eyes turned blood-red, and its gray fur slowly changed to the same crimson hue. More sacrifices, the werewolf growled. The behemoths have no time to deal with us now. Send more orc tribes to the front. The great god Anubis demands more offerings. Yes, came the fervent response from the other werewolves, their eyes filled with fanaticism. A year ago, they had stumbled upon the god's fallen resting place in the northern lands and received divine enlightenment. All they needed was enough blood to summon their god. The entire bloodthirsty werewolf clan had been in a frenzy ever since. This was their chance. If they could summon Anubis, they would rise and potentially replace the behemoths as the new uncrowned kings of the orc tribes. Thus their plans, set in motion a year ago, were now nearing fruition. As the blood-red lines spread across the altar, the werewolves' excitement grew. In the dark caverns, more werewolves emerged, driving more orc tribes toward human lands. Although as a fourth-tier orc tribe they couldn't command others directly, they used more cunning methods temptation. Strange parchments had begun circulating among the first to fourth-tier orc tribes, containing not only a map to the so-called Titan god's inheritance, but also a secret method called Divine Awakening. This method promised to birth new members of their tribe, as long as they had a human female, a lure that made orc tribes crazy with desire. Though the offspring might be weaker and less intelligent, the prospect of increasing their numbers was irresistible to the orc tribes. Even the third and fourth-tier tribes couldn't resist and rushed toward human lands without waiting for the behemoth's orders. As a result, the northern provinces of the kingdom saw a surge in orc activity. The battles and incursions spread, even reaching the western territories, where even more regions turned into war zones. For Thor, the increase in orc encounters was evident. Where once it had taken over 10 days to run into an orc tribe, now only 3 days had passed and he had already encountered 2. Though they were only first and second-tier tribes, the sheer numbers were alarming. Thor's unease grew, especially when he once again found several identical parchments from the orcs he fought. Holding the parchments, he muttered to himself, "What is this?" Despite his efforts, Thor had been unable to decipher the Titan language. There wasn't a single person in Lauren City who could. He had even thought the map was a treasure map at first, but how could a treasure map exist in several identical copies? Unable to make sense of it, Thor could only hope that his daily information reports would offer some clues. Without the ability to translate the parchments, there was little he could do. Grabbing an orc for translation was pointless. They didn't understand the Titan language either. Shaking his head, Thor tucked the parchments away, rising to his feet. The battlefield had already been cleared. This time they had encountered a tribe of goblins, their strength only at the second tier. Though not particularly strong, they had still managed to craft some finely made weapons. While not as advanced as those made by goblins, the weapons were comparable to those forged by human alchemists. Given the current rising demand for weapons and armor in the northern province, these weapons could easily fetch 500 or 600 gold coins, if not more. The price of armor had been skyrocketing, with even the lowest quality black iron armor now selling for 50 silver coins, far above its original price. At first, black iron armor only cost 20 to 30 silver coins. Even black iron armor made by goblins wouldn't exceed 50 silver coins. But now the price of the lowest quality black iron armor has reached 50 silver coins, and it continues to rise. And this is just black iron armor. Bronze armor and silver armor prices have skyrocketed even more. Previously, weapon prices in the northern province were quite expensive but still manageable. For instance, even though a bronze armor was slightly pricey, it only cost about 2 or 3 gold coins. Silver armor was similarly priced, costing around 200 or 300 gold coins. But in just a month's time, everything changed. Now even the cheapest iron armor costs 50 silver coins, bronze armor exceeds 10 gold coins, and the price of silver armor has soared to around 500 gold coins for even the lowest grade. To put this in perspective, a baron in the northern province typically earns between 1,000 and 2,000 gold coins annually. A set of silver armor would consume nearly half of their yearly income. For a baron with only 1,000 gold coins a year, they could only afford 2 sets of silver armor or 10 sets of bronze armor. Even the cheapest iron armor would only allow them to buy 2,000 suits, and only the poorest quality ones at that. What's worse is that with the ongoing turmoil in the northern province, these prices are expected to continue rising. The weapons and equipment they had obtained recently, if sold, would make everyone a small fortune. In just 1 month, their harvest had already equaled, if not surpassed, the yearly or even several years' income from their lands, not to mention the merits they had accrued during this time. both Lord Jas and Lord Sacha were very close to earning enough merits to be granted the title of Baron. It was expected that within a month, they would have gathered all the merits they needed. With results like these, all the previous anxiety and tension had vanished, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Lord Thor, when are we setting out? Baron Pape approached with a look of eagerness in his eyes as he gazed at Thor. Let's rest for a day. 35 miles ahead lies a kobold tribe of the second tier, Thor said after a brief moment of thought. Understood. Baron Pape nodded, fully trusting Thor's decision. Over the past few days, Thor had led them from victory to victory, continuously reaping rewards, making him highly respected and trusted. Thor's orders were quickly disseminated. The members of the main alliance began to rest and recuperate. The day passed swiftly. The next morning, they set out again, targeting the kobold tribe ahead. Thor's cleanup strategy wasn't like others, who aimlessly swept through territories. Doing so would not only increase the risk, but also limit their gains. Thor specifically chose orc tribes that weren't too powerful, but promised substantial rewards. Like the heavily armed goblins they had encountered the previous day, their well-crafted gear was a substantial reward for Thor's group. This time, the chosen kobolds were of a similar nature. The kobolds they were targeting belonged to a second-tier orc tribe. While they were somewhat stronger than the goblins, the difference wasn't significant. The kobolds possessed a large number of ores, and more importantly, the rare seeds of the life grass. Compared to the life fruit, life grass is one of the main ingredients in low-level life potions. Though its value doesn't match that of the life fruit, a single life grass still holds considerable worth. At the Lauren City auction, 10 bottles of low-level life potions can fetch between 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins, with each bottle selling for 200 to 300 gold coins. While life grass isn't as valuable as the potions, each one is still worth around 10 gold coins. The key issue is that with life grass seeds, the only missing ingredient would be now, a main material that's plentiful in the western regions of the northern province. Although Anna, having bonded with the ice sprite, no longer possessed much of the forest elf's aura to accelerate plant growth, she was still capable of brewing life potions, a source of continuous income. Thor had his sights set on this from the beginning. The kobolds had been constantly on the move for the past few days, making it hard to catch up to them. Now that they were finally within reach, Thor couldn't resist any longer. As the main alliance moved toward the second-rank kobold tribe, a battle was raging in a pioneer territory. A second-rank kobold tribe was attacking this pioneer lord's domain. This was a barony. Despite being a fair distance from the northern front line, the Baron had chosen not to abandon his land. In the past, he had suffered numerous attacks but had barely managed to hold his ground. However, yesterday, a second-tier kobold tribe launched an assault on his territory. Compared to previous orc tribe attacks, the kobolds were far more powerful. Not only did they have 5 second-tier kobolds, but their numbers also exceeded 3,000. Over the past month, the Baron's forces had taken significant losses. Faced with the kobold tribe, the situation had become precarious. Damn it, where did all these kobolds come from? April Neon's face was grim. Standing atop his castle, his face was smeared with dirt and his silver armor was in tatters, but he couldn't afford to care. His eyes were fixed on the never-ending stream of kobolds below the castle. My lord, we can't hold them off any longer. There are too many kobolds. The captain of his knights spoke bitterly beside him. Damn it, April Neon cursed and rushed forward with his sword in hand. But it was futile. Despite his strength surging and his life energy nearly depleted, the kobolds kept coming in waves, more and more of them. Great Titan God, protect us. Victory is ours. The kobold leader's eyes glowed with a cold green light as it looked toward the large castle. It envisioned seizing the humans' women and consuming their flesh and blood to grow its tribe. With enough sacrifices, it would offer the grandest tribute to the Titan God. Perhaps it too could one day become a beastman king like Behemoth. The kobolds, driven by this fanaticism, charged at the castle. But in the midst of the carnage, figures appeared in the forest behind the kobolds. Lord Thor, 5 sets of eyes turned to Thor. His eyes sparkled slightly. Let's attack. There's plenty of wealth in the north. We don't need to stoop to that. Thor spoke softly, understanding what his companions were thinking. They had been waiting for this territory to fall, so they could not only plunder the kobolds' wealth but also claim the Baron's lands. Thor, however, had no intention of doing so. As he said, there was plenty of wealth in the northern province, and there was no need for such actions. Furthermore, with many lords already fleeing, the northern province was becoming increasingly deserted. If they continued, there would be hardly any lords left in the province, which was not in Thor's best interest. After all, it would be impossible for him to occupy the entire province in a short amount of time. If human territory were abandoned, orcs and magical beasts would quickly move in, making future endeavors much harder. The others paused momentarily before nodding in agreement, their respect for Thor growing. They knew that if they were in Thor's position, they might not have been able to resist. Baron Pape, Baron Valmy attacked from the right. Baron Grattan, Lord Sachai, Lord Jas attack from the left, ILL charge from the center. Dunty let any of the kobolds escape, they ray all carrying valuable oars. Thor swiftly gave his orders. Yes, sir, the five quickly responded. The troops spread out, just as April Neon's defenses were on the brink of collapse and kobolds began to flood the castle. Charge. A shout echoed, and in the next moment, a cavalry unit charged from the forest, attacking the kobolds from behind. Baron April Neon, who had nearly given up hope, brightened with excitement. Reinforcements. Reinforcements from the kingdom. Hold the line, we have hope now. April Neon's voice trembled with excitement and disbelief, his body shaking from uncontrollable emotion. Never had he expected reinforcements in such a dire situation. His once hopeless heart reignited with hope. The entire castle, from knights to commoners, was filled with renewed vigor. The kobolds were soon surrounded and trapped. Their previous excitement quickly turned into panic. Panic spread, creating more chaos. The 5 second-rank kobolds tried to rally the others but were quickly targeted by the lords of the main alliance. The kobold leader was confronted directly by Thor. While the kobolds were strong, the main alliance's lords were stronger. In less than 15 minutes, 4 of the 5 second-tier kobolds were slain. Even the kobold leader fell to Thor. As for the rest, they were wiped out by the knights of the main alliance and Baron April Neon's forces. Not a single kobold escaped. With several hundred knights under Baron April Neon's command and the main alliance's numbers not far off, the element of surprise led to an overwhelming victory. When the knights noticed the oars hanging from the kobolds' necks, their eyes lit up. Unlike other orcs, kobolds enjoyed adorning themselves with precious ores. This particular tribe wore high-quality copper ore, which barely required any smelting. Over 3,000 kobolds meant over 3,000 pieces of high-quality copper ore. The value of this haul was around 200 to 300 gold coins. Of course, Thor wasn't too interested in these ores. He was focused on the seeds of the life grass. His figure searched through the kobold leader's corpse, and soon his eyes lit up as he found a small package. He gently opened it, revealing seeds the size of soybeans. These seeds clearly contained a significant amount of life force, suggesting that they were indeed the seeds of the life grass. Thor smiled with joy and tucked the seeds into his pocket. After searching for a while longer, he soon discovered another scroll identical to the one he had found before. Frowning slightly, Thor still decided to pocket the scroll as well. While Thor was looting the kobold leader, the others were also cleaning up the battlefield. Occasionally, laughter could be heard. Moments later, Baron April Neon, having somewhat recovered, slowly walked over. "Thank you, my lord, for saving us. I, April Neon, am forever grateful. How should I address you?" Baron April Neon spoke with gratitude, giving Thor a perfectly executed knightly bow. "No need for formalities, Baron April Neon. We are from the main alliance of the main valley. I am Thor Dresosa. This is Baron Pape Lawrence, Baron Valmy, Baron Grattan, and these two are Lord Sachai and Lord Jas." Thor smiled and nodded before introducing the others to April Neon. "Thor Dresosa, my word, could you be the newly titled heir of House Dresosa from a few days ago?" April Neon exclaimed in surprise. No, that's not right. The main alliance. What is going on?" After his initial surprise, it seemed that something else dawned on Baron April Neon. He couldn't help but ask again, looking at the group in shock. He had already witnessed the immense strength of Thor's knightly group in the earlier battle. Originally, he thought Thor was the heir of some top noble family, but now, hearing Thor's words, he realized that wasn't the case. Although Dresosa was a count's family, they were not considered top nobility. Moreover, this power wasn't Thor's alone but that of an alliance. Since when had the northern province nobles been able to trust each other like this, especially considering that Thor Dresosa was among them, along with 4 barons and 2 pioneering lords? It was simply unbelievable. In the 10 years that Baron April Neon had lived in the northern province, he had never heard of anything like this. Seeing his shock, Thor smiled but said nothing. Along the way, theirs was not the only noble alliance that had surprised others. In fact, any lord who heard of it would have been equally astonished. In the castle, a grand banquet was underway. April Neon provided an extravagant reception to thank Thor and his companions for rescuing the territory. He even brought out aged wine and the group drank freely. "Lord Thor, it's truly unbelievable. I never expected to find an alliance of nobles in the northern province," April Neon said as he raised his glass with a tone of appreciation. "I sincerely thank you. You were too kind." "It was a small effort," Thor replied with a smile, raising his glass as well. No, this is not just politeness. "Without you, Lord Thor, and everyone else, my territory would have been overrun by those damn kobolds," April Neon said, shaking his head, his voice serious. "Lord April Neon, you overpraise us. By the way, what do you plan to do next?" Thor asked casually, as if the thought had just occurred to him. "Oh my goddess, that is indeed a critical issue. Perhaps leaving would be the best choice, but I can abandon my land and my people. I must stay. Lord Thor, if I may be so bold, could you sell me some weapons?" April Neon sighed and looked at Thor with hopeful eyes. Baron April Neon, you wish to purchase weapons. Thor's eyes lit up as he asked again. Yes, I need weapons. If my equipment had been better, those filthy kobolds wouldn't have breached the castle. I had planned to buy some, but the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce has raised the price of black iron armor to 50 gold coins and silver armor to 500. They might as well be robbing us. April Neon said with a hint of frustration. Indeed, he had intended to buy better equipment. His territory had over 8,000 residents, and if he could equip them properly, he would be able to resist even second-tier orcs. But the exorbitant prices had forced him to give up. Yes, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce are indeed bloodsuckers, but my friend, if you need weapons, that's not a problem. Recently we seized a batch of goblin weapons, though we did suffer some losses in the process, Thor said with a thoughtful expression. Lord Thor, is that true? April Neon was pleasantly surprised and quickly added, no, Lord Thor, I understand. Let's settle on the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce's prices. My friend, you misunderstand. I have goblin leather armor, which I can sell for 10 silver coins each. As for black iron armor, 30 gold coins per set should be enough. And if you need silver armor, I can provide some as well, Thor said, pretending to grit his teeth. Silver armor. Lord Thor, are you serious? April Neon stood up in surprise, his face full of excitement. Of course, I wouldn't joke about such matters. If you need it, I can have my trade caravan come to make the deal in a few days, Thor replied with a smile. Thor wasn't joking. With the ongoing clearing operations, Dresosa's trade caravan had begun expanding northward. Previously, their reach was limited to the main river valley, but the Minotaur attacks had devastated the trade routes there. It wasn't until Thor and the main alliance cleared the area that the routes were restored. As the alliance continued to win battles, the trade routes expanded and became more stable. In just a month, trade had increased significantly, far surpassing previous levels. I was too forward. You must understand this is truly surprising, April Neon said, apologizing for his earlier excitement. I understand, Lord April Neon. I will inform my people, and in 10 days my trade caravan will arrive to negotiate with you, Thor nodded. Thank you so much. April Neon expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. It's just business, Thor said, raising his glass. No, I must thank you. Weapons are what I need most right now, April Neon said seriously. Thor smiled and let the matter rest. The banquet continued, and the barons and lords exchanged pleasantries, making for a harmonious evening. The party lasted until late at night before everyone dispersed. April Neon arranged accommodations for his guests. The next day, after April Neon bid them farewell, Thor and his group resumed their clearing operations. Over the past month, such scenes had become routine. As Thor's group cleared the area, they encountered many orcs and met numerous pioneering lords. The chaos in the northern province had driven many lords to flee, while others stayed behind. Their lands were not only their legacy but their hope, and few were willing to abandon them unless truly desperate. As they crossed paths with these pioneering lords, the trade caravans of Thor's Eagle Ridge followed in the footsteps of the main alliance, spreading throughout the region. Compared to the overpriced goods of the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, Thor's caravans offered better prices and superior quality. Coupled with the alliance's strength, a complete trade route was soon established, and the scale of trade continued to grow. Dresosa had been smiling every day, and Thor's grin was even wider. The clearing missions earned them merit points, daily information brought new opportunities, and the construction of trade routes had made him the biggest winner. For other lords, the risks were unpredictable and gains were uncertain. Some had suffered significant losses, with one baron losing his entire army to a damaged third-tier orc tribe. Even the baron himself didn't survive. Those lucky enough to escape unscathed were still facing mounting losses, and some had decided to give up. But Thor faced no such problems. Thanks to his daily information reports, he could avoid all dangers, and his gains were almost guaranteed. In just 3 months, the main alliance had cleared a vast portion of the northern province, and Thor's merit points had risen to 500, just short of the requirement for a viscount title. Other lords had also earned about 300 merit points each. Such a haul would normally take years, if not decades, to accumulate. In addition to merit points, the material gains were massive. Even the least fortunate lord had earned over 2,000 gold coins. The 3 barons had each earned about 3,000 gold coins, while Thor, not counting the profits from Ratch's trade routes, had made over 5,000 gold coins, and the trade routes were the real source of wealth. Over the past 3 months, the income from Dresosa's trade routes had reached 2,300 gold coins, averaging nearly 800 gold coins a month, and this figure was expected to rise. If the northern province didn't collapse or the war didn't escalate, the monthly income could exceed 1,000 gold coins, translating to an annual income of 12,000 gold coins. 12,000 gold coins. Even Thor's father, Count Angel of Dresosa, officially earned only about 10,000 gold coins a year from his territory. While the Dresosa family, as an established noble house, certainly had other hidden revenues, Thor's potential earnings were astounding. Many weaker earls probably earned no more than 10,000 gold coins annually. If Thor could stabilize his income, he would surpass numerous earls. With such wealth, his territory would undoubtedly reach new heights of development. However, this all depended on the stability of the northern province and the absence of a full-scale orc war. Otherwise, his lands might be in jeopardy. Despite his advantages, there were limits to what Thor could control. Even with his golden finger, he couldn't change everything. All he could do was rapidly improve his strength. Fortunately, his talents had significantly improved after signing the contract. Thor could clearly feel the progress in his training. In the past, practicing night-breathing techniques felt painfully slow. Even though he had abundant life force within him, absorbing it was difficult. But now, he could feel tangible progress every day. In less than 4 months, his life force had noticeably transformed. At this rate, he could break through to become a knight in less than a month. This speed was previously unimaginable. Before, it would have taken him 2 or 3 years to become a knight, and reaching the rank of Gone Knight might have taken decades. As for Earth Knight, that had seemed out of reach entirely. Now, though, he was certain he could break through within a month, and even the barrier between Grand Knight and Earth Knight wouldn't hold him back for long. Within 5 years, he would have a chance to reach the rank of Earth Knight. As night fell, Thor finished his training and prepared to stand up. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his gaze into the distance. "What's this?" His expression shifted with surprise before turning to joy. A powerful aura erupted near the camp where Ryan was stationed. As a vast amount of life force surged outward, Ryan's energy began to grow rapidly. Several figures appeared, and when they saw where the disturbance was coming from, their expressions grew complex. They all knew what had happened. "Lord Thor is truly lucky," Baron Pape couldn't help but say. Indeed, Baron Valmy echoed, his expression just as complicated. The others felt similarly. They had all witnessed Ryan's talent and strength over the past months, but none of them expected him to break through to become a Grand Knight so quickly. After 3 months, the main alliance had made significant gains, and the smiles on everyone's faces hadn't faded. However, beneath those smiles, there was an unmistakable trace of worry. As the lords of the northern province, Baron Pape, Baron Valmy, Baron Grattan, and the 2 newly promoted barons had all sensed that something was amiss in the atmosphere of the entire region. The orc assaults that typically lasted for a month or 2 had now been ongoing for 4 months without any signs of stopping. In fact, the situation was worsening. If things continued like this, an all-out war was a very real possibility. Under the night sky dotted with stars, a familiar system notification sounded. Daily information updated. A group of frenzied spiders will appear 100 miles west of your location. Their venom is potent enough to poison an entire herd of boar beasts. Even Tier 2 magical beasts will be affected, too. In the western part of Autumn Leaf territory, Lord Raymond has discovered a small copper mine and successfully defeated a tribe of green goblins, securing the mine. In 3 days, a group of Tier 2 kobolds will invade a frontier settlement north of your current position. 4. Extreme cold from the northern glacier is about to spread across the northern part of Eagle Ridge, causing a sharp drop in temperatures. 300 miles from your location, a group of tigermen is attacking a frontier settlement. In 5 hours, the settlement will fall 500 miles west. Looking at the information reports, Thor's expression grew serious. Compared to a few months ago, the number of orcs had clearly increased, and their strength had grown as well. At first, most of the orc tribes were only Tier 1, but now Tier 2 tribes had become common. In recent days, there were hardly any Tier 1 tribes left. Furthermore, the pace at which the northern territories were being wiped out was accelerating. "It's time to leave," Thor muttered to himself, making up his mind. After 3 months of clearing, the gains had been substantial. While they could continue to gather more resources, the risks were also increasing. Despite having daily information reports, one must always prepare for unforeseen circumstances. The next day, as the sun shone down, Thor called together the 5 lords of the main alliance. In the tent, the 5 of them gathered. The previous day's clearing of a Tier 2 kobold tribe had yielded another haul of resources, but the usual joy was missing from their faces. The turbulent times had left them all uneasy, tempering their excitement over the spoils. "Gentlemen, it's time to stop," Thor said, his voice heavy. "Indeed, we should leave." Baron Pape nodded after taking a deep breath. Over 50 frontier settlements have already fallen in the north. Last month, 3 baronies were wiped out. War seems inevitable. The others exchanged glances and nodded. No one voiced any objections. Even though their clearing efforts had been yielding increasing returns, they all knew that, given the current instability, it was best not to push their luck. "Then it's decided," Thor said, relieved. "In 3 days, we prepare to return." He had feared that the lure of wealth might sway them otherwise, but fortunately none of them were reckless. It was the best possible outcome. Soon, the main alliance began packing up. 3 days later, they set off towards the main valley. As the main alliance withdrew from the northern regions, chaos erupted once more. the orcs continued their assaults, and even the northern defensive lines were beginning to crumble. Although reinforcements from the kingdom had arrived, the number of orc tribes kept increasing. While there were no Tier 5 orc tribes yet, Tier 4 tribes were becoming more frequent. The Dragon Knights had already encountered over 5 Tier 4 orc tribes, and the Flying Eagle Knights had faced 2. Even though Tier 4 orcs were generally weaker than Sky Knights, their overwhelming numbers made up for the difference. Human Sky Knights often had to fight 2 or even 3 Tier 4 orcs at a time. The sheer number of orcs was staggering. If it weren't for the long fortifications along the northern border, the Tulip Kingdom would have already fallen. Duke Karenina, how long until the second wave of reinforcements arrives? We can hold out like this. Marquis Raymond's face was pale, his breath unsteady, and a large gash marred his chest, a wound inflicted by a Tier 4 orc. As an Earth Knight at his peak, even he was struggling. He could only hope for the second wave of reinforcements. The kingdom's typical response to orc assaults followed 4 phases. The first phase involved the stationed Dragon Knights and Flying Eagle Knights. The second phase saw the kingdom dispatch its own forces along with at least 1 duke's forces. The third phase brought in the kingdom's 3 major dukes and most of the royal court's power. The fourth and final phase was a full national mobilization. The first batch of reinforcements had already arrived, but they hadn't been able to stabilize the situation. The second batch had been requested. 1 month, Duke Karenina replied, frowning. His own aura was also unsteady, as he was holding off 3 Tier 4 orcs on his own. Without a sacred relic in his possession, he might not have lasted this long. Even now, the relic's light had dimmed. 1 month, Duke, Marquis Raymond trailed off bitterly. Duke Karenina remained silent. If the number of orc tribes continued to grow, they wouldn't last even half a month, let alone a full month. Silence. A deathly silence. Then, as orcs once again rose into the sky in the distance, the knights of the Tulip Kingdom surged forward to meet them. The battle erupted once more. Boom, boom, boom. Magical crystal cannons roared, releasing terrifying energy. Orcs were obliterated by the thunderous blasts, their blood soaking the ground and forming streams that seeped into the earth, but no one noticed. Humans fought desperately to hold the line, while the orcs continued their frenzied assault. Time passed and 10 days went by. To their relief, the situation hadn't worsened as expected. No new orc tribes had joined the fray. The Dragon Knights and Flying Eagle Knights could finally breathe easier. Although casualties were still rising daily, they had held the line. In another half a month, the second wave of reinforcements would arrive. Without any Tier 5 orc tribes, the turmoil could be quelled. Of course, this had little to do with the main alliance. Such high-level affairs were beyond their involvement. After 10 days, the main alliance returned to the main valley. Compared to when they left, the valley had seen little change. Due to its proximity to the northern glacier, the region had only been attacked twice by orc tribes in the past 4 months, both of which were Tier 1. As such, the main valley remained relatively untouched. The region was still thriving, and thanks to the large-scale construction efforts of the 6 lords, the main valley was bustling with activity. In contrast to the northern regions, it felt like a different world entirely. Seeing the peaceful surroundings, the 5 lords couldn't help but smile. Soon, the 6 groups parted ways, each returning to their respective territories. Thor also returned to Eagle Ridge with his men. The changes at Eagle Ridge were immediately apparent. The farmlands surrounding the territory had all been cultivated, and golden wheat swayed in the fields, promising a bountiful harvest. Moreover, under Thor's orders, a tall stone wall had been built around Eagle Ridge. The 3 to 4 meter high wall gave the territory the look of a small city. The rapid progress had been made possible by the addition of a large number of goblins. Otherwise, the construction would have taken much longer and required far more manpower. The purpose of the wall, of course, was to prepare for the coming unrest and the possible orc war. Although the northern province would never fall entirely, both the Tulip Kingdom and other kingdoms would prevent it. The unrest could still escalate into a full-blown conflict. Thor had to be ready for anything. While the castle itself was a defensive structure, adding a wall provided an extra layer of protection. In fact, both Eagle Ridge and the newly built town in the north had been fortified in the same manner. Thor had even ordered the construction of a moat. With these 3 layers of protection, he finally felt somewhat secure. Inside the castle, "My lord, the planned construction is 80% complete. The only things left are the moats for both the northern town and Eagle Ridge, which should take another month to finish. In addition, some of the materials you brought back haven't been sold yet. Ratcho suggests taking them to Lauren City." Pierrot respectfully reported the state of Eagle Ridge over the past few months. Thor listened intently. In his 4-month absence, Pierrot had managed the territory impeccably, showing administrative skill equal to any steward. Thor was pleased. "Well done," Thor said. "You've done an excellent job this time. Anna, go fetch the item from the 3rd row, 2nd cabinet in my storage." "Yes, master." Anna nodded and quickly returned with a wooden box. When Pierrot saw the contents, his breathing grew heavy. Inside was a divine wood fruit. This is for you as a reward for your efforts. Train well. Strength is what matters most, Thor said. Yes, my lord. Pieros, filled with excitement, quickly replied, dismissed. Thor waved his hand. Pieros bowed and left. Anna, you should also focus on your training these days. Things 1T be peaceful ahead. After Pieros left, Thor softly spoke to Anna. Yes, master. Anna smiled and obediently nodded. After giving his instructions, Thor fell into deep thought. It was foreseeable that the northern province would remain in turmoil, and he had to consider the affairs of his entire territory. However, how to handle it was not an easy matter. He was far too weak. Without even a single Earth Knight, it was unlikely he'd be able to play any significant role in the coming chaos. Lord Neil should be back soon. I hope it's soon. Thor sighed. At this moment, all he could do was pin his hopes on Neil Morton. That man was a Sky Knight. If he returned, their territory would have a good chance of surviving the upcoming turmoil. Otherwise, relying on their current strength alone, if a large-scale rebellion really broke out in the northern province, Thor would have no choice but to abandon his territory. There was no way around it. The gap in power was just too great. Night gradually fell. A familiar notification sound echoed. After scanning through the information reports, Thor's worries did not lessen. In fact, they grew more intense. As the morning sunlight poured down, a new day began. Thor first checked on the northern town. As Pieros had reported, the entire northern town was taking shape. High walls now surrounded it, and many goblins were working hard to continue the construction. Outside the town, expansive fields stretched out. Golden ears of wheat dotted the fields, growing quite well. A good harvest could certainly be expected. Lord, master, lord of the territory. Along the way, knights, freemen, and slaves all respectfully greeted him. Each one looked at Thor with eyes full of fervor. Life in the Eagle Ridge was something they had never dared to imagine. It was stable, peaceful, free, and filled with hope. More than a year had passed, and some women were already showing signs of pregnancy. It was expected that this year, the Eagle Ridge would welcome a batch of newborns. Charl, how many freemen are in the Eagle Ridge now? Thor asked, glancing at the steward Charl, who was by his side. Lord, the population of the Eagle Ridge has reached 8,000, with 832 freemen. Charl responded respectfully, feeling a surge of excitement. Like Pieros, Charl had been filled with despair when he was assigned to the Eagle Ridge, but after arriving, he was shocked. In just 1 year, young Master Thor had developed the Eagle Ridge to the point where it rivaled some baronial families in the Frost Moon province. The prosperity of the Eagle Ridge exceeded Charl's wildest expectations. What made him even more thrilled was the opportunity his descendants now had to join the Eagle Knight Order. As long as he earned enough merit points, his children could enter the Eagle Knight Order, learn the knight's breathing techniques, and have the chance to become honorable knights. Even the qualification to join the Knight Order was something denied to 99 of commoners. Possessing the breathing techniques of a knight meant that even if one didn't become official knight, just being an apprentice knight was enough to elevate a commoner's status. Because of this, Charl devoted himself wholeheartedly to serving Thor. 832 freemen, Thor pondered aloud. Let's loosen the restrictions a bit, allow more to become freemen. Also, calculate how many female slaves we still need. In a few days, I'll be heading to Lauren City to make some purchases. Thor nodded, speaking thoughtfully. While slaves were important, with goblins around, the demand wasn't as high. Converting some slaves into freemen was crucial for the healthy development of the territory. Understood, Charl replied. At present, we still need more than 200 female slaves. For future development, it's best to prepare for 300 or even 500. 500, is it? Noted. Thor frowned slightly but still agreed. His latest campaign had been fruitful. In this context, purchasing 500 female slaves wasn't a big deal, especially since he was planning to expand the population of his territory further. In his vision, each town should house between 10,000 to 30,000 people. With 2 towns, the population target was at least 20,000. Of course, it wouldn't start that large. For now, increasing the population of each town to 5,000 to 6,000 wasn't a problem. By the way, how's the construction of the fish farm in the north? Thor asked, as another thought crossed his mind. After the reservoir was completed, Thor had considered starting a fish farm. Given the limited agricultural output, fish farming could be a valuable supplement, providing both food and high-quality protein. So before he left, he had given the necessary instructions. The construction is complete. In 3 months, the first batch of tilapia will mature. They can be used as food or sold, Charl reported respectfully. Hearing this, Thor nodded in satisfaction. The overall situation of the territory was even better than he had expected. At this point, it was all about expanding the population, cultivating more farmland, and undertaking large-scale infrastructure projects. Besides that, the only challenge left was to increase the strength of his forces. Although Thor was already quite powerful, as mentioned before in the troubled northern province, his current strength was far from sufficient. He needed to become even stronger. While increasing population and infrastructure was relatively straightforward, enhancing military power, especially in terms of elite troops, was far more challenging. Not everyone had the potential to become a knight, nor could every knight's skills progress rapidly. Ryan's immense talent had allowed him to become a grand knight in a short time. Steve had already reached the peak of an official knight, and with Thor's support, he successfully advanced further. But for others, even breaking through to become an official knight, let alone a grand knight, was difficult. Some could barely make it to apprentice knight status. So far, the Eagle Ridge only had 43 official knights and 132 apprentice knights. In 1 year, Thor had provided no shortage of resources. Even so, the increase in strength had been marginal. The only way to see a significant rise in power would be to either invest even more or to recruit talented individuals from outside. Finding another genius like Ryan, however, was wishful thinking. Another option was to continue receiving support from his father. Now that Thor had become a baron, it was certain that his father would provide additional support. Thor had planned to return to his family after receiving his barony, but the turmoil in the northern province made it impossible for him to leave at the moment. As for sending a letter, Thor considered it for a moment before deciding against it. After all, he would have to return to his family eventually, so there was no need for unnecessary correspondence. He just needed to wait for the northern province to calm down a little before making his move. After inspecting the northern town and delegating some tasks, Thor returned to the Eagle Ridge. There were still several matters that needed his attention. Just as Thor was handling his affairs, an excited figure came running toward him. Lord, Nia has advanced." Alan's voice rang out excitedly. Thor immediately looked up, stunned at first, then overjoyed. Nia was the name of the unicorn leader. Earlier, Nia had been on the verge of advancing, so Thor had left her behind during the recent campaign. To his surprise, the unicorn leader had indeed advanced. "Let's go, take me there." Thor could hardly contain himself. "Yes, my lord," Alan responded quickly, leading Thor to the stables. Moments later, they arrived. At first glance, Thor immediately saw the unicorn. It was visibly different from before. Nia had grown larger, and the gray horn on its head had turned silver-white. A faint whirlwind seemed to swirl around its body. Tier 3. Thor couldn't help but feel excited. The transformation of the unicorn made it clear that Nia had evolved to Tier 3, with its bloodline having further advanced. If it could reach Tier 4, the unicorn would turn completely white, and wings would grow from its sides. However, that only happened with pureblood unicorns. Nia's bloodline wasn't that pure, so Tier 3 was likely its limit. Even reaching Tier 3 had been thanks to Alan's talent for bonding with creatures. Without that, Nia would have remained at Tier 2. The unicorn approached Thor, affectionately nudging him. Over time, Thor had developed a strong bond with Nia. Apart from Alan, Thor was the one she was closest to. As she nudged him, a ripple spread and a magic circle appeared on Nia's body. Thor immediately understood what was happening. Surprised but pleased, he quickly entwined his mental power with hers. Another magic circle appeared under his feet. The magic circles connected and a contract was formed. This was a beast's self-initiated pet contract. Although not as strong as a life-sharing symbiotic contract, this bond would allow Thor and Nia to share their thoughts. Thor could now clearly sense Nia's joy. "Very good," Thor patted Nia gently. "From today, I'll arrange for you to join the Eagle Knight Order. I look forward to the day you become an official knight." Nia closed her eyes contentedly under Thor's touch. Alan, filled with gratitude, expressed his thanks repeatedly, his eyes glowing with excitement. After encouraging them both, Thor mounted Nia. With a thought, a whirlwind swirled around Nia's feet and she vanished in a flash. Fast, incredibly fast. Thor had never imagined such speed. The unicorn's Tier 3 speed was simply mind-boggling. Thor was sure that Nia's speed now surpassed most Earth Knights. Though unable to fly, even some Tier 4 beast riders would struggle to keep up. Only Sky Knights could hope to match such terrifying speed. The thrill of the ride was intoxicating. Thor rode Nia around the territory for a long time before finally stopping. "From now on, we're partners," Thor whispered, stroking Nia's horn, his smile widening. Night fell. Thor returned Nia to the stables and headed back to the castle to continue handling matters. Tomorrow, he planned to visit Lauren City. However, there were still many tasks to complete before he could leave. The night passed and a new day dawned. The territory bustled with activity. A large amount of goods had been gathered. His campaign had yielded significant spoils. Some of the items had already been sold through Racho's trade. But a substantial amount remained. These items were hard to sell locally, so the only option was to take them to Lauren City and sell them to the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't just Thor who had goods to sell. Other 5 lords also had a significant amount of supplies. Additionally, they needed to buy more slaves from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, as well as some scarce resources for territorial development. All of these matters had to be dealt with. Thor planned to handle everything in one trip to Lauren City. However, there were so many supplies that it took over 50 carriages just to pack them all. Due to the time needed for gathering and loading, by the time everything was ready, it was already evening. Nevertheless, Thor didn't delay and set out immediately. This time, in addition to the 50 carriages, he brought along a significant number of knights. Among the entourage was Ryan, who had just broken through to become a Grand Knight, along with over 20 official knights, more than 50 apprentice knights, and over 100 reserve knights. In total, there were several hundred people. It was almost as large a force as when he had originally traveled from Lauren City to the territory. Initially, Thor hadn't planned to bring such a large group, but recent information suggested frequent encounters with orc tribes, so he had to be well prepared. 7 days passed quickly. Thor and his forces arrived at Lauren City. Just as the daily reports had indicated, they faced 2 attacks from orc tribes along the way. Fortunately, with the strength Thor brought, they were able to quickly deal with the orc tribes. In fact, they even gained 3 second-tier orc corpses, worth 30 merit points, and resources valued at nearly 100 gold coins. As the sunset gradually spread across the sky, the massive outline of Lauren City became faintly visible in the distance. The group's pace quickened. Finally, just before nightfall, they stepped into Lauren City. 4 months had passed, and over 100 lords in the northern province had either been destroyed or fled. Naturally, these nobles had gathered in Lauren City. Some were homeless, while others were waiting for an opportunity. The influx of people had made the city lively, but it also caused the prices of various goods in Lauren to skyrocket, especially the price of basic commodities like food, which had risen to an astonishing level. Additionally, the cost of housing had also surged. The house Thor had purchased earlier had now tripled in value. However, Thor had no intention of selling it, as he didn't need the extra gold coins. Walking through the streets, Thor led his men, quickly attracting attention. One reason for the attention was that Thor had brought over 100 men and more than 50 carriages. Such a large group, even in Lauren City, was a rarity among pioneer lords. More importantly, among Thor's group were not only Grand Knights but also over 20 official knights and more than 50 apprentice knights. Who's that lord? Musk. That emblem seems to belong to the Dresosa family. Yes, it's indeed the Dresosa family. My god, this force is almost comparable to some baronial families. Haha, you don't know, do you? This man was ennobled as a baron a few months ago. Ennobled as a baron. Could this be the Eagle Lord? That's right, it's him. You guys probably don't know, but this Eagle Lord has been quite dazzling recently. Dazzling? Yes, do you know about the Goblin Clearing mission? This Eagle Lord formed an alliance called the Main Alliance with 5 other baronial lords and accepted the kingdom's mission to clear out goblins. Over the past 4 months, they've exterminated a large number of goblins. Do you see those carriages? They were probably filled with spoils from the cleanup. An alliance of baronial lords? That's unbelievable. It's true. At first, I didn't believe it either, but it really happened. I have a friend who personally witnessed their alliance. Look at all those carriages. That must be a fortune. Indeed, I heard the orc tribes are wealthy, and there are also plenty of military merits to be earned from exterminating them. I wonder how many merits the Eagle Lord has gained. As people chatted amongst themselves, many eyes followed Thor's grand procession. The crowd's conversation was filled with jealousy, envy, and admiration. After all, compared to their own ruined lands and fleeing lives, Thor had gained great rewards. This left many feeling a sense of imbalance. Thor, however, paid them little mind. These displaced lords had already been weeded out by the world. A strong man doesn't need to care about the gaze of the weak. As for his fame, over the past 4 months, Thor Dresosa and the Main Alliance had already gained widespread renown. While he might not be well known everywhere, at least in the northern and eastern regions, his reputation had grown significantly. Not only was there the unprecedented formation of a territorial alliance, but Thor had also saved many noble lords during the cleanup operations in the north. Some of these lords, out of gratitude or amazement, had spread the word about the Main Alliance in Eagle Ridge. Previously, when he entered Lauren City, most people only knew him as a member of the Dresosa family. Now, however, many knew him as the Lord of Eagle Ridge and the founder of the Main Alliance. At this moment, Thor had gained some fame throughout the northern province. Lord Thor, Lord Thor. As Thor's thoughts wandered, a hesitant voice called out as his procession moved forward. Thor instinctively stopped and turned to see a familiar face, causing him to pause for a moment before greeting with a smile. Baron April Neon, Thor said with a grin. Lord Thor, it really is you. April Neon exclaimed, riding over with excitement. It's such an honor to meet you in Lauren City. Baron April, you are too kind. Thor nodded with a smile. Lord Thor, last time my territory was attacked, I didn't get the chance to properly thank you. How about we grab a drink? April offered. Thank you very much. Thor hesitated for a moment before glancing at Ryan and nodding in agreement. After instructing Ryan, Thor followed Baron April Neon to a tavern, where the two sat down and began discussing the recent situation in the north. April Neon explained the grim situation Thor had left behind. Even April's territory had been attacked twice by orc tribes in the past 10 days, and it was only due to the weapons and equipment purchased from Rachos that they managed to fend off the attacks. However, despite their success in repelling the invaders, the losses were severe. April had come to Lauren City partly to see if he could hire some knights from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, and partly to explore any opportunities the city might offer. He needed to find a way to secure his territory's future, as even he was starting to lose confidence in holding out. The cost of hiring from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce has skyrocketed. A Grand Knight's price has doubled, and there's even a waiting list, April lamented. Thor shook his head, sighing. It's not just the north that's in chaos, it's the entire northern province. Even Eagle Ridge doesn't have much strength to spare. April looked disappointed and quickly changed the subject. After some more brief conversation, he bid farewell, and Thor returned to his base with a heavy heart. The northern situation was worse than he had imagined. Even a powerful lord like April Neon, with his 2 Grand Knights and hundreds of knights, was struggling. If his forces were barely holding on, many other territories must have already fallen. Upon returning to the base, Ryan reported back. My lord, I've contacted the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. They were offering 3,200 gold coins for this batch of goods. 3,200 gold coins. Thor was surprised. Are you sure? Yes, 3,200 gold coins, Ryan confirmed. Thor was genuinely shocked. While the goods were indeed worth 3,000 gold coins, the Merchant Guild usually only offered about 30 of the value. Thor had expected to sell the goods for around 1,000 gold coins, so a price of 3,000 was beyond his wildest dreams. Although puzzled by the high offer, Thor decided not to dwell on it. It was a good thing for him, after all. He would receive 1,500 gold coins from this deal, an unexpected windfall that would allow him to make some significant purchases. Ryan, proceed with the deal. Also tomorrow, take Mark with you and purchase 2,000 strong male slaves and 500 female slaves. See if you can also hire any bricklayers or blacksmiths from around the city, Thor instructed. Yes, my lord, Ryan responded before departing. As night fell, Thor set aside his concerns and began his training. The night passed quietly and the morning sunlight soon bathed the room. As Thor opened his eyes, he felt a surge of life force within him, accompanied by a cold aura spreading around him. A thin layer of frost had formed on the ground, and mist was rising in the room. What's this? Thor was initially startled, but quickly felt a surge of joy. He wasted no time and began practicing the knight's breathing technique. As the technique circulated through his body, an overwhelming cold aura erupted from him, causing frost to spread across the room and even beyond. The temperature dropped sharply. Outside, Ryan, who had been preparing to go to the slave market, sensed something unusual. His eyes widened in surprise, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Wait, the Lord has broken through, Ryan exclaimed, immediately rushing to Thor's room. The surrounding knights were initially confused, but soon realized what had happened. The Lord has broken through. Yes, Lord Thor has broken through to the Grand Knight. Excitement spread through the knights as they gathered near Thor's room. Meanwhile, inside, Thor's body was surrounded by freezing cold, his life force infused with a frosty aura. His heart had turned into a crystal-clear ice blue core. After more than half a month of intense cultivation, Thor had finally reached the peak of the official knight level, just a step away from becoming a Grand Knight. Due to his ice affinity, once he became a Grand Knight, he would be far stronger than ordinary ones. Boom, a cold aura suddenly spread out. In the next moment, layers of frost spreading all around froze completely, and the chilling air burst out from the house. Ryan's face changed, and he instinctively took a few steps back. At the same time as he retreated, an even more terrifying wave of cold swept through. In midair, a few flying insects instantly turned into ice sculptures and fell to the ground. Step back, Ryan shouted in a low voice. As soon as his words fell, he retreated again. The other knights' expressions changed as well, quickly stepping back. As they retreated, the area within 3 to 4 meters around the house gradually became covered in frost. So cold, one of the knights couldn't help but speak, his face filled with shock. Ryan's eyes were also filled with disbelief. This was just the breakthrough of a Grand Knight, and their lord could cause such a massive disturbance simply unbelievable. While they were still in shock, boom, an even more majestic surge of life force exploded. Then all the cold air instantly retracted, the frost disappeared, and the white chill receded. Creak. The door opened with a light sound, and Thor walked out with a smile. My lord, my lord. Seeing Thor walk out, Ryan and the surrounding knights quickly bowed. Ryan, let's test it out, Thor said. Yes, my lord, Ryan nodded. The two of them immediately walked towards the training grounds. Be careful, my ice-type life force has improved quite a bit, Thor said with a smile as he drew his knight's sword. A wave of cold life force began to emanate from him. As the life force burst out, a thin layer of frost spread from under Thor's feet. A cold aura enveloped the blade of his knight's sword. Boom. In an instant, Thor moved. After breaking through to Grand Knight, his speed had more than doubled. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them vanished, and Thor's sword slashed toward Ryan. Clang, the two swords clashed violently. A terrifying wave of cold burst forth, instantly spreading over Ryan's knight's sword. A visible layer of frost spread across Ryan's sword, but it was quickly dispelled by a surge of life force from Ryan's body. Not bad. Thor's eyes lit up, a hint of surprise in his expression. Even though Ryan had just broken through, the amount and quality of his life force were clearly far superior to Piero's. To think that even when Thor hadn't yet broken through to Grand Knight, Piero's could hardly resist his ice-type life force. Now that Thor had advanced to Grand Knight, Ryan could still withstand it. Even though Ryan's body was visibly covered with a layer of cold air, being able to resist was already extraordinary. "My lord, I will now launch an attack," Ryan said, and in the next moment a pale blue life force began to spread from his sword. Crackle, like the sound of thunder, life force burst forth violently. Thor immediately felt a scorching energy spread across his sword, pushing away his own life force. Lightning power. Thor's eyes brightened. Of course, he understood what this was. Unlike him, Thor had a life-sharing contract with Anna, who in turn had a life-sharing contract with the Ice Spirit. This was how Thor had gained his ice-type life force. Ryan, on the other hand, was naturally born with life force infused with lightning. And not just any lightning, it was an extremely concentrated form of lightning power. When Ryan was still a knight, it wasn't very noticeable, but now that he had advanced to Grand Knight, his lightning power had become incredibly strong. Boom, lightning clashed with ice. The two forces collided continuously. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched. Thor's ice-type life force usually restrained most knights, but not Ryan. Similarly, Ryan's lightning power had little effect on Thor. Boom, boom, on the training grounds, the two of them clashed repeatedly. Powerful life forces intertwined. Ice and scorch marks appeared all over the ground. The surrounding knights watched in admiration. After about 15 minutes, one last clash. The two of them retreated and Thor finally stopped. "Not bad, Ryan." "It seems you're close to the mid-stage of Grand Knight," Thor said with some emotion. Ryan's talent was enviable even to Thor himself. If it hadn't been for that one accident, his talent would have been worlds apart from Ryan's, simply incomparable. "I probably need a few more months," Ryan said. Then, with some awe, he added, "My lord, your life force is incredibly strong, I could barely hold on." Internally, Ryan was also shocked. After breaking through to Grand Knight, he had sparred with Steve and Piero's, defeating both. But he hadn't expected that his lord, who had just broken through, was already on par with him. In fact, he felt that his lord's ice-type life force was likely stronger than his own lightning-infused life force. If the fight continued, he might not be able to hold on. "Ha ha ha," Thor laughed, then shook his head. "All right, go prepare. You need to deliver the goods and purchase slaves. The northern province is unstable right now, so it's best to return quickly," Thor said seriously. "Yes," Ryan nodded. After organizing things, Ryan set off with a large amount of supplies. His first task was to deliver these supplies to the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, after which he would head to the slave market to purchase slaves. Thor, on the other hand, took several knights with him to purchase more supplies. By the time evening came, the necessary supplies were almost fully procured. With some time to spare, Thor began wandering around Lauren City. Compared to previous visits, Lauren City was much more prosperous now. Under the sunset, the streets were crowded with people. There were even quite a few noble lords among them. Frontier lords leading their people were a common sight. However, in the dusk, the faces of these people showed little joy, most of them looking heavy-hearted. Thor walked around leisurely. On the other side of the street, several figures were also walking. They were none other than Colin of the Emerson family. The chaos in the northern province, and the impending attack by the Minotaur, had left Colin Emerson terrified, forcing him to abandon his territory and flee. But the goddess of life did not favor him. While fleeing, he encountered a tribe of second-tier kobolds, leading to heavy losses in his knight squad, with one Grand Knight even dying in battle. In the end, only around 30 knights and the Grand Knight Manel managed to escape with him. Their panic, they got lost in the forest. It wasn't until 3 days ago that they finally arrived in Lauren City. Once there, Colin immediately sought information about his territory. If the Minotaurs hadn't attacked, he planned to return. After all, abandoning his territory would result in a hefty atonement fee. But bad news soon followed. His land was declared abandoned, and a new lord had taken over, none other than the detestable offspring of the Dresosa family. This filled him with fear. He wanted to fight back. How dare the Dresosa heir take over his territory before he could even make a move? But reality quickly forced him to focus on another issue. If he didn't pay the atonement fee soon, his temporary noble status would be stripped away. This threw him into a panic. He quickly had Manel send letters to his father and mother, begging for help. The response, however, wasn't what he had hoped for. "Master Colin, the Count has responded, stating that was the last bit of support. If you cannot become a baron, there will be no further assistance. Manel spoke hesitantly, with a hint of trepidation. Damn it, Colin roared. Manel, didn't you send a letter to my mother? You know, if I lose my land and can pay the atonement fee, we lose our status as pioneer lords, and even this temporary noble status 1T belong to me. Colin Emerson turned, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged man beside him. Manel opened his mouth but couldn't find the right words. He had sent the letter, but the last time Colin went to the frontier, the Countess had already given him all her savings. It had only been half a year, there were no more coins to spare. Manel, Colin yelled. Master Colin, the Countess said for you to wait a little longer, Manel finally said softly. Wait, Colin was livid. Manel, are you joking? Today, Lauren City has already stripped me of my temporary noble status. If I don't pay the atonement fee within a month, I'll lose it permanently. Colin exploded, his voice trembling with anger. Master Colin, but the Countess has already given you everything. There's nothing left, Manel said with a bitter smile. He knew all too well the character of his young master. The majority of the support for their frontier territory came from the Countess, at least 2/3 of it. Even though the Countess came from a noble lineage, her resources were limited. She couldn't possibly provide more. Impossible, Colin shouted. There must be more, Manel. I'll write the letter myself. In a panic, Colin grew even more frantic. Manel shook his head and remained silent. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Following such a fool made him feel like his future was bleak. The worst part was that he had no way to escape. This made him feel even more hopeless. As he sighed, his gaze unconsciously shifted. In that moment, a distant figure entered his sight. Who is that? Manel froze for a moment, instinctively speaking out. Manel, what are you doing? Colin, in his anxious state, suddenly heard the voice. When he saw Manel's nonchalant expression, he instantly became somewhat angry. Young Master Colin, that seems to be the one from Dresosa. Manel, startled by Colin's angry expression, quickly turned his head and spoke. Dresosa, which Dres? Colin couldn't help but ask. Young Master Colin, it's that descendant of Dresosa, the one who occupied your territory. Manel, a bit speechless, quickly explained, it's him. Colin finally realized, and his eyes immediately blazed with anger. He quickly looked over. Soon, he spotted Thor and his group walking ahead. Damn Dresosa, how dare he occupy my land? Let's go. Colin shouted and couldn't help but stride towards Thor. Young Master Colin, this is Lauren City. We've already lost our noble status, so we can't make a move here. Manel quickly tried to stop him, but Colin ignored him, striding directly towards Thor. Young Master Colin, young Master Colin. Manel called out anxiously, but there was no stopping him. Manel could only grit his teeth and follow. From a distance, Thor seemed to sense something. He instinctively turned his head. He saw Colin and his group marching towards him with aggressive intent. Seeing their unfamiliar faces, Thor was puzzled. He furrowed his brows slightly and stopped in his tracks. Just as he paused for a moment, Colin and his group arrived. Is there something you need? Thor raised an eyebrow and asked with curiosity. He didn't remember knowing these people, but it was clear from their expressions that they had a grudge against him and were coming for him. This piqued his curiosity. Thor Dresosa, you thief, return my land immediately. Colin's voice was filled with fury, and his eyes were practically devouring Thor. He had already been extremely angry during the auction, losing several thousand gold coins because of this man. He had wanted to teach him a lesson, but before he could act, his land was taken over by this very person. With both new and old grudges rising up, his anger became even more intense. Oh, and you are. Thor raised an eyebrow, quickly piecing together the situation. The group in front of him was most likely one of the fleeing lords from the main valley. He hadn't expected these runaway lords to find him so quickly and to still have the nerve to confront him. He found it both amusing and exasperating. According to the kingdom's laws, every pioneer lord has the right to protect their own territory. This is a law that must be adhered to. Once a territory is abandoned, the title of pioneer lord ceases to exist. Even if you pay a redemption fee, that piece of land will no longer belong to you. The kingdom will only reallocate land to you. The attack by the Minotaurs caused more than a dozen lords from the main valley to flee, and their lands were eventually divided among the 6 lords of the main alliance. Regarding this division, there was no psychological resistance at all. After all, those pioneer lords had already abandoned their territories. It was the main alliance that protected both the alliance and the lands. In theory, there was no issue with this. Even the fleeing lords, despite their resentment and anger, had no choice but to accept it. However, Thor had not expected to encounter someone today who refused to accept this. Oh, it seems you are the former pioneer lord of the main valley. How unfortunate, I didn't steal it, and I am no thief. You abandoned it. If you have any objections, you can go to the city hall to file a complaint. Thor said with a casual smile, emphasizing the word former. His attitude only further enraged Colin Emerson. Dresosa, you thief. You Ray still trying to argue. I, Colin Emerson, only temporarily left my land. I didn't abandon it. You occupied it, Colin retorted, though his tone wavered midway, but he quickly regained his confidence. Their argument quickly drew the attention of many bystanders. Watch your words. Thor's voice turned cold. Whether you abandoned it or not, Lauren City has the authority to decide, not you. Now move aside. Thor was a little surprised, realizing that this man was the idiot he had heard of. His expression immediately darkened, and his tone became harsher. Bastard. Colin's fury surged as he began channeling the life energy within his body. He, too, was an official knight. As a member of the Emerson family, Colin's talent wasn't great, but he had a supportive mother who had spent a fortune to buy him a life fruit and several intermediate life potions. Thanks to these, Colin had already broken through to become an official knight at the age of 22. With the strength of an official knight and the pampering of his mother, he had never been looked down upon like this. In his rage, he was about to strike. However, a hand suddenly grabbed him. A burst of strong life energy suppressed the energy surging within Colin's body. Manel, Colin gasped in surprise. Upon seeing who it was, his expression quickly turned to anger. Master Colin, we can't start a fight here. This is Lauren City, Manel quickly reminded him. HMPH, so what if it's Lauren City? I want to teach this thief a lesson. Colin's voice was filled with anger as he struggled against Manel's grip. Manel didn't dare to suppress him any further, and Colin broke free in an instant. But just as he did, Thor stopped and looked at Colin. Oh, you want to teach me a lesson? Thor's gaze was calm, but a cold glint flickered in his eyes. He wasn't someone with a good temper, and the growing crowd only fueled his irritation. Being repeatedly called a thief had finally gotten on his nerves. HMPH, Dresosa, the thief. What are you scared? Return my land and pay me not 3,000 but 5,000 gold coins, and I might forgive your offense, Colin sneered. No, Thor said calmly. I think you Ray mistaken. I'll give you a chance hand over 5,000 gold coins and kneel before me, and I might pretend nothing happened. As Thor spoke, he slowly drew his knight's sword, a chilling life force spreading from the blade. Frost began to creep across the ground beneath his feet. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock and immediately backed away. Manel, standing nearby, paled. Master, be careful, he shouted in a panic, rushing forward. You better behave. Thor's voice turned icy as he glanced at Manel. I probably wouldn't kill him, but I wouldn't mind taking you out. Manel froze, feeling a bone-chilling cold seep into his body. He had a strong sense that if he moved, he would really die. Manel remained rooted to the spot, unable to move. Ignoring Manel, Thor unleashed a surge of life energy, and frost spread around him. In the next instant, his knight's sword slashed down. Colin's angry expression turned into shock and then terror. He hurriedly activated his life energy, but it was futile. Boom! The two knight swords clashed, and in an instant, one sword was sent flying. The icy blue sword energy slashed across Colin's body. Buzz. A strange magic formation on Colin's body lit up, emitting a yellowish-brown glow. But in just an instant, the glow was engulfed in frost and froze. Then, crack! The yellowish-brown glow shattered. Colin grunted, his face turning pale. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his body was sent flying. Silence, a deathly silence. No one spoke. Even the onlookers stared at Thor in shock. A grand knight. He was a grand knight, and not just any grand knight, he possessed special life energy. Manel's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, the chilling cold enveloping his entire body. He felt like if he made a move, he would truly die. He dared not move. Thor calmly approached the fallen Colin, his cold sword resting against Colin's neck. But just then, clip-clop, the sound of hurried hooves approached. A group of knights swiftly rode over. Stop. A shout rang out as a figure appeared in front of Thor, his expression grim. Don't you know that fighting is forbidden in Lauren City? The man barked, surveying the broken surroundings before his gaze settled on Thor, his brow furrowing. Knight Cronia, it was him, he attacked me. Colin hurriedly spoke, his face lighting up in hope. Cronia's brow furrowed further as he looked toward Thor. According to the kingdom's law, Article 32, a noble has the right to take any action, including killing, when provoked by a commoner, Thor stated calmly. Knight Cronia, I am a noble, and a commoner dared to provoke me. I expect an explanation, or I won't hesitate to express my concerns to the Marquis. Cronia hesitated for a moment, then sized Thor up. Who are you? Thor Dresosa. Thor replied calmly, it's you. Cronia's eyes narrowed in surprise. HMPH, you're just a temporary noble. You don't even enjoy full protection under the kingdom's law. Colin spat, his face twisted with hatred. Knight Cronia, he attacked in Lauren City. Arrest him. Shut up, Cronia snapped. He then offered Thor a respectful knight's salute. My apologies, this was our oversight, Cronia said respectfully before gesturing to his knights. They quickly moved in to apprehend Colin's men. What are you doing? He attacked me. It was him. Colin shouted in shock, anger, and fear. But before he could continue, his mouth was gagged by one of the knights. Baron Thor, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation later. I sincerely apologize, Cronia said with respect. I hope so, Thor responded calmly with a nod. Cronia gave a slight bow and quickly left with his men. Thor didn't stop them. Killing Colin would have been impossible. Nobles care about their reputation. Killing a noble's offspring in public would offend both the Emerson family and the Marquis. If that happened, Thor would be in serious trouble. So from the start, he only intended to teach Colin a lesson. Now that Lauren City's authorities had intervened, Thor was confident they would resolve the matter satisfactorily. As expected, the very next day, he received their response. Lauren City would refund the cost of his purchased supplies as compensation, and Colin Emerson would pay 3,000 gold coins for his foolish actions. Thor immediately received 2,000 gold coins, 1,000 from Colin as a partial payment, and 1,000 as compensation from Lauren City. Of course, this compensation ultimately came from Colin Emerson, but that had nothing to do with Thor. He didn't care. He was also informed that the remaining 2,000 gold coins would be delivered within 3 months. There was no way Thor would wait in Lauren City for 3 months. 2,000 gold coins weren't worth it. As for the resolution, Thor was satisfied. Although he had initially demanded 5,000 gold coins from Colin, that was just a bluff. It was never going to happen. Getting 3,000 gold coins, plus the extra 1,000 from Lauren City, was already quite a haul. Even for his current territory, this income was about half a year's worth of earnings, and that wasn't always guaranteed, especially with the ongoing unrest in the northern region, which had significantly impacted trade. His gold income had already decreased considerably. A month ago, he could earn 700 to 800 gold coins, and if he was lucky, even over 1,000. But now, it was down to just 500 to 600 coins. It was expected that this would continue to decline until the northern province's turmoil calmed down. Alternatively, he could open up trade routes further west. After all, right now, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that nearly 70 to 80% of the northern lords had fled. Even if not that high, at least half had definitely left, leaving trade and commerce in shambles. In comparison, the western territories were in better shape. However, establishing trade routes in the west was no small feat. Unlike the devastated north and the sparsely populated east, the west was full of territories and powerful lords. Of the more than 30 baronial lords, over 18 resided in the west. Among them were several incredibly powerful barons, as well as pioneering lords. Some of the more formidable lords were even on par with, if not stronger than, certain viscounts. Moreover, they had fully established commercial systems in place. Inserting himself into that was not only difficult but nearly impossible. That was why Thor had no intention of sending Rachos west in the near future. With insufficient strength, rushing in would be a terrible idea, especially without any proper entry point. Let's hope it ends soon. At the very least, I hope there's no outbreak of war with the orcs, or things will really get messy. Thor sighed, shaking his head. Then, with Ryan by his side, he began wrapping up the details of this extermination mission. This included points of merit for the mission, as well as those for second-tier orcs. The total number of merit points wasn't small. When the final tally came in, Thor had earned over 600 points. This brought him even closer to being titled a viscount. Even the administrative office was somewhat surprised. However, Thor didn't pay much attention to it. These merit points were still not enough for him. His goal was not just a viscount title, he aimed even higher. As night gradually passed, Thor finished handling the last of his matters and with his men began the return journey to Eagle Ridge. When they arrived, they had been heavily laden, and now when they left, it was the same. Thanks to Colin's sponsorship, Thor had not only acquired a large amount of supplies but hadn't spent a single gold coin. As Thor headed back, all he left for Colin Emerson was despair. Because just moments ago, Colin's last stronghold, the Grand Knight Manel, had abandoned him, silently and without a trace. And not only that, Lauren City had already informed his family. Colin could already predict his fate. Damn it, Manel, Dresosa. Colin raged, furious at Manel's disappearance and enraged at Thor, but it was all in vain. Colin was nothing but a spoiled fool, and even in today's society, such idiots are plentiful, let alone in a feudal era where there were bound to be even more. Most of his resources had come from his mother, who was from a Marquis family, while his father had only provided a little amount. The journey back was free of any crisis. Everything went smoothly. 7 days later, Thor returned to Eagle Ridge with his forces. The round trip took over half a month, and by now the northern town had finally been completed. At this moment, Thor had 2 towns under his command in Eagle Ridge, and the population had officially surpassed 10,000. In the entire northern province, even in terms of population, Eagle Ridge was now one of the leading regions. After all, for most lords, even gathering 5,000 people was a challenge, let alone 10,000. Generally, lords with a population of 10,000 were either the offspring of major nobles or had been steadily developing in the northern province for over a decade. Otherwise, it would be difficult to support such a large population. Previously, in the entire main valley, only Baron Pap's territory had a population exceeding 10,000. Even Barons Valmy and Grattan didn't reach that number in their territories. With such a large population, construction speed naturally increased again. Especially with a continuous supply of goblins serving as the lowest-level labor force. The changes in Eagle Ridge's development were almost visible to the naked eye. Thor even considered building a third town. However, due to the current turmoil in the northern province, he decided against it. Although he abandoned the third town plan, Thor immersed himself in the planning of the two existing towns in Eagle Ridge. The first town was naturally named Eagle Town, while the second was named Fierce Eagle Town. In these two locations, Eagle Town housed about 8,000 people, while Fierce Eagle Town temporarily held just over 2,000. Of course, this was only temporary. As development continued, the population of Fierce Eagle Town would undoubtedly increase. Aside from population differences, the functions of the two towns were also distinct. Eagle Town's main task was land reclamation, while Fierce Eagle Town focused on livestock farming. It was foreseeable that for a long time, fishing would become the most important industry in Fierce Eagle Town. Though they also reclaimed farmland, the number of slaves engaged in reclamation and the scale of farming were incomparable to Eagle Town. This was all according to Thor's plans. Fierce Eagle Town, unlike Eagle Town, was not located in the fertile lowlands of the main valley where there was abundant arable land. Positioned upstream, while there was plenty of water, the soil was clearly less fertile. Even if they farmed the land, the harvests would be smaller. In contrast, fishing was the better choice. Thor had built a large reservoir capable of raising a significant amount of fish. These fish were not only food but also the best source of high-quality protein. Once larger-scale fishing was established, the surplus could be sold to other noble lords. If they could capture some swordfish, they might even try to farm them. With Alan around, this wouldn't be much of a problem. As a resource that could slightly improve a knight's aptitude, the value of swordfish was undeniable. Not only could it effectively enhance the talents of Eagle Ridge's knights, but it could also become a future pillar industry. Together with the weapon trade, it would create a complementary business. Thor was full of anticipation for this. Of course, for now, this was just an expectation. Thor was well aware that obtaining more swordfish would not be easy, and even with Alan, farming them wouldn't be simple. But if he didn't try, how would he ever know the outcome? Even if they couldn't get swordfish, ordinary fish were still enough to support Fierce Eagle Town's development. As night passed, in the following days, Thor was completely absorbed in the construction of his territory. He only briefly followed the northern province's turbulent situation, but didn't care too much. The other 5 lords in Main Valley shared his attitude. Sach and Jas Aubai had been granted Baron titles, and Barons Pap, Valmy, and Grattan had all gained significantly from the recent cleanup operation. They too were busy managing their gains, a large amount of resources, a vast amount of gold, and the abundant territories left vacant in the Main Valley. These were the main targets of their current development. It would undoubtedly take quite some time to fully absorb it all. Compared to the relative peace in Main Valley, the turmoil in the outside world was only growing. More and more orc tribes were pouring in. The entire northern region had descended into chaos. Orc raids were everywhere, and so were the ruined pioneer lords. Not only the north, but even the west was experiencing the spread of this chaos. The west had many incredibly powerful lords. Some noble lords even took the initiative to launch cleanup campaigns. But they couldn't hold off the endless waves of orc tribes. Even third-tier orc tribes started to appear. Faced with these third-tier orc tribes, even the western pioneer lords in the northern province found themselves in a difficult situation. Some territories were even destroyed, and their lords began to flee. In the northwestern region, a vast river surrounded by maple trees flowed downward. Due to its wealth of riches, the river was known as the Danube River. The Danube River was incredibly abundant. Compared to the relatively barren Main River, the treasures in the Danube were invaluable, with various precious fish species and rare magical plants along its banks. Only powerful nobles had the right to claim territory there. In the upper reaches of the Danube, where the land was relatively poor, there was a baron's domain. In the western region, though not the most powerful, this baron's territory was considered first class. The territory housed over 10,000 people. It had 3 grand knights, over 50 formal knights, and more than 100 apprentice knights. Its lord, Tono Dresosa, was the second son of Count Engel Dresosa, making him Thor's older brother. Count Engel Dresosa had 3 sons who became pioneer lords, besides Thor. The second son, the third son, and the 7th son. These 3 Dresosa descendants all chose the west as their development ground. However, over time, only Tono Dresosa remained. One had abandoned his territory and become a wandering knight, while the other had perished during a large-scale magical beast attack. Tono Dresosa, with his father Count Angel's support, barely survived the initial crises. 5 years ago, during an orc invasion, he gained enough merits to be granted the title of Baron. After becoming a Baron, Count Angel provided additional support, allowing Tono to finally establish himself in the West. But it was only a foothold. Compared to the major Western lords, Tono's strength was still somewhat lacking. While he was able to establish a territory along the Danube, it was in the less fertile upper reaches. After several years of relative stability, his development had clearly hit a bottleneck. With the current output of his territory, it was difficult to support another Grand Knight, let alone make further progress, unless he could expand his territory, seizing more resources. But expanding a territory wasn't so easy. In the West, most lands had already been claimed. Expanding recklessly would inevitably lead to conflicts with other lords, and the lords powerful enough to hold land in the West, even without baron titles, were no weaklings. Tono had no opportunity, until recent months. The orc invasion had caused tremendous upheaval in the West, with some lords fleeing and territories being destroyed, giving him a glimmer of hope. The west of his territory, about 20 or 30 miles away, lay another territory. It had once been the domain of a pioneer knight from the Assad family. Due to proximity and family conflicts, the two territories had clashed more than once. The Assad heir, though not a baron, had 3 grand knights and hundreds of knights, making it difficult for Tono to gain an advantage. In fact, Tono had suffered several losses. However, 10 days ago, that territory was attacked by a third-tier goatman beastman. Battle erupted. The Assad heir managed to escape with 1 grand knight, but the entire territory was destroyed. At first, the news terrified Tono. He feared the goatman beasts would turn their attention to his domain, but after over 10 days, the goatman beasts showed no further movement. Even more astonishing, he learned that the Assad heir had used a secret treasure to kill the leader of the goatman beasts, a third-tier beast. This news turned his fear into excitement. That territory had significant mineral deposits, including a large iron mine, a small copper mine, and a site producing naphtha. Even minimal extraction could yield over 2,000 gold coins annually. Combined with the weakened goatman beast tribe, it was an irresistible opportunity. He was already eager to act, but he quickly realized he had to abandon the idea. Although the third-tier goatman beast was dead, there were still more than 10 second-tier beasts, 3 of which were at the second-tier pinnacle. Not to mention, there were thousands of ordinary goatman beasts. His forces could not handle them. After some thought, Tono decided to form an alliance. As for who to ally with, he thought of his friend Babros. Tono trusted Babros deeply, as they had forged a bond during the frontier wars. But even combined, their forces were still insufficient. They debated whether to seek more allies, but this raised another problem. Who to choose and how? Most Pioneer lords couldn't be trusted. If they invited someone too strong, they might end up with nothing. If they invited someone too weak, it would be pointless. And ensuring the ally would keep their word was another challenge. In the castle, the two discussed once more. How about Reynaldo in the north? Babros asked with a frown. No, that guy is too weak, and his usefulness is limited. Plus, his relationship with that person is unclear. If that person finds out, this large iron mine won't have anything to do with us. Tono shook his head. What about Kermagi? Babros pondered briefly and mentioned another name. That person doesn't have a good reputation. Tono shook his head again. Maybe we should wait a bit longer. Perhaps those damned goatmen will leave soon. Babros sighed, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Afraid that's not an option. If we wait too long, the Assad family will respond, and by then there won't be anything left for us. Tono replied, his expression showing frustration as he shook his head once more. If it were feasible, he would have done it already. If worse comes to worst, maybe we could. Forget it. Tono began, but quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Wait, Tono, maybe there's one more person. Babros suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up as he spoke abruptly. Who? Tono asked in surprise. Your brother Thor Dresosa. I believe no one is more trustworthy than him, Babros said with a smile, not too concerned about bringing up Thor. Just as Tono trusted him, Babros also trusted Tono. My brother Thor. Tono hesitated for a moment before his eyes brightened, but then he quickly grew doubtful again. That might not work. He's just been made a baron, and though he's capable, he's in the east. He might not come to the west. Tono paused, recalling the information Babros had brought him about his brother a few months ago. He had been shocked when he heard it. His father had written him a letter earlier, informing him that his 9th brother had arrived in the northern province and become a pioneer lord. Tono hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, thinking that if possible, he'd help out. If not, it didn't matter. After all, he had been away from the family for so long that he only had faint memories of his 9th brother. But he hadn't expected that in just half a year, his friend Babros would bring news that his brother had been granted the title of baron. At that moment, Tono was undoubtedly shocked and incredulous. His brother, Thor Dresosa, was granted a barony in just 1 year. What a joke. How long had it been since he became a baron? 3 years, 5 years, or perhaps even longer? Tono could no longer remember. However, the difficulties he faced were still fresh in his memory, even though he had survived through life-and-death situations numerous times. The West indeed lacked the turmoil of the North. However, in the West, both the number of magical beasts and the mutual conflicts among the lords were the most severe. Each year, countless lords perished, and it was under such circumstances that the territories of his two brothers were quietly wiped out. If it weren't for his good fortune, he too would no longer exist. Yet in just 1 year, his newly arrived younger brother had already been granted the title of Baron. Tono was not only shocked but also unsure of how to react. A few months ago, it had taken him a long time to calm his fluctuating emotions. Now, as Babros brought it up again, Tono's eyes lit up, but he quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Tono knew his younger brother's territory well. Construction had only begun about a year ago. Although their father provided significant support and his brother had good luck and abilities, managing to ally with many nobles and gaining merits in their campaigns, which earned him the title of Baron, the time was still too short. The East Main Valley was quite far from the West, and even if 2 grand knights were willing to come, they could at most bring 1, which would be of limited use. Let's give it a try. Even if it's only 1 grand knight, it's still an additional force for us. Moreover, with your brother's presence, inviting others later would give us more confidence. After some deliberation, Babros finally spoke up. All right, I'll write the letter now, but it will take at least 10 days. Tono hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Just as Babros had said, his younger brother was the most trustworthy person around. Any extra strength was welcome. With the decision made, Tono immediately took action. He personally wrote a letter and entrusted it to a pair of knights to deliver to Eagle Ridge. The distance between Tono's territory and Eagle Ridge was about 500 to 600 miles, and even for knights, it would take around 10 days to travel. Thor received the message at the end of the month. Tono. Inside the castle, Thor had been busy handling administrative affairs. Recently, a large amount of farmland had been reclaimed, and a substantial amount of resources needed to be redistributed, keeping him relatively busy. Amidst his busy schedule, a knight reported that someone was requesting an audience and had brought a letter from his second brother. Thor had little impression of his siblings. Count Engel had over 20 children. Thor knew that several of his older brothers had become pioneer knights and were active in the northern province, but it seemed most were in the west, and now only one remained. The great distance made it unlikely for him to think much of them. He hadn't expected that, while he never reached out, one of his brothers had taken the initiative to contact him, bring him in. After a brief contemplation, Thor gave the order, yes. Karin withdrew. An hour later, a knight was ushered into the room. Master Thor, this is a letter from Lord Tono. The knight knelt on one knee before Thor and then pulled out a sealed letter from his chest. A maid stepped forward to receive the letter and handed it to Thor. Thor curiously took the letter, broke the seal, and read it. He quickly understood the contents. His brow furrowed slightly in surprise. His second brother was inviting him to help seize a territory occupied by orcs, even explaining the great value within. The land held a large iron mine, a small copper mine, and a site where the mineral now was found. The iron and copper mines needed no elaboration, especially the large iron mine, which could generate a continuous stream of wealth. Thor also knew about the now from the Danube River. It was one of the main ingredients in basic life potions. Although it wasn't as valuable as life grass, it was still quite precious. More importantly, with this material, Thor would have most of the ingredients he needed for basic life potions and could begin producing them. Did my second brother say anything else? Thor asked the knight in front of him. Lord Tono said nothing else, only instructed me to deliver the letter to you. The knight respectfully replied, good, go and rest for now, we will depart tomorrow. Thor nodded and gave his orders, yes. The knight acknowledged quickly and was led away to rest, while Thor began preparing. He had to respond to his second brother's request for aid. Even without the resources mentioned, Thor would still go. A family remains connected by blood, and with such valuable assets at stake, it was all the more reason. One day passed swiftly. The following morning, Thor had finished handling the affairs of Eagle Ridge. After careful consideration, he decided to bring Steve, Ryan, 20 official knights, 50 apprentice knights, and 300 reserve knights with him to the west. As for his territory, he left it under Pierrot's guard. Tono had clearly described the strength of the orcs in the letter. Bringing too few forces would render the trip ineffective. As for leaving 2/3 of his forces behind, Thor wasn't too concerned about the security of his territory. First, no recent information indicated any imminent dangers, and second, the main valley had become nearly unified after 2 joint campaigns. Even if some problems arose, the main alliance could handle them, so there wasn't much to worry about. If a major issue did arise, he could always rush back, just as he had done during the previous campaigns. With that, the group set off grandly toward the west. The distance from the East Main Valley to the western Danube was considerable. Fortunately, everyone was a knight, so they could travel swiftly. 7 days later, they crossed the central region and arrived in the west. Upon reaching the west, Thor immediately noticed the stark difference compared to the east and north. The trees were much denser here. The number of magical beasts far exceeded that of the east. The temperature was also much more pleasant. In the East Main Valley, the proximity to the northern glaciers made it rather cold, especially during the terrifying winter cold waves. However, the western region was warm and abundant, causing Thor's eyes to brighten with excitement. Ding, information system has been updated. Would you like to view it? The mechanical voice sounded once again. Open it. Thor commanded, buzz. Daily information update. 130 miles to your north, a group of boar beasts will pass by. Their leader has reached the 3rd tier. 2. A starmoon fruit tree is being cultivated 1,000 miles to your west. It will mature in 3 months. 3. 2 second-tier magical beasts will battle each other 50 miles ahead in 3 hours. 4. 20 miles to your right, a group of 5. 50 miles to the right of the large tree ahead, a herd of over 20 unicorns will pass. 6. A group of earth dragons is resting 1,000 miles to the right of the mailed territory ahead. As the information appeared, it was clear that the west was far richer in resources than the east or north. Thor had already gathered many valuable pieces of information upon entering the west, including several divine trees and a starmoon fruit. There was even a significant number of thorn butterflies, but due to the great distances involved, Thor had no choice but to temporarily give them up. After all, his primary goal was to aid his second brother. It wouldn't make sense to stop and harvest resources now. Nevertheless, Thor took note of these locations, planning to return when he had more time. Even with some sacrifices, Thor's journey had been quite fruitful. If he were to measure it in gold coins, his spoils would amount to no less than 1,000 gold coins. Some of the treasures were even priceless. The rewards made Thor consider sweeping through the region. However, this was only a fleeting thought. Thor understood that despite the allure of these treasures, his primary concern was his territory. His domain was tied to his status, especially now that he was a pioneer lord. Only by developing his land could he secure a brighter future. As night fell, Thor and his group continued to press forward. They encountered more rewards along the way, but also faced several magical beast attacks. Even though Thor made an effort to avoid some confrontations, the sheer number of magical beasts in the west made it impossible to avoid all of them. Fortunately, Thor's group was strong. Even against peak second-tier beasts, they easily emerged victorious. 3 days passed quickly. Finally, Thor and his men reached Tono's territory. Compared to Eagle Ridge, Tono's land was significantly smaller, about the size of the former Eagle Town. Even so, golden wheat fields adorned the landscape, and in the farmlands, serfs were busy at work. On the wide road, a group of people had already gathered, waiting for their arrival. At the forefront was a middle-aged knight. He bore a striking resemblance to Thor, though his face was rougher and stubble covered his chin. As soon as Thor and his group appeared, the middle-aged man spurred his horse forward to greet them. Seeing the approaching figure, Thor quickly dismounted from Nia. Not far away, the man did the same. Thor, my brother. Tono laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide. Brother. Thor spread his arms wide with a smile. The two embraced tightly. Welcome, my brother. Was your journey smooth? Tono asked with a smile. Everything went well, brother. Thor smiled again, looking at the person in front of him. He had a strange feeling, as though it was the pull of their shared bloodline. In this world, bloodline was an extremely important aspect. The bond within it was something all nobles deeply valued. Even though the two hadn't seen each other in over 10 years, the moment they met, a sincere connection resurfaced. Come, Thor, I've prepared a grand feast, just waiting for your arrival, Tono said with a hearty laugh. I also want you to meet my children. With that, Tono led Thor into the castle. Thor nodded with a smile and followed him in. As Tono mentioned, the castle was already set with a lavish dinner. Thor was introduced to his brother's wife and children. Tono's wife was a noble-looking middle-aged woman named Evelyn, though her family name was unknown. From her demeanor, she seemed to be of noble descent as well. As for their children, there were 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Kevin, was already 12 years old. The second son, Dia, was 9, and the daughter, Lee, was 6. Uncle. The 3 children curiously eyed Thor but respectfully greeted him. It's our first meeting, so here are a few small gifts. I hope you like them, Thor said with a smile. A knight stepped forward and handed each of the children a small wooden box. Thank you, they said in unison. Ha ha ha, Thor, you're too kind, Tono laughed. Come, let's have a drink. He pulled Thor towards the main table, and the two began chatting. Meanwhile, the 3 children opened their gift boxes. When the contents were revealed, all 3 were stunned. As children of nobility, they had been taught extensively and immediately recognized the value of what lay inside. In Kevin's box was a vial of mid-grade life elixir, while Dia and Lee each received a divine wood fruit. Wait here, I'm going to find Mother. Kevin was the first to react, quickly speaking up. Dyer and Lee nodded in agreement. Kevin then hurriedly carried the 3 gift boxes and ran to find his mother. Mother, Kevin whispered. What's wrong? Evelyn asked, puzzled. What is this? Evelyn's expression was filled with surprise when she saw what her son was holding. Mother, this is from Uncle. Isn't this too valuable? Kevin hesitated as he spoke. At 12 years old, he was already quite sensible, understanding the value of the items in front of him, which were worth thousands of gold coins. Just leave them here for now, Evelyn nodded. As her son had said, the items were indeed too precious. Kevin nodded and then left. Evelyn pondered for a moment before deciding to take the items forward. On the main seat, Tono and Thor were deep in conversation. The initial awkwardness between the two brothers was gradually replaced by familiarity as they spoke, and Tono became increasingly astonished. On one hand, he was surprised by the support their father had given, and on the other, he was shocked by Thor's current strength. At only 19, Thor had already reached the rank of Grand Knight. Tono, in contrast, hadn't achieved that rank until he was 30. Brother, your talent might surpass even father's. Tono couldn't help but exclaim. That's just luck, Thor chuckled and shook his head. He genuinely felt it was luck without the daily information reports and Anna's shared contract. He might still only be an apprentice knight. That's not just luck. Tono shook his head with a wistful expression. While the two were talking, Evelyn approached them. As she neared, both Tono and Thor noticed her. Tono was puzzled, but Thor understood immediately. Uncle, the gifts you gave are far too valuable. Evelyn greeted Thor with a slight bow and spoke with an apologetic tone. Tono looked at his wife in confusion. Uncle gave Kevin a bottle of intermediate life elixir, and Dia and Lee each received a divine wood fruit, Evelyn explained to Tono. What? Tono stood up abruptly, eyes wide with shock. You are too kind. These are just small gifts for the children, Thor said warmly. Thor, my brother, these are indeed too valuable. I can accept them. Tono quickly responded. No. They were not that expensive. Thor smiled. Does the bond between brothers not warrant at least this much? Thor, I didn't mean it that way. Tono hesitated and then smiled bitterly. Of course, brother, if you really feel bad, how about agreeing to a small request? Thor suggested with a smile. Tell me. Tono paused, hesitated briefly, but then nodded. There's a large iron mine and a small copper mine in that territory. Instead of just selling ores and mithril iron, selling armor and weapons would be more profitable. A few months ago, I acquired some dwarfs. If you are willing, you can give me the iron ore and mithril iron to forge armor and weapons. We could produce higher quality items and earn more gold coins. UV acquired dwarfs. Tono was again surprised. Dwarfs were rare and valuable in the northern province, unlike the more common goblins. He hadn't expected his brother to have a group of them. Thor smiled and nodded. Tono's eyes gleamed with excitement. He knew the immense difference in value between raw ores and finished weapons or armor, especially when dwarfs were involved. Their craftsmanship could multiply the value tenfold. If we can secure the mines, there's no problem. Babros will agree too, but this doesn't count as a favor. Tono, still excited, shook his head. In that case, how about selling all the output from now to me? Thor suggested with another smile. Tono and Evelyn exchanged glances, feeling as though they were benefiting too much. Now's annual output was only about 1,000 gold coins, but the intermediate life elixir alone was worth more than that. Let's do this. If we secure the mines, Thor, you can have all of Now's output for the next 3 years. And don't refuse or I won't accept your gift. Tono declared seriously. Thank you. Thor was taken aback but then smiled and nodded, knowing that if he refused again, Tono really wouldn't accept his gift. I am definitely taking advantage of you this time. Tono sighed with a wry smile, knowing that even with the 3-year Now deal, the value was still far below what Thor had given. But with the kingdom on the verge of war and the increasing orc raids, Tono was eager to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. He would have to find a way to make up for it later. You are overthinking it, brother. Thor raised his glass with a calm smile and Evelyn quietly withdrew. The two brothers continued their conversation as time passed and the banquet came to an end. Thor stayed overnight at the castle. The next day, another lord, Tono's friend Babros, arrived at the castle, and the three began serious discussions. Right from the start, Tono and Babros were stunned by Thor's power. Thor, you didn't pull all your forces from your territory, did you? That's incredibly risky, Tono asked nervously. He couldn't believe that Thor had brought 2 Grand Knights with him, making 3 in total, along with over 20 official knights, 50 apprentice knights, and 300 trainees. Such a force made Tono think Thor had emptied his entire territory's defenses. After all, Tono knew Thor's territory only had 2 Grand Knights. Pulling all the forces away could spell disaster for Thor's lands. Exactly, Lord Thor, you should send some forces back. It's too dangerous, Babros added. Brother, Lord Babros, you are mistaken. I haven't drawn all my forces, only a portion. Besides, my Eagle Ridge has formed an alliance with the main valley, which can handle most problems, Thor explained with a smile. There's still more. Tono and Babros were both shocked. Thor's current strength rivaled Tono's, and yet his territory still had more forces. Thor had only developed his lands for a year, which made it all the more astonishing. Thor, Pioneer Lords Aaron T. Easy to trust. Tono, still in disbelief, warned, Don't worry, brother. I've made arrangements and there won't be any problems, Thor reassured him. Tono nodded, trusting his brother's judgment. The conversation shifted back to the attack on the Goatman tribe. With Thor's addition of 3 Grand Knights and over 20 official knights, they now had enough strength to attempt the attack. Tono had 3 Grand Knights, over 50 official knights, and 100 apprentice knights, while Babros had 2 Grand Knights, 7 official knights, and over 30 apprentice knights. Together, they had 8 Grand Knights, over 70 official knights, and more than 100 apprentice knights. Though slightly outmatched, they had a fair chance against the Goatman tribe. The 3 lords discussed their plans for the entire day and night. The next morning, they finalized their decision to strike the Goatman tribe first and worry about other matters later. If they could eliminate the tribe, it would be enough for now, even if they couldn't wipe out every last member. The next day, Tono and Babros quickly gathered their forces. Unlike Thor, Tono had brought nearly all his troops, as had Babros, knowing the Goatman tribe was close to their lands. The faster they dealt with the threat, the quicker they could return. Outside the castle, over 1,000 troops gathered, including 8 Grand Knights, a force strong enough to dominate most territories in the west. Though they were slightly outmatched against the Goatman tribe, which had more than 10 Tier 2 beasts, including 3 peak Tier 2 Goatmans, they still stood a good chance. The troops set off, and half a day later, they reached the Goatman tribe's territory. Thor, are you sure you can handle it? Tono asked again, worried because Thor had volunteered to fight one of the peak Tier 2 Goatmans. Don't worry, brother. Just focus on dealing with the other Tier 2 beasts, Thor smiled confidently. All right, but don't push yourself too hard if things go south, Tono instructed sternly before turning to Babros. Babros, let's take down the remaining 2 peak Tier 2 Goatmans within 15 minutes. Haha, deal. Babros laughed. The 3 quickly organized their troops. Moments later, the knights formed ranks. Charge. With the 3 lords drawing their swords, over 1,000 knights surged forward. The sound of hooves thundered as the knights charged, shaking the ground beneath them. Inside the Goatman camp, many of the creatures were feasting on corpses and food. Over the last 20 days, they hadn't left but had grown in number by over 1,000. Even without their leader, the Goatmans were fervent and excited. Titan God bless us. The 3 leading Goatmans were praying when the sound of the approaching knights reached their ears. Chaos erupted in the camp. Humans, food, so much food. Amid the panic, excited voices echoed as the Goatmans spotted the charging knights. Their saliva dripped as they eagerly anticipated the human flesh they had come to crave. Food, so much food. Hurry, capture them. Excited and bizarre voices echoed as the Goatman eyes turned bloodshot. Especially those born through secret techniques, they lost all reason and surged madly toward the knights. As the massive wave of Goatmen rushed forward, the remaining ones, equally excited, followed closely behind those born through secret techniques, gathering toward the knights. Attack, Tono shouted softly. In the next moment, he and his knights charged straight into the crowd of Goatmen. A massive surge of life energy was unleashed, and a gigantic sword slash swept across. Boom. With a loud crash, several Goatmen charging toward them were instantly cut in half, their crimson blood splattering everywhere. The next moment, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. The 3 knight orders surged forward like 3 unstoppable torrents, plunging directly into the horde. Tono led from the center, with Thor and Babros on the left and right. At first, Tono led the charge, advancing without any resistance. Any Goatmen in their way were either sent flying or decapitated. However, they only advanced a short distance before a peak second-tier Goatman blocked Tono's path. At the same time, other second-tier Goatmen and numerous elite Goatmen intercepted the 2 Grand Knights and official knights under Tono's command. Tono's momentum was clearly halted, and he had to stop. Meanwhile, Babros on the right faced a similar situation. He was blocked by a peak second-tier Goatman, and his knights were also blocked by a group of elite Goatmen. Due to Babros being somewhat weaker, he even found himself at a disadvantage. Only on the left, Thor, though similarly confronted by a second-tier Goatman and elite Goatman, was momentarily halted. But that was only for a moment. Boom. With a tremendous force, the second-tier Goatman was sent flying, its body collapsing to the ground in violent spasms. However, Thor's charge was stopped. At the same moment, a peak second-tier Goatman suddenly appeared, wielding a bone club and aiming directly at Thor's head. Blood-red energy burst forth, filling the air with a bloodthirsty frenzy. Thor, as if anticipating the attack, unleashed a surge of life energy. The wind element enveloped Nia, his mount, and a chilling aura spread across the battlefield. 2 different forces clashed. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted, and even a sonic boom echoed through the surroundings. The goatman was knocked into the air, while Thor remained mounted on his unicorn. Their strength was evenly matched, but only for a moment. The next second, frost spread from the goatman's bone club to its body. The bloodshot goatman shuddered involuntarily, and in that brief moment of hesitation, crack. The bone club shattered and the goatman's pupils widened. In the next instant, it saw its lower half moving away from its body, and its consciousness gradually faded. Bang. The goatman's head was sent flying by Nia's massive force, crashing into the distance. Its headless body remained upright, with no blood spurting from its neck, only an ever-expanding layer of frost. Upon closer inspection, one would see that its neck had been frozen solid. The peak second-tier goatman was killed with a single blow from Thor. Though Nia's wind element provided an advantage, this scene was still terrifying. After all, dealing with a peak second-tier goatman typically required a seasoned knight, yet Thor had managed to kill it instantly. Of course, no one was concerned with this at the moment. The 3 knight orders plunged into the horde and battle ensued. Blood flew, and horses neighed as life energy erupted from all sides. Thor glanced up to see Tono and Babros's forces almost overwhelmed. Although they had brought enough strength, the sheer number of goatmen was overwhelming. Worse still, under the influence of the secret technique, the goatmen fought without reason, recklessly charging forward even as they were cut down. At this rate, while they might defeat the goatman tribe, the cost would be immense. Thor furrowed his brow, then his eyes focused sharply. "Ryan, Steve, Dante, hold back. Fight with all your strength." With that command, a surge of life energy exploded from Thor, and the wind element around Nia intensified. Understood, Ryan and Steve responded swiftly. Ryan's body surged with lightning, his power increasing dramatically. The second-tier goatman he was fighting was instantly killed. Steve also began to overpower his opponent. Thor, gripping his knight's sword, pulled his reins, accelerating again. The elite goatmen ahead of him were unprepared and were sent flying by the sheer force, their bodies shattered. 2 second-tier goatmen tried to resist, but one was instantly impaled by a knight's lance, while the other was thrown by Nia. Boom, boom. Thunderous crashes echoed across the battlefield. While the other areas remained locked in a fierce struggle, Thor's left flank broke through in an instant. Without hesitation, Thor turned his horse, leading Ryan, Steve, and the entire knight order back into the fight. The battle resumed, but no goatman could stand against Thor or Ryan. Without the high-level goatmen to hold them back, Thor's knights turned the battle into a slaughter. Goatmans fell in droves, their blood soaking the ground. Even the second-tier goatmen were no match. Ryan could kill them, and Thor could crush them with ease. The goatmen on the left flank quickly dwindled, their numbers visibly shrinking. This shift in balance began to affect the center and right flanks as well, with more goatmen gathering to block Thor's knights, including second-tier and elite goatmen. As a result, Tono suddenly felt the pressure on him ease significantly. Previously, he had to contend with a peak second-tier goatman and 2 others. Although he had 2 Grand Knights and 50 official knights, the Grand Knights were each occupied with a goatman, and the official knights were tied up with elite goatmen. Tono, already struggling against the peak second-tier goatman, was now overwhelmed by 2 more. If not for his golden armor's protection, Tono would have already suffered severe injuries, but despite the armor, he and his knights were bogged down in a brutal battle. If this continued, even if they won, the losses would be unbearable. To make matters worse, Thor was also under heavy attack, and Tono was anxious to help his brother. Just as Tono was feeling desperate, the pressure around him suddenly vanished. The 3 goatmen pressing him retreated after a brief exchange, and many of the elite goatmen fighting his knights also disappeared. Relief washed over Tono, and a smile spread across his face. Without hesitation, he activated his secret technique. Blood-red life energy surged from his body, increasing his power. Boom. Before the peak second-tier goatman could react, its bone club shattered, and Tono's sword cut toward its neck. The goatman's eyes filled with fear, but it instinctively dodged. Splash. Blood spurted as Tono's sword embedded itself in the goatman's body. With a final kick, Tono sent the goatman flying, along with several others. Without pausing, Tono charged back into the fray, his path much clearer this time. But just as he was about to assist his brother, he froze. In front of him, among the massive goatmen, 2 figures stood out, one shrouded in frost, the other crackling with lightning. They cut through the horde like a meat grinder, slaughtering everything in their path. Tono's jaw dropped as he stared at the familiar figure. "My lord," a knight captain called out, panting. He looked curiously at his lord, who was staring ahead in disbelief. "Farron, is that really my brother?" Tono muttered, gesturing toward the distant figure. "My lord, what's going on?" The knight captain, curious, followed Tono's gaze, and he too was stunned. His mouth fell open, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "My lord, that." His voice trembled with awe. Even as a grand knight, he was shaken. Tono finally snapped out of it, his gaze fixed on the distant battlefield. "Looks like I've underestimated my brother. he muttered, excitement creeping into his voice. Continue, he shouted, leading his knights back into the fight with renewed vigor. The secret technique activated, and Tono fought with all his might, now filled with excitement not just because the territory would soon be theirs, but because of Thor's incredible power. As an older brother, his initial shock and disbelief gave way to pride and excitement. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of battle continued, and as Thor drew more goatmen to him, the center became a slaughterhouse. The relentless fighting on the left and center flanks further relieved the pressure on the right. Babros, feeling the reduced pressure, sighed in relief and grinned. With renewed energy, he swung his axe, blasting a second-tier goatman into the air, its blood spraying as its life force weakened. The slaughter continued to spread. The knights led by Thor and Ryan once again charged through the entire tribe of goatmen without hesitation, turning back to storm into their village. This time, 6 Tier 2 goatmen surrounded them. Thor and Ryan were instantly engaged, each facing 3 Tier 2 goatmen. A large number of elite goatmen converged on Thor's knights. Blood soaked the ground as the battle intensified. Thor panted slightly. With a flick of his wrist, he threw his knight's sword, grabbed a lance from a nearby knight, and unleashed a chilling aura. The wind elements intertwined around Nia's body. Nia suddenly accelerated. Boom! With a thunderous sound, one of the Tier 2 goatmen was pierced through in an instant, its body flung far away by the massive force, slamming into the distance. Before it hit the ground, ice had already spread across its body. In an instant, its form was completely frozen. Thor paid no heed, having swiftly dealt with one Tier 2 goatman. He swung his lance, sweeping through the surrounding goatmen, clearing a large area around him. However, this also caused Nia to halt momentarily. The 2 remaining Tier 2 goatmen charged from both sides. 2 bone clubs, glowing with a bloody light, smashed down toward Thor and Nia. Buzz, a magic array flared up, gathering powerful wind elements. Nia accelerated sharply. In an instant, they vanished. Boom, boom. The ground shook violently as the bone clubs crashed down, but Nia, with Thor on her back, had already darted away. At that moment, a horde of goatmen surged forward once again. Thor pulled the reins. Nia turned around, and in the next moment, wind elements gathered once more as Thor charged toward the goatmen. Their speed increased rapidly. Boom! The terrifying force of the lance left one of the goatmen with no time to react, as it was instantly skewered by Thor's charging lance. The cold spread, freezing its body instantly. With a flick of his hand, Thor flung the impaled Tier 2 goatman from his lance. Without hesitation, he turned toward another goatman. In the blink of an eye, only one remained. Fear flickered in its blood-red eyes, and it began to retreat, while the surrounding goatmen also started showing signs of fear. Thor's knights were like a meat grinder. No matter how many goatmen entered the fray, they were quickly torn apart. Oh, ferocious and bloodthirsty, the goatmen weren't entirely stupid, especially the elite ones who had some intelligence. Of course, this didn't apply to the goatmen created by secret arts. Those mindlessly charged toward the knights, continuously blocking Thor from reaching the elite goatmen. He had no choice but to deal with them first. From a distance, Thor saw that Risen had already finished off one Tier 2 goatman and was dominating the other. Thor didn't concern himself with Ryan anymore. He charged back into the fray. Time passed slowly. From afternoon until dusk, the battle raged on. The number of goatmen around Thor gradually decreased. Finally, boom, with one last burst of power, the final goatman was slain. The area around them became desolate. Corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like rivers. Thud, one by one, the knights collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Even Thor, whose golden armor was soaked in blood, panted slightly. His knight's sword was long gone, and his lance was no longer white but stained red with blood. After fighting for the better part of the day, Thor had lost count of how many goatmen he had killed. 100, 200, 500, he had no idea. All he knew was that among the thousands of goatmen, only a few elite goatmen and a couple of Tier 2 goatmen had managed to escape with about 100 or so followers. The rest of the goatmen had perished here. As for those who escaped, Thor had intended to stop them, but the sheer number of goatmen created by secret arts, constantly throwing themselves at him, made it impossible. In the end, he had to let them go. Fortunately, not many had escaped, and the threat they posed was minimal. Even if they could create more goatmen, there were only 1 or 2 Tier 2 goatmen left, and 100 or so elites, which wouldn't pose much of a threat to most domains with Grand Knights. Let alone Thor's territory or Babros. At dusk, Thor dismounted. His face was slightly pale from the battle, which had pushed him to his limits. The fight had raged from noon to dusk without pause, straining him physically, mentally, and in terms of life force. The same was true for the rest of the knights. My lord, we have 3 severely injured apprentice knights, 12 wounded trainees, and 7 injured official knights. Steve, exhausted, approached Thor and respectfully reported. Take the injured back to my brother's castle for rest and treatment. Thor nodded and gave his orders. Yes, my lord, Steve responded respectfully and quickly organized the men to act. Despite their exhaustion, they began crafting makeshift stretchers to transport the seriously injured knights back to the castle. Thankfully, Thor and Ryan had borne the brunt of the battle, so the Eagle Ridge Knights had suffered no fatalities, but Tono and Babros weren't so fortunate. Even though Thor had diverted most of the enemy forces, they still suffered heavy losses. Tono lost 1 knight and 3 apprentice knights with over 20 seriously wounded. Babros also lost 1 knight and 5 apprentice knights with many more injured. Still, both Tono and Babros couldn't help but feel a touch of joy. The outcome was far better than they had expected. They had been prepared for heavy losses in this battle, given the strength of the goatmen. But Thor's overwhelming power had drastically reduced their losses. Tono and Babros exchanged a glance. Tono, we've underestimated your brother. Babros grinned, his voice light. Indeed, Tono smiled as well, showing excitement despite his exhaustion. With a brother this powerful and with such strong subordinates, Thor's future seemed limitless. Let's go thank him properly, Babros said with a laugh. Tono nodded and the two headed toward Thor. Thor, having dealt with the aftermath, was about to meet up with Tono and Babros. Before he could, they had already come over. You've really outdone yourself, Thor. You're even more impressive than our father, Tono called out excitedly from afar. Brother, Lord Babros, Thor greeted them with a smile. Thank you for your help, Thor. Babros bowed in a knight's salute, his gratitude genuine. He knew that without Thor's intervention, they wouldn't have been able to seize the territory, and their losses would have been far greater. Lord Babros, you're too kind. Thor returned the knight's salute and shook his head with a smile. I am not being kind. Thor, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I, Babros, will do everything in my power to assist you, Babros said solemnly. Haha, I might just take you up on that offer one day, Lord Babros. I refuse. Thor laughed and nodded, knowing Babros' straightforward character, and welcomed the alliance. All right then. Thor, have you taken care of your injured knights? Do you need me to send some help? Tono asked with a smile, glancing at the battlefield. It's mostly settled. I've sent the seriously wounded knights to your territory for treatment. Thor replied, that's good. Take some time to rest. Later, we'll inspect the entire territory. Tono nodded, his face showing a hint of excitement. He had coveted this territory for a long time. It was richer in resources than his own, and with it, his domain's development and expansion would be much easier. The only reason he hadn't seized it earlier was because the Assad family heir who ruled it was no pushover, and their conflicts had always ended in his disadvantage. But now the land was finally his. Even if he had to divide part of it, Tono was still thrilled. Understood, Thor replied, not rejecting the idea. Though his losses were minimal, the benefits were too great to pass up. Not to mention, the profits weren't insignificant. This territory was worth at least 2,000 gold coins annually, maybe even more. The previous heir of the Assad family hadn't fully developed the land. A large iron mine alone could bring Thor more than 5,000 gold coins a year. Even if they split it 3 ways, each share would exceed 1,500 gold coins. And that's not even counting the medicinal plant now, a key ingredient in basic life potions. A bottle of basic life potion fetched 200 to 300 gold coins at the last Lauren City auction. Annual earnings from this alone could exceed 5,000 gold coins, maybe more. With such profits, it was impossible to ignore. Thor took a moment to replenish his life force using the knight's breathing technique. He then checked the state of his knights. By the time dusk fully settled, Thor made his way to meet Tono and Babros, who had already gathered. Brother, Lord Babros, Thor greeted them warmly as he approached. Thor, let's go, Tono said with a smile, leading the way into the territory. The 3 of them headed toward the somewhat ruined castle. Compared to inspecting everything one by one, obtaining some relevant information from within the castle would undoubtedly be much simpler. Since this castle had been breached by the goatmen, there were no living humans left inside. However, various documents were still scattered around. Under Tono's orders, knights quickly stepped forward to organize them. Amidst the flickering oil lamps, half an hour later, the 3 of them had obtained accurate information, and when the information was laid out before them, whether it was Tono, Babros, or Thor, all of them couldn't help but show a trace of joy. This was because the gains from this territory far exceeded their expectations. More than 3,000 hectares of farmland had been cultivated. Although most of it had been damaged, a small portion remained intact, and it was nearly harvest time. These were valuable food supplies. Additionally, although they hadn't found gold coins, various other resources amounted to the equivalent of around 2,000 gold coins in value. More importantly, there were mines. From their previous understanding, this territory had 1 large iron mine, 1 small copper mine, and 1 source of now production. But in reality, it wasn't the case. There was actually 1 large iron mine, 2 small copper mines, and 2 sources of now production. That's right, not only was there an additional small copper mine, but there was also another source of now production. This is real. Babros suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with a mix of shock and undisguisable delight. From their earlier understanding, a large iron mine, a small copper mine, and a source of now would be enough to generate an additional 2,000 gold coins annually. Even after dividing it among the three of them, that would still be around 700 or 800 gold coins each year. Later, through Tono's explanation, Babros learned that Thor had a group of dwarfs, which would further increase the income, possibly reaching over 1,500 gold coins annually. But they hadn't expected an unexpected windfall at this moment. Not only had they gained another copper mine, but also another source of now. This instantly doubled the value of the entire territory. Without exaggerating, it might not be impossible for the annual income to reach 2,000 gold coins. Even an extra 2,000 gold coins a year made both Babros and Tono feel their breaths grow heavy. Even Thor couldn't hide his excitement, not because of the extra copper mine, but because of the additional source of now. To others, a now source might only mean an extra 200 or 300 gold coins annually, but to Thor, it was worth thousands, if not more, in value. My lord, Master Thor, Master Babros, this is what is recorded in the castle's archives. We haven't confirmed it yet. The steward spoke respectfully, his heart also pounding with excitement. As they listened to his words, the three men managed to calm their turbulent emotions. All right, continue organizing the information. Babros, Thor, let's go check it out ourselves. Tono made the decision immediately. Since they hadn't confirmed it yet, they would go and see for themselves. Thor and Babros both nodded in agreement without any objections. The three quickly set off. First, they headed to check out the iron mine. The iron mine was less than 2 miles away from the territory, and they arrived swiftly. There were clear signs of mining activity here, and the scale wasn't small. However, all that remained were dried bloodstains and mangled bodies. It was clear that those responsible for the mining had been killed and eaten by the goatmen. Charles, bring a team and assess the reserves. Tono quickly gave his orders. Yes. A short, middle-aged man responded, and with a few others went off to survey the iron mine. While Tono assigned people to investigate, they moved on to check the copper mine. Like the iron mine, Tono also assigned a team to survey it. The other copper mine is near another now source. Let's check the now source first. Tono led them to the Danube River. Their first stop was the initial now source. In this world, now was a shellfish-like creature, somewhat akin to the clams of their previous world, which produced pearls. Here, instead of pearls, the creatures produced now, containing a rich life essence. When combined with life grass, it could be used to create a basic life potion. For this reason, it became one of the most important resources in the northern province, and was fiercely contested by various lords. When Thor and the others arrived at the first now source, it had clearly developed into a significant operation. There were even several processing facilities nearby. However, like the mines, the place had been devastated. Dried blood covered the ground, and the area was in disarray. Tono waved his hand, and personnel quickly moved forward. A moment later, one of them returned, visibly excited. My lord, this now source can produce about 100 pieces per month, which means over 1,000 annually, maybe even 1,200. The man's voice trembled with excitement. Each now was worth about 1 gold coin. 1,000 pieces meant 1,000 gold coins, and 1,200 pieces meant at least 1,200 gold coins. If the supply fluctuated, those 1,200 pieces could even fetch up to 1,500 gold coins. This alone represented an extremely valuable income. Thor, Tono, and Babros couldn't help but show smiles of delight. It seems the offspring of the Assad family wasn't very good at managing things. Tono laughed, a smile spreading across his face. From his knowledge, this now source was previously producing only about 900 pieces annually. Now there were 1,000 or even 1,200. Clearly, there had been a significant discrepancy. It was likely due to corruption among those managing the source. That's not necessarily true. Maybe they just didn't want to show off their wealth too much. Thor chuckled and shook his head. He had dealt with members of the Assad family before, and he didn't believe that they had trouble managing their finances. The difference was probably intentional, but whatever the reason, it no longer mattered to him. True. Tono paused and nodded. Let's go check the other location. He smiled as he spoke. All right. The others agreed, and they set off again, walking another 5 or 6 miles. By the time night had completely fallen, they arrived at the second now site. Compared to the first, the second one was much less developed, obviously still under construction. Go check it out and locate the other copper mine as well. Also, assess this place. Tono gave his orders again, and the team split into 2 groups. After a short while, the team that had gone to check on the now returned. The second site was more difficult to assess because it was still under development. Even with careful investigation, they could only estimate an annual production of 400 to 500 pieces, but that was still a pleasant surprise. 400 or 500 pieces meant at least 500 or 600 gold coins. While 5 or 600 gold coins might not seem like much after being split 3 ways, each would still receive over 100 gold coins annually, nearly 200 in some years. Over 10 years, that would be close to 2,000 coins, no small sum. Moreover, if they could hold on to this source, the income would continue for more than just 10 years. It could go on for 20 years, 100 years, potentially providing income for the entire family for generations. Now, after all, didn't he run out and could produce endlessly? All 3 men were beaming with joy. When the team returned from surveying, their joy only deepened. The small copper mine was nearly large enough to be classified as medium-sized. Even selling just the raw ore could bring in at least 500 gold coins annually. At this point, even without considering any additional factors, their annual income estimates showed that the first, now, site would bring in at least 1,200 gold coins, the second site 5 to 600, the first copper mine 3 to 400, and the second 500. This alone totaled over 2,000 gold coins, possibly as high as 2,200 or even 2,400. And if the iron mine was confirmed to be large, its value would likely exceed 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold coins, each of them would receive about 1,000 gold coins. That alone was an enormous fortune. Furthermore, this was without considering anything else. Tono and Babros knew that Thor had a group of goblins. By using the iron and copper to forge weapons, the income would exceed 3,000 gold coins, 5,000, 8,000, maybe even more. Just thinking about it made both Tono and Babros breathe heavily. Thor's eyes flickered, and a thought emerged in his mind. But while he pondered, Tono and Babros's eyes were already on him, licking their lips involuntarily. "Thor, how many sets of black iron and bronze armor can you produce each month?" Tono asked, his voice trembling slightly, though he hadn't noticed it himself. Babros also tensed up. This was directly related to their potential income. "Right now, I should be able to produce about 300 sets of black iron armor, 3 sets of silver armor, and about 20 sets of bronze armor a month." Thor pulled himself from his thoughts and responded after a brief moment of contemplation. Over the past few months, the goblins' production had stabilized. These numbers had significantly increased compared to the beginning. "So many, you can really produce silver armor." Tono and Babros couldn't hide their surprise at Thor's response. When they learned about Thor's goblins, they had speculated about his production capacity, but they hadn't expected such high numbers, and they certainly hadn't expected the ability to produce silver armor. Silver armor was different from black iron and bronze armor. It was a truly extraordinary item, incomparable in value. One set of silver armor could easily fetch over 300 gold coins under normal circumstances, and currently it could go for as much as 500. In contrast, black iron armor was only worth about 50 silver coins, and bronze armor about 10 gold coins. The difference in value was enormous. More importantly, the large iron mine produced mithril ore, meaning they didn't need to sell it, they could use it directly to craft silver armor. Whether they sold it or kept it for personal use, it was the best option. Using it themselves would greatly enhance the territory. Selling it would bring in over 500 gold coins per set, and the mithril ore alone was worth thousands of gold coins. The value of the entire large iron mine had once again transformed. At this moment, Tono and Babros were genuinely excited, their faces flushed with anticipation. "Good, good. Thor, my brother, this is truly a surprise." Tono couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Thor." Babros was equally excited. "Brother, Lord Babros, don't get too excited just yet. Although production has reached this level, I also need to forge some weapons. At most, I can spare only half. I can help produce 1 set of silver armor, 150 sets of black iron armor, and 10 sets of bronze armor per month." Thor remained calm, shaking his head slightly as he sighed. As he mentioned, he indeed has the capacity for such output now, but he also owns his own mine. It's impossible for him to dedicate all of his production to Tono and Babros, even though part of this was his own share. It's fine, Lord Thor, even half is enough." Babros quickly responded with a smile. Tono, on the other hand, was slightly surprised but also somewhat understanding. He had obviously guessed something. Of course, even if he had guessed, Tono didn't say anything further. He merely looked at Thor with a slight change in his gaze. Seeing their reactions, Thor hesitated briefly before speaking with solemnity. "Brother, Lord Babros, in comparison to this, I actually have another idea that might be even better." Upon hearing his voice, both Tono and Babros were immediately drawn in. "Oh, Thor, what's your idea?" Tono asked curiously. "Yes, Lord Thor, please share your thoughts." Babros nodded in agreement. "It's like this. The western part of the northern province is undoubtedly more prosperous compared to the eastern and northern parts. Given the current turmoil, the demand for armor and weapons will likely increase. Silver armor is probably no longer just a matter of price." Thor spoke slowly, his eyes filled with seriousness. Indeed, although silver armor is still priced at 500 gold coins per set, it has become increasingly difficult to obtain. Even in Lauren City, there hasn't been a single set available for several months, Babros sighed. Tono nodded in agreement, his eyes flickering slightly. Thor, what are you suggesting? After a brief pause, Tono asked, his gaze fixed on Thor. Brother, Lord Babros, I believe that instead of keeping them, we should sell them and open up the market. I believe that with silver armor, most of the lords in the western region would be willing to trade with us. Thor took a deep breath and explained the idea that had just come to him. Upon learning that his territory contained a large iron mine and a source of now, Thor had some ideas brewing. Compared to the east and north, the west was undoubtedly more prosperous, with more noble lords and pioneering lords. Only by establishing trade routes in the west could he truly tap into greater profits. However, he previously didn't have a good opportunity. He was not a western lord. Suddenly entering the western market could easily lead to various problems, forcing him to dismiss the idea. But with the arrival of Tono, everything changed. Unlike Thor, Tono was already an established pioneer lord in the west. Using Tono as a bridge to access the western trade routes would certainly go much smoother without major issues. As long as they could break into western trade, the profits would be enormous. Even without considering other products, the profits from black iron armor and bronze armor alone could reach an astronomical figure, not to mention the potential for silver armor and the possible future success of low-grade life potions. Moreover, this wasn't just about revenue. Using Tono as a foothold would also help further develop his brother's territory. Although their contact had been brief, Thor already sensed that his brother's territory had reached a certain bottleneck in its development. The east was different. In the entire main river valley, even counting pioneering lords and noble lords, there were only about 20 lords. However, around the Danube River alone, there were over 100 pioneering lords, and that was just near the river. There were even more in other areas. In this kind of situation, developing the territory became much more difficult. If not for the destruction of the Goatman tribe this time, Tono might not have had the opportunity to expand at all. Building trade routes could help alleviate some of Tono's problems in this regard. Of course, this was Thor's thought process, but it still depended on Tono and Babros' opinions. If neither of them was interested, Thor wouldn't force it. At the moment, he wasn't in a rush to get involved in Western trade. After all, he hadn't fully absorbed the territories of the many pioneering lords in the main river valley. He could take his time, plan for the future, and not be hasty. When Thor finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward the two men, waiting for their response. Tono and Babros fell into deep thought. They weren't foolish. They understood the implications behind Thor's words. However, this wasn't an easy decision. Trade wasn't simple commerce. In the West, a few top-tier noble lords controlled the main trade routes. Rashly entering their territory would almost certainly cause conflicts. If things went wrong, it could lead to serious problems. But Thor's words also made them a bit tempted. If they could establish trade routes and rely on silver armor and various weapons, their profits might increase tenfold or more. 10 times. That was a massive gain. Not only would this allow them to increase the number of knights in their territories, but it would also greatly enhance their chances of breaking through to the rank of Earth Knight in the future. Hugh, after a long silence, Tono and Babros exchanged a glance. Tono exhaled deeply. Thor, you may not know, but the Western trade routes are primarily controlled by the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce and two noble lords Spencer and Campbell. They also produce silver armor. If we recklessly enter the market, I fear. Tono spoke slowly, his expression serious. I know, but I am not looking to compete with them. As far as I know, those two noble lords have established their trade routes through auctions held in Lauren City, regularly attracting Western pioneering lords. We don't need to do the same. Thor shook his head and then explained his plans. The method was none other than the trade route model used by Ratchos in the East. Compared to the auction model, the traveling merchant system was more suited to pioneering lords. After all, no one could guarantee their safety after leaving their territory, nor could they be sure their land wouldn't be attacked in their absence. Not every lord was willing to leave their territory. In contrast, delivering goods directly to their territories, though riskier, could be managed with sufficient strength to mitigate the risks, while also allowing for higher prices. Moreover, the West was far wealthier than the East. Thor anticipated earning even more gold coins. As Thor spoke, both Tono and Babros' eyes lit up. My brother, you're a genius. That would certainly work. Tono's voice was full of excitement, and his eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Indeed, Lord Thor, you truly are a genius. Babros echoed, filled with admiration. It might seem like a small change, but both men understood just how significant this shift could be. The profits embedded in this new approach were staggering. If the number of pioneering lords participating was large enough, the future harvests would be limitless. The West was rich in resources, meaning many pioneering lords had access to a wealth of materials. Even though some of these resources flowed into Lauren City, a considerable amount remained in the territories. Building trade routes would allow them to tap into these resources. With silver armor as the key to unlocking the market, everything would proceed smoothly. There would hardly be any problems. Brother, Lord Babros, we can establish a trading company with all three of us investing in it. We'll use knights to guard the caravans, and we can split the profits evenly. How about that? Seeing the excitement on their faces, Thor couldn't help but smile, suggesting his plan. Lord Thor, you're too generous. This plan was entirely your idea. An even split is too much. I only need 5. I am willing to send a Grand Knight, 2 official knights, and 10 apprentice knights. After a brief moment of contemplation, Babros shook his head, seriously refusing Thor's offer. Yes, little brother, it's your plan. We can let you take a loss. I only need 5 as well. Without you, we'd still be selling ore, and we might not have even secured this territory. As for caravan forces, I'll contribute 1 Grand Knight, 10 official knights, and 30 apprentice knights. Tono also chimed in with a smile. Neither of them was the type to take advantage of others. They already felt guilty about the favorable results from earlier and couldn't shamelessly demand an equal split. In the end, it was only under Thor's insistence that they agreed to take 12 and 15, respectively, while Thor kept 65, with 8 allocated to Ratchos Assad. Thor didn't forget the one who had helped him build the new trade routes. After all, he still needed Ratchos to pave the way for the western trade routes. When Thor explained this to Tono and Babros, they raised no objections. The only moment of surprise came when Tono heard the surname Assad, but it was just a brief reaction. After all, they hadn't taken the territory from any Assad family descendants, but from the Goatmans, so even if the current Count Assad came, he wouldn't have a claim. Besides, since Thor had chosen Ratchos to handle the trade routes, there clearly wasn't any issue. In fact, Ratchos had little regard for his family and siblings. Upon hearing Thor's plans to establish a trading company and enter the western market, Ratchos was overjoyed. Even though his share was diluted, he was still thrilled. Ratchos had been in the northern province for quite some time and knew that the wealth of the west far surpassed that of the east and north. Even with his reduced share, his income would far exceed his previous gains. More importantly, after spending time with Thor, Ratchos had seen endless possibilities. Even without any of these benefits, he was willing to follow Thor, let alone the fact that he still had 8 of the profits. So on the 3rd day after their arrival, Ratchos Assad began to take action. Meanwhile, Thor, Tono, and Babros were busy discussing the distribution of other resources in the territory. Despite the discovery of a second Nod deposit, Tono and Babros stood by their promise to give Thor the output from both deposits for 3 years. As for the large iron and copper mines, Thor arranged for their excavation. The revenue split was as follows. Thor would receive 40, another 30 would be shared among the others, and an additional 10 would go to Thor as payment for using goblins in the mining operation. Tono would receive 20, with 10 allocated to Babros to compensate him for giving up his share of the Na revenue for the next 3 years. This left Babros with a total of 40. Other resources from the territory were divided equally among the 3, with these distributions separate from those of the trading company and considered war spoils. All 3 were very satisfied with this arrangement. In fact, both Tono and Babros felt a bit guilty, as they thought they had benefited too much. After all, without Thor's knight group, they would have faced significant losses if they could have taken the land at all. But since Thor insisted, they accepted. Thor wasn't too concerned with these minor benefits. What mattered to him was the future construction of the western trade routes. Once completed, this would be a truly enormous source of income. This distribution also helped strengthen the bond between himself, his brother, and Babros, showing them that following him could bring substantial wealth. Once they fully recognized this, things would become much easier after the divisions were made. Whether it was the establishment of trade routes or the new planning, everything proceeded smoothly. Tono and Babros followed Thor's arrangements almost entirely. Under Thor's direction, one matter after another was quickly implemented. By just the 5th day, a caravan led by Ratchos Assad had already set off. The newly occupied large iron and copper mines were naturally not yet ready for extraction, as even the goblins needed for mining hadn't been brought in. However, the Eagle Ridge already possessed a considerable amount of armor, weapons, and silver armor, which Ratchos Assad brought plenty of this time. These could easily serve as the cornerstone for opening the trade routes in the initial phase. Of course, due to the greater strength of the Western Lords, this time Ratchos Assad was provided with a stronger force. 3 Grand Knights, 20 official knights, 40 apprentice knights, and over 300 reserve knights were dispatched, with the distribution arranged by Thor, Tono, and Babros. Thor even had Ryan participate in the endeavor. On one hand, Ryan's strength was formidable, surpassing that of an average Grand Knight. On the other hand, participating in the construction of trade routes could serve as valuable experience for him. With such a force, even in the Western territories, it far exceeded the capabilities of most pioneer lords, surpassing 99 of them, in fact. While the West did have many powerful lords, Thor's earlier claims of surpassing 90 of the northern province lords were no exaggeration. They were simply facts. It was just that the West had a higher concentration of powerful lords, creating the illusion that they were everywhere. In reality, even in the West, pioneer lords with Grand Knights were few in number, let alone having 3 Grand Knights, one of whom was capable of killing a second-tier peak orc. Additionally, in the early stages of trade route construction, there was no need to engage with the most powerful lords, so there was no need for excessive worry. Against ordinary lords, this level of strength could easily sweep through them. This wasn't a matter of whether the caravan needed to consider its safety, but rather whether the lords they encountered needed to consider their own. In such circumstances, everything naturally proceeded very smoothly. Ratchos-Assad's first targets were the lords within a 100-mile radius of the Tono territory. As Thor expected, when Ratchos-Assad arrived with a large convoy, the pioneer lords were initially panicked. After all, with such power, it would have been easy to wipe them out. Even though Ratchos quickly explained that he was there only for trade, the lords remained cautious. It wasn't until the trade was successfully completed, and they watched Ratchos-Assad leave, that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, after that sigh of relief, the goods they obtained from the trade made their eyes light up. They had never imagined that they could obtain such items without leaving their own homes. Many of the lords began to look forward to Ratchos-Assad's next visit. In such a situation, within just a dozen days, Ratchos-Assad had opened trade routes with the surrounding pioneer lords. Now all that remained was to stabilize the route, and the trade could be fully established. When the news returned, whether it was Thor, Tono, or Babros, they couldn't help but show signs of joy. It seems this descendant of the Assad family is truly formidable, Tono remarked, gazing at Thor with admiration. The talent under Thor's command made even him feel envious. Not only did Thor have knights like Ryan, who possessed great strength and talent, but he had also managed to bring Ratchos, a descendant of the Assad family, under his wing. If before he had only thought Thor had limitless potential, now he was certain of it. Yes, it won't be long before he opens up all the surrounding trade routes. Babros nodded in agreement, also full of praise. Brother, Lord Babros, I will leave the matters here in your capable hands from now on, Thor said with a smile. It's time for me to return to my own territory. The trade routes had been opened, and the next step was construction. He no longer needed to be present at every moment and naturally prepared to return. After all, there were still many matters waiting for him to handle in the Eagle Ridge. So soon? Tono asked, a bit surprised. Yes, there are still many matters to attend to back in my territory. Also, I've been made a baron and haven't had the chance to inform my father yet. I plan to take a brief respite and return, Thor explained with a smile. I see, Tono nodded. You should indeed go back. I had also planned to return home, but it seems I won't be able to leave at the moment. I'll have to wait until next time, Tono added. By the way, if you're planning to return, it's best to wait until the kingdom's second wave of reinforcements arrives, just to see if the northern province can stabilize. The kingdom's second wave of reinforcements. Thor asked, puzzled. Yes, something seems to have happened. The kingdom's forces have been delayed. They should have arrived several days ago, but they were expected any day now within just a few days. Let's wait and see. If the situation isn't stable, it's best not to leave for now. If your territory suffers any losses, it could be disastrous. Tono spoke seriously, giving Thor a stern warning. Understood. I'll wait for the kingdom's reinforcements before making a decision. Thor nodded, not objecting. He had already planned to wait until things stabilized before leaving. Waiting for news of the kingdom's support wouldn't hurt. Good, as long as you understand. Stay safe, Tono replied, not pressing Thor to stay further. As a lord, the territory was the most important thing. He couldn't force Thor to stay. If something happened to the Eagle Ridge, it would be no laughing matter. Afterward, the 3 men bid each other farewell. Before leaving, Tono wanted to give Thor a few official knights, but Thor declined. His brother had spent over a decade accumulating this strength, and Thor had no intention of taking it from him. Though he refused, Tono still gifted Thor 100 trainee knights. Babros also presented him with a finely crafted knight's sword. Initially, Thor wanted to decline the gifts as well, but under Tono's insistence, he finally accepted them. Thor's return party was larger than when he had come. Although some men were assigned to Ratchos' trade caravan, the addition of 100 trainee knights swelled their numbers. Oddly enough, the return journey seemed more peaceful. They didn't encounter any orc tribes. Meanwhile, in the northern regions of the northern province, at a massive pass, the battle continued to rage on. Kingdom's second wave of reinforcements had yet to arrive, and the knights, nobles, Duchess Karenina, and Marquis Raymond all felt a growing sense of despair. They had even prepared for the collapse of the northern defenses. Yet, after more than 10 days, though the orc tribes continued to assault the pass, the anticipated ferocity of their attacks hadn't materialized. the orc assaults had remained steady, and despite their numbers, they hadn't been able to overwhelm the defenses of the Tulip Kingdom. Still, the war had become a grinding stalemate. Each day, over 10 magical crystal cannons would be rendered inoperable. The immense energy unleashed had turned the ground before the pass into flat plains. Countless orcs and knights alike had perished in the fighting. Duchess Karenina, how much longer until the kingdom's reinforcements arrive? At this rate, we won't be able to hold out much longer. Marquis Raymond rasped, his right arm missing, his face pale with exhaustion. The kingdom had promised reinforcements within a month. Yet a month and a half had passed, and no help had arrived. Soon, within 3 days at most, Duchess Karenina replied, her face equally pale. The reinforcements were delayed by an attack from the heretical church in Frostmoon province, but they've been dealt with and will arrive soon. Damn that heretical church, Marquis Raymond cursed, fury blazing in his eyes. In the past month and a half, his Flying Eagle Knights had lost more than half of their forces, and he had lost his right arm in battle. Who knew how many gold coins it would take to restore it? Though the kingdom would compensate him and grant him military honors, that would only happen if they managed to hold the line. If they failed, not only would there be no honors, but they might even have to pay back their losses. The kingdom's merit system cared only about results, not reasons. Just need to hold out a little longer. If we do, the honors will be worth it, Duchess Karenina urged, trying to boost their morale. Your Grace, can we not raise more troops from the northern province? If the kingdom's reinforcements don't arrive, we definitely won't be able to hold out, a count interjected. Yes, Your Grace. There are still many noble lords in the northern province. If we can muster their forces, we should be able to hold out for a while longer, another count suggested. But before they could finish, Marquis Raymond cut in, his voice urgent. Your Grace, that's impossible. Many orc tribes have already infiltrated the northern province. If we pull more forces into the defense line, the entire province will be overrun. 20 years of the kingdom's development would be wiped out. Marquis Raymond was adamant. To withdraw forces now would mean abandoning the entire northern province. While the defense line was meant to hold off the orc tribes, it couldn't prevent smaller groups from slipping through. To this day, no one knew exactly how many orc tribes had infiltrated the northern province, but the number was substantial. The only reason the province hadn't collapsed entirely was due to the nobles constantly patrolling, killing, and defending it. This force couldn't be moved lightly. Indeed, that's not an option. Duchess Karenina took a deep breath. Please hold on a little longer. The kingdom's reinforcements will arrive as promised. The counts hesitated but eventually said nothing more. They knew the situation all too well. They had children serving as pioneer lords in the northern province, and unless absolutely necessary, they didn't want to strip it of its defenses, but they were deeply anxious. The kingdom's reinforcements, promised within a month, were now a month and a half late. There was no guarantee they would arrive within the next 3 days. If the heretical church had stopped the reinforcements once, what was to say they couldn't stop them again? If they were delayed another 10 days, there was no way they could hold the line. If the defense collapsed, the northern province would fall with it. It might be better to pull forces in now, to mop up the aftermath later. The Duchess had already reassured them, so they couldn't press the issue further. Still, the morale was visibly low. Duchess Karenina could only sigh. Without the arrival of reinforcements, words were meaningless. Only the kingdom's aid could bring real relief. At that moment, a messenger arrived in haste. Your Grace, the orcs are attacking again. The words turned everyone's faces pale. They had just barely rested for half an hour, and the orcs were launching another assault. Let's go, Duchess Karenina commanded, rising into the air. The other nobles gritted their teeth and followed. This time, the attack was another large-scale assault. 5 third-tier orc tribes participated in the attack, including 1 fourth-tier orc tribe that had more than 2 fourth-tier orcs. Karenina faced 2 fourth-tier orcs alone. Meanwhile, the other nobles and knights engaged the remaining third-tier orcs and the massive wave of orcs charging toward the defensive line. The magic crystal cannon once again unleashed its terrifying power. The battle continued to erupt. Powerful life force and energy intertwined. The sky was torn apart. The earth shattered. It wasn't until 3 hours later, as night began to fall, that the orc attack was finally repelled once again. However, the losses this time were significant. 1 Earth Knight had even fallen. In this terrifying battlefield, with a campaign that had lasted for several months, not even an Earth Knight could guarantee their absolute safety. Over the past few months, the number of fallen Earth Knights was no longer small. It was foreseeable that if reinforcements did not arrive, even more would fall. Before the fortress, the battle continued to spread, and as time passed, holding the defensive line became increasingly difficult. On the first day, they barely held the line. On the second day, after losing 2 Earth Knights, they still managed to hold on. However, as the third day arrived, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. First, Marquis Raymond, while fighting a peak third-tier orc, was suddenly ambushed by a fourth-tier orc. His body was nearly pierced through and was sent crashing into the fortress, leaving him severely injured. At the same time, Duke Karenina, who had already been struggling against 3 fourth-tier orcs, suddenly faced the addition of another fourth-tier orc, placing him in a precarious situation. The entire defensive line began to falter. Boom, boom. Magic crystal cannons roared, unleashing terrifying energy. A large number of orcs were decimated, but even more charged forward in waves, more numerous and fierce than ever before. In an instant, the entire defense began to shake violently. Damn it, how is this possible? In the air, Duke Karenina's face was pale, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Facing 4 fourth-tier orcs alone, even with his secret treasures, he was beginning to falter. As his anxiety grew, a voice suddenly rang out. Duke Karenina, this doesn't seem like you. How did you get in such a mess? With a light chuckle, 2 streaks of light suddenly joined the battle in the sky. Boom. A powerful surge of life force erupted, followed by a crescent-shaped slash cutting across the sky. One of the fourth-tier orcs, a minotaur, was struck and sent flying before it could even react. As the first orc flew away, another one's blood-red eyes widened in shock. Boom. It was slammed to the ground. My apologies for being a bit late. A calm voice followed. 2 figures appeared in the battlefield, one a tall, burly man with golden hair and a full beard, and the other, a man in black, blending into the shadows. You 2 are a bit late. If you hadn't come, I might not have made it out of here. Duke Karenina's voice carried a tone of relief as his tense expression finally relaxed. Ha ha ha, we couldn't let that happen. If you had fallen here, we would be in big trouble. The burly man chuckled. Let's finish them off. The chaos in the northern province needs to end. The man in black said calmly, agreed. 3 charged at the remaining 2 fourth-tier orcs. What had been a 4-against-1 battle became 3-against-2, with predictable results. In just a moment, the 2 orcs were taken down. As the battle in the sky quickly concluded, more figures rushed into the battlefield below. Top forces from the kingdom and the 3 ducal houses joined the fray, swiftly crushing the remaining 3rd-tier and 4th-tier orc tribes. The more powerful magic crystal cannons unleashed their might, decimating countless orcs with ease. The Dragon Knights saw even greater success. The elite forces of the Tulip Kingdom had arrived, including 3 Sky Knights and dozens of Earth Knights. Even though the Dragon Knights had faced greater pressure, with 5 Sky Knights leading the charge, the orcs were swiftly annihilated. By the second day, when the morning sun rose again, there were no orcs left near the Dragon and Eagle Knight defense lines. The battlefield was littered with orc corpses, their blood soaking the ground. This was the moment when the kingdom's true strength was fully revealed. After the battle, the forces quickly cleaned the battlefield, repaired the fortifications, and prepared for future attacks. In the following days, although orc tribes launched occasional assaults, the reinforcements from the kingdom made quick work of them, and these attacks stirred little commotion. Despite the calm, there were still unresolved issues in the northern province. Now, how should we proceed? In the war room of the fortress, Duke Karenina asked as he gazed at the gathered nobles, including 3 dukes and 10 marquises. Although the defense of the northern province is stable for now, many orc tribes are still active. I suggest sending forces to eliminate them. Marquis Raymond, though weakened, was the first to speak. Indeed, the northern part of the northern province is in chaos and must be cleared. The dukes exchanged glances and decided. Duke Karenina said, Marquis Raymond, Count Shermy, Count Inchel, and Count Bonnet, lead your knights and eliminate the orcs in the northern province. Yes. The appointed nobles nodded in agreement. Also, investigate why the orc tribes suddenly attacked the kingdom's defenses. This is not typical of an orc war. Duke Karenina issued another command. Yes. The nobles responded quickly. This orc assault was peculiar. Typically, larger-scale attacks would include 5th-tier orcs, leading to full-scale war. Yet this time, no 5th-tier orcs had appeared, only 4th-tier or lower ones, which was unusual. Investigating the cause was necessary. While the nobles planned their next moves, back in the orc territory, deep underground in a cavern, a blood-colored aura had begun to fill the air. Inside, bloodthirsty werewolves with blood-red eyes were connected by bloodlines that converged at a massive altar. If anyone could follow the bloodlines, they would discover that they stretched across the orc lands, even reaching nearby human territories. The blood of both orcs and human knights spilled in battle, seeped into the earth, flowing toward this altar. However, no one had noticed this sinister transformation. It's almost time, but we need more blood. Soon, the great Anubis will descend again. At the altar, the blood-red fur of the werewolf leader glistened as he chanted fervently. Suddenly, in the south, the blood aura faltered before swelling even greater, but it quickly began to diminish. What's going on? The werewolf leader's fanatical expression turned to fury. Leader, the Tulip Kingdom's reinforcements arrived. The heretic cult failed to stop them. A subordinate reported quickly. Idiots, are they that incompetent? The werewolf leader's eyes blazed with anger as he released a terrifying aura, sending a shockwave through the cavern. Go, notify Val to lead his people in attacking the Tulip Kingdom. Tell him that the god Anubis requires more sacrifices, and spread the items to those cursed tribes. They should be interested. With a raspy voice, the werewolf leader issued his orders, and soon the werewolves began to move. Unaware of this ominous development, the Tulip Kingdom forces remained focused on reinforcing their defenses. However, strange parchment scrolls began to appear, first discovered during a battlefield inventory, and later by Marquis Raymond and his men during their patrols. This is written in Titan script. Duke Karenina exclaimed upon seeing the identical scrolls, surprise flashing across the faces of the three dukes. Can either of you understand this? Duke Karenina asked, only orcs can interpret Titan script. Humans can read it. We should send it back to the capital. The burly blonde duke replied, agreed. Only a few scholars in the capital might be able to decipher it. The man in black added, the orcish language at least had some who could understand it, but as for deciphering Titan script, you either had to be an orc or a specialized linguist. They certainly weren't capable of that. Duchess Karenina nodded, agreeing with the two men's reasoning. However, as she looked at these scrolls of parchment, a sense of unease crept into her heart. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that this massive upheaval might be related to these scrolls. Yet without knowing their contents, she couldn't be certain. Soon, several scrolls were sent off to the capital. Meanwhile, the defensive line continued to stabilize. Time passed quickly. Over the next 10 days, although there were still sporadic orc assaults, they were easily suppressed by the overwhelming power of the Tulip Kingdom. But when the spoils were collected, the three dukes couldn't help but feel something unusual. They had once again come across several more parchment scrolls. At the same time, others began to notice this peculiarity as well. Initially, when they obtained the scrolls, the nobles kept them hidden, thinking they were treasure maps. But as the number of scrolls increased, even a fool could sense that something was off. As a result, the scrolls appearing before the three dukes multiplied, from 1 to 3 to 10 to 20. In just 10 days, they had collected over 20 scrolls. Nearly every orc tribe had them. Whether it was a second-tier tribe, third-tier, or even fourth-tier, it made no difference. The orcish language, at least, had some who could understand it. But as for deciphering Titan script, you either had to be an orc or a specialized linguist. They certainly weren't capable of that. Duchess Karenina nodded, agreeing with the two men's reasoning. However, as she looked at these scrolls of parchment, a sense of unease crept into her heart. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that this massive upheaval might be related to these scrolls. Yet without knowing their contents, she couldn't be certain. Soon, several scrolls were sent off to the capital. Meanwhile, the defensive line continued to stabilize. Time passed quickly. Over the next 10 days, although there were still sporadic orc assaults, they were easily suppressed by the overwhelming power of the Tulip Kingdom. But when the spoils were collected, the three dukes couldn't help but feel something unusual. They had once again come across several more parchment scrolls. At the same time, others began to notice this peculiarity as well. Initially, when they obtained the scrolls, the nobles kept them hidden, thinking they were treasure maps. But as the number of scrolls increased, even a fool could sense that something was off. As a result, the scrolls appearing before the three dukes multiplied, from 1 to 3 to 10 to 20. In just 10 days, they had collected over 20 scrolls. Nearly every orc tribe had them. Whether it was a second-tier tribe, third-tier, or even fourth-tier, it made no difference. Doubt spread in the minds of the three dukes, but unable to decipher the Titan script at that moment, they were left in confusion. Soon, however, they had no time to dwell on it. The defenses of the Tulip Kingdom were once again under attack. A large gathering of orcs, stronger than before, assaulted the lines, even including some fifth-tier orc tribes. Fortunately, the kingdom provided significant reinforcements this time, with as many as 8 Sky Knights. There were also many Earth Knights. This force constituted nearly 60 of the kingdom's strength. Despite the increasing strength of the orc tribes, the defenses held firm. With the defense lines stabilized, the situation in the entire northern province also calmed down. Marquis Raymond and others began a sweeping operation, centered in the north. In less than half a month, many orc tribes that had infiltrated the northern province were exterminated, leaving only a few weaker orc tribes to escape, which no longer posed a significant threat to the province. Under these circumstances, after 5 months of unrest, the turmoil in the northern province finally began to subside. Although the northern defense lines still faced frequent assaults from orc tribes, and some still infiltrated the province, both their strength and numbers were incomparable to before. The remaining pioneer lords of the northern province were greatly relieved. Even top-tier aristocratic lords had been deeply worried earlier, fearing that a full-scale orc war was imminent. If that had happened, they, being in the northern province, would have been the first to suffer, with devastating consequences. Now that stability had been restored, it seemed less likely that an orc war would break out. giving them the opportunity to continue developing. This outcome was also good news for Thor, as it meant he could finally put his plans to return home on the agenda. However, before heading home, he needed to further improve his territory and the main alliance. The former required no elaboration. The vast territory acquired from the Minotaur incident needed to be developed, and the substantial gains from the cleanup efforts needed to be utilized. Thor focused all his energy on planning and building the territory after returning from the west. With his efforts over the following months, the Eagle Ridge had changed dramatically. Abundant resources, manpower, and the addition of dwarfs accelerated the construction of Thor's territory, leading to noticeable progress in a short period. But this was not enough. Further planning was necessary before he could leave. As for the latter, the main alliance, it had gradually come under his control during the Minotaur incident and the subsequent cleanup tasks. The other lords were now willing to follow his lead, but that wasn't sufficient. To truly consolidate power, there needed to be mutual interests. The significant gains from the cleanup led to rapid changes across the main valley. Baron Pape, Baron Valmy, Baron Grattan, and the newly enfeoffed Baron Sacha and Baron Jas all began developing their territories. The materials and gold from the cleanup were being rapidly consumed, but within 2 months, all the territories in the main valley had strengthened significantly. Now, if they were to face a damaged Tier 3 Minotaur tribe again, the main alliance alone could easily deal with it. In terms of strength, the main alliance, although lacking Earth Knights, was not inferior to some weaker counts. With the addition of an Earth Knight, it could surpass a large number of noble counts. At this point, the lords of the main alliance had yet to fully digest their recent gains. Once they did, their strength would only increase. This rapid development left all the lords of the main alliance both excited and incredulous, their respect for Thor deepening, as they knew it was all thanks to him. However, merely following him was not enough to maintain the cohesion of the alliance. Shared interests were necessary. The opening of the western trade route became the best means to bind everyone together. Just as he had offered benefits to Ratchasad, Thor could also provide benefits to the pioneer lords of the main valley. By binding everyone to his cause, any issues that arose could be easily solved. Moreover, it wasn't a one-sided sacrifice, there were gains as well. Each territory had its own production, and the lords could also provide protection for the caravans, enabling them to grow even larger. Although the strength of Thor's caravan had increased with the help of Tone, Babros, and others, it still needed further enhancement. Thor had already discussed this matter with his brother and Babros, and neither of them had any objections. Upon returning to his territory, Thor began preparations for the initiative. After over a month, he finally drafted a satisfactory plan. Once this matter was settled, he would begin his journey home. In his castle, Thor put down his quill. Karin, copy this letter 5 times and give them to Pyros. Have him send them to the 5 barons, Thor ordered the maid beside him. Yes, my lord, Karin responded respectfully before quickly leaving the room. Moments later, 5 letters were delivered by 5 knights to the 5 pioneer lords. Although puzzled by Thor's invitation, the 5 lords did not delay and set out the next day. By the 3rd day, all 5 had arrived at Eagle Fortress. As they gathered, their curiosity only grew. Not only had Thor invited them individually, but he had also invited the other 4 lords. Baron Pape, do you know why Lord Thor summoned us here? Baron Sacha asked hesitantly, glancing at Pape Lawrence. Indeed, Baron Pape, do you know anything? Baron Valmy chimed in. The others also turned their gaze toward Pape Lawrence, as he had the most frequent contact with Thor. Sorry, I am just as clueless as you, Pape Lawrence replied with a wry smile, his expression full of helplessness. By the goddess of life, I truly don't know. What? The others were taken aback. They hadn't expected Pape to be just as confused. As they pondered the mystery, Karin appeared. Lords, please follow me, she said softly. Thank you. They nodded, suppressing their curiosity as they followed her into the castle. Soon they were led into the meeting room where Thor was waiting. Lord Thor, the 5 of them immediately saluted him with knightly etiquette. I hope my sudden invitation didn't disturb you, Thor greeted them with a polite smile. Not at all. Your invitation is an honor, Baron Sacha responded with a laugh. Indeed, you are too modest. The others agreed. Thor smiled and shook his head. I've invited you all here today to discuss matters related to the business association I am establishing. Business association. The 5 lords exchanged puzzled glances. Yes, a business association. I plan to expand into the western part of the northern province. As you know, the west is more prosperous than the east, and the profits will be substantial. However, I'd like to know if any of you are interested in joining. Thor's words had barely left his mouth when the 5 lords were visibly shaken. Some even widened their eyes in disbelief. Lord Thor, what did you just say? Baron Valmy asked, his face flushing with excitement. The others were similarly affected. A business association could generate immense wealth, especially one operating in the west of the northern province. It was as if Thor had just dropped a massive fortune in front of them. Lord Thor, are you serious? Baron Jas Obai couldn't help but ask. In the face of their eager gazes, Thor remained composed. Of course, this is no joke. I am offering a 24 dividend share. You can buy in based on your strength 5 for Grand Knight, 0.5 for Official Knight, and 0.1 for Apprentice. What do you think? Thor's words were met with deep contemplation. After a brief pause, Baron Jas Aubai was the first to respond. Lord Thor, I can provide 1 Grand Knight, 2 Official Knights, and 10 Apprentice. Can I claim a 7 share? Thor, slightly surprised, nodded. Of course. Baron Jas, you rate quite generous. In that case, I'll offer 4 Official Knights and 20 Apprentices for a 4 share, Baron Grattan said after some thought. I'll offer 1 Grand Knight, 4 Official Knights, and 10 Apprentices for an 8 share, Baron Pape added, gritting his teeth. His offer took everyone by surprise, even Thor. Am I qualified to join Lord Thor? Baron Pape asked, clearly referring to himself as the Grand Knight in his offer. Certainly, Thor replied with a smile. The remaining 2 barons, Valmy and Sacha, hesitated. Unlike Baron Pape, they didn't have suitable heirs to take over their territories. Joining the business association meant sacrificing time and resources, a choice they were reluctant to make. In the end, Baron Valmy offered 4 Official Knights and 10 Apprentices for a 3 share, while Baron Sacha offered 2 Official Knights and 10 Apprentices for a 2 share. Thus, the 24 share was fully divided, and the business association's personnel expanded. The final distribution of shares was as follows. Rachos held 5, Babros 9, Tono 12, Thor 50, Baron Pape 8, Baron Jas 7, Baron Grattan 4, Baron Valmy 3, and Baron Sacha 2. The division of interests brought joy and anticipation to the members of the main alliance. Even the one with the shortest tenure, Jas Aubai, had spent several years in the northern province. He naturally understood the prosperity of the western region, let alone the other lords. As for whether Thor could gain a foothold in the west and get the Chamber of Commerce up and running, they had no doubts. They had already seen how the Thor Chamber of Commerce operated, and they believed no one would reject such a business model, especially since the commerce included black iron armor, bronze armor, and most importantly, silver armor crafted by goblins. Although the turmoil in the northern province had somewhat subsided, the demand for silver armor hadn't decreased. With the ability to craft such armor, Thor could elevate the Chamber of Commerce to a significant level. Even if their profits were only 2 or 3%, it would still be substantial. Therefore, as the 5 noble lords left, smiles never left their faces. For Thor, it was equally gratifying. Not only did the power of these 5 lords expand the Chamber of Commerce, ensuring it could establish itself in the western part of the northern province, but it also further solidified the bond between him and the 5 noble lords. As the Chamber of Commerce grew, so would their connection. There would no longer be any problems. All the hidden risks had been resolved at this point. From now on, it was just a matter of steadily developing. With this matter settled, Thor began preparing to return. Half a month later, with most of the territory's affairs handled, Thor was ready to leave. But an unexpected figure returned first. Lord Neil, what happened to you? Looking at the disheveled Neil Morton, Thor was surprised. Neil Morton was a Sky Knight, yet he appeared in such a sorry state. Even ask. I encountered a frost giant wolf and barely made it back. Neil Morton said with a wry smile, a frost giant wolf. Hearing this, Thor couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The frost giant wolf was a 5th-level magical beast, and not just any 5th-level beast, it inherited some of the frost giant's bloodline, making it as strong as a holy knight. For Neil Morton to have encountered such a formidable beast and made it back was indeed lucky. Yes, a frost giant wolf. I was searching for a frost heart, a rare flower that grows in the northern glaciers. It can greatly enhance a knight's talent. I thought I'd bring one back for you since your talent isn't too impressive. After months of searching, I found a small one, but I am not sure if the wolf swallowed the rest. Here, it's not much, but it should still be useful. Neil sighed as he tossed over a wooden box. As he said, his departure was to find a frost heart for Thor. Thor's limited talent often gave Neil a headache. Since he had benefited from Thor, he thought he could at least help him with something. However, his luck wasn't great. After months of searching and a dangerous encounter with the frost giant wolf, he only found a small frost heart. Thor opened his mouth, wanting to say something but ultimately held back. Thank you. He finally spoke softly. All right, kid, train hard. This frost heart may not drastically improve your talent, but it should give you a chance to break through to Earth Knight. You really are lucky. Neil said with a sigh. Due to the life-sharing contract and the presence of the ice sprite, he couldn't sense Thor's life force, unaware that Thor had already surpassed the rank of Grand Knight. After saying his piece, Neil left the room. As he watched Neil leave, Thor's thoughts churned. Even though he no longer needed the frost heart, he still appreciated Neil's efforts. Compared to life potions, the frost heart was far more valuable. Yet Neil didn't expect Thor to repay him for this favor, clearly considering it insufficient to settle the debt. It was easy to imagine the dangers Neil must have faced to obtain it after all. No Sky Knight would be in such a state without significant peril. Thor's thoughts settled as his mind calmed. Anna. Thor called out. Soon Anna entered the room. Master, put this in the first cabinet, top row. Thor instructed. Yes. Anna nodded and quickly left with the item. Thor's storage was managed solely by Anna, in whom he placed his utmost trust. She never disappointed him. With the item stored, Thor began preparing for his return home. Neil's return had given him some peace of mind. Having a Sky Knight, especially one at the pinnacle of that rank, meant he had little to worry about, even if a war with the Beastmen erupted. The next day, Thor started preparing for his journey back. His main goal this time was to inform his father about his new baronial title and to seek further support from him. Naturally, he needed to bring some gifts. Thinking of gifts, Thor recalled the Frost Heart. It was a treasure that could significantly enhance a knight's talent, and his father would surely be delighted. However, since Neil had obtained it at great cost, Thor hesitated. While he was deliberating, a new surprise arrived. Late at night, the familiar notification sound rang out. Daily information updated 1. 100 miles to your west, a group of tilapia will appear. Their meat is exceptionally delicious. 2. In the northern defensive line of the kingdom, 3 dukes have unexpectedly discovered a mysterious parchment. 3. 3 days from now, 700 miles to the north, a group of goatmen will invade a territory, only to be repelled by the Pioneer Lord. The extreme cold from the northern glaciers is about to spread to Eagle Ridge, and temperatures will plummet. 5. 8. 100 miles west of Eagle Ridge, in 5 days, a group of pigboars will fight each other. At the center of the battle, a tree of life fruits will ripen. 9. 500 miles west. As the lines of text appeared, Thor's breath quickened. A tree of life fruits. It was a tree of life fruits. The life fruit was what had altered his fate, and now there was not just another life fruit, but an entire tree. If he could obtain it, his territory could continuously produce life fruits in the future. Life fruits were the main ingredient in high-grade life potions. Even just consuming one could give someone a chance to break through from Earth Knight to Sky Knight. Though the chance wasn't guaranteed, the value of a life fruit was enormous. At this moment, Thor's eyes gleamed with excitement. He couldn't sleep all night, eagerly anticipating the next day. When morning arrived, he quickly gathered his knights. He set off with Steve and over 20 official knights. As for his previously planned departure, it was naturally postponed. 100 miles wasn't too far. By the third evening, Thor and his men arrived at their destination. However, by the time they arrived, the 2 groups of pigboars had already gathered around the tree of life fruits. 2 second-tier peak beasts, 27 first-tier ones. Thor observed with a hint of seriousness. He quickly assessed the strength of the pigboars. There were 29 in total, slightly more than the knights he had brought. More importantly, there were 2 second-tier peak pigboars. Though not as strong as typical beastmen or magical beasts, they were still formidable. 2 second-tier peak beasts and 27 first-tier ones wouldn't be easy to deal with, but it wasn't impossible. Steve, I'll handle the 2 second-tier peak pigboars. You lead the knights to quickly take care of the rest, and be careful not to damage that tree. Thor ordered, pointing to the tree of life fruits. Understood. Steve nodded, curious but not questioning. Thor then waited for the right moment. As time passed, 2 days went by. In the distance, the 2 groups of pigboars eyed each other aggressively. At the center, a faint fragrance began to waft through the air. As the fragrance spread, the pigboars grew more agitated, digging at the ground. Seeing this, Thor knew the time had come. Attack. He shouted softly, then charged forward. Behind him was Steve and the Knight Regiment. The sudden appearance of humans caught the pigboars off guard, but only for a moment. In no time, the enraged pigboars charged at Thor and his group from both sides. They clearly intended to deal with the humans first. As they charged, Thor's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He had feared they would stay by the tree, making it too risky to fight, but now this was the perfect outcome. Mounted on Nia, Thor thrust his knight's spear at the 2 pigboar leaders. The wind and frost elements converged. With a piercing sound, the first pigboar leader, filled with rage and madness, suddenly froze as it was sent flying. With a thunderous crash, the enormous force of the impact sent the second-tier pigboar crashing into the distance. Its tough hide was only slightly pierced. Warthogs had incredibly thick skin, difficult for swords to penetrate, but sheer power was enough to knock it away. The pigboar struggled but ultimately failed to stand. Thor didn't spare it a second glance, immediately charging at the other second-tier peak pigboar. The second pigboar, confused by the sudden defeat of its competitor, froze for a brief moment. Before it could react, it too was sent flying. With the 2 pigboar leaders defeated, Thor quickly joined the others in dispatching the remaining beasts. In just a short moment, all 27 pigboars had been dealt with. Not a single one managed to escape. After instructing his men to clear away the pigboars, Thor couldn't wait any longer and headed straight for the center. The scent in the air had grown even richer by now. It wasn't just the life fruit itself, but the entire tree of life fruits that was radiating a faint green glow. Even taking a deep breath was enough to make one feel the pulsations of life energy. This was nothing like an ordinary fruit tree from memory. The tree of life fruit stood about half a meter tall, its leaves shimmering like gold. Amid these golden leaves was an ordinary-looking fruit, crystalline like a sour berry. As the fragrance continued to spread, the golden leaves gradually withered and fell. Moments later, all that was left was a solitary fruit. The aroma slowly began to retract until it completely disappeared. It was as if a connection had formed. Thor instinctively reached out his hand. The fruit immediately fell, landing perfectly in his palm. Holding the tree of life fruits in his hand, he felt nothing unusual. It was exactly like the sour berries he had seen in the fruit shop that day. He brought it to his nose out of habit, but couldn't he detect any scent at all? The fragrance had completely vanished. The battle ended. The result was surprisingly simple. Originally, dealing with 29 pig boars was not easy. However, due to the presence of the tree of life fruit, the beasts lost almost all sense of reason. Even though they were clearly outmatched, they still charged at Thor's group with reckless abandon. As expected, all 29 pig boars were defeated. The ground was soaked with bright red blood. The surroundings were in complete disarray, but fortunately, because Thor and his group deliberately lured the beasts away, the tree of life fruit remained unharmed. At this moment, Thor couldn't help but feel a little excited as he looked at the fallen pig boars and the tree of life fruit at the center. After all, even without considering anything else, just the value of these pig boars was already substantial. As special magical beasts, even a peak-tier first-level pig boar was worth over 100 gold coins, while a peak-tier second-level pig boar could be valued at around 200 gold coins. With a total of 29 pig boars, including 2 peak-tier second-level ones, the total value exceeded 3,000 gold coins. It was truly a bountiful harvest, not to mention the tree of life fruit and the life fruits. The life fruits were priceless, and the tree of life fruit was even more so. If word got out, not only earls but even Marquis Raymond might come to take action. Strong figures from the kingdom's frontlines could also arrive. After all, the tree of life fruit had the potential to give rise to a sky knight in a family. An earth knight might not necessarily be in count, but a sky knight could at least earn a marquis title. After several centuries of development, becoming a duke would also be inevitable. Just like the 3 dukes of the Tulip Kingdom today, the 3 dukes arose because each of their families had produced a sky knight. Suppressing his excitement, Thor carefully examined the situation again and then cautiously placed the life fruit into a wooden box. He then began directing his knights to dig up the tree of life fruit. This place was more than 100 miles from his territory, so naturally he needed to bring the tree back. He didn't know how to transplant it, but he didn't need to. All he needed was to take the entire tree of life fruit, along with a large section of the surrounding soil. With Alan's help, Thor believed it would survive. After all, Alan possessed a natural affinity with all things, and while his connection to plants wasn't as strong as that of an elf, ensuring the tree's survival would be a simple task for him. Soon enough, the knights were busy at work. Half an hour later, the tree of life fruit, along with a large section of surrounding soil, was completely dug up. The tree was carefully wrapped up. By the time they finished excavating the tree of life fruit, the pig boars had also been dealt with. Afterward, Thor and his group set off once again, heading back to the Eagle Ridge. Unlike their relaxed journey to this place, their return was a triumphant one. They even had to temporarily build some carts to carry their spoils. As a result, the return trip took much longer than expected. It wasn't until the 5th day that they finally arrived back at the Eagle Ridge. In the main river valley, nothing significant had occurred over the 10 days they were away. Everything went smoothly. The 5 lords of the main alliance had already begun preparing for the establishment of the trade guild. Upon arriving at the Eagle Ridge, Thor immediately sought out Alan. However, upon seeing Alan again, Thor couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He sensed a faint trace of life energy from Alan. Though weak, it was unmistakably life energy. It was clear that Alan had already mastered the basics of the knight's breathing technique. Not bad, it seems your talent is quite decent, Thor remarked with a hint of satisfaction. Thor hadn't expected Alan to not only possess the natural affinity with all things but also to show promise as a knight. Though Alan's talent wasn't as strong as Ryan's and couldn't compare to Thor's current level, it still surpassed 99% of people. Even among the more than 40 official knights under Thor's command, Alan's talent would be considered exceptional. In the future, as long as he had sufficient resources, Alan stood a good chance of becoming an Earth Knight, perhaps even a Sky Knight one day. His talent far surpassed what Thor had at the same age. "Thank you, my lord," Alan responded with excitement and respect. These past days felt like a dream to him. Once a slave, he had lost all hope. But to his surprise, the Lord not only freed him from slavery, but also granted him a place in the fledgling Eagle Knights. He had even learned the knight's breathing technique. That was the knight's breathing technique. While not all knights were nobles, all nobles were knights. Learning the knight's breathing technique meant that he, too, had a chance at nobility someday. Though the chance was slim, it was enough to excite him. After all, just mastering the knight's breathing technique meant he had risen from a slave to a commoner, and now to a knight. When word of this reached his parents, the day they confirmed he had truly learned the knight's breathing technique, his father's joy and excitement were something Alan remembered vividly, even now. Naturally, he also remembered his own joy and excitement that day. He felt deep admiration and gratitude toward his lord. "No need to thank me, you've earned it. This time I've called you here to see if you can help this tree survive. If you can, I'll reward you with 100 merit points and even grant you the right to exchange for life potion." Thor shook his head and pointed to the Tree of Life fruit, giving Alan instructions. Thor already had a plan for the Tree of Life fruit. Without forest elves, Alan was undoubtedly the best candidate, though Alan might not be able to make the tree evolve, that wasn't necessary. As Thor had said before, he just needed it to survive. "Yes, my lord." Alan looked at the Tree of Life fruit and without hesitation nodded firmly. "Go on then, do your best, and I look forward to the day you become one of my guardian knights." Thor encouraged him with a smile. "Yes, my lord." Hearing Thor's words, Alan was so excited that his face flushed slightly. Guardian knight, that was a guardian knight. The lord actually said he hoped Alan would one day become his guardian knight. For Alan, nothing could excite him more. In fact, anyone in the Eagle Ridge would be thrilled to hear such words. In just a year, Thor's reputation in the Eagle Ridge had reached an astonishing level. Even slaves were no exception, let alone the freemen and knights. Following Thor, they saw an endlessly promising future. In such an environment, admiration for Thor only grew stronger, and that was exactly what Thor wanted to see. In a feudal society, the personal aspirations of individuals could make governing his territory smoother and bring more vitality to the land. As long as he could truly offer everyone a better future, there would be no problems. After entrusting the Tree of Life fruit to Alan, Thor began making the final preparations before leaving. Fortunately, with Neil Morton's help, Thor didn't need to handle all the details himself. Neil Morton was capable of managing most issues on his own. As a result, Thor only left Steve behind. He took Pierrot and Anna with him. In addition, 20 official knights and over 50 apprentice knights accompanied him, and they set out in grand fashion, heading back to Frostmoon Province. 10 days later, Thor and his knights reached Loren City. They rested there for a day, purchasing some local specialties from the northern province, and then set off again. 25 days later, Thor was officially about to leave the northern province and enter Frostmoon Province. It had been a year and a half since he first set foot in the northern province. In that time, he had undergone a complete transformation. A year and a half ago, when he first arrived in the northern province, he was merely an ordinary apprentice knight. Even with the help of a life fruit, his talent wasn't remarkable, and it would have taken him 5 or 6 years to break through to an official knight, perhaps even longer. Becoming a grand knight in his lifetime seemed improbable, and achieving the rank of Earth Knight was nearly impossible. As for his knightly retinue, he only had the 30-some official knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 300 reserve knights his father had given him. But in just a year and a half, everything had changed. Not only had Thor reached the rank of Grand Knight, but his talent had also undergone a massive transformation. Now it was almost guaranteed that he would one day become a Sky Knight. His knightly retinue had grown significantly, with over 40 official knights, more than 130 apprentice knights, and nearly 500 reserve knights. Most importantly, he now had his own territory and noble title. If he wished, he could now adopt Thor as his surname. He had become a true noble of the kingdom. There was no comparison between his current self and the person he was a year and a half ago. It was clear that his initial decision had been the right one. If he had chosen to stay in Frostmoon Province back then, if he had stayed at Dresosa Castle. None of this would have been possible. Even if he had continued using the daily information system to gain rewards, the size of Count Angel's territory in Dresosa Castle couldn't have offered him many opportunities. But how vast could the castle of Dresosa and the territory of Count Angel really be, and how many opportunities could they offer him? At this moment, it was uncertain whether his strength could even break through to the level of an official knight, let alone secure a title, something that was almost impossible. The most he could possess was the status of a knight. Although, in a certain sense, knights could also be considered nobility, but that was only true in a limited sense. In reality, knights were knights, and nobility was nobility. The two were incomparable. In fact, not even a knight, or even a temporary noble, could be compared to true nobility. Back in Loren City, during that clash with that fool, had he not already been a baron, the outcome would have been entirely different. But since he was a baron, everything was completely different. This is what it means to be noble. This is also the significance of nobility in this world. Clip-clop, the sound of hooves echoed as Thor and his party crossed the northern provincial border. They entered the Frostmoon Province. Thor couldn't help but halt his movement. His gaze shifted to the rear. A faint smile appeared on his face. After a brief pause, Thor resumed his journey, heading back toward home. Compared to the northern province, Frostmoon Province was far more tranquil. The larger-scale attacks of the orcs hadn't caused the slightest stir in this region. The nobles everywhere continued indulging in their decadence. Only the looming kingdom war made these nobles show a slight interest. But it was only a slight interest, nothing more. With the mentality of most of Frostmoon Province's nobility, if they were placed in the northern province, they likely wouldn't survive even a month. When he left before, Thor hadn't noticed much difference, but upon returning this time, he could clearly sense the immense disparity between the nobles of the two provinces. But this was normal. There had been no unrest in Frostmoon Province. Nearly a century of peace was enough to make most nobles indulge in luxury. Even the crisis only existed in words, not in reality. Interests and futures were long fixed in place. In the northern province, if you were strong enough, there was always a chance to become a baron, a viscount, or even a count. But in Frostmoon Province, that wasn't the case. A farmer's child would only be a farmer, a baker's son would only be a baker, and a baron's son would only become a baron. There was almost no chance for upward mobility. There weren't even enough resources left to divide. Under such circumstances, nearly 100 years had left the entire province lifeless. Some nobles might be willing to make an effort, but far more were content to rest on their ancestors' laurels. Thor, of course, didn't have much to say about this. Everyone had their own choices to make. Whether right or wrong, it wasn't for others to judge. In comparison, Thor was more concerned with the opportunities presented by the daily intelligence system. This time, he had deliberately chosen a different path than before. But clearly, like before, this time's harvest wasn't great either. In fact, it was even smaller, yielding a profit of less than 500 gold coins. From this, it was evident. Most of the value in Frostmoon Province had already been divided. Even if there was some remaining, it wasn't enough to make a significant difference. Time passed slowly. Upon entering the Frostmoon Province, the pace of Thor's party inevitably slowed. Given the large scale of his group, many of the nobles and lords they encountered along the way were startled. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to move quickly. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. A month later, Thor and his forces finally approached the town of Dresosa. As his figure stepped into the town, a trace of sentiment appeared on Thor's face. A year and a half had passed, yet the town of Dresosa hadn't changed at all. It looked exactly the same as when he had left, just as he remembered it. Thor's arrival caused quite a commotion. The presence of such a massive knight regiment made the people of Dresosa think that the count himself had arrived. In the midst of the hubbub, a group of knights and the town's steward hurriedly rushed over. When they arrived, the steward immediately prostrated himself on the ground. "My lord count." His voice was respectful and trembling, clearly panicked. The knights who accompanied him also hastily prepared to kneel on one knee, though their leader did not move, leaving them hesitant and uneasy. Their leader, Morris Dresosa, was deeply shocked. He stared at the young knight at the front of the group, momentarily at a loss. "Until Morris, it's been a long time." A gentle voice sounded, carrying words that seemed both familiar and distant, coming from both the present and from memory. Morris Dresosa suddenly snapped out of his daze. You Ray Thor." His voice trembled with disbelief. He looked at Thor, then at the knight regiment behind him, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Of course, Morris." Thor nodded with a smile. He certainly recognized the man before him, his fourth brother, the fourth son of Count Engel. Count Engel had over 20 children, 9 of whom were now adults. Among them, besides Thor, 3 had chosen to become pioneering lords, his second, third, and seventh brothers. As for the rest, the eldest brother was being groomed as the count's successor, and the fourth brother, Morris Dresosa, had chosen to stay with the family after becoming a squire at 18, serving as a guardian knight. The fifth brother was adopted by an uncle to inherit a title, while the eighth brother, having failed to become an apprentice knight by 18, had been expelled from the family and became a wandering knight. Thor, having inherited his predecessor's memories, remembered this fourth brother quite well. Of all his brothers, this one had always treated him well, especially since they had more contact because Morris had stayed with the family. Morris Dresosa had once been someone his predecessor looked up to. In his predecessor's dreams, he had wanted to become a family guardian knight just like Morris. However, Thor's arrival had changed everything. "It really is you. I'm sorry. This is just too shocking, Thor. You've changed so much." Morris finally regained his composure, speaking with emotion. However, his words and the conversation that followed left the steward, still prostrate on the ground, frozen in shock. "And not the count, young Master Thor." The steward's eyes were filled with confusion, unsure of what to do next. "Ha ha ha, Morris, I think I've changed a lot too." Thor laughed as he dismounted and walked over. As for the steward on the ground, he paid him no mind, and Morris did the same. The two brothers embraced warmly before stepping apart. "Come, father will be thrilled to know you've returned." "Oh, I heard you went to the northern province to become a pioneering knight. Weren't you aiming to become a family guardian knight? I hope you didn't encounter too much danger, right?" Morris spoke with warmth and concern as he led Thor forward. "Morris, people change. I decided I'd rather see the world than stay with the family. The northern province is much more exciting than the Frostmoon province. Really? Then I definitely want to hear all about it." As they conversed, the group headed toward the castle, leaving the steward behind, awkward and unnoticed. The knights, meanwhile, were intrigued by Thor and Morris, as well as the members of Thor's knight regiment. "Wait, are you Mark?" Among them, one of Morris Dresosa's knights recognized a familiar face, speaking with surprise. Portalo. Mark, a member of Thor's knight regiment, also showed a look of pleasant surprise. "It's really you, but you." Portalo spoke in shock, looking at his familiar friend and then at the unicorn horse Mark was leading. He found it hard to believe. Mark had once been an apprentice knight like him, and apprentice knights didn't have warhorses, but now Mark was riding a unicorn, indicating his new status. After all, his own strength had been superior to Mark's before. Surprised. "I am an official knight now, and I am about to advance to Middleville Knight soon." Mark spoke excitedly upon seeing his old friend. "A full knight, you actually advanced." Portalo exclaimed in disbelief. "Of course." As the knights from both regiments talked, many recognized familiar faces and soon noticed the changes in each other. In particular, Morris Dresosa's knights were stunned as they saw the transformations in strength among Thor's knights. As they continued to talk, Morris led Thor toward the castle. Meanwhile, the news had already reached Dresosa Castle. In the top-floor room of the castle, Count Angel was reading a book, as usual. However, compared to a year ago, the worry on his brow had deepened. Even though the report on Dresosa's income was better than last year, it didn't alleviate his concerns. Not only had his knightly prowess failed to advance, but the growth of the Dresosa family had also stagnated. As a newly risen noble family, both the Dresosa family and Count Angel himself had once been full of vigor. Yet the limitations of the Frostmoon province made expansion exceedingly difficult. For 20 years, there had been little room for growth, only 2 years left. "What a pity." Count Angel sighed and shook his head, preparing to focus his thoughts once more. At that moment, a knock came at the door. "Come in." He called out in a gentle tone, frowning slightly. This was his time for reflection, and interruptions were rare unless something significant had occurred. The door creaked open, and the butler, Charlie, entered. "Charlie, what is it?" Count Angel asked with some confusion. "My lord, word has come from the town. Young Master Thor has returned from the northern province and is heading toward the castle." Charlie spoke respectfully. "Oh, Thor." Count Angel was momentarily stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. "The young eagle of Dresosa has finally returned. Come, let's go greet him." Count Angel smiled broadly and stood up. "Yes, my lord." Charlie, both surprised and excited, quickly nodded. As the butler left, Count Angel tidied himself and headed outside the castle. As the count moved, the news quickly spread like wildfire throughout the castle. Thor Dresosa, who had gone to the northern province to pioneer, had returned. Excitement and curiosity spread among the people. On the training grounds, several young knights, clad in armor and bucket helmets, were sweating and training hard. When the news reached them, their eyes lit up with excitement. Especially 2 young boys, one about 16 or 17 and the other around 14 or 15, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Big brother Thor is back." The younger boy exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Thor has finally returned." The older one was equally thrilled, but looked toward their instructor, Michael, for permission. "Uncle Michael, we've finished our training. May we go see him?" "Of course." Michael, who had been surprised by the news, smiled and nodded at the boy's request. As he did, a blurred image flashed through his mind of someone who had once been important but was now fading from memory. Shaking his head, Michael chuckled softly. Being part of the Dresosa family, he had seen many knights leave for pioneering and then return, so this was nothing new to him. But that was just his perspective. The young boys on the training ground were still brimming with excitement. Soon many of them rushed toward the castle gates. Meanwhile, outside the castle, Count Angel, leading a large group of knights, was already waiting at the gate. When the young knights arrived, they immediately spotted their father standing at the entrance, and many of them hesitated to approach. Only the 2 boys mustered the courage to come forward. "Father." They greeted him nervously, bowing quickly. Count Angel nodded, glancing at the 2 boys and then at the figures hiding in the distance, shaking his head slightly, but he said nothing. The 2 boys stood even more carefully, barely daring to breathe as they took their places behind him. Seeing that the boys had not been scolded, several more children cautiously approached. "Father, father." They greeted him quietly, inching closer. "HMPH." Count Angel couldn't he help but let out a cold snort. Upon hearing the cold snort, the figures in the distance abruptly stopped in their tracks. The newly arrived individuals trembled slightly, quickly lowering their heads. Amidst the trembling of the younger ones, a group of people gradually appeared in the distance. Seeing the approaching figures, a smile emerged on Count Angel's previously stern face. Many of the younger ones were shocked upon seeing their father's smile. However, Count Angel wasn't concerned with his sons at the moment. His mind was filled with the news he'd received from his friend, and the smile on his face grew even broader. 1 year. In just 1 year's time, his son had been granted the title of Baron by the royal palace. This was the fastest anyone in the Dresosa family history had ever achieved such a feat. How could he not be pleased with such an accomplishment? He had been eagerly awaiting Thor's return during this time, and when the news of unrest in the north reached him, he had grown even more anxious. He even considered giving additional support to his other 2 sons. But now, Thor had finally returned. As these thoughts swirled in Count Angel's mind on the other side, Thor and Morris quickly noticed the crowd gathering outside the castle. Father. Seeing the figure outside the castle, Morris's expression was one of shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Thor's father. He actually came out. Morris muttered to himself, his mind struggling to process the situation. Thor nodded, his own eyes filled with surprise and astonishment. He hadn't expected his father to personally come to the gate to welcome them. In his memory, this was only the second time something like this had happened. The last time was when a certain marquis had come personally to discuss some matters which had warranted such treatment. Morris was shocked and Thor was equally shocked, but despite their surprise, both quickly stepped forward. Father, father. Morris and Thor bowed respectfully to Count Angel. You're back. Indeed, I've already heard the news, as expected of Dresosa's young eagle. It seems you've already spread your wings and are soaring high. Count Angel nodded, his tone filled with pride. I must thank you for your support, father. Without your support, I wouldn't have been able to establish myself as I have. Thor spoke softly, full of gratitude. Although Count Angel had only supported him twice, both times had been crucial. The first was the provision of over 30 official knights and 100 trainee knights, which laid the foundation for Thor to establish himself in the northern provinces. The second was sending 5 knowledgeable administrators and over 100 skilled craftsmen, solving various problems in the development of his territory, making self-sufficiency a possibility. Thor felt deeply grateful to his father, even though he knew that if not for his impressive performance, Count Angel would have likely coldly exiled him according to family rules. However, regardless of that, he had indeed received significant support. Thor understood this well. Ha ha ha, come, dinner is ready. We'll eat first and then we can talk. Count Angel laughed, nodding as he led Thor into the castle. Along the way, 2 small children wanted to approach, but didn't he dare. Inside the familiar dining hall, Thor found himself seated to the right of Count Angel, a place he had never occupied before. The seat to Angel's left was empty, the place that once belonged to Thor's mother, Renice Vieira, who had passed away 3 years ago. After sitting down, a sumptuous meal was served. As father and son talked, others listened intently. Morris, his eyes wide with shock, wanted to speak but refrained, seeing Count Angel's calm demeanor. Despite keeping his thoughts to himself, his inner turmoil was far from settled. Morris knew Thor had gone to the northern provinces, but he had no idea Thor had become a baron. Thor hadn't worn a noble's insignia before, and Morris had never imagined this was possible in under 2 years. The younger children's eyes sparkled with admiration as they looked at Thor, much like how Thor had once looked at Morris. At that moment, many of them likely dreamed of venturing to the northern frontier. Thor, however, remained focused. Though he was a transmigrator, Count Angel, as an old noble, had a deeper understanding of the world and the noble system. Thor took this opportunity to learn from his father's experience, recounting everything he had encountered and done since arriving in the northern provinces. You've done well. Spreading the fierce eagle-breathing technique to calm your knights was a good move. However, freeing slaves was too reckless. Fortunately, your territory developed quickly, so the issues were suppressed before they became problems. Otherwise, there would have been trouble. Forming an alliance was a smart move. Those people may be your competitors now, but once you grow stronger, they become your most important allies. Uniting with others to solve problems and defeat enemies is a skill you must learn. As for clearing missions, you acted too hastily. The northern provinces are extremely dangerous. You're lucky you didn't encounter significant danger. Be more cautious next time. You need to be bold when necessary, but also prudent. You were too generous with your second brother. Giving him 8% would been enough that way. You could brought more pioneering lords on board. Count Angel's voice carried both guidance and praise for his son's wisdom. Thor felt enlightened by his father's words. For instance, he realized that freeing slaves, even if only a few, had been too hasty. As Angel had pointed out, if his territory hadn't developed quickly, those problems could have exploded by now. Thor's expression became more serious as he absorbed the lessons. Count Angel, for his part, was inwardly astonished. If he had been shocked before by Thor's barony, he was now even more impressed by Thor's abilities and luck, so much so that he wondered if Thor was favored by the goddess of life herself. Was this really his son, or the goddess's chosen one? Count Angel hid his amazement well, but Thor noticed it nonetheless. Still, Thor wasn't concerned. These revelations didn't bother him. He knew that in this world some were blessed by the gods, and such individuals had appeared throughout history. Angel, though surprised, would only value him more. Indeed, as their conversation continued, Count Angel's gaze toward Thor subtly shifted, growing increasingly proud. As the night wore on, dinner concluded and everyone dispersed. The younger ones excitedly discussed Thor's stories as they left, while Morris was left deep in thought. Count Angel then summoned Thor to his study. Once inside, the butler, Charlie, closed the door, and Count Angel walked over to the bookshelf, pulling out a book. Take a look at this. If the Orc War doesn't break out, this will be your main concern. Count Angel's voice was solemn. All right, Thor nodded and took the book. It was a leather-bound volume, not too thick. Thor sat down and began reading carefully. As he turned the first page, his eyes widened. What is this? He asked, looking up at his father. Finish reading first, Count Angel replied, staring out at the castle. Thor nodded and continued reading, becoming fully absorbed in the content. After about half an hour, he finished the book and slowly closed it. It was a detailed account of Kingdom Wars. Finished. When Thor closed the book, Count Angel turned and spoke softly. Yes, father, are you referring to the Kingdom War? Thor asked, hesitating slightly. Count Angel didn't immediately answer, but instead seemed lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke. The Dresosa family rose to prominence 300 years ago during a kingdom war. Our ancestor was a wandering knight who gained merit in that war and was ennobled as a baron. That was the start of our family. In the subsequent Orc War, we fought fiercely, earning the title of Viscount. Nearly 200 years ago, during the last Kingdom War, the Dresosa family had grown strong. Though we were still Viscounts, we had 3 Earth Knights. Confident, we joined the war, seeking a higher title. We succeeded in becoming counts, but at the cost of those 3 Earth Knights and 10 Grand Knights. Only 1 knight survived, Dimon Dresosa, my father, your grandfather. Count Angel's voice carried a sense of history, and Thor listened intently. He had known parts of his family's history, but never in such detail. When Count Angel finished, Thor's brow furrowed. The loss of 3 Earth Knights and 10 Grand Knights in the last war was staggering. Father. Thor was about to speak when Angel cut him off. The next Kingdom War will break out in no more than 2 years. You know what that means, don't you? Yes, I understand. This is both a crisis and an opportunity for me, and for the Dresosa family. Thor took a deep breath and spoke firmly. He knew why his father was telling him all this. Indeed, it's an opportunity for both you and our family. To become a baron requires 100 merit points. For a viscount, it's 1,000, and for an count, it's 10,000. To become a marquis, you must make a significant contribution to the kingdom, securing victory in the war. Becoming a viscount may not be difficult, but in count, if there's no Orc War, the Kingdom War is your only chance. The same goes for the Dresosa family. Are you prepared? Count Angel looked at Thor with a solemn expression. I am ready, father. Thor's voice was full of determination. Good, as expected of Dresosa's eagle. Count Angel laughed and patted Thor on the shoulder. Don't worry. This time I'll give you even greater support. Don't disappoint me. Thor couldn't hide his excitement as he thanked his father. Also, be careful with that elven girl of yours. Don't let her be exposed. The Karenina family is no joke, and you might even provoke the elves. That could bring you more trouble than you can handle. Count Angel's reminder was serious. I understand. Thor nodded gravely. He had taken precautions. Anna was kept well hidden, known only to a few in his territory. Even Morris hadn't noticed during this visit. Anna had quite a few issues surrounding her. Firstly, she was a half-elf girl, which undoubtedly tied her to the elf race. Even as a half-elf, the elves would take her back once they discovered her. Not to mention, Anna had formed a contract with a nature spirit, transforming her into a being akin to a nature spirit herself. This would make the elves even more determined to reclaim her. As for Karenina, Anna's full name was Anna Karenina, which posed its own set of problems, even though Anna had not elaborated on her story. Karenina was one of the 3 Grand Dukes of the kingdom, and Thor had no intention of provoking her recklessly, at least, not at the moment. He had prepared for this from the start. I'm glad you understand. Rest at home for a few days. Your return was too rushed, and I need some time to make arrangements. About half a month should do. There shouldn't be too many issues in your territory, right? You should have left Pyros there. Putting your safety entirely in the hands of others is not a wise decision. Count Angel nodded, but then frowned as if something had just occurred to him. "Father, Ryan has already been promoted to a Grand Knight, and Steve has advanced as well. With them, plus the main alliance, there shouldn't be any major problems in the territory," Thor explained with a smile, knowing that his father had likely misunderstood the situation. "Oh, so soon?" Count Angel was shocked. His surprise wasn't about Steve's advancement. Steve, as the Knight Commander assigned to Thor, had already been close to reaching Grand Knight level. His promotion was expected. What shocked Angel was that Ryan had also advanced, and in just over a year. Such rapid progress was truly terrifying. Yes, Ryan broke through a few months ago, and his strength is now even greater than that of a second-tier peak orc, Thor said proudly. "Good, make good use of him." "Ryan will become one of your most important assets," Count Angel said. "It's getting late, and you must be tired. We'll leave it here for now. Take this book back and read it." Count Angel glanced at the sky, indicating the end of their conversation. "Father, I didn't bring much back this time, but I hope this can help you." Thor retrieved a wooden box from his pocket, which held the life fruit. "Very well, leave it on the table," Count Angel responded, his expression indifferent. Though Thor had become a baron, he didn't expect much from him. However, since it was a gesture from his son, he accepted it. Thor, without explaining further, placed the box on the desk and left. By now it was deep into the night, and the castle had grown silent. As Thor left, a servant quickly stepped forward to guide him to his room. Entering his familiar quarters, Thor couldn't help but feel a touch of nostalgia. After washing up, he lay down, ready to sleep as the night grew darker. "Ping, daily information system has updated. Would you like to open it?" Open. New information flashed in his mind as Thor's consciousness was drawn into the daily updates. Meanwhile, back in the study, Count Angel, instead of sleeping, was lost in thought. His brow furrowed as the hours passed until midnight. Finally, he shook his head and prepared to retire for the night. As he stood, his eyes fell on the wooden box Thor had left on the desk. "Thor," Count Angel chuckled softly but walked over to the box. He opened it casually, revealing a strange fruit that made him pause for a moment. "A sour fruit," he murmured, confused. But that confusion quickly turned to shock as his pupils dilated and his breath quickened. A strange sensation emanated from the fruit. Without hesitation, he touched it, and the moment his fingers brushed the fruit, his expression changed drastically. This is the life fruit," Count Angel whispered, eyes wide with astonishment. "Thor." He looked toward the door, realization dawning on him. "Charlie," he called out, barely containing his excitement. "Yes, my lord." The butler, Charlie, entered promptly. "Go check if Thor is asleep. If not, bring him here. If he's already asleep, let him be." "Yes, my lord," Charlie responded and quickly left the room. Count Angel paced back and forth, his gaze frequently returning to the wooden box. His expression fluctuated as the weight of the situation settled in. Soon the door was knocked upon again. "Enter, my lord. Young Master Thor is already resting," Charlie reported respectfully. "Very well, I understand." Count Angel exhaled deeply, nodding as the butler left. The night deepened, but Count Angel remained sleepless, lost in thought. When morning light finally broke, Thor awoke feeling refreshed after being attended by Anna. As he prepared for breakfast, the butler Charlie appeared before him. "Young Master Thor, the Lord has requested your presence," Charlie said respectfully. "All right," Thor smiled, not surprised by the summons. After gesturing for Anna to wait, he followed Charlie to the top floor where the study was located. "Charlie, inform the others that no one is to disturb us," Count Angel instructed as they entered. "Understood." Charlie complied and left, leaving only Thor and Count Angel in the room. The wooden box still sat quietly on the desk. For a moment, silence filled the air. Count Angel looked at Thor, wanting to speak but unsure of what to say. "Father," Thor broke the tension with a soft call. "Thor, do you know what you've given me?" Count Angel asked after taking a deep breath. "Yes," Thor replied seriously. "It was an unexpected gain. You're close to becoming a Sky Knight, aren't you? With the life fruit, you'll have a chance to break through." When Thor discovered the life fruit tree, his first thought had been of his father. The family had supported him in many ways, and Thor wanted to repay that kindness. The mature life fruit he had found was the perfect gift. As a key ingredient in high-level life elixirs, even consuming the fruit alone could help an Earth Knight break through to Sky Knight. His father, already at the peak of Earth Knight, had a good chance of advancing with it. Count Angel's expression grew more complicated as he looked at Thor. After a moment, he sighed deeply. "You should take it back," he said softly. "You need it more than I do." Thor was surprised by his father's response, but he didn't argue. Instead, he released a torrent of life energy from his body. Cold air spread throughout the room, and frost began to form on the ground. "What is this?" Count Angel was shocked, but his eyes widened even more when he realized the immense power Thor was displaying. His son was not just a knight, he had reached the level of a Grand Knight. Count Angel stood up in disbelief. He had always known that Thor's talent wasn't extraordinary. Breaking through to a knight at 18 had already been impressive, but now, less than 2 years later, Thor was already a Grand Knight. "Father, the life fruit is of little use to me. It's more beneficial for you." If you can become a Sky Knight, our family may rise to the rank of Marquis, which would be a greater help to me, Thor explained calmly. Count Angel was deeply moved. After a long pause, he finally nodded. Thor, you've truly surprised me this time. I now believe you really have the blessing of the goddess of life. I'll accept the life fruit. Thor smiled and nodded, relieved that his father had accepted the gift. A Sky Knight father would bring many benefits to the family. Although becoming a Sky Knight wasn't easy, Count Angel had another rare ingredient, starlight fruit, that could be combined with the life fruit to create a high-level elixir, increasing his chances. Father and son continued to chat for a while before Thor finally excused himself. As he watched Thor leave, Count Angel shook his head, smiling to himself. He never imagined that one day he would receive such a precious gift from his son. A life fruit was truly a rare treasure, and high-level life elixirs made from such ingredients were invaluable. Even at the kingdom's auctions, they were nearly impossible to find, often beyond the reach of ordinary counts. The life fruit had already given Count Angel at least a 30% chance of success. Even without the final main ingredient, relying on the life fruit and the Starmoon starlight fruit, he had a 50% chance of breaking through to the Sky Knight rank. Its value was self-evident. In the study, Count Angel couldn't help but show a trace of emotion. Take a good rest at home for a few days, he said, and while you're at it, help me discipline those boys. After expressing his thoughts, Count Angel seemed to recall something, and his voice followed. Yes, father. Thor nodded, not refusing. After a few more exchanges, Count Angel dismissed Thor. Once Thor left, Count Angel summoned Michael. A moment later, Michael entered. My lord, came a respectful voice. Michael, you can stop investigating the life fruit for now. Focus all your efforts on finding the purple gold grass. I want you to go personally. As for the training of the young eagles in the castle, temporarily handed over to Thor, Count Angel said solemnly. Yes. Michael, though puzzled, quickly nodded. He soon set off to carry out his orders. Meanwhile, Thor was unaware of any of this. After leaving the study, he made his way to the training grounds, where two youngsters immediately rushed over upon seeing him. Brother Thor, Brother Thor. Excited voices rang out as the two looked at Thor with shining eyes, full of admiration. Among their brothers, none held such a revered place in their hearts as Thor. In their eyes, Thor had swiftly replaced Morris as the one they most admired. Our Clay, Thor called out, smiling as he patted their heads. Have you two been training well lately? Of course, we've been working really hard. Ira's even about to condense his life seed, the younger one said proudly, his excitement evident. Thor raised his eyebrows in surprise, turning to the older Ire, who had a more mature appearance for his age. Close to condensing your life seed, Ire. At just 16, 2 years shy of 18, the fact that Ire was on the verge of condensing his life seed left Thor stunned. Brother Thor, I think I still need about 6 more months, Ire said, slightly embarrassed. Oh really? Thor smiled. Doing great. Your talent is much better than mine was. You'll surely become an outstanding knight in the future. By the way, here's a gift for you. Thor then took out a wooden box from his pocket. A gift. Clay's eyes lit up as he chimed in, I want a gift too. Of course, Clay, there's one for you too. Thor laughed and pulled out another wooden box from his pocket. Hee, Thor is the best, Clay said excitedly. Thank you, Brother Thor, Ire said after hesitating briefly. No need to thank me, Thor said with a smile. Take good care of them. These were the two brothers Thor was closest to, and he had naturally prepared gifts for them, 2 divine wood fruits, which would significantly aid their training. As for the other brothers, Thor had also prepared gifts for them, but nothing as precious as these. The two carefully put away the boxes without opening them and eagerly asked Thor about his travels. Brother Thor, what's the northern province like? Is the northern province fun? Brother Thor, can I become a pioneer knight like you someday? The northern province is vast, full of orcs, and very exciting, Thor replied. And of course, Clay, if you train hard, you too can become a grand knight. The morning flew by as Clay peppered Thor with questions, with Ire occasionally joining in. It was rare for them to have such free time, especially on a day off like today. Finally, lunchtime arrived, and the two reluctantly let go of Thor. Smiling, Thor patted their heads and led them to the dining hall. Count Angel was absent. As was often the case, his duties as a count rarely allowed him to stay in the castle for long. Without their father present, the young eagles of Dresosa were left to eat together, and the meal was filled with their chatter. It left Thor with a headache, but after managing to get through it, he finally had some time to rest. However, it was only for one day. The next morning, Thor was up early and headed for the training grounds. Count Angel had instructed him to train the youngsters seriously, and Thor intended to follow through, especially now that Michael had left and Thor had taken over as their trainer. Master Thor, a knight called out respectfully, leading the way to the training grounds. As Thor entered, the young trainees immediately spotted him. It's Brother Thor. Uncle Michael said Thor would be training us today, and it's true. Yeah. I wonder how strong Brother Thor has become. Can he be stronger than Uncle Michael? The youngsters were full of excitement, their chatter filling the air. Thor merely smiled and shook his head. Then, with a sudden burst of life energy, Thor unleashed a terrifying wave of cold that spread across the training grounds. Boom. The temperature plummeted as frost crept across the ground. The once noisy crowd instantly fell silent, with many of the young knights trembling under the intense chill. Quiet down, Thor said calmly, and the area quickly became still. Meanwhile, several of the official knights in attendance couldn't help but retreat slightly, their eyes wide with shock. Even they seasoned knights felt the bone-chilling cold emanating from Thor, Master Thor. One knight stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he stared in awe. The aura radiating from Thor was terrifying, almost on par with the captain Michael Master Thor. Could he have broken through to the Earth Knight rank? Another knight muttered in disbelief. Impossible, his companion quickly denied. He's too young. There's no way he could have broken through so soon. But the knight was about to argue further when Thor glanced in his direction, silencing him immediately. You are the young eagles of Dresosa, Thor said, turning his attention to the group. And one day you will soar across the skies. Father has entrusted me with your training, and I expect you to make me proud. This week, whoever trains the hardest, not necessarily the most talented, but the hardest, will be rewarded with a bottle of intermediate life potion. But whoever ranks last in training will forfeit their life potion for the month. Thor's words sent a wave of excitement through the group. Brother Thor, what do you mean by training the hardest? One of the boys couldn't help but ask. Yes, Brother Thor, how will we know who's first? Training the hardest means working the hardest and completing the most training, Thor replied with a smile. Hearing this, the group's eyes lit up even more. If talent wasn't a factor, then anyone had a chance, and that realization filled them with excitement. Let's begin, Thor said. I'll be overseeing your training for the next week. The training began, and the young eagles immediately threw themselves into their tasks with unprecedented seriousness. Life potion, especially an intermediate one, could change their fate. Many of them had already resigned themselves to being mediocre knights due to their average talent, but now with the promise of such a reward, they were giving it their all. The knights responsible for overseeing the training were surprised by the sudden shift in the trainees' attitudes. Thinking of Thor's promise, they could only sigh. After all, an intermediate life potion was worth over 1,000 gold coins, even in the Frostmoon province, and it could greatly increase the chances of condensing a life seed. It was no wonder the young eagles were working so hard. Time passed, and Thor stayed with them throughout the day, watching over their training. These young eagles were not only Dresosa's future, but also the family's. The family's growth depended on him as much as it did on them. By dusk, the day's training finally came to an end. All right, that's enough for today, Thor said, clapping his hands. The young trainees collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Thor smiled in satisfaction, but also frowned slightly as his gaze landed on a chubby boy in the distance. While the others were completely spent, the boy was merely panting, seemingly unaffected by the day's grueling training. Thor said nothing for now and instead addressed the group. Today's first place goes to Carter Dresosa. He will receive 1 point. Laya came in last, so he loses 1 point. At the end of the week, the one with the most points will be first, and the one with the least will be last. All eyes turned toward the two boys. Carter wasn't the most talented, but he had taken first place, much to the disbelief of the others. You may feel it's unfair, Thor continued, cutting off their protests. But let me tell you this, since dusk, Carter has spent only 15 minutes on lunch and taken fewer than 3 breaks. Ire, you took 10 breaks and spent half an hour eating. Clay, you rested 12 times and took a full hour for lunch. Manya, you took 7 breaks and spent half an hour eating. Thor's words silenced any complaints. One by one, the young trainees lowered their heads in shame. All right, go and rest. No more training today. Make sure you soak in your medicinal baths, or you won't be able to continue tomorrow. With that, Thor dismissed them. In the following 10 days, the eaglets of Dresosa Castle became engrossed in intense training. Thor did not value talent, he simply measured effort, giving almost everyone a chance. Naturally, these young ones were unwilling to let the opportunity slip by. However, Carter still stood out, dedicating nearly all his time to training. On the first day, he earned a point, the same on the second day, and again on the third. It wasn't until the 4th day that someone briefly surpassed him. However, by the 5th day, Carter reclaimed the top spot. This outcome made the others grit their teeth in frustration, prompting them to train even harder. Within this determined atmosphere, a week quickly passed. Training for the week is over. Carter is first and Laya is last. For the upcoming year, Laya's supply of life potions will be reduced. Thor's voice echoed across the training grounds. All eyes instinctively turned to Carter and Laya. Laya couldn't care less, he had long given up on cultivating. A single life potion meant little to him. On the other hand, Carter was visibly excited, especially when a bottle of mid-grade life potion was presented to him, his face flushed with joy. Thank you, Brother Thor, Carter exclaimed, his gaze full of gratitude. He knew this bottle of life potion would change his destiny. This is what you deserve. All right, let's continue, Thor announced. This time, we LL train for a month. Whoever ranks first will get another mid-grade life potion, and the top 3 will receive low-grade ones. However, the bottom 3 will lose their potion supply for the next year. Thor waved his hand, issuing the next command. This announcement immediately brightened everyone's eyes. There were more chances now, and not just for Carter. Even though the top 3 would receive low-grade potions instead of mid-grade, a low-grade potion was still crucial for their night-breathing technique practice. It could significantly enhance their chances of condensing a life seed. This was a golden opportunity. Of course, the penalties were harsher too. Falling into the bottom 3 would result in losing their life potion supply. Previously, with Laya consistently at the bottom, the others didn't worry much. But now, with 2 additional spots for elimination, everyone felt the pressure. This was exactly what Thor intended. The first week was just to show them he was serious about the rewards. The second month was designed to truly ignite the eaglets' motivation, pushing them to strive even harder. Thor, however, was unaware that Count Angel, a high-ranking official of the castle, was quietly observing from above. Count Angel had returned home 3 days ago and was well aware of Thor's actions. As he watched the young trainees below working hard, a smile crept onto his face. Standing beside him was the slightly astonished Michael. "What do you think?" Count Angel asked in a gentle tone. "Young Master Thor is truly a born leader," Michael replied in admiration. Michael was the most impressed by the changes. In just 7 days, the entire demeanor of the territory had transformed, something even he hadn't anticipated. Ha ha ha, indeed his future is brighter than mine. The eaglets of the Dresosa family seem ready to spread their wings and soar into the sky. Count Angel laughed heartily. Thor is indeed an eagle, Michael nodded seriously, recalling the young boy in the training grounds years ago. That boy had now been replaced by a confident and increasingly imposing figure. From now on, let's stick to this system. Calculate it yearly. The top 3 each year can earn an extra life potion, while the bottom 3 will lose theirs. Maybe talent isn't the only determining factor, Count Angel remarked thoughtfully, recalling the strength Thor had recently demonstrated. A Grand Knight. Yes, Thor had already broken through to become a Grand Knight in less than 2 years. Count Angel knew Thor's talent well, but even with such potential, he had made tremendous progress in less than 2 years after heading to the northern province. If Thor could do it, why not others? Even if the success rate was 1 in 10,000, Count Angel was willing to give it a shot. After all, it wouldn't cost him much, nor would it require significant resources. Understood, Michael nodded, agreeing to implement the plan. By the way, have you gathered any useful information? Do we have any leads on the purple gold grass? After giving his orders, Count Angel turned to Michael with a serious expression. So far, it's confirmed that 3 stalks of purple gold grass will be auctioned at next month's royal auction. Additionally, the Assad family's auction might have one, but that's not yet certain, Michael reported respectfully. In just a few days, he had gathered sufficient information. Oh, 2 places. Count Angel showed a hint of surprise. We can only confirm the royal auction. The Assad family's item is still uncertain, Michael explained softly. That's enough. Prepare yourself. In the coming days, you'll accompany me to the royal capital. It's been years since you last visited, hasn't it? Count Angel smiled, turning to his knight commander. But what about the Assad family? Michael hesitated but still voiced his concern. Don't worry. Since it's only a possibility, there's no need for me to go personally. Thor can handle it, Count Angel said reassuringly. Young Master Thor, Michael paused, then nodded in agreement. All right, go get ready. It's rare for you to return, Count Angel smiled again. The 2 then began their preparations. Meanwhile, Thor remained oblivious to these plans. He had stopped monitoring the eaglet's training and had begun practicing his own night-breathing technique. With his increased talent, his progress in the breathing technique had significantly accelerated, and he had started to enjoy the rapid improvements. The only issue was that his current breathing technique, the eagle breathing technique, although top tier among counts, wasn't on par with his newfound talent. If he could obtain a better technique, he could have broken through to a higher level much sooner. Time passed, and a thin layer of frost spread over the training grounds, lowering the temperature. If Thor advanced further to the rank of Earth Knight, the entire training ground could be affected. Reaching the Sky Knight rank could have even more dramatic consequences. In the center of the frost-covered field, Thor exhaled a long breath, steadying his energy. Sensing the increase in life force within, he smiled. At his current rate, he estimated that in 2 months he would advance to the midstage of a Grand Knight. After announcing the day's training results, Thor prepared to return to his room to freshen up. Despite the peacefulness of his life at home, the daily intelligence reports hadn't provided any surprises. Just as Thor was contemplating his thoughts, a knock came at the door. He gestured and Anna opened it. Young Master Thor, the master has summoned you, the butler, Charles, respectfully informed him. All right, I'll be there shortly, Thor responded, a bit puzzled. After tidying up, he headed to Count Angel's study. "Come in." Angel's voice sounded before Thor could knock. Thor entered the room, addressing his father with curiosity. "Father, you called for me?" "Yes." "I need you to travel to Pat City," Count Angel explained. Pat City. Thor recalled the city, located in Frostmoon Province, about 1,500 miles away. Even his predecessor's memories of the place were fuzzy. "Yes, Pat City. It said the Assad family has obtained a stalk of purple gold grass. I have business in the capital, so I can go with you. Since you're familiar with someone from the Assad family, I'll have you and Marshall handle this." "Understood, father. When do I leave?" Thor agreed without hesitation. "Tomorrow. Rest well tonight, and I'll prepare the necessary resources," Count Angel replied. "All right." The father and son discussed a few more matters, mainly the situation in Frostmoon Province and the details Thor needed to be mindful of during his trip. Though Frostmoon Province wasn't as unpredictable as the Northern Province, the Dresosa family held significant influence there, so Count Angel wasn't concerned. Soon their conversation concluded and Thor left. As night fell, the familiar mechanical voice sounded once again. Daily information updated. 1 at noon today, Ender will awaken his life seed and become a qualified apprentice knight. At 20, he is full of ambition, vowing to be the most loyal knight of the Dresosa family. 2, the maid Loris and the butler Angry are preparing for a certain ritual in the cornfield, a practice they have honed over 2.5 years. 3, one of the sows in Dresosa Castle will give birth this afternoon, producing 10 piglets, though the mother seems to be suffering from postpartum depression. 4. Michael's favorite horse in the stables seems to be feeling down and needs the companionship of a mare for the next 2.5 years. 5, 6, 7 days later, on the way to Pat City, you will encounter an attack by a pack of gray wolves, with the leader reaching the peak of the second rank. 7, 15 days later, in Pat City, the Assad family will host a grand auction, featuring an extremely rare and precious purple gold grass. 8, 17 days later, on the road to Pat City, a fallen knight will be selling an item said to originate from ancient ruins. It contains a rare breathing technique, though incomplete, it's enough to support a breakthrough to Sky Knight. The lines of text appeared one after another. Upon reading them, Thor's previously indifferent expression instantly turned serious. "It's real." Muttering to himself, his eyes first fixated on the entry. He hadn't expected the purple gold grass his father had mentioned might appear would actually be available at the Assad family auction this time. However, before he had time to fully process this surprise, the 8th entry immediately made his breath quicken. The night breathing technique. Thor never expected a night breathing technique to appear at this moment. For him, what is he lacking most right now? It's not strength, resources, or cultivation, but rather a night breathing technique. As mentioned earlier, though the eagle breathing technique was decent, it no longer quite fit his cultivation talent. He needed a better one, but acquiring a breathing technique was no easy task. Even without considering Neil Morton, just obtaining a better breathing technique would require earning enough merits to exchange for it. The eagle breathing technique was already high-level enough, and exchanging for a higher-level one required a large number of merit points, which even the Dresosa family might not be able to fulfill, let alone Thor himself. In the end, Thor had to temporarily suppress his desires, but now, to his surprise, it had appeared. Although the information said the breathing technique was incomplete, it also mentioned that even so, it was enough to cultivate to the level of Sky Knight, far superior to the eagle breathing technique. If he could obtain it, not only would he benefit, but so would Ryan, and even his father, Count Angel, might have a greater chance of breaking through to Sky Knight. Thor was utterly stunned by this incredible opportunity. At this moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he felt an overwhelming eagerness. After a long time, Thor finally managed to calm down. The night breathing technique was still in Pat City, and no matter how eager he felt, there was nothing he could do at the moment. Moreover, since the information said it would be more than 10 days before it appeared, there was no point in rushing now. Suppressing his thoughts, Thor once again scanned through the daily information reports. Meanwhile, more thoughts began to flow through his mind. Time passed slowly. The night quietly slipped away. Thor barely slept that night, instead carefully reviewing each piece of new information, digging deeper into it. When the morning sun finally broke through the horizon, Thor had just finished washing up. His butler had already knocked on his door. "Come in." Thor called out as he allowed the servants to help him dress. "Young Master Thor, Knight Marshall is already waiting outside the castle. He asked me to inquire when you plan to depart." The butler Charlie asked respectfully, "In a quarter of an hour." Thor gave a quick response after a brief pause. "Understood." Charlie responded, quickly leaving to carry out the orders. Thor, after making some final adjustments to his attire, headed towards the castle gates with Piros and Anna by his side. As soon as he stepped outside, Thor spotted Marshall, who would be accompanying him on this journey. Marshall, the vice-captain of the Eagle Knights, although not yet an Earth Knight, was already at the peak of Grand Knight, just one step away from breaking through. Knight Marshall, apologies for the wait. Thor greeted with an apologetic smile. Young Master Thor, you're too kind. The timing is perfect. Marshall smiled, his gaze sizing up Thor. Marshall had heard quite a bit about this young master recently, and his curiosity was piqued. This first meeting was not what he expected. Thor was surprisingly gentle, without the stern demeanor he had imagined. He was nothing like young Master Thor from the past. This made Marshall even more intrigued. Let's set off, it's getting late. Thor smiled and nodded. He swiftly mounted his horse, Nia. Understood. Marshall nodded, waved his hand, and the knights quickly mounted their horses as well. The large party then set off in grand fashion. For this trip, Count Angel had provided Thor with a contingent of over 100 knights, more than half of whom were official knights. They were not only acting as escorts but also transporting goods. Thor didn't need to worry about anything beyond attending the auction. However, just as they set off, a figure rushed over from a distance. It was Morris Dresosa leading a group of men. Morris' brother. Thor looked surprised at the sight. Morris quickly rode over with a dozen knights. Uncle Marshall, Thor, father sent me to accompany you on this trip. Morris bowed to Marshall first before explaining. Marshall smiled and nodded, while Thor also greeted him with a smile. The party expanded as Morris joined them. Morris rode up beside Thor. Morris spoke in a low voice, his expression somewhat conflicted. The events of that day still weighed on him. Morris' brother. Thor responded with a smile. After that, nothing much happened. The group left the castle in a grand procession, heading towards Pat City. Pat City was about 1,500 miles away from Dresosa, and even with the night group traveling, it would take about 12 or 13 days. Along the way, they would pass through several counts' territories. Fortunately, unlike the northern province, Frostmoon Province had wide roads and a stable environment. The greatest threat along the way would be some not-so-powerful magical beasts, making the journey relatively smooth. 10 days passed quickly. The group drew closer to Pat City. They had only encountered one attack from a pack of gray wolves, which Thor deliberately didn't avoid. Apart from that, everything went smoothly and the group was in high spirits. The 10 days also brought Morris, Thor, and Marshall closer together. As they conversed, Marshall checked the map before raising his head, speaking seriously. Young Master Thor, up ahead is the Emerson family territory. We may need to pay some gold. I'll go handle it. Marshall's tone was grave. The Emerson family. Thor raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the familiar name. As for paying some gold, it was standard practice for trade caravans passing through another noble's territory. Only the low-ranked nobles were exempt from this. They had already paid quite a bit along the way. This was typical in Frostmoon Province. Unlike the northern province, Frostmoon had been developed for centuries, and as mentioned earlier, the interests here were already deeply entrenched. For the nobles, setting up tolls was the best way to profit. Almost every noble territory had one. However, these tolls only applied to nobles of the same rank or lower, not to high-ranking nobles. On this journey, Thor had truly come to understand the difficulties of trade routes in this era. It also explained why, to this day, only a handful of families managed to dominate trade in the Tulip Kingdom, mostly the royal family, dukes, and marquises, with only the Assad family among the counts. In this environment, barons and viscounts had little chance, and even counts found it challenging to bear the rising costs of their journeys, let alone establish trade routes. Thor was even thankful that the northern province had not yet been fully developed. Even nobles who had been there for a decade found it hard to set up tolls. Otherwise, his trade route plans might never have begun, let alone his ideas for expanding commerce or holding auctions. Shaking his head, Thor's thoughts wandered. Meanwhile, Marshall had already ridden ahead to negotiate. After about half an hour, Marshall returned with a grim expression. Uncle Marshall, what happened? Thor asked, noticing Marshall's somber look. Are those Emerson bastards demanding extra gold? Morris, more familiar with the situation, growled through gritted teeth. Yes, young Master Thor. They claim that their costs for clearing magical beasts have increased recently, so they were demanding an extra 50 coins per cart, a 50% increase. Marshall nodded, explaining the situation to Thor. Their group had over 200 carts, with each cart needing an extra 20 silver coins that amounted to an additional 4,000 silver coins, or 40 gold coins, a significant amount. These damn bastards, blood-sucking leeches. Morris's face darkened further upon hearing Marshall's explanation. Thor also frowned. He knew the relationship between his family and the Emerson family wasn't great, even antagonistic. But this blatant extortion was a new experience for him. It made their enmity all the more palpable. Thor fell into deep thought, furrowing his brow. Young Master Morris, young Master Thor, let's move quickly. We should leave this area as soon as possible. Marshall urged them, not saying more but signaling it was best to avoid lingering. Although no major incidents were likely in Frostmoon Province, this was still Emerson territory, and the sooner they left, the better. All right. Thor nodded in agreement. Morris, still angry, had no choice but to suppress his feelings. The group continued on toward Pat City. 3 days later, they successfully crossed out of Emerson territory, with Pat City finally in sight, just after they left the Emerson territory, at the center of the territory. Inside Emerson Castle, my lord, how could you allow the offspring of the Dresosa family to appear in our family's territory and just let them leave like that? They stole Colin's land. A beautiful woman spoke with a frown. Madam, Colin lost it himself. No one took it from him. Besides, it was a legitimate trade. If we obstruct it, no merchant caravans will ever want to pass through our lands again. Count Emerson shook his head and sighed, feeling helpless. He was somewhat exasperated with his wife. Although he was the count, the beautiful woman was from a marquis family, so he had to be cautious when dealing with her. Colin didn't lose it. It was that despicable offspring of Dresosa who seized it while Colin was away from the territory. The beautiful woman's voice carried a trace of dissatisfaction. Count Emerson's mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head, choosing not to argue further. Seized while away from the territory, despicable offspring of Dresosa, what nonsense. Although the Emerson family and the Dresosa family were at odds, the Dresosa family's integrity was reliable. That kind of talk could only fool a 3-year-old. As for his son, Count Emerson knew better than anyone what kind of person he was. Moreover, the Northern Province had already made a ruling on the matter. Was there any room for doubt? He also understood that there was no point in continuing to argue with the beautiful woman. In any case, he had no intention of paying any ransom for that wastrel. If she wanted it, she'd have to find a way herself. Intercepting the Dresosa family's caravan was out of the question. Extorting them a bit was fine, but doing anything more would ruin his reputation. As he had said, if trade routes were cut off, it would be disastrous for the Emerson family, something he was unwilling to accept. The beautiful woman's face darkened slightly as she noticed Count Emerson no longer speaking. Pat City was more than 1,500 miles away from the Dresosa family's territory. After Thor and his group crossed the Emerson family's lands, on the 14th day of their journey, they finally arrived at Pat City. Compared to Lauren City, Pat City was undoubtedly more prosperous. From afar, the tall city gates were the first to catch everyone's eye. Looking at the massive city gate, the group's tense and gloomy mood slightly eased. We're here, Marshall spoke softly. So this is Pat City. Anna looked curiously at the grand city ahead, her beautiful eyes filled with wonder. Let's go in. Thor smiled and beckoned the group forward. Soon they reached the city gate. Just like Lauren City, Pat City had several gates. Some were for commoners, others for merchants, and of course there were ones for nobles. Naturally, Thor's group chose the noble passage. Compared to the other gates, the nobles' gate was much more efficient, and they quickly entered the city. As soon as Thor set foot inside, he felt the vibrancy of Pat City. Knights clad in armor roamed the streets, and many wore noble insignias. Shops with various signs lined the streets. Even the already thriving Lauren City paled in comparison. Master Morris, please take Master Thor to the residence. I'll handle the supplies, Marshall spoke softly. All right, Uncle Marshall, Morris agreed. The group then split up, with Morris leading Thor and a group of knights towards the city center. As a count's family, the Dresosa family naturally had property in Pat City. The most valuable were a tavern and a weapon shop, along with a large estate. Morris quickly led Thor to the Dresosa estate. The estate was vast, easily accommodating their group. It was well maintained, so settling in posed no issues. After they were settled, Morris smiled at Thor. Thor, the auction starts tomorrow. Let's rest today. After dinner, I'll take you around Pat City. I suppose it's been many years since you last visited. Yes, it has indeed been many years. Thor smiled and nodded in agreement. Even Thor's predecessor had visited only twice, and the memories were quite blurry. Given the situation, he didn't mind taking a stroll. After resting for a while, servants brought dinner. The meal relieved the fatigue from their journey, and afterward, Morris led Thor out to explore Pat City. The city was enormous, easily more than 3 times the size of Lauren City. Thor estimated that the population might exceed 400,000 to 500,000, making it one of the top 3 cities in the Tulip Kingdom. The city was also unexpectedly full of nobles. During their casual walk, Thor's group encountered several nobles, which wasn't surprising. In the northern province, aside from Marquis Raymond and a few palace nobles, most frontier lords stayed in their territories, so there weren't many nobles in Lauren City. But Pat City was different. The Frostmoon Province was relatively stable with little turmoil. Compared to their territories, Pat City offered more opportunities, attracting many nobles to stay there. Thor, you might not know this, but Pat City is planning an expansion this year. Marquis Pat has already decided to extend the city by another mile, and one day it might surpass the capital, Morris explained. Another mile of expansion. Yes, it's already in the planning stages. They aim to complete the project within 5 years. By then, even if it doesn't surpass the capital, it will certainly surpass Autumnleaf City. As they conversed, they leisurely admired the city's sights. Before they knew it, night fell. Pat City seemed to become even livelier at night. There was no curfew, and as lamps were lit, the city turned into a bustling city that never sleeps. Just as they were about to find a place to rest, a commotion erupted ahead, catching Morris and Thor's attention. Their gazes turned to see a large crowd gathering. "Shall we go and see?" Thor suggested with a smile. "Sure," Morris nodded, curious as well, and they headed toward the disturbance. As they approached, the crowd parted upon seeing the noble insignias on Thor and Morris's chests, and they soon found themselves at the center of the commotion. In the middle of the crowd was an arena where two figures were locked in battle. One was a robust black bear, and the other was a massive gray-green wolf. The bear was likely a Tier 2 magical beast, a giant strength bear, known for its immense power but slow reactions. The wolf was also a Tier 2 magical beast, a gray wolf, known for its speed but lacking in strength. "Get him, Shock, are you even trying? Yeah, kill it, bite him." Cheers rang out from the excited crowd, many with flushed faces. "What's this?" Thor raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Thor, this is a beast duel," Morris explained casually. "Some nobles enjoy pitting their tamed beasts or magical creatures against each other. It's a way to settle disputes or simply for entertainment." Hearing this, Thor grew more interested and watched closely. The cheers grew louder, with several nobles among the crowd. On a platform, two young nobles grew more excited as the beasts continued to fight. The two magical creatures, with their eyes turning red, fought fiercely. The bear slammed its massive paw down toward the wolf, but the wolf dodged swiftly. A moment later, blood sprayed as the wolf tore a large chunk of flesh from the bear's hind leg. The bear howled in pain and grew even more frenzied, but it couldn't keep up with the wolf's speed. It was soon covered in deep wounds. Finally, the bear collapsed and the wolf leapt on it, tearing into its flesh. Still lost. The gray wolf is just too strong. Even some mid-tier 2 beasts can handle it. Indeed, no surprise it belongs to the Emerson family. Voices filled the air, with some excited and others sighing in disappointment. The crowd slowly dispersed. The noble who owned the bear looked grim. "Emor, you won this time, but next time will be different," he said coldly before storming off. "Evan, I beat you this time, and I'll do it again next time." The noble with the wolf, Emor, laughed arrogantly. Just as he was gloating, his gaze landed on Thor and Morris. What caught his attention wasn't the two men themselves, but the Dresosa family crest on their chests. His eyes briefly flashed with malice before his expression turned into a smile. In an instant, the wolf, which had been feasting on the bear, lifted its head, its eyes turning blood red as it locked onto Thor and Morris. Without warning, it lunged at them. "Watch out," a panicked voice rang out from the platform. The young noble's face showed apparent fear, but no one noticed him. The sudden attack threw the crowd into chaos. "Damn, the wolf has gone berserk. Run, be careful." Morris's face darkened, and he drew his knight's sword, stepping in front of Thor. But just as he moved, a foul wind blew in. Clang! The wolf's sharp teeth clashed with Morris's sword, and he felt an overwhelming force and a foul stench. Morris grunted, forced back as his expression changed drastically. "Thor, be careful. This wolf seems to have taken a berserk potion." Morris looked anxious. He hadn't expected a simple stroll to turn into such a dangerous encounter. Berserk magical creatures were rare, but now he was facing one that had consumed a potion, greatly enhancing its strength. "Hold on." Shock lost control. The young noble on the platform shouted frantically, his face showing genuine concern, but Morris wasn't paying attention to him anymore. His focus was solely on the berserk wolf. Sensing something was off, Morris quickly sidestepped, but it was too late. The wolf's sharp fangs were already aimed at his neck. No. Morris's face filled with terror, but just as panic began to set in, a chilling wave of energy spread through the air. His blood seemed to freeze, and the wolf's body suddenly stiffened mid-leap. In that instant, swish, a clean sound echoed, followed by a spray of blood. The wolf's head flew off, and its body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Moments later, its severed head hit the ground as well. For a moment, everything went silent. Morris stared blankly at the scene before him, then slowly turned to look at Thor, who had drawn his knight's sword without anyone noticing. His thoughts couldn't keep up with what had just happened. The young noble on the platform, who had been panicking, was also stunned. The others, who had been frantically fleeing, stood frozen in shock. The sudden turn of events left everyone speechless. Gulp. One strike, just one strike. So strong. This. It took a moment before someone finally murmured, and soon after, those who understood what had happened quickly fled, their bodies trembling. However, some still hadn't grasped the situation and gazed at Thor with excitement. At this moment, the remaining figures on the field were all looking at Thor and his group with excitement, especially Thor himself. Thor appeared to be no older than 20, yet he had easily slain the berserk potion-infused gray wolf, a feat that left everyone in shock. Amazing, with that level of power, he's likely beyond just a newly advanced Grand Knight. Yes, he's at least at the peak of the Grand Knight rank. Which family does this Dresosa belong to? Various voices discussed eagerly, many engaged in heated conversation. Morris was equally shocked, his gaze at Thor flickering with intense emotion. Just one strike, one single blow, and the ash-gray wolf, which had nearly posed a fatal threat to him, was effortlessly dispatched by his younger brother, as if it were nothing. Thor, Morris instinctively called out, but he was at a loss for what to say next. Thor's strength far exceeded his expectations. He had initially assumed Thor was just an official knight at best, but now it was clear that Thor had not only surpassed the Grand Knight level, but was also far stronger than Morris could have ever imagined. While Morris was still processing this revelation, a cold voice interrupted. "You too, killing my pet. Don't you think that was a bit excessive?" A young noble approached, his eyes filled with anger. The panic and confusion he had displayed earlier seemed to have vanished completely. "Amor, your gray wolf went out of control. It's been killed, and that's that. Do you have a problem with that?" Morris, clearly irritated, snapped back immediately. He had just barely escaped death and wasn't in the mood for politeness. His words carried a chilling edge as he stared at the approaching figure, exuding a dangerous aura. As a family protector and knight who frequently traveled, Morris naturally recognized the man before him, Amor, a scion of the Emerson family and one of the most outstanding individuals of his generation. At only 24, Amor had already advanced to the rank of Grand Knight, and there was a significant chance he would become an Earth Knight in the future. The two had clashed more than once before. "Morris, what do you mean by that? You clearly provoked my ash-gray wolf, causing it to lose control." "In the end, my wolf didn't harm anyone, and you could have restrained it without killing it. But you chose to kill it instead," Amor retorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with hostility. "You." Morris's face turned purple with rage, and he was about to explode when... Tap tap, a series of hurried footsteps echoed. In the next moment, a group of more than 20 knights marched swiftly toward them. The arrival of the knights and the escalating tension between the two families made the few remaining spectators sense something was terribly wrong. They hurriedly made their exits. Morris, still intent on stepping forward, was stopped by Thor. At the same time, the knights had already arrived. "What's going on here?" The lead knight captain asked with a frown, his gaze shifting between the two groups and the headless body of the gray wolf lying on the ground. "Uncle de Grey, I was in the middle of a beast fight, but these people provoked my pet and killed it," Amor quickly explained. "You bastard." Morris's face twisted, and he immediately retorted, "Your beast went berserk, and we had no choice but to stop it. Otherwise, many people in the vicinity would have been hurt or killed." Morris paled as he spoke, fully aware that initiating violence in Pat City was no small matter. Thor, on the other hand, remained silent, observing de Grey and the smirking Amor as though he was piecing together something. As if confirming Thor's suspicions, de Grey spoke again. "Oh. So you admit to using violence in Pat City?" His gaze turned cold as he directed his attention toward Thor's group. "Captain de Grey, that's not how it happened," Morris protested. "You only need to answer one question. Did you or did you not make the first move in Pat City?" De Grey's tone was calm, but an overwhelming force of vitality surged forth, creating an invisible pressure that suddenly filled the air. "Earth Knight," Morris stammered, involuntarily stepping back. "Take them away." De Grey ordered, and his knights began to move forward. But before they could act, Thor took a step forward, unleashing a similarly powerful surge of vitality. Boom! An icy aura spread out, and the immense force of Thor's vitality clashed with de Grey's overwhelming pressure. Despite being only an early-stage Grand Knight, Thor's mastery of the ice element allowed him to resist the Earth Knight's oppressive force. The sudden eruption of vitality startled de Grey, who furrowed his brow in surprise. "An elemental variant of vitality," he muttered, clearly shocked. However, his surprise quickly gave way to a cold smile. "So you intend to resist?" de Grey asked, his tone darkening. "According to the kingdom's laws, Article 32 states that commoners provoking a noble may face any response, including death. And under Article 35, any provocation or slander of a noble entitles the noble to act without limitation." Thor paid no mind to de Grey's menacing tone and instead recited the laws calmly. In the next instant, his figure vanished. "Careful," de Grey, initially puzzled, quickly realized what was happening. He shouted in alarm as his body moved to intercept. However, de Grey was still some distance from Amor, while Thor was already close. Amor, sensing a sudden jolt of fear, heard de Grey's warning too late. Instinctively, Amor drew his knight's sword. Clang. The moment Amor's sword left its sheath, Thor appeared in front of him. Boom! A terrifying wave of vitality exploded as their swords clashed. Caught off guard, Amor, who was already weaker than Thor, screamed as he was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground some distance away. Ice crept up his sword and right hand. "My hand." "Ah!" Amor's screams of agony filled the air. "You bastard." De Grey's face darkened as he realized what had just happened. Despite his speed, by the time he arrived, Amor had already been knocked aside. Vitality surged as de Grey launched a furious attack at Thor. "Anna," Thor called out. "Got it." Anna replied, her staff glowing as she quickly began chanting. "O light, concealed by the chaotic sigil, the wild and unruly deny and paralyze. Crawl forth, steel princess, dismantle your clay doppelgangers, unite and rebound engulf the earth, and know your own powerlessness." With the chant complete, a blue glow enveloped Thor once more. Boom! Even with the added protection, Thor was still sent flying by de Grey's attack. However, as he flew, another layer of blue light surrounded him, further enhancing his isolment vitality. Frost began spreading around him, and the air grew noticeably colder. Thor's vitality surged to new heights, nearly reaching the peak of a Grand Knight, just a step away from becoming an Earth Knight. His overwhelming power caused even the ground to freeze. "A mage," de Grey muttered, his expression turning grim before his face hardened once again. "Do you think your elemental vitality alone can stand against a Earth Knight, attacking in Pat City and injuring a member of the city's Night Corps? Your Dresosa family better be ready to pay 10,000 gold coins for your release." As de Grey's words echoed, he charged once more. Thor, bolstered by Anna's magic, radiated even greater power. The frost around him intensified as his vitality approached its limits. De Grey, who had initially been confident, now wore a grim expression. The biting cold was even starting to freeze his vitality. The sounds of battle reverberated across the city, catching the attention of many. What's happening? Who dares cause trouble in Pat City? In a nearby tavern, a middle-aged man, originally enjoying a drink, turned his head toward the commotion, his expression puzzled. In the next instant, he vanished, leaving only a gold coin behind. Pat City quickly descended into chaos as many rushed to flee the area. The clashing forces were undoubtedly at the level of a Earth Knight, and no one wanted to get caught in the crossfire. Only the rhythmic sound of boots echoed as more knights rushed toward the battle. In the heart of the fight, knights looked at one another, unsure of what to do. One finally spoke up after a brief hesitation: "Seize them." As soon as the order was given, the group of knights prepared to act, but they were stopped by the sudden arrival of another squad. "Morris, what are you doing here?" the leader of the new group asked in surprise, his voice filled with disbelief. "Brother Lubai," Morris exclaimed, relief flooding his face. "Stand down." Lubai barked at the knights, who immediately froze in their tracks, exchanging confused glances. "What's going on?" Lubai asked, turning his gaze toward Morris. Just as Morris was about to explain, one of the knights from the first group stepped forward. "Captain Lubai, they initiated violence in Pat City. Did I ask for your opinion?" Lubai interrupted coldly, cutting the knight off. "Go ahead, Morris," he said, turning his attention back to him. Lubai frowned as he turned his gaze to Morris and spoke. "Brother Lubai, here's the situation." Morris began, quickly recounting the details of the events. Listening to Morris' words, Lubai couldn't help but feel surprised. His gaze instinctively shifted to the two people still engaged in combat, specifically Thor, who was fighting, and Anna, who stood nearby. He hadn't expected that the person in the distance was also his cousin and that his strength was this formidable. There was even a mage involved. Despite his shock, Lubai knew now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. "Go, arrest that and more." He gave the order, and several knights immediately stepped forward. The knights who had hesitated earlier didn't dare to intervene now. After issuing the command, Lubai turned to Morris. "You were a bit reckless. It wouldn't have hurt to visit the city council. Here's the plan. From now on, follow my lead. I'll go and stop the fight first." Lubai spoke, quickly making arrangements. This situation was still manageable, but things would get tricky if the fight continued. After all, the person involved was his cousin. Boom. A powerful burst of life energy erupted, and Lubai's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he forcefully inserted himself into the battle between the two. With his right hand, he blocked Thor's knight's sword, while his right foot struck de Grey's chest. Boom. Caught off guard, de Grey's eyes widened as he was sent flying into the distance. Thor's expression tightened when he saw the sudden interruption. Instinctively, he was about to release more power, but when he saw de Grey being kicked away, the surge of life energy quickly subsided. Despite this, frost had already spread across Lubai's knight's sword and even extended to his arm. The life force within his body surged, and only after a moment did the cold aura get dispelled. At this moment, Lubai couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. He was a genuine Earth Knight, quite different from someone like de Grey, who had used secret drugs to break through. Lubai's life force and physical strength were far superior. Yet even so, Thor's life force had still affected him, highlighting just how powerful Thor's life force was. However, just as Lubai was in shock, de Grey, who had been struck down, had already climbed back up, his face looking particularly unpleasant. "Lubai, what are you doing? Do you intend to shield the offspring of your Dresosa family?" De Grey's eyes held a sullen gleam as he spoke. "The situation isn't clear yet. De Grey, if I find out you're trying to frame my Dresosa family, you'd better be prepared." Lubai's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he gazed at de Grey. Faced with Lubai's gaze, de Grey couldn't help but shudder. Though both of them were captains in the Pat Knights, Lubai's status was not inferior, and de Grey was well aware of this, despite being a descendant of the Pat family. In theory, de Grey's standing should have been higher, but theory was just theory. De Grey knew very well that an Earth Knight like him, who had advanced through the use of secret drugs, could not compare with a talent like Lubai, who had broken through before the age of 50. Both were captains, but Lubai's status far exceeded his, even though Lubai wasn't a descendant of the Pat family. Watching their conversation, Thor grew curious and started examining the middle-aged man in front of him. He hadn't expected to encounter a member of his Dresosa family here. And not just any member, but also an Earth Knight. When did Earth Knights become so common? 2 in one go. Fortunately, at that moment, Morris and Anna walked over. "Master, are you all right?" Anna asked cautiously while casting a healing spell on Thor. Thor's slightly shaken injuries quickly healed. Morris spoke softly. "This is Brother Lubai, our cousin, and currently a captain in the Pat Knights." Although Morris's words were soft, they were enough for Thor to understand the situation. This made Thor even more surprised. Goodness, this man was his cousin. "Are you okay, Thor? Do you need treatment?" After issuing a warning to de Grey, Lubai turned to Thor with concern. "No need, Brother Lubai." Thor shook his head with a smile. "He couldn't hurt me." But this remark made de Grey's face even darker. Clearly, neither Lubai nor Thor cared about him at all. Good, as expected of a child of the Dresosa family. "Father will be pleased to hear this." Lubai laughed heartily and nodded. Thor scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. "All right, come with me to the municipal center. This is no big deal. Once it's confirmed that Amor made the first move, you'll just need to compensate a little gold. Next time, be more careful." In a big city, it's best to avoid physical altercations. Some nobles aren't so easy to deal with, Lubai advised seriously after laughing. "Understood, Brother Lubai, but this time there shouldn't be any issues. That guy isn't a noble, right?" Thor pointed at Amor, who stood nearby. "Him, how could he be a noble? He's just a useless person shoved in by the Emerson family." Lubai scoffed, speaking with disdain as he glanced at Amor. He indeed had the right to be disdainful. His father had served Marquis Pat for years, and Lubai's own talent was extraordinary. Before turning 50, he had already become an Earth Knight. While breaking through to Sky Knight might not be certain, reaching the peak of Earth Knight was inevitable. Even within the Pat family, there weren't many Earth Knights of such standing. Marquis Pat valued him highly, and had even promised Lubai a chance to attain noble status during the upcoming Kingdom War. By contrast, Amor, though a Grand Knight, had only reached that stage through the excessive use of life potions. His chances of advancing to Earth Knight were slim. It didn't matter if he belonged to the Emerson family or even the Pat family. Lubai would hardly care. As Lubai spoke, Amor's face turned even uglier. He wanted to retort but didn't dare. Thor, on the other hand, wasn't bothered by this. Hearing Lubai's words, a smile spread across Thor's face. "Then it's fine. A few months ago, I was granted the title of Baron. According to the kingdom's law, it's not me who needs to compensate, it's him. Unleashing a pet to attack a noble is a crime. I could even killed him on the spot without consequence, right?" Thor's calm voice was filled with confidence. As mentioned earlier, nobles and non-nobles in the kingdom were treated entirely differently. In such a case, even if Thor had killed Amor on the spot, he would only need to pay some gold. Let alone just injuring him, there was no way Thor would be the one paying compensation. A baron now. Lubai's eyes widened in surprise, his voice filled with joy. "Yes, here's my noble's medallion." Thor nodded, showing his noble's medallion. Seeing the medallion, both de Grey and Amor's expressions changed drastically. "Impossible. You can be a noble," Amor exclaimed in disbelief. "Damn it, don't you know that impersonating a noble is a serious crime?" Amor's voice was strained and panicked. A troubling thought began to rise in his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. He refused to believe, or rather, he couldn't afford to believe that Thor, in his early 20s, had already become a noble of the kingdom. How could that be possible? "It's true," Lubai laughed heartily. "It seems our Dresosa family has another eagle ready to soar." Brother Lubai, I think recklessly attacking a noble and mismanaging his pet, causing distress to a kingdom noble, should warrant a fine of 5,000 gold to ease the noble's heart, don't you think? Thor's voice was calm, but it carried a hint of amusement. Lubai's eyes brightened at the suggestion. No, Brother Thor. How can a noble's dignity be worth just 5,000? At least 10,000 gold would suffice. I'll inform the Emerson family." Lubai's tone was light, yet his words were filled with laughter. "No, you're crazy. 10,000 gold." Amor's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice brimming with anger. Before long, a few knights quickly approached, gagging him before he could say more. "Brother Lubai, 10,000 might be pushing it. The Emerson family wouldn't pay that much." Morris couldn't help but ask after Amor was taken away. Of course, but you have to start high, Lubai replied with a chuckle. Hearing this, Thor understood. They could negotiate the actual payment later, but the initial price had to be steep. After all, it was the Emerson family's fault, and they had to squeeze something out of them. However, despite understanding, Thor hesitated. What's wrong? Seeing Thor's hesitation, Lubai asked curiously, Brother Lubai, is it really okay to do this? After all, you are a knight of the Pat family now, and Amor is technically part of the Pat family too, Thor asked, unsure. Didn't he want to cause trouble for Lubai over this matter? Don't worry. Amor is just an Emerson. He'll never truly be part of the Pat family. Even if the Marquis finds out, there won't be any issue, Lubai explained with a laugh. Despite this, Thor still had some reservations, but Morris quickly jumped in. Haha, Thor, you don't know this, but Brother Lubai is the Marquis's most valued knight. The Marquis has even promised to allow him to earn a noble title in the upcoming war. Amor is nothing compared to that. Morris's explanation made Thor's eyes light up in understanding. This was a world of extraordinary power. His cousin's exceptional talent, coupled with his family's long-standing loyalty to the Pat family, made Lubai far more valuable than any family heir. Amor couldn't he hold a candle to Lubai, even if he were a member of the Pat family. I was overthinking it. Thank you for everything, Brother Lubai. Thor sighed in gratitude. No need for thanks. You're my brother, Lubai laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Thor. Come, let's head to my place for a drink. You haven't met your nephews yet. Then I'll gladly accept the invitation. Thor smiled, nodding without hesitation. With nothing else pressing, the group followed Lubai away from the scene. As for the aftermath, Lubai, as a knight captain, didn't he need to worry someone else would handle it. As for De Grey, Lubai didn't he spare him a second glance. Watching them leave, De Grey's expression kept changing, and he eventually sighed, realizing there was nothing more he could do. He could bully ordinary members of the Dresosa family, but not this one. Of course, Thor and the others were unaware of De Grey's thoughts. Following Lubai, the group first returned to their base, then walked for half an hour before finally reaching their destination. It was another large courtyard. Upon entering the Lubai family residence, Thor also met Lubai's wife and children. Lubai's wife was a beautiful middle-aged woman with an exquisite appearance and the demeanor of nobility. She was also a descendant of the Pat family, and not just any branch, but a direct line, being the third daughter of the current Marquis Pat. Their two children were both boys, one 17 and the other 16. Their names were Saul Dresosa and Kirby Dresosa. Both boys were extremely polite and seemed very familiar with Morris. Seeing Morris arrive, they couldn't help but smile. They looked at Thor with curiosity and a hint of respect. Seeing the two youngsters, who were not much younger than him, Thor took out two wooden boxes he'd picked up earlier when they returned and handed them over. Thank you, Uncle Thor. The two boys expressed their gratitude. Thor, you're being too kind. Lubai chuckled and shook his head, then led Thor and the others into the banquet. A grand banquet commenced. The brothers chatted among themselves. Thor was quite curious about his cousin, and Lubai was equally intrigued by Thor. Thor, you're truly amazing. The northern province is really a wondrous place. Indeed, it's quite remarkable. There are countless opportunities there. As the three conversed during the banquet, they all enjoyed themselves immensely. After the banquet ended, the group stayed overnight at Lubai's home. However, while they were having a joyful time, things were less pleasant elsewhere. I am truly sorry, young Master Amor's arm muscles are almost completely frostbit. A mid-level life potion can hardly restore them. Only a high-level life potion could help. A figure spoke respectfully, though with some hesitation, and at that moment, a sense of unease crept into his expression. This was not good news, and he feared it might reflect poorly on him. What? Hearing his words, De Grey's expression changed. If even a mid-level life potion couldn't heal it, that meant Amor's right hand was practically useless. De Grey's face darkened, and the color drained from Amor's face as he lay on the bed. He had heard the conversation clearly. Uncle De Grey, are we really going to let this go? This is my right hand. What am I supposed to do? Amor, pale with fear, soon burst into anger. He couldn't accept such an outcome. It filled him with dread. Even for a grand knight, an arm was extremely important. How to settle this? Amor, when did you become so foolish? Do you know how much effort your mother put in to get you into the Pat Knight Order? You've grown bolder. You even dared to strike against the kingdom's nobility. Hearing the voice, De Grey instinctively wanted to speak, but a cold snort echoed. The next moment, a figure stepped in, casting a hostile gaze at Amor, who was lying on the bed. Seeing who it was, De Grey jumped in shock and quickly bowed in respect. Young Master Ailey, he spoke respectfully. However, the newcomer didn't even spare De Grey a glance. Cousin, they were too much. Not only did they kill my pet, but they also destroyed my arm. Even if they are kingdom nobles, this is too much. Amor instinctively recoiled upon seeing Ailey, but anger quickly overtook him. Yet, bang. A light sound rang out, and Amor felt a sudden impact on his cheek, followed by a burning pain. Amor's pupils widened in disbelief. Cousin, he blurted out, utterly confused. Do you think all of Pat City is foolish because of your stupidity? Assault. Oh, what an assault. Even if someone had provoked your pet, what of it? Who do you think you are? Do you really believe that being part of the Emerson family and a member of the Pat Knight Order makes you untouchable? My aunt. It seems that living in comfort within the Emerson family has made her foolish. Colin is like this, and so are you. Ailey spoke calmly, his eyes filled with disappointment. Young Master Ailey, de Grey instinctively wanted to speak, but before he could finish, Ailey's gaze turned sharply towards him. De Grey, from today onwards, you are no longer a member of the Pat Knight Order. You are assigned to the Nanu province. This is grandfather's decision. If you have any objections, you can ask him directly. Ailey's tone was cold. This, young Master Ailey, de Grey felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire body stiffening in shock. Emor, inform your father to prepare 3,000 gold coins. Additionally, you may leave as well. After speaking, Ailey looked back at Emor, his tone still calm. Cousin, young Master Ailey. Emor became frantic. He had fought hard to gain his position in the Pat Knight Order, and now it was being stripped away. How could he not panic? Compared to that, the 3,000 gold coins seemed insignificant. Emor, I'll give you one last piece of advice. You can be cunning and deceitful, but you must not be stupid. Lubai is not someone you can afford to offend. Maybe your father could handle it, but not you. You wouldn't always be this lucky. If it weren't for Ailey's, I wouldn't have bothered to see you. After a brief pause, Ailey's figure disappeared after those words. Moore collapsed onto the ground, his face filled with despair, his eyes empty. Clearly, no one cared about him anymore. After Ailey left, de Grey also looked despondent. Of course, Thor knew nothing of this. However, early the next morning, Thor learned of the final resolution of the matter. Here, 3,000 gold coins and 3 bottles of intermediate life potion. Not bad. Lubai casually tossed the items to Thor. This much. Hearing Lubai's words, Thor's eyes lit up. Though Lubai had demanded 10,000 gold coins, both Lubai and Thor, as well as Morris, knew that was impossible. 10,000 gold coins was almost equivalent to a count's annual income, and there was no way that amount would be paid over one incident. Getting 3,000 or 4,000 coins was already considered good. Unexpectedly, not only did they get 3,000 gold coins, but also 3 bottles of intermediate life potion. A single bottle of intermediate life potion was worth over 2,000 gold coins in the northern province, and with luck, its value could reach 3,000 gold coins. 3 bottles were worth almost 10,000 gold coins. Of course, in the Frostmoon province, the 3 bottles would only be worth around 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins, but still, together they were valued at 7,000 gold coins, not far from the 10,000 initially demanded. The Emerson family has that much wealth. And they were willing to give it. Morris was also surprised. This probably isn't tea just from the Emerson family. The Pat family likely contributed a portion as well. Ailey delivered it personally today. He's one of the Pat Marquis's most favored grandsons. Lubai smiled and shook his head. He knew well that only the 3,000 gold coins likely came from the Emerson family, while the 3 bottles of intermediate life potion were probably from the Pat family. They probably did it for his sake. He didn't care much and gave everything to his brother. Now that his cousin was in the northern province as a pioneering lord, such supplies were urgently needed. Brother Lubai, then this isn't mine. Hearing Lubai's words, Morris was confused, but Thor quickly understood and shook his head, returning the 3 bottles of life potion. Take it. The gifts you sent to my 2 little ones are worth quite a lot of gold coins. If you don't take it, I'll have to return your gifts. Lubai said with a smile. Thor hesitated, looking conflicted. All right then, the auction is about to start. Thor, didn't you have something to do? Maybe one of my 2 sons will also head to the northern province, and I'll need you to take care of him. Lubai smiled as he wrapped his arm around Thor. Well, all right. Hearing this, Thor reluctantly accepted. That's the spirit. Let's go. I heard they'll be selling quite a few fox women this time. Fox women. The 3 chatted, laughing as they headed to the auction. The Assad auction house was located at the very center of Pat City. It housed a massive venue. After walking for over an hour, they finally arrived. However, to enter the auction, one needed an invitation. Fortunately, both the Dresosa family and Lubai had invitations. After presenting them, they were quickly ushered inside. Even though there were some conflicts between the Assad and Dresosa families, it didn't cause any issues. In fact, they were guided to a private room on the 2nd floor. Just this level of hospitality alone shows why the Assad family is one of the strongest among the Count families. Thor sighed, looking at the spacious room and the respectful servants. Indeed, compared to the Emerson family, they were leagues apart. In Lauren City, Colin Emerson had repeatedly made trouble for him. Through the territory, the Emerson family had extorted them. In Pat City, Emor had clashed with them again. Looking at this, the contrast was like night and day. Of course, the Assad family is reportedly aiming to be promoted to a marquee family in the upcoming Kingdom War. We'll see if they make it. Lubai also sighed. Brother Lubai, how strong is the Assad family? They only have 5 Earth Knights publicly, right? Morris asked curiously. Thor was also intrigued by this. The strength of the Assad family clearly wasn't limited to just 5 Earth Knights. Of course not, that's just their public face. Our Dresosa family only publicly lists my uncle and Uncle Michael as Earth Knights, but if that were truly all we had, we would have been devoured long ago. Lubai chuckled. Hearing this, Thor and Morris were too surprised. Morris clearly knew some details and Thor had already guessed. Before, Lubai was an Earth Knight himself, which had made Thor suspect. Now it was confirmed. After all, if his cousin Lubai was an Earth Knight, what about the rest of the Dresosa family? The family had been around for over 300 years. His father alone had over 20 children. What about the other generations? There couldn't be too few. And this wasn't just the Dresosa family, the Emerson family was likely the same. Thor didn't believe for a second that de Grey had no connection to the Emerson family. Both families were like this, revealing just how deep the nobility's waters ran in this world. Seeing their expressions, Lubai was a bit surprised but didn't dwell on it. After a brief pause, he continued. The Assad family publicly has 5 Earth Knights, but in reality there are at least 10, with 3 of them at the peak of the Earth Knight rank. Only with such strength can they surpass most other Count families. You should know, a peak Earth Knight is almost equivalent to 3 or even 5 regular Earth Knights. The difference in power is vast. Like our Dresosa family, we are considered strong among the Count families because my uncle is a peak Earth Knight. Lubai spoke with a sigh. His own goal was to become a peak Earth Knight. Sky Knights were too distant a goal for someone of his class. It wasn't just a matter of talent, but also resources. Purple gold grass and star moon fruits were still obtainable, but life fruit was tightly controlled by the royal court and the 3 Grand Dukes. For anyone else, obtaining it was near impossible. With the merits he possessed, exchanging them to acquire the night breathing technique to break through to an Earth Knight wasn't difficult. However, to break through to Sky Knight, even with the slightest possibility, the value was astronomical. Given his talent, if he were in the Empire, he would have a chance to aspire to become a Sky Knight. However, in the Kingdom, there was almost no chance of that. Lubai never aimed that high. His goal was only to reach the peak of Earth Knight. Of course, that was already enough. His current high standing within the Pat family ensured that he would inevitably reach the pinnacle of Earth Knight in the future. The Pat family did not lack ordinary Earth Knights. The Assad family had at least 10 Earth Knights, while the Pat family, on the surface, already boasted more than 10, with the actual number likely being much higher. 20, 25, or even 30 Earth Knights were possible. Occupying most of the Frostmoon province, the resources the Pat family controlled were unmatched by any other Count's family. Pat City alone brought in an enormous amount of gold coins each year, not to mention various other forms of support. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the strength of the entire family had reached terrifying levels. Thinking of this, Lubai couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. As he reflected, Morris's eyes widened in surprise. Even Thor seemed a bit shocked. Even though they had their suspicions, Lubai's words still left them astonished. At least 10 Earth Knights, with 3 at the pinnacle of Earth Knight level. Just hearing that kind of power was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Truly powerful. Morris couldn't help but express his amazement. Thor also shook his head with a sigh. He didn't know how long it would take for his own territory to develop to that level. By the way, Thor, Morris, you came here this time to purchase the purple gold grass, didn't you? I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. Even if the purple gold grass is real, the competition to obtain it will be fierce. It's a pity I don't have an Assad family gold card, otherwise it would be much easier. Lubai seemed to recall something, shifting the topic back on track. Gold card. Thor was stunned. The Assad family's gold card is not easy to obtain. Morris sighed and shook his head. Having traveled extensively, he knew how difficult it was to acquire one. As they talked, "Is this it?" Thor suddenly asked, pulling out a gold card. "This is." Lubai and Morris were both taken aback and instinctively looked over. As they glanced at it, both Lubai and Morris were stunned. This is. Morris's eyes widened with disbelief. Even Lubai showed an unexpected expression. "How do I use this?" Thor asked curiously. This card was given to him by Ratchos before he left, and he hadn't expected it to have such additional uses. Seeing Thor take out the golden card, both Lubai and Morris couldn't help but display shock on their faces. They had just been lamenting the rarity of the golden card, and now their younger brother had brought one out. "Thor, you've really surprised me. You actually managed to get a golden card from the Assad family." Lubai spoke with admiration, casting a deep glance at Thor. "Ha ha ha, Thor, this is excellent. Just hand this to a servant, and they pass it on to the manager here." Morris was equally excited and quickly chimed in. Although having a golden card didn't necessarily guarantee they would obtain the purple gold grass, it certainly made things much easier. If they had little hope before, now they had a genuine chance. Is that so? Listening to Morris, Thor nodded and then gestured to a servant in the distance. Seeing Thor's gesture, the servant quickly rushed over. "Masters, what are your orders?" The servant approached and respectfully asked, "Hand this over to your manager." Thor handed the golden card to the servant. "Yes, sir, please wait a moment." Upon seeing the golden card, the servant's expression changed, becoming solemn and serious. This was the Assad family's golden card, and he dared not show any neglect. The servant swiftly departed, and Thor and his companions began to wait. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man with golden hair hurried over. "My lords, I apologize for the interruption. I am Deli Assad, the current manager of this auction. How may I assist you?" Deli spoke respectfully, though a trace of curiosity crossed his mind. His Assad family wasn't exactly on good terms with the Dresosa family, so how did they come to possess a golden card? It's like this. I'd like to ask if your auction today includes a purple gold grass. If so, is there a possibility to withhold it for a private transaction? After waiting for a moment, Thor had asked Lubai and Morris about the uses of the golden card. The golden card, representing the status of an Assad family VIP, not only granted certain discounts, but also allowed one to withhold auction items in advance. Although withholding items didn't mean they could simply take them, they would still have to compete privately with other golden card holders. However, this was already a significant advantage. The purple gold grass would attract fierce competition if it appeared in the auction. Though it wasn't as vital as the life fruit and offered negligible help in breaking through to Sky Knight, it still held some potential. Moreover, it was a primary ingredient in high-grade life potions, and even if marquis families might not care, most count families would eagerly pursue it. The Dresosa family securing it amidst such competition would be difficult. If they could withhold it, their chances would greatly improve. This. Please wait a moment, I need to apply for permission. Deli hesitated briefly before responding. Is there a problem? Lubai frowned, his gaze locking onto Deli. Lord Lubai, there's no issue. It's just that the purple gold grass is no longer in optimal condition and can only last for another 6 months. Deli explained awkwardly but truthfully, 6 months. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Typically, magical plants stored with special methods could last decades, and with luck, even centuries. Indeed, only 6 months. This particular plant was harvested by a freeman who didn't store it properly, significantly affecting its quality. That's why the Assad family decided to auction it. If you still wish to withhold it, I can proceed with the request. Are you sure? Deli explained further, then asked the group again. The group exchanged glances. This. Lubai hesitated and Morris seemed troubled. A purple gold grass that could only last 6 months was of limited use. It's fine, we'll take it. Please make the request. Despite Lubai and Morris's hesitation, Thor spoke decisively. For other nobles, a purple gold grass with only 6 months of preservation left was practically useless. After all, it typically needed to be combined with the life fruit and the starmoon fruit to create high-grade life potions. At the very least, it needed to be stored until an opportune time for sale or use. A 6-month window was simply too short unless there was urgent need. However, the Dresosa family was different. Thor's father already had the life fruit and the starmoon fruit. Once they obtained the purple gold grass, even if they couldn't make the life potion, they could still use it in some capacity, avoiding waste altogether. Understood. My lords, please wait a moment. Deli quickly nodded and ran off. Thor, are you sure this isn't a problem? Lubai asked, curious. It's fine, Lubai. Thor smiled and shook his head. Seeing Thor's confidence, Lubai chose not to ask further questions. Meanwhile, Deli hurried to the upper floors. There was a grand room where a golden-haired man was sipping wine, waiting for the auction to begin. This was the head of the Assad family, the current Assad count. It's a shame the purple gold grass can only last 6 months. If the family's life fruit had arrived in time, father might have had another chance to break through to Sky Knight. The golden-haired man sighed with regret. 6 months was far too short. The life fruit wouldn't arrive in time, and the starmoon fruit still needed time to ripen. By then, the purple gold grass would be useless. Rather than keep it, it was better to auction it and earn some gold. Knock, knock. As he pondered, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The golden-haired man frowned slightly but allowed entry. Deli quickly entered. Sir, a golden cardholder has requested to withhold the purple gold grass. Deli respectfully reported the situation. Oh, so someone does need it. Which family? The golden-haired man smiled with curiosity. It's the Dresosa family. I am not sure how they obtained a golden card. Deli replied, handing over the card. Rachos's golden card. My son is quite generous. The golden-haired man chuckled after glancing at the card. Rachos. Deli was surprised. Very well. It's likely that Count Angel wants to attempt a breakthrough to Sky Knight. Go ahead and withhold the purple gold grass. Inform the Dresosa family they need to pay 20,000 gold coins, and the plant will be theirs, no auction required. The golden-haired man decided with a smile, but sir, this. Deli hesitated. Go on. The young hawk from the Dresosa family isn't too bad. The golden-haired man waved his hand, smiling. Yes, sir. Though puzzled, Deli obeyed and left. Once Deli was gone, the golden-haired man chuckled again. It wasn't too much of a loss. After all, a purple gold grass with only 6 months left would fetch no more than 15 to 20,000 gold at auction. As long as the Dresosa family paid 20,000 gold, giving them the grass was no issue. For the Dresosa family, it was a sure way to secure the plant, avoiding any unforeseen complications. Such a win-win situation wouldn't normally happen, considering the strained relationship between the Assad and Dresosa families. But due to Thor, the Assad count didn't mind extending goodwill. Recently, the golden-haired man had heard much about the northern province, sensing the rise of a noble family there. As a businessman, speculation often led to great profit, and this was a calculated speculation, Thor Dresosa. The Assad count murmured, then returned to his wine, unconcerned. Soon after, Deli returned to Thor and his companions. The count has agreed to give you the purple gold grass in exchange for 20,000 gold coins. Deli announced respectfully, this. Lubai and Morris were stunned, especially Lubai, who knew the rules of the Assad auction house. Even with withholding, items typically had to be bid on, since when could they be purchased directly? Thor, on the other hand, smiled. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. The Assad family had even offered the grass outright. As for the 20,000 gold coins, while expensive, the real question wasn't the price, but whether they could get the grass at all. Agreed. When should we make the payment? Thor immediately agreed. Whenever you are ready. Deli replied, here are 2 golden cards worth 20,000 gold. Thor handed over the cards. In this world, banks and monetary systems were well established. Large transactions were made in physical coins, but through copper, silver, and gold cards, with 1 gold card representing 10,000 gold coins. Thank you, please wait a moment. Deli quickly took his leave again. Moments later, a servant returned with a wooden box which he handed to Thor. After inspecting it carefully and letting Lubai check as well, Thor nodded in satisfaction. Thank you. Thor expressed his gratitude. You are too kind, sir. If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to call. Deli smiled and took his leave. Once Deli was gone, Lubai and Morris still found it hard to believe. Thor, are you acquainted with the Assad family? The 2 families have had some unpleasant encounters over the issues in the southern Moon province, though nothing major. Lubai asked in surprise. Yes, when I visited them before, they weren't too friendly. Morris added, curious. Their combined stares made Thor feel a bit embarrassed. It's just luck. I happened to meet a descendant of the Assad family in the northern province. Thor explained with a smile, I see. Listening to Thor's words, Lubai couldn't help but nod, a look of understanding on his face. The northern province is quite unique. As a newly developed frontier, every pioneer lord there's both a competitor and a collaborator in some sense. After all, the real enemies are the orcs and the magical beasts. In such circumstances, the small conflict between the Assad family and the Dresosa family is not really a big deal. It's normal for them to have some interactions. Sigh Thor, hearing you talk about it like this, I almost want to head to the northern province myself and start developing it. Morris couldn't help but express his frustration. Ha ha ha, Morris, developing the northern province isn't that easy. Thor managed it because he's strong enough. Not everyone is. That fool from the Emerson family even lost his territory, and now I hear he's slunk back in shame. Lubai spoke earnestly. As the head knight of the Pat family, he knew quite a bit. While the northern province seemed simple through his brother's descriptions, Lubai understood how tough it really was. This was also why he hadn't yet made up his mind to send his son there. After all, how many could succeed like Thor? The Dresosa family had sent countless pioneer knights over the years, but less than 1/10 of them ever became nobles. The rules of the Dresosa family didn't start with Count Angel's generation. More accurately, they began with his grandfather. By the time of Count Angel's father, these rules were even more refined. Over 3 generations, many sought to become pioneering lords, but the outcomes weren't always favorable. As Lubai mentioned, only 1 in 10 managed to become nobility. In Count Angel's generation, 4 individuals pursued the path of pioneering lordship, and 2 were knighted as barons. However, Thor's case was an exception, and Tunno's success was a coincidence. The other 2 were the norm. As more of Count Angel's children reach adulthood, this ratio would likely decrease rapidly. Both Lubai and Morris understood this well. Otherwise, Morris would have chosen to become a pioneering knight rather than the family's guardian knight. Thor's constant achievements had greatly shocked Morris, causing him inner turmoil. Morris, Lubai, the auction is starting. Thor, noticing their unsettled emotions, shifted the conversation as the auction began. Hearing Thor's words, both men snapped back to attention and focused on the auction. The Assad family's auction offered plenty of treasures. Ordinary low-grade life potions wouldn't appear here. The starting items were middle life potions and silver armor. There were even 3 sets of golden armor and many rare magical plants. Even Thor couldn't help but be drawn in. Lubai and Morris were similarly captivated. Fortunately for Thor and Lubai, they had some gold coins to spend. Thor hadn't touched the gold coins his father had given him for buying the purple gold grass earlier. Lubai, as the most valued knight of the Pat family, was also quite wealthy. Eventually, Lubai purchased a set of golden armor, while Thor acquired a thunder stone. Since it was the main material for crafting magical crystal cannons, Thor wasn't about to miss out, especially when it was much cheaper here than in Lauren City, costing less than 2,000 gold coins. Though transporting it was a bit of a hassle, it wasn't anything unmanageable. If Rachos could transport the flammable oil to the northern province, moving a thunderstone wouldn't be an issue. Thor decided to let Lachos handle it. Morris meanwhile had his eye on a knight's spear, but lacking funds, he refused Thor's offer to help and they eventually gave up. The auction ended with both Lubai and Thor satisfied. As they left, night had already fallen. "Come on, let's have a drink. We're leaving tomorrow." Lubai smiled as he invited them. Morris and Thor exchanged glances and agreed, especially since Thor still needed Lubai's help. There was a wandering knight selling high-level breathing techniques that he needed to find, and who knew how long that would take. Given how large Pat City was, Thor figured it would be easier to have Lubai help, as Lubai, being a local, could find him much faster. Naturally, Thor wasn't going to make things harder for himself. After agreeing to help, they all went to Lubai's house. During dinner, Thor made his request. "A wandering knight selling relics?" Lubai asked, surprised. "Yes, Lubai." "Can you help me find him?" Lubai nodded. "Sure, I'll have the knights keep an eye out. We should have news soon." He didn't ask Thor why, assuming Thor was simply interested in relics. After all, every knight is fascinated by relics. Lubai himself had been no different back in the day. As for the search, it was no trouble at all. Lubai quickly called a knight and gave orders. Thor, having entrusted the task to Lubai, continued chatting with him. Lubai, however, had his own internal struggle. He still couldn't decide whether to send his son to become a pioneering lord. Unlike Count Angel, Lubai had no title, which meant his son wouldn't inherit one either. Though his son could inherit Lubai's position in the Pat family, having Pat family blood, it would still be smoother for him. Yet no matter how smooth, it couldn't compare to the status of nobility. The Pat Marquis had promised Lubai a chance to become nobility during the kingdom's war, but a promise is just that, nothing until it's fulfilled. Even if it were fulfilled, it was still only a chance, not a guarantee. No one could predict the future. Many Earth Knights had fallen during the kingdom's wars, and Lubai didn't think he was special. But being a pioneering knight was also an opportunity, though equally dangerous. This filled him with worry. "Thor, how much gold and strength does it take to become a noble, purely through pioneering?" Lubai asked after suppressing his emotions, turning his gaze to Thor. Hearing Lubai's question, Morris also became serious. While Morris had chosen to be a guardian knight, that didn't mean his children would follow the same path. In fact, after hearing Thor's stories, Morris had already decided to let his children give it a try. He listened intently as Thor responded. "The kingdom bestows pioneering knights in the northern province with an opportunity to become nobility. If one can develop a town with at least 5,000 people, they will be granted the title of baron and become part of the new nobility. In the northern province, 500 slaves cost around 50 gold coins, so 5,000 people would cost about 500 gold coins. Including other expenses, the total would be around 5,000 gold coins. In terms of strength, you'd need at least 1 grand knight and a dozen official knights to ensure the territory's safety." However, Thor paused halfway through. "However, what, is there a problem?" Lubai and Morris both asked. What Thor described was indeed a significant expense, but it wasn't a big issue for Lubai. He could manage the 5,000 gold coins, a grand knight, and a dozen knights. The only question was whether this investment would truly secure a baron's title. The issue is, to be honest, it's extremely difficult to earn a title this way. The kingdom evaluates pioneering achievements once every 10 years. During those 10 years, who knows how many orc attacks the pioneers will face, not to mention the conflicts between pioneers themselves. Too many uncertainties can happen in 10 years, making it highly unlikely to earn a baron's title. Thor's explanation left both men silent. They hadn't expected such a result, but they now understood why so few pioneers became barons. With so many obstacles, it was nearly impossible. Lubai Morris, the best way to become a baron is through military merit. 100 merit points can earn a noble title. If you seize the opportunity during the orc invasions, you could secure a title, Thor advised softly. Lubai sighed, realizing he had been too optimistic, and Morris too felt his initial excitement diminish. Both men laughed bitterly as they changed the subject. As night fell, the banquet ended, and Thor and his companions stayed the night. The next morning, Thor and Morris both practiced their night breathing techniques. Icy frost spread around them, forcing Morris to step back. "Thor, your alien life force is truly terrifying," Morris exclaimed when Thor finally stopped. Thor smiled, about to respond when Lubai approached. "Lubai," Thor and Morris greeted him. "Thor, I found the man you were looking for. He's at the Droop trading post in the west, selling relics. He just arrived today," Lubai said, curious. "Thank you, Lubai," Thor replied joyfully. "No need to thank me. It was nothing," Lubai said with a smile. "Lubai, I'll head over now. Go ahead. I have some matters to handle today, so I won't be able to join you," Lubai replied with a nod. Thor acknowledged him and, along with Morris and Anna, headed to the Droop trading post. After walking for nearly an hour, they arrived. Thor thought they might need to search, but as soon as they arrived, they saw a ragged figure prominently displayed at the front of the market. It was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, wearing a tattered knight's armor, surrounded by what looked like junk. Whenever someone passed by, he would rush forward to greet them. When Thor approached, he received the same treatment. "Honored guests, these are the most precious relics from the southern ruins. One of them may contain the secret to becoming a Sky Knight. The southern ruins, are where the Karenina family gave birth to a Sky Knight." Listening to the man, Thor couldn't help but show a strange expression. It wasn't because of the Karenina family their rise due to the southern ruins wasn't a secret, but that had happened 500 or 600 years ago. The ruins had long since been picked clean. What amused Thor was the mention of the secret to becoming a Sky Knight, because such a secret really did exist. "How much?" Thor asked suddenly. The man, startled, replied, "Gold coins." "These treasures are only 500, no, just 1,000 gold coins. You could gain the secrets of the Sky Knight and the Karenina family's rise to nobility. It's an absolute bargain." The man was almost convinced by his own words. In fact, he had indeed picked up this junk from the ruins. If not for knowing it was junk, he would have believed his own sales pitch. But before he could finish, Thor turned and walked away. "Wait, don't go. 800, no, 500. 500 gold coins." The man quickly corrected himself, panicking as Thor walked off. "I am only interested in relics. 1 gold coin, no more. If you are not interested, forget it," Thor said calmly, stopping momentarily. The man looked hesitant. 1 gold coin? Sir, how could it be just 1 gold coin? Look, these are all relic items. 10 coins, at least 10 coins. Andrew instinctively wanted to respond, but Thor had already started walking again. 1 coin, just 1. Seeing that Thor was really about to leave, Andrew couldn't afford to hesitate any longer and quickly spoke up. He had been calling out here all morning, yet no one had shown any interest. 1 gold coin was indeed a little low, but it was still a decent sum of money, enough for him to live comfortably for half a year. "Anna, give him 1 gold coin." Thor returned and spoke to Anna. "All right." Anna nodded, then took out a gold coin, while Thor took the pile of junk with him. A single gold coin. This wasn't because Thor wanted to take advantage, but rather because they were in a trading area, surrounded by many nobles. The Dresosa family wasn't an unknown name. If he showed too much interest in the item or acted as if he had to have it, there was no guarantee that unexpected things wouldn't happen. If other nobles became interested, or if the bearded middle-aged man in front of him suddenly realized the rarity of his goods, the situation could change drastically. Thor didn't want any unexpected incidents regarding this item. His choice was undoubtedly the right one. Their conversation only drew a few curious glances, and then no one paid attention to them again. As for Andrew, he had already grabbed the gold coin and run off, possibly cursing Thor as a fool in secret. This outcome was undoubtedly the best. It didn't attract any attention, and they quietly obtained the item. "Let's go. Let's see if Uncle Marshall has returned. We should get ready to head back." With his thoughts in order, Thor called out to the others, "All right." Morris nodded, though a bit puzzled. Still, now wasn't the time to ask questions. The group returned to their residence. As luck would have it, they ran into Marshall, who had just returned as well. "Uncle Marshall, did something good happen?" Seeing Marshall looking cheerful, both Thor and Morris were a bit surprised. Thor couldn't help but ask curiously, "Ha, yes. Some merchants from the west passed through, and this time the goods sold for 10% more than usual." Marshall explained with a smile. Hearing this, Morris couldn't help but smile as well. 10% might not seem like much, but considering the amount of goods they brought this time, it was a considerable profit. That's great news. Thor nodded with a smile. Although he didn't know exactly how much the goods were worth, a rough estimate put the value over 2,000 gold coins. 10% was indeed significant. By the way, how did the auction go? Did you manage to get the purple gold grass? Marshall asked, looking at Thor. "I bought it." Thor nodded. "Really?" Marshall's face lit up with joy. Haha, Uncle Marshall, you wouldn't believe it, Thor has a gold card from the Assad family. Once he showed the card, they let him buy it straight away. Morris excitedly recounted the events of the auction to Marshall. Hearing this, Marshall was visibly shocked. All right, Morris, we should get ready. Uncle Marshall, we plan to leave today. Do you have anything else to prepare? Should we delay until tomorrow? After waiting a moment, Thor shook his head with a smile and asked, Today, that's fine. I don't have anything else to prepare. We can leave any time. Marshall nodded and agreed without hesitation. Great, then we leave shortly. Everyone get ready. Hearing this, Thor made a decision. The group agreed and began their preparations. Thor and Morris then went to bid farewell to Lubai. Lubai didn't try to make them stay, knowing they needed to leave soon as the purple gold grass had been acquired and could only last for 6 months. After all the preparations were complete, it was already afternoon. Under the warm afternoon sun, the group set out on their journey once again. Their destination, Dresosa. The return trip was smoother than the journey there. Even when passing through the Emerson family's territory, nothing happened. It was clear that Count Emerson had no intention of causing trouble. As for other incidents along the way, there were even fewer. On the way there, they had been attacked by ash-gray wolves. On the return journey, they didn't encounter a single magic beast. This was expected. After all, they were in the Frost Moon province, not the Northern province, where magic beasts were more common. The chance of encountering bandits was higher than encountering magic beasts here, but even bandits wouldn't dare attack such a large and well-organized caravan. Thus, everything proceeded smoothly. Unlike the trip to Pat City, Thor chose to ride in a carriage on the way back. Many of the carriages were now empty, and Thor wanted to use the 10-day journey to study the so-called ruined scraps he had purchased. Naturally, traveling by carriage made this easier. The convoy moved forward. In one of the carriages, Thor carefully examined the scraps, but after 3 days he hadn't discovered anything unusual. This was to be expected. If it were that easy to uncover a secret, Andrew wouldn't have sold the items. Thor was starting to wonder whether he should wait and see if the system had any reaction. On the 7th day after leaving Pat City, the annual Star and Moon Festival arrived. This was a significant holiday on the continent. On this day every year, the blood moon would transform into a silver moon, and life energy would become much more active, making cultivation progress much faster. Thor had originally planned to begin his cultivation. However, before he could start, a beam of moonlight shone through the carriage window and onto the pile of broken scraps. As the silver moonlight fell, the pile of scraps seemed to be bathed in a layer of silver radiance. What's this? Thor instinctively focused his gaze, and the next moment his eyes widened. Whoosh. His figure instantly appeared next to the scraps. Upon closer inspection, Thor could see more clearly. On the scraps, he saw lines of text and small figures. The figures seemed to come to life. As he observed them, they performed a series of movements. Thor was shocked by what he saw. He hadn't expected the secret of these scraps to be revealed so easily. It was actually this simple. Suddenly, Thor realized something. Anna. He called out. Upon hearing him, Anna quickly ran over. Master, what is it? Before Anna could finish speaking, she was also drawn to the changes on the scraps. Use the image retention spell. Record everything quickly. Thor glanced at the silver moon in the sky and urged her. All right. Without hesitation, Anna raised her staff. A moment later, a glowing orb appeared in the air. Buzz. A ripple spread and the glowing orb began recording the scene below. The image retention spell, a Furcival spell, could record surrounding images and text. It was the perfect tool for this. As the silver moonlight shone down, lines of text and figures continued to unfold. No one knew how long it lasted. When the silver moonlight finally faded, all the strange phenomena disappeared. Did you record everything? As the silver light faded, Thor anxiously asked Anna. Yes, it's all recorded, though there seems to be some repetition. Anna nodded and hesitantly added, It's fine, as long as it's recorded. Thor nodded, unconcerned. Repetition wasn't a problem. It likely just meant the breathing technique was repeating itself. The repetition actually ensured that nothing was missed. Master, here is the image retention crystal. It can store the information for 30 days. If you want to store it for longer, you'll need to use special materials to recast the spell. Anna handed Thor a hexagonal crystal and explained, 30 days, that's plenty of time, thank you. Thor expressed his gratitude. Master, you were too kind. Anna shook her head seriously. Ha ha ha. Thor laughed and patted Anna on the head. He then eagerly began studying the recordings. The image retention spell had perfectly captured everything. After watching it several times, Thor confirmed that the recording had indeed repeated itself. It had repeated 5 times. The first and last times were incomplete, but the middle 3 were perfect. After thoroughly studying the 3 complete sequences, Thor could no longer contain his joy. Just as his daily information had suggested, this was indeed a high-level night breathing technique. It was called the Silver Moon breathing technique. Though the information wasn't complete, even this fragment was enough to break through to the Sky Knight level, and not just the beginning, but the peak of the Sky Knight stage. Even though it was incomplete, it was far superior to the eagle breathing technique by an immeasurable degree. If it were complete, Thor couldn't imagine how powerful this breathing technique would be. The difference was clear. The moment Thor started practicing, he could feel the vast disparity between the 2 techniques. Silver moonlight poured down, and life energy surged. After just 1 night of practice, Thor felt more progress than in the past 3 days combined. At this rate, he was confident he could reach the middle of the Grand Knight stage within a few days without using any external aids. He might even reach the Earth Knight stage within a few years. A smile spread across his face. Thor's joy continued to grow. Soon, he was fully immersed in the study of the Silver Moon breathing technique. Several days later, as Thor remained engrossed in the technique, the group finally returned to the small town of Dresosa. The town was unchanged from when they had left. Their arrival didn't cause much of a stir. After all, merchant caravans had come and gone many times before. This trip was no different in the eyes of the townspeople. The only difference was that, this time, Count Angel stood waiting at the gates of the castle. "Father, my lord." Seeing his figure, Thor, Morris, and Marshall quickly dismounted. They respectfully greeted him. "Ha ha ha, Thor, you really surprised me this time." Count Angel spoke with emotion, his gaze towards Thor carrying a newfound admiration. During this auction in the capital, there indeed was a batch of purple gold grass up for bidding, and not just a single stalk but 3. Despite utilizing every connection and resource available to him, and even mobilizing over 30,000 gold coins, he still failed to acquire even one. 2 of the 3 stalks were intercepted directly, leaving only 1 for the auction. Its price soared to a staggering 50,000 gold coins, and was ultimately sold for 58,000 gold coins. Faced with such a terrifying price, even Count Angel had to give up, as he simply didn't carry that much gold. In the end, he had no choice but to return empty-handed. However, just 3 days after his return, as he struggled with whether he should resort to more extreme measures, an unexpected surprise reached him. The Assad family's auction did indeed have purple gold grass, and his son, Thor Dresosa, had actually managed to win the bid. This news almost lifted him from hell to heaven in an instant. A wave of unprecedented joy inevitably washed over his heart. At that moment, he even felt an impatient urge to fly directly to Pat City. It took him an entire day to forcibly calm the turbulence within his heart. Even so, he practically watched the road to Pat City every day, eagerly awaiting their return. Finally, at this very moment, he saw his son. The emotional turmoil within him could easily be imagined. "Father, this is the purple gold grass from the Assad family's auction, but it cannot be preserved for long. They said it will only last for a maximum of 6 more months. Thor spoke and then carefully took out the wooden box containing the purple gold grass from his coat. "Ha ha ha, good, good. Thor, it's all thanks to you this time. Come, come, the banquet is already prepared at home." Count Angel laughed heartily and immediately grabbed Thor, leading him into the castle. Feeling his arm being pulled, Thor could clearly sense Count Angel's trembling hand. Of course, he could understand why. After all, this was for a Sky Knight, the highest-ranking existence in the kingdom. Once a breakthrough is achieved, both Count Angel and the Dresosa family would undergo a complete transformation. The probability of the Dresosa family becoming a marquisate would significantly increase as well. Considering Count Angel hadn't completely lost his composure up to now, his mental resilience could be deemed quite impressive. The 2 walked into the study, with Morris already having left. Thor handed the wooden box to Count Angel. As the purple gold grass was revealed from the box, Count Angel could no longer contain his excitement and joy. With this purple gold grass, combined with the life fruit Thor had given him, and the star moon fruit stored within the family, he could now request that person in the capital to prepare a bottle of high-grade life elixir for him. With the high-grade life elixir, while it wouldn't guarantee a 100 chance of breaking through to Sky Knight, it would at least give him more than a 50 chance. 50% was already enough to drive countless Earth Knights crazy. Even at this moment, Count Angel found it hard to suppress his emotions. "Thor, this time it's all thanks to you. When I break through to Sky Knight, whatever you ask of me, I will grant it." Count Angel spoke with sincerity, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at his son. He never thought that the worries that had burdened him for so long would be resolved so easily by his son. "Father, you overpraise me. By the way, Father, with the high-grade life elixir, what is your chance of breaking through to Sky Knight?" Thor shook his head with a smile and then, as if recalling something, solemnly asked Count Angel, "I should have more than a 50 chance, probably up to 60. Our family's eagle breathing technique is still somewhat lacking. If I had a higher-level night breathing technique, the odds could improve. Hearing his son's question, Count Angel wasn't too surprised. With the star moon fruit, life fruit, and now urgently needing purple gold grass, the reason was obvious. His son, as long as he wasn't too foolish, could naturally figure it out. As for his son's inquiry, he didn't hide it but gave a straightforward answer. The high-grade life elixir indeed had a certain chance of helping an Earth Knight break through to Sky Knight, but it was still just a chance. The only difference was that the life elixir increased the odds, while the life fruit and star moon fruit had smaller probabilities. It was never a 100 guarantee. Even reaching a 50-60 chance was because his foundation was strong, surpassing even Marquis Raymond. Otherwise, most peak Earth Knights would only have around a 30 chance, and even though his night breathing technique was somewhat inferior, he still had a 50-60 chance. A higher-level night breathing technique. Father, how about this? Thor wasn't too surprised by Count Angel's words. Having also practiced the eagle breathing technique, he naturally understood its limitations. At that moment, he didn't hesitate and took out a recording stone. What's this? Count Angel was puzzled. He was familiar with the recording stones used in memory magic, but wondered why Thor had brought one out now. Still, despite his confusion, Count Angel took the recording stone. Soon, a surge of life energy activated it. In the next moment, white light emitted from the recording stone, and a scene began to appear in the room. It was the image of that pile of scraps under the starlight and moonlight from a few days ago. Seeing these images, Count Angel was initially even more confused, but soon his eyes widened. His breathing became heavy. This is. At that moment, Count Angel felt his lips dry up as he stared intently at the image from the recording stone and then back at Thor. Father, this is something I accidentally obtained in Pat City. It's called the Silver Moon breathing technique. Though it's incomplete, it's clearly superior to the eagle breathing technique. With this, your chances of breaking through to Sky Knight should increase even further. Thor spoke softly, his expression serious. When he first learned of the high-level night breathing technique in the daily intelligence reports, Thor had already thought about handing this over to his father. After all, the Dresosa family was his strongest support. His ability to operate so freely in the northern province was mainly due to his status as a member of the Dresosa family. Had he been just an ordinary wandering knight, forget about all his current actions, he wouldn't even have had the starting capital to expand his territory, let alone become a baron in such a short time. The stronger the Dresosa family became, the more solid his backing would be. Thor understood this clearly, so when he obtained the life fruit, the first person he thought of was Count Angel. The same went for this high-level night breathing technique. Woo. Count Angel exhaled deeply, giving Thor a long, meaningful look. Ever since the appearance of Ryan, he had come to understand that Thor was practically favored by the goddess of life. Otherwise, how could someone find such a gifted guardian knight among commoners? But he hadn't expected that the goddess of life's favor was just beginning at that time. In the northern province, Thor had created one shocking achievement after another, and had even brought back the much-needed life fruit for him. But it didn't end there. Thor's trip to Pat City not only brought back the final key material, the purple gold grass, but also an invaluable high-level night breathing technique that he had never dared to dream of. Even Count Angel was left speechless. It took a while for him to finally calm his emotions. His thoughts settled back down and he spoke again. With this night breathing technique, my chance of breaking through to Sky Knight will be at least 80. At this moment, Count Angel couldn't help but smile. An 80 chance was almost unimaginable for him. How could he not be thrilled? 80%. Hearing Count Angel's words, Thor's expression also showed a hint of joy. He hadn't expected that a high-level night breathing technique could improve the odds so much. Earlier it was only 50-60, but now it had jumped to 80. As if understanding Thor's curiosity, Count Angel softly explained, Thor, you must understand that a night breathing technique is the fundamental basis for any knight. Only with a higher-level breathing technique can one have a greater chance of breaking through to higher stages. Especially after becoming a Grand Knight, breaking through to Earth Knight requires a breathing technique capable of achieving that. Otherwise, it's impossible. The same applies to Sky Knights and Holy Knights, but high-level night breathing techniques are almost entirely monopolized by the kingdom. Besides the three ducal families, it's nearly impossible for other families to obtain them. The eagle breathing technique is the best an ordinary family can get. Even 2 of the 3 dukes obtained their techniques from ancient ruins. Count Angel sighed as he spoke. Only he, as the head of the Dresosa family, knew how much effort and resources the family had poured into this over the past 3 centuries. Yet despite all that, their harvests could only be described as meager. Of course, this wasn't limited to them. Even most Count and many Marquis families were in similar situations. In this extraordinary world, an official knight's power wasn't considered too mystical. However, from Earth Knight onward, every breakthrough was a significant transformation. An Earth Knight could easily crush several Grand Knights, while a Sky Knight could effortlessly destroy a Count's or even a Marquis's family. And as for Holy Knights, their power was beyond imagination. With such immense power, the higher ranks naturally became more tightly controlled. The kingdom might give every knight a chance to become a noble, but the road to the highest echelons was blocked to ensure that no one could easily replace or share in the kingdom's power. Listening to Count Angel's explanation, Thor gained a clearer understanding of the entire situation in the Tulip Kingdom. Thor couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder he had found it puzzling before this world seemed almost too fair, granting everyone opportunities. Now, he realized he had been too naive. The opportunities provided were only for the lower ranks. Compared to the ancient imperial examination system of China in his previous life, this was even less reliable. At least with the imperial exams, there was a real chance of reaching the top, but in this kingdom, that wasn't the case. The Marquis rank was the highest opportunity the kingdom offered. Beyond that, it wasn't something that could be attained through effort. Of the three dukes, two had succeeded by sheer luck, while the third was a member of the royal family. All right, these are things you don't need to worry about right now. I just wanted you to understand in advance. I need to make another trip to the capital in the coming days. The family matters will likely be in your hands again for a while. If there's nothing urgent, you can wait for me to return before heading back to your territory. There are some things I still need to discuss with you. As Thor reflected, Count Angel continued speaking. These matters were still far off for Thor. His current goal was to earn the title of Viscount. Understood. Thor nodded, not refusing Count Angel's arrangements. Although he had been in Frostmoon Province for some time, the daily intelligence reports hadn't indicated any imminent dangers. A few more days wouldn't make much of a difference. I'll try to return within a month. If you can wait, you can find the butler, Charles. He has something I left for you. You can take it with you if you need to leave. Count Angel nodded and, after a brief hesitation, gave additional instructions. Got it. Thor nodded, not declining this offer. If there was indeed danger within the month, he would naturally have to return early. Now was not the time for pleasantries. All right, let's leave it at that. We'll discuss everything once I return. You must be tired, so go and rest. Count Angel nodded and waved his hand. Yes, father, I'll take my leave then. Thor nodded, then bid farewell to Count Angel. Watching Thor leave, Angel glanced at the memory stone in his hand and then at the purple gold grass in the wooden box. He couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Then his expression turned into a smile. Thor, this son he had hardly ever paid much attention to, had unexpectedly brought him one surprise after another, even solving his greatest problem at the moment. Angel smiled, while Thor returned to his room. Night gradually fell. The familiar mechanical sound echoed. However, there were no surprises this day. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Count Angel set off once again, this time accompanied by Michael. They were heading back to the royal capital. Thor, on the other hand, stayed behind. He continued to care for the little ones. During his month-long absence, the fledglings of Dresosa had undergone significant changes, each of them brimming with vitality. Their progress was remarkably evident. Thor could even clearly sense the life force of several individuals surging, signaling imminent breakthroughs. Especially Carter, whose previously weak life force had grown considerably stronger in just 1 month. If before it seemed impossible for him to condense a life seed and advance to apprentice knight before the age of 18, now there was a significant chance. If he could secure first place this month, he would have a 100% chance of condensing a life seed. Of course, the others had also shown significant improvement. A month of intense training had, as previously mentioned, brought about a complete transformation in the fledglings of Dresosa, both inside and out. It was foreseeable that these young fledglings would soar even higher in the future. Thor couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. The improvement of the family's descendants also meant the rise of the family itself, and that rise would inevitably benefit him as well, creating a positive cycle. In the days that followed, Thor began teaching the little ones the ways of cultivation. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. This month was relatively calm, without any major events or disturbances. There were barely any gains from the daily information reports, which clearly indicated that it would be difficult to find opportunities while staying within the Dresosa family. However, although the information yielded little, his cultivation had advanced rapidly. On the second day after returning home, he had already reached the middle of Grand Knight, and that was despite the disruption caused by his travels. Otherwise, he would have advanced even faster. After a month, he was now edging closer to the late stage of Grand Knight. The Silver Moon breathing technique truly lives up to its reputation as an advanced night breathing technique. Its cultivation efficiency far surpasses that of the eagle breathing technique. Even though the Silver Moon breathing technique is incomplete, it still outperforms the fully intact eagle breathing technique. And this is just for a Grand Knight. Once one reaches the level of an Earth Knight, or even a Sky Knight, the gap between them will likely widen even further. After more than a month of training, Thor finally understood why his father claimed that the silver moon breathing technique could increase his breakthrough chances by almost 20 or even more. It also helped him grasp what high-level breathing techniques truly mean for a knight. He now understood why high-ranking nobles have a significantly greater chance of producing powerful knights. It's not just a matter of talent, but also of resources. In an ordinary knight family, it's extremely difficult to gather the life seed, but in a baronial family, becoming an apprentice knight by gathering the life seed isn't as hard. The only difference is whether you gather it at 20 or at 50 years old. However, producing a grand knight is still a major challenge. In a count's family, producing a grand knight becomes much easier. Morris, who is just over 30, is already a grand knight, and though breaking through to an earth knight may be out of reach, reaching the peak of a grand knight is inevitable. As for marquises or even dukes, the outcome is obvious. The silver moon breathing technique has, in a sense, significantly narrowed the gap between the Dresosa family and the Duke's family. All that's lacking is resources. And while the Dresosa family may still be short on resources, Thor himself doesn't lack them. With the silver moon breathing technique, it's clear that his strength will skyrocket in the coming days. I wonder if I can advance to Earth Knight within 2 years. Thor muttered softly, his expression filled with anticipation. Previously, he wouldn't have dared to imagine such a possibility. With his earlier talent, breaking through to become an official knight would have taken 2 or 3 years at best, and reaching Grand Knight status could have taken a decade or even several decades. As for Earth Knight, that wasn't even within the realm of possibility for his former talent. Even after the elf sharing contract greatly enhanced his talent, allowing him to smoothly break through to official knight and even Grand Knight, breaking through to Earth Knight would still have likely taken 5 or 6 years. Achieving a breakthrough before the Kingdom's War within 2 years seemed almost impossible. But now, with the silver moon breathing technique, reaching Earth Knight within 2 years seemed like a real possibility. Once he broke through to Earth Knight, he would undoubtedly play a bigger role in the Kingdom's War, possibly even vying for a Count's title. A Count's title. Currently, the Dresosa family is only at the Count level. The mere thought of such a possibility was enough to make Thor's heart race. He shook his head, quickly suppressing these thoughts. Currently, he's only in the mid-stage of Grand Knight, and this goal is still somewhat distant. It isn't something he needs to consider right now. Father should be back soon. I wonder how it went. Thor muttered as he gazed into the distance. As if in response to his thoughts, a knight quickly approached. Master Thor, the Count has returned and asks you to visit the study. The knight approached and spoke respectfully. Father has returned. All right, I'm coming. Thor's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly tidied himself up and headed towards the castle. A short while later, Thor entered the study and saw the travel-worn Count Angel. Father. Thor greeted him respectfully, and upon seeing the tired smile on his father's face, he couldn't help but feel relieved. This time I ran into some trouble, but I managed to succeed. I've prepared 3 bottles of advanced life potion. The master took one as payment, leaving 2 bottles behind. Count Angel smiled as he spoke, his face still brimming with joy. Congratulations, father. Thor couldn't help but smile as well. He hadn't expected his father to obtain 2 bottles. This way success was almost guaranteed. As Thor smiled, he glanced at the wooden box on the desk but refrained from asking about it. Ha ha ha, I'll be going into seclusion next. In 3 days at most, I should be able to break through to Sky Knight. Focus on your training, I'll save the other bottle for you. Count Angel laughed heartily, then spoke solemnly. This. Thor was taken aback. He hadn't expected to receive a bottle for himself. There's no need to refuse. Without the life fruit and the purple gold grass you brought, I might not have succeeded. And let's not forget the silver moon breathing technique you provided to the family. Count Angel's tone became more serious as he spoke, his words slow and deliberate. Thank you, father. Since his father had spoken so plainly, Thor didn't try to refuse and expressed his gratitude. After all, even Thor couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't need it in the future. Having it was undoubtedly a good thing. There's no need to thank me, you earned it. I called you here today to give you this. Count Angel gestured towards the wooden box on the table. What's this? Thor asked curiously, his gaze drawn to the box. Open it and see for yourself. Count Angel smiled. Thor nodded and opened the box. Inside, he found a knight's sword, pitch black and gleaming. Thor's eyes lit up. A knight's sword, just what he needed. His previous sword had shattered after being infused several times with his unique life force. He hadn't expected his father to prepare one for him. This is a knight's sword that once belonged to the legendary Earth Knight of the Kingdom, Cadmus. It said that Cadmus used this sword to wound a dragon. Use it well. Count Angel smiled. One of the things he had done in the capital was to acquire this sword at a great cost, all for his son. Thank you, father. I won't disturb you any further. I wish you success in your breakthrough." Thor expressed his gratitude and left with the wooden box. Ha ha ha, good. Count Angel nodded in approval. With that, Thor left the room, and Count Angel began preparing for his breakthrough. There was nothing more for Thor to do. He had done everything he could. Whether or not his father succeeded depended solely on his father's abilities. All Thor had to do now was wait. After leaving his father's study, he took the knight's sword to the training ground to familiarize himself with it. The sword, once wielded by a legendary knight, was clearly far superior to his previous weapon. Not only was it heavier, but it also easily handled the infusion of his unique life force without issue. Thor even felt that the sword seemed to enhance his life force, though he couldn't be sure if it was just his imagination. Impressive. Thor murmured to himself, filled with admiration for the sword. With this sword, along with Anna's magical support, he felt confident in defeating De Grey. Of course, that only applied to De Grey. When it came to his cousin, a genuine Earth Knight, Thor knew he still stood no chance. However, if he could reach the late stage or peak of Grand Knight, he might not just be able to hold his own against an Earth Knight, he might even challenge one. This made Thor extremely satisfied with the sword. For the next few days, Thor spent his time getting used to the new weapon while waiting for news of his father's breakthrough. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 4th day, as Thor was about to head to the training ground as usual, he was stopped by the steward, Charlie. Has father finished his seclusion? Thor asked excitedly upon hearing from Charlie. Yes, the master has just emerged and asks that you come to the study. Charlie responded respectfully, all right. Thor nodded and quickly headed towards the upper levels of the castle. Even though he had intended to train next, that could wait. After all, nothing was more important than finding out if his father had succeeded in breaking through to Sky Knight. Filled with anticipation and nervousness, Thor soon arrived outside the study. Knock, knock. Thor gently knocked on the door, his heart racing. Come in. A familiar voice called out. Thor cautiously opened the door and after 3 days once again saw his father. Count Angel had regained his noble demeanor. He appeared calm, poised, and exuded a gentle warmth that made one feel at ease. The subtle wrinkles on his brow were gone, replaced by composure and confidence. Father, you've broken through, haven't you? Thor didn't need to ask. The change in his father's demeanor told him all he needed to know. He couldn't help but show his excitement. Yes, I was fortunate. I succeeded on my first attempt and didn't even use your bottle. Count Angel smiled and nodded. At this moment his heart was light. 10 years, no 20 years, he had almost given up hope, but just when he was about to abandon his efforts, he succeeded. Sky Knight, a Sky Knight. In the entire kingdom there were fewer than 10 known Sky Knights. Even if there were more in reality, there wouldn't be more than 20. Each Sky Knight, even without noble status, held a rank higher than most marquises. Moreover, having a Sky Knight in the family meant they had the capability to elevate their family during the kingdom's war, potentially even advancing to a marquisate or higher. Most importantly, Angel was nearly 70 years old. Without breaking through, his lifespan would be limited to 100 years, leaving him with less than 30 years. Breaking through to the Sky Knight rank extends his lifespan to 120 years, which means he now has 50 more years ahead. With these 50 years, as long as nothing unexpected happens, having a Sky Knight like him to guard them will lead to a true transformation for the Dresosa family, allowing the entire family to make a major leap forward. Congratulations, father. Thor quickly expressed his congratulations. At this moment, he was equally excited. A Sky Knight. This was different from Neil Morton. This Sky Knight belonged to the Dresosa family, his father. Neil Morton would eventually leave. Asking him for help once or twice is fine, but doing so too often would naturally strain their relationship. But his father was different. Moreover, as mentioned earlier, the stronger the Dresosa family becomes, the greater his security. His future developments in the northern province would also proceed more smoothly. Ha ha ha, Thor, this time it's all thanks to you. As I said before, that high-grade life potion is yours. Whenever you reach the peak of Earth Knight, you can use it anytime. Of course, if you're uneasy about it, you can take it with you now. Count Angel spoke with a laugh. Looking at his son, he grew more satisfied. At this moment, he even directly offered for Thor to take the high-grade life potion with him. Hearing his father's words, Thor felt tempted. After a brief moment of thought, he decided not to refuse. A high-grade life potion can be used for more than just breaking through to Sky Knight. In the northern province, Thor couldn't guarantee he wouldn't need it. All right, thank you, father. He readily agreed. Ha ha ha, you shouldn't be thanking me. I should be thanking you. Count Angel shook his head with a soft sigh. He didn't mind Thor taking the potion at all, as it was something Thor had given him in the first place. Count Angel was well aware that over 90 of the credit for his recent breakthrough belonged to his son. As he mentioned, without Thor's contribution of the life fruit and the acquisition of the purple gold grass, he wouldn't have been able to use these resources, even with the means to refine them into advanced life potions. Not to mention the silver moon breathing technique. As for his personal accumulation, it was negligible compared to these decisive factors that led to his breakthrough. After all, in the entire Tulip Kingdom, there were at least 80, if not 100, individuals at the peak of Earth Knight level like him. Yet almost all of these Earth Knights were stuck at the peak and unable to break through further. Without advanced life potions or high-level night breathing techniques, breaking through would be nothing short of a dream. Count Angel's gaze shifted to Thor, and his emotions stirred slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure. As the head of the Dresosa family, Count Angel was swift in calming his emotions and once again looked at Thor. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally spoke again. Thor, the reason I had you wait for my breakthrough is to ask what you need. Now, I should be able to acquire certain things. Count Angel's tone was serious as he spoke. Hearing his father's words, Thor fell into deep thought. The message was clear. Thor understood well enough, so he began considering his needs. Count Angel did not disturb Thor during his contemplation, but quietly waited. A moment later, Thor raised his head and looked at his father. Father, I wonder if it's possible to get a few alchemists capable of preparing life potions, even if it's just low-level ones. Additionally, I might need some administrators. What? Thor spoke of the things he had just considered. Alchemists were individuals who stood between wizards and non-magic users. They possessed the ability to prepare low-level potions, but were not themselves wizards. Every wizard could be a competent alchemist, but not every alchemist was necessarily a wizard. Thor had already obtained the seeds of the life grass for his territory and had even started planting them. Moreover, he controlled 2 now sources in the western part of the northern province, so all the main ingredients for low-level life potions were already in place. With Anna around, Thor could already prepare the potions. However, after careful thought, Thor decided against it. Reason was simple. It would be a waste of Anna's talents to focus on preparing low-level life potions. The time she would spend meditating and training would be far more valuable. That's why upon returning, Thor primarily wanted to see if his father could find him a few alchemists. Compared to wizards, alchemists were much simpler. Even if their success rate in preparing low-level life potions was low, it didn't matter. He had plenty of raw materials and didn't need to worry about costs. Alchemists, that shouldn't be a problem. Is there anything else you need? How about some alchemists or high-level wizards? If you need, I might be able to invite a third-rank wizard. Count Angel was momentarily surprised, but quickly responded after some thought. Father, you can invite a third-rank wizard. Thor was astonished, his face showing a hint of shock. A third-rank wizard status was even higher than most Earth Knights. It's not certain, but I can give it a try. Count Angel shook his head and responded lightly. Then forget it. Father, you don't need to go through so much trouble. Just getting me a few alchemists will suffice, preferably younger ones with more potential for growth. Thor quickly shook his head, retracting his earlier astonishment. He didn't really need a third-rank wizard. In some ways, Anna was already on par with most third-rank wizards, and it wouldn't be long before she could break through to that level herself. Thor had no desire to invite a superior who would lord over him. No worries, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work out, no harm done. As for the alchemists, I should be able to gather them soon. However, alchemists have a lower success rate when preparing life potions. Count Angel shook his head, avoiding further discussion about the third-rank wizard, and instead focused on Thor's request. That's fine, Father. I can accept that. Thor nodded in agreement. Very well. Give me a few days, and I'll arrange it for you. It should take no more than 3 days to gather them. Count Angel gave Thor a deep look before nodding in approval. Oh, and about the administrators. I've already prepared 10 for you. That should suffice for your development for quite some time. I am also considering having Marshall accompany you to the Northland province. What do you think? As if remembering something, Count Angel added, Marshall, Father, that won't be necessary. Uncle Marshall is your most trusted aide. If I take him with me, it might inconvenience you. Thor was taken aback, quickly shaking his head to refuse. Just as Thor was about to reject the offer, Count Angel interrupted him. Don't refuse just yet. You might not know this, but your Uncle Marshall is about to break through to the Earth Knight level. Going to the northern province could help him with certain matters. Count Angel's voice was calm, but those words left Thor witty-eyed. Father, are you serious? Thor was genuinely shocked. Wherein there only supposed to be 2 Earth Knights, how was a third one suddenly on the verge of emerging? Even though it was just an imminent breakthrough, not a completed one, it was still shocking. It's true. It will most likely happen within the next few months. Count Angel nodded, confirming once more. Thor was momentarily speechless upon hearing his father's confirmation. Sensing Thor's confusion, Count Angel chuckled softly. "You must be puzzled, guarantee you. Father, how many Earth Knights does our Dresosa family have?" Thor, still slightly hesitant, couldn't he help but ask as he collected his thoughts. He had to know. His cousin, Lubai Dresosa, was an Earth Knight, and his uncle Marshall was about to become one. What about the rest of the family? The family had existed for 300 years, and these guarantee all its members. Not many, just 5. Seeing Thor's curiosity, Count Angel chuckled before speaking. 5, only 5. Thor was stunned, his expression one of disbelief. It wasn't too many, it was too few. In truth, after all he had seen, Thor was ready to believe the family had 10 Earth Knights. After all, just considering those openly known, his father, Michael, Lubai's father, and Lubai himself made up 4, and that was just the obvious members. Thor didn't believe there were more hidden Earth Knights in the family. That seemed impossible. There are indeed only 5, but as of now, there are only 4. I've already broken through to become a Sky Knight. The others are your Uncle Michael, Uncle Cheshire, your second uncle, and your cousin Lubai. Count Angel explained with a smile. However, this explanation only deepened Thor's confusion. The numbers seemed to match up, but something still didn't feel right. Suddenly, Thor seemed to realize something. After some thought, he voiced his doubt amidst Count Angel's smile. "That's odd, Father. You said that since our grandfather's time, the Dresosa family has been pioneering. In all these years, not a single Earth Knight has emerged. As far as I know, the Dresosa family's name carries significant weight among pioneering knights. That level of reputation couldn't have been built by a family from the Frostmoon province alone." Thor frowned slightly, pointing out what felt off to him. When he arrived in Lauren City in the northern province, the Dresosa family had provided him with many conveniences. At first he thought it was because he was a count's son, but later he realized that wasn't the case. After all, plenty of count's sons, even marquises, became pioneering knights, and the Dresosa family wasn't anything particularly special. It wasn't until later that Thor realized it was the Dresosa family's reputation among the pioneering knights. And to earn such a reputation among pioneering knights, it was clear why. But now things weren't adding up. Luckily, Count Angel quickly dispelled his confusion with a laugh. "Ha ha ha. Thor, of course, that doesn't include the family members who became pioneering knights. If Marshall follows you and breaks through, he won't be counted as one of the family's Earth Knights either." Count Angel's words were tinged with amusement, and with that one statement, Thor's eyes widened in shock. "Not counted." He blurted out instinctively, feeling his heart skip a beat. "Of course not. If you include them, it wouldn't be 5 but 12. Whoosh. As Count Angel spoke, he raised his hand. A curtain was pulled down behind him, revealing a massive map of the Tulip Kingdom. On the map, numerous red circles appeared. The Dresosa family castle was marked with the largest red circle. In addition, there were 2 circles in the Frostmoon province, 7 in the Southmoon province, 2 in the capital, and 12 in the Northland province. All in all, the map is almost densely packed. Some are large and some are small. The largest is nearly half the size of the Dresosa castle, while the smallest is merely the size of a grain of rice. Thor even saw a familiar place. It was none other than the main river valley, where a circle had also appeared. It wasn't the smallest, about the size of a soybean. At this moment, Count Angel's voice slowly rang out. "For the past 200 years, our family has been expanding. As of now, we have 57 territories in total, including 2 counties, 7 viscounties, and with you included, 17 baronies. Additionally, there are 31 pioneer territories." Inside the room, Count Angel's voice was not loud, but combined with the presence of the map, it carried an immense impact. At this moment, Thor opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He had always known the family was strong, but he had never imagined that it could be this powerful. 12 Earth Knights, this might even surpass the Assad family in number. Although their strength couldn't compare, after all, the Assad family had at least 3 Earth Knight elites. If the Dresosa family had such power, it wouldn't be the Assad Merchant Guild dominating, but rather the Dresosa Guild or the Eagle Guild. Yet even so, this was already terrifying enough. They had surpassed more than 90 of the Count families. Even some marquis families might not compare. Thor even suspected that the previous Dresosa family might not have been inferior to the Pat Marquis family. "Ha ha ha, how is it? Were you shocked?" Seeing his son's expression, Count Angel couldn't help but chuckle softly. At that moment, watching his son's reaction, he felt a sense of satisfaction. His son had been far too calm these days. It almost made him feel a bit defeated. Finally, there was something that could truly astonish him. "Indeed, father." Thor took a deep breath, then nodded and sighed. This time he had indeed been deeply shocked. Even though he had anticipated it, the family's splendid strength was still overwhelming. It was as if he had always thought his family was worth millions, only for his father to suddenly tell him that they had 12 times that amount, and additionally, they had tens of others worth $1 million each. A billionaire, no, even wealthier than a billionaire. The impact of that realization was no small thing. Watching Thor shake his head and sigh, Count Angel couldn't help but smile even more broadly. Inside the room, Thor stared at the map, momentarily lost for words. The numerous red circles before him clearly conveyed the strength of the Dresosa family. He opened his mouth several times but ultimately said nothing. After a while, Thor let out a long breath, trying to calm his agitated heart. Just as he managed to settle down, a trace of doubt crept into his mind. Father, this level of strength should already be quite formidable, right? Isn't it enough to earn the title of Marquis? Thor was genuinely curious at this moment. Even from his limited understanding, Dressrosa's power was already terrifying. It seemed impossible that they hadn't yet gained a marquisate. He couldn't understand why. Indeed, this strength is more than enough. It even surpasses the Dressrosa family during your grandfather's time. But Thor, you must understand that the world is vast, and danger lurks everywhere. Sometimes, a careless action or a sudden upheaval can destroy an entire family. A noble lineage requires more than just power to endure. Count Angel nodded, then shook his head as he began to explain. Listening to his father's explanation, Thor became even more confused, more than just power. Thor instinctively repeated, looking at his father with curiosity. Thor, do you think this is the entirety of the Dressrosa family? Count Angel asked suddenly, catching Thor's attention. This, all of it, father, you. Thor was taken aback by the abrupt question, but he quickly understood what his father meant. His brow furrowed in disbelief. Even his voice became somewhat dry. This wasn't everything. Where do you think those wandering knights went? Your fifth uncle has decent talent, so why did he become a wandering knight? Thor was once again shocked by his father's words. Count Angel's voice carried a hint of a reminder, and with that reminder, Thor's eyes widened further. Gulp. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Wandering knights. He had never thought much about them. In his view, the wandering knights were just the result of the Dressrosa family's selection process. The good ones were kept, the bad ones discarded. But upon closer reflection, was that really necessary? Could Count's family really not afford to support a few descendants? And even if this generation lacked talent, who could guarantee the next wouldn't have it? Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, wasn't it worth the gamble? And wasn't the standard too high? Forming a life seed and becoming an apprentice knight by the age of 18 was no easy feat. Even those with decent talent found it challenging, and for the average, it was nearly impossible. Failing to do so meant expulsion from the family. Even marquis families didn't enforce such strict requirements. Yet the Dressrosa family had always rigorously upheld this system, to the point of cold indifference. Even after forming a life seed and becoming an apprentice knight, there were only two paths, becoming a family guardian knight or a pioneer knight. The family would provide some support, but the pioneer knight would need to fight for success. Individually, this system seemed fine, but combined with the wandering knight practice, it clearly had its issues. At that moment, Thor's mind surged with turbulent thoughts in response to his father's words. Considering what his father had said earlier, a conjecture inevitably formed in Thor's mind, and as if confirming his suspicions, Count Angel's voice rang out again. The Tulip Kingdom has existed for over 2,000 years, yet even the royal family has only passed down the throne for 800 years. Most other noble families have lasted only 400 to 500 years. Count Angel gazed out the window, his thoughts seemingly drifting to the past. Hearing these words, Thor's heart, already pounding, was further shaken. He unconsciously bit his lip, unsure how to continue. Count Angel hadn't finished his explanation, but Thor already understood the implication. A 2,000-year-old tulip kingdom with noble families that had only lasted 400 or 500 years, while the royal family had ruled for 800. In a feudal society, how could that be? Although there was a cyclical rise and fall of old and new nobility in this era, such changes occurred slowly. And most of those transitions were among viscounts and barons. Once a family reached the rank of count, the process of replacing old with new nobility became significantly harder. In the past century, only one marquis had emerged in the entire Tulip Kingdom, Marquis Raymond. As for counts, only 17 had been created, and none had disappeared. Yet after 2,000 years, the noble lines of the Tulip Kingdom had lasted only 400 to 500 years, and the royal family only 800. There had been no major shifts between old and new, no eradication of noble lines. Even orc invasions hadn't wiped out such a large number of nobles. In other words, if so many nobles had been wiped out, the Tulip Kingdom itself wouldn't have survived. And yet the kingdom persisted, while nobles were cut down like crops over and over again. How could this be? However implausible it seemed, the truth stood before him. Even the simplest mind could sense that something was deeply wrong, or more accurately, the issue was even larger than Thor had imagined. Thor's mind raced with various thoughts. Thoughts of being raised for slaughter, thoughts of being a brain in a jar, and countless wild conspiracy theories flashed through his head. He couldn't help it, this situation was too vast, forcing him to ponder deeply. Father, this. Thor instinctively spoke again, turning to look at his father. I know you want to ask why, but I'm sorry, I don't know either. It's not just the Tulip Kingdom, the surrounding kingdoms face similar situations. They are all more or less the same. If you want more answers, you'll have to either ask the royal family or head to the empire. Count Angel sighed, recalling his early travels through neighboring kingdoms. He vividly remembered the shock he felt upon first learning this information. He had tried to uncover the truth, but without success. Hearing his father's words, Thor fell silent. Asking the Tulip royal family was obviously impossible. If they were willing to explain, they would have done so already. As for going to the empire, ordinary citizens of a kingdom couldn't just enter the empire, let alone gain such knowledge. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Thor's mind, and a figure appeared in his thoughts. Neil Morton. As a Sky Knight from the Empire, if anyone around him knew anything, it would be him. But even if Neil knew something and was willing to talk, Thor had no way of asking him now. Thor shook his head. Enough of this. It's not something we need to worry about. What I want to teach you isn't about that. I want to tell you never to reveal all your cards, no matter the situation. Even I don't know the full extent of the Dresosa family's power. Similarly, if you want to survive on this continent, the least you can do is avoid showing the world your full strength. That would be an incredibly dangerous move. Even if you're safe now, no one can guarantee the future. Count Angel spoke seriously, offering Thor heartfelt advice. Thor nodded thoughtfully. Seeing Thor's understanding, Count Angel hesitated before continuing. Doing well. No one can tell that you're a grand knight, but that's not enough. In Pat City, you didn't need to act. What would have been wrong with following de Grey to the municipal center? Even without your cousin, the Emerson family couldn't have done anything to you. By maintaining an air of mystery, you'll have more opportunities. If you advance to an Earth Knight, I hope you can hide it. At the very least, don't show it easily. As a lord, your job is to develop your territory, not to make everyone aware of how strong you are. That won't benefit you. Count Angel redirected the conversation to the main topic, revisiting past events. Clearly, he had long known everything that happened in Pat City, and he was using this incident to give Thor a deeper lesson. Thor listened carefully. Although he had his own thoughts, he didn't interrupt his father's teachings. After all, this was his father's second lesson. It was a father's care for his son, so Thor naturally didn't resist. And even though he had his own ideas, what Count Angel was saying was still useful. As in Count, especially one whose lineage had lasted hundreds of years, Count Angel had far more experience and understanding of the world. His insights would undoubtedly be valuable for Thor's future actions. It also gave him a chance for self-reflection. For example, his recent behavior. He had indeed been too high-profile lately. Perhaps it was due to being ennobled as a baron, his increased talent, and his breakthrough to Grand Knight, but he had become a bit arrogant. Many times, when there were better solutions, he had chosen the simplest and most forceful methods. While those methods were effective, they left many unresolved problems. If it weren't for his status as a baron, and the fact that the Emerson family heir was a fool, he might have faced serious trouble in Pat City. Likewise, without Lubai's help, the situation in Pat City might have been difficult to resolve. Even with Anna's talent boosting him, he might not have been able to defeat de Grey. If the fight had dragged on, who knew what might have happened? All of this, as his father had said, could have been avoided, but things had escalated nonetheless, and not every time would he be so lucky. This was something to be cautious of. In addition, there are several other aspects to consider. For example, strength. He can indeed hide part of his strength. It's better to unleash it at a critical moment than to let the enemy fully understand him. Even though his strength is constantly improving, exposing it too frequently will only make the enemy more vigilant and complicate matters. As his father said, he is a lord, not a knight. Unless absolutely necessary, he doesn't need to show his martial prowess. Various thoughts intertwined in his mind. He didn't know how long it had been, or how long it lasted. He waited for his father to finish speaking. Thor also slowly calmed his mind. Whoosh. He let out a deep breath. It seemed as though a weight had been lifted from him. The path ahead also became clearer. I understand. Thank you, father. He slightly bowed to Count Angel, his tone exceptionally sincere. No need to thank me. As your father, it's my duty to teach you. It's just that you've grown too fast, and I haven't had time. Count Angel shook his head and sighed as he spoke. At this moment, his sigh was genuine. Thor's growth had been incredibly rapid, so fast that before he could do much, Thor had already fully matured. Many things that should have been taught and reminded long ago were never mentioned, but fortunately it had all been made up for in this moment. With all the recent conflicts, he believed his son should now understand the meaning behind his words. Too kind, father. Thor shook his head, a smile appearing on his face. All right, in the next few days, take a good rest. In 3 days, the supplies should be ready. At that time, you can set off. All right, for the next few days, take a good rest. In 3 days, the supplies should be ready. By then, you can set off. Count Angel nodded, then smiled as he spoke. Understood. Thor responded, preparing to take his leave. However, he soon recalled something, and his movements halted. What's the matter? Is there something else? Count Angel looked at Thor with a bit of confusion. Father, do you know anything about the Titan script? Thor asked with a hint of hesitation, pulling out the few parchment scrolls he had obtained earlier from his coat. He had naturally thought of these scrolls during his return and had planned to ask his father if he could decipher the Titan script. Some prior matters had nearly caused him to forget about this. The Titan script, I should be able to roughly interpret it. Looking at the parchment scrolls Thor handed over, Count Angel's expression became serious as he accepted them. You can actually interpret it. Thor was a bit surprised and delighted. He had only been trying his luck, not expecting his father could actually read it. Don't get too excited. I can only barely interpret it. The only person who can truly read it is the one in the capital. Let me take a look first. Count Angel shook his head, then began to examine the scrolls. He had received instruction from that person years ago and had some knowledge, but he knew he could only barely understand it. Proper translation would likely be difficult. Still, since these scrolls were brought by his son and most likely came from the northern province, Count Angel took them seriously. His eyes naturally focused on the scrolls. This is a secret art from the Titan god, the great Titan god, this is. Radiance, and here this is. Count Angel's thoughts quickly immersed in the scrolls. As he read, his brows furrowed deeper, especially when he saw that the second scroll contained nearly identical content as the first. His expression darkened further. The Titan god, could this really be an oracle from the Titan god? No, the Titan god should be in the hands of the behemoth beasts. How could it appear here? And this is also wrong. Muttering to himself, Count Angel's brows furrowed deeper in confusion. As his thoughts tangled, a realization seemed to hit him suddenly. He looked sharply at Thor. Thor, where did you get these? His voice grew urgent, his expression tense. These were seized from an orc tribe in the northern province. Why? Is there a problem with them, father? Hearing the urgency in his father's voice, Thor was puzzled and answered with uncertainty. An orc tribe, an orc tribe. Count Angel muttered, his expression changing constantly, pacing back and forth in the study. His father's changing demeanor startled Thor. He was about to ask a question when Count Angel called out toward the door, Charlie. The door soon opened and the butler Charlie entered. My lord. Butler Charlie greeted respectfully. Has the heretical church reappeared in recent days? Count Angel asked, turning to Charlie. Yes, my lord. Just a few months ago, the heretical church attacked the forces dispatched by the kingdom to the northern province, but they were defeated by 2 dukes. Charlie nodded, answering respectfully. Count Angel's expression changed completely upon hearing this. You may go. Also, summon Michael for me. Count Angel's voice trembled slightly. Thor could even see his father's hand shaking. Yes, my lord. Butler Charlie quickly retreated. After he left, Thor's face grew more serious. Father, what's going on? Thor asked again, his tone more grave now. He knew that something significant must have happened. Thor, listen to me. For now, abandon your territory. Write a letter immediately and have your men withdraw. I will help cover the compensation. Count Angel's voice was solemn, his seriousness unprecedented. Father. Thor's heart skipped a beat at his father's grave tone, his curiosity mixed with tension. Looking at his son's expression, Count Angel took a deep breath. Let me show you this. Without explaining, Count Angel walked over to the bookshelf, pulling out a thick book after a moment. Read this, and you'll understand. He handed the book to Thor. What is this? Thor took the book with some confusion. However, as soon as he held it, his expression froze. Divine Revelation. The book's black cover was simple, with only 2 words written in blood-red ink. Divine Revelation. Open it and read. Count Angel urged quietly. Thor nodded, sitting down and starting to read. As the black pages turned, the text quickly drew Thor in. Count Angel remained silent, patiently waiting. The only sound in the room was the turning of pages. As the words unfolded before him, Thor's heart surged with emotion. It was a history book, but more than that, it chronicled the history of the entire continent from 10,000 years ago. This was a mythical era, a time when gods still walked the earth. Humans, orcs, dragons, elves, dwarves, and magical beasts all lived together, each race supported by powerful beings who were the true rulers of the continent, divine, powerful, radiant, and majestic. They were both the end and the beginning of all things. But 10,000 years ago, the gods disappeared from the world and many races went extinct. Only humans, orcs, elves, and dragons remained as the dominant species. The gods had vanished, seemingly leaving behind only legends. Even now, humans rarely spoke of them. Reading this, Thor felt an odd tension. Father. He looked up at Count Angel, searching for an explanation. Thor, you must have noticed. The gods disappeared completely 10,000 years ago. Count Angel spoke heavily. Yes, it seems they vanished mysteriously. There's no record of how it happened. Thor nodded. Indeed, no one knows how they disappeared, at least most people don't. But what you might not know is that gods cannot truly die. Gods are immortal. They've attempted countless times to return to this world, and that's why the heretical church exists. The ritual to summon a god is known as divine revelation. Every time it happens, the continent falls into chaos. 100 years ago, the southern moon province experienced a divine revelation that claimed over 200,000 lives. 68 years ago, the kingdom of Flare saw one, and over 400,000 people were sacrificed. If these scrolls really came from the orc tribes, then it's highly likely that the northern province, or even the entire region, will face another divine revelation. This is something neither you nor the Dresosa family can handle. Count Angel's words left Thor stunned. Thor, write the letter now and recall your forces. I will ensure the family supports you to minimize your losses. The compensation is manageable for a baron, and you won't need to worry about losing your title. Count Angel's tone was serious. His words calmed Thor's turbulent emotions. Father, is there any more detailed information about divine revelation, like what happened in the southern moon province and the kingdom of Flare? Thor asked after taking a deep breath, his gaze fixed on his father. Detailed. Yes, there should be records in the third book on the second shelf. Count Angel thought for a moment before pointing toward the bookshelf. Father, I'll take a look first. Thor retrieved the book, which was much thicker than the one he had been reading. He quickly found the relevant information and began reading. Count Angel waited silently. After an hour, Thor closed the book, his mind calmer than before. The book provided detailed accounts of various divine revelations throughout history, and he now had a better understanding. Father, the book doesn't seem to record how divine revelations were resolved. In the past 10,000 years, no god has truly descended, right? Thor asked thoughtfully. That's correct. What are you getting at? Count Angel, slightly puzzled, asked after a moment of thought. Father, the book records 103 instances of divine revelation. Only 73 were catastrophic, most of which were unexpected. The remaining 30 were discovered early and had minimal impact. Am I right to think that as long as divine revelation is detected early, the consequences won't be too severe? Thor spoke softly, explaining his thoughts. Count Angel, hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Father, take a look. Thor handed the book to his father. After flipping through it, Count Angel's eyes brightened. It's true. He muttered, his eyes gleaming. Father, if I could obtain these scrolls, don't you think the kingdom can too? And once the kingdom knows, even if there's a divine revelation, the impact may not be as severe as we feared. Thor's words prompted Count Angel to pace once again, his mind racing. Initially, he had been shocked, almost paralyzed with fear, but now his son's reasoning seemed to calm him. Inside the room, Count Angel's emotions fluctuated slightly. After a brief moment, he finally managed to calm his turbulent thoughts. You may be right. The situation may not be as dire as it seems, but what if it is? The destruction caused by a divine revelation would be unimaginable. The entire northern province, countless lives, would be lost. Thor, you are the eagle of our Dresosa family and its future. I do not want anything to happen to you. Even if I must pay a price, I think it's worth it. Count Angel took a deep breath, looked at Thor, and spoke earnestly. Listening to his father's words, Thor instinctively opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Enough, I'll make the preparations. For the time being, stay at home. I will bring Ryan and the others back as soon as possible. Count Angel, seeing Thor's silence, spoke in a firm tone. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. Indeed, Thor wasn't wrong, but this involved a divine revelation, and one could never be too cautious. Especially since Thor had displayed such exceptional talent, he was likely to become a Sky Knight in the future. If he could safely become a Sky Knight, the family would seize the opportunity to rise. Even if there was just a slight chance, Count Angel didn't want his son to take the risk. Seeing his father's resolute expression, Thor hesitated slightly but still spoke again. Father, flowers grown in a greenhouse can never withstand the storm. Do you trust me? In that moment, Thor made up his mind. He was determined to go to his territory. If there was truly danger, the daily information system would warn him months in advance. In that scenario, it would be impossible for him to simply abandon his domain, especially now, when everything was progressing well in his territory. If things continued, it was only a matter of time before he became a viscount, and he even had a chance to become a count. Staying within the family might allow him to become a Sky Knight through a contract. But what then? His goal was not just to become a Sky Knight. He aspired for something greater. Thor, you. Hearing his son's words, Count Angel frowned. Father, you should have guessed by now that I have received the blessing of the goddess of life. I can sense danger approaching and also sense opportunities. The northern province is my opportunity. I hope, Father, you won't hinder me. Thor spoke earnestly, his gaze fixed on his father. At this moment, apart from his own special abilities, he had already revealed everything. It was only because of the trust developed between them over this period that he dared to speak so frankly. Hearing his son's words and seeing his serious expression, Count Angel furrowed his brows even deeper. It wasn't Thor's words that surprised him. Even if Thor hadn't said it, Count Angel had sensed it to some extent. What concerned him was the resolve in Thor's words. Thor, you should know that many on this continent have been blessed by the goddess of life, but not every blessed one can sail smoothly. Accidents can happen at any time, and sensing danger doesn't mean avoiding it. After a moment of silence, as his son's gaze remained fixed on him, Count Angel spoke again. I understand, Father, but as I said, flowers grown in a greenhouse can withstand storms. My goal is not just to become a Sky Knight, I want to see a higher realm, to glimpse a broader sky. Thor nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. His father's words suggested a slight softening of his stance, so he quickly added, Phew, as long as you understand. The fledgling has spread its wings. I can hardly decide for you now. I hope you won't regret it. Count Angel gazed deeply at Thor and finally nodded in agreement without further resistance. Thank you, Father. At that moment, Thor finally exhaled completely. Go and make your preparations, and let's hope things turn out as you predict. Remember, if something goes wrong, don't hesitate, leave immediately. Staying alive will allow you to see a broader sky and a brighter future. Count Angel waved his hand and spoke again. Thor nodded and quietly withdrew. Watching Thor's departure, Count Angel sighed softly. He didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong. Reason told him he should keep Thor at home. With Thor's talent, there was a 70 to 80% chance he could become a Sky Knight in the future. With a Sky Knight, the Dresosa family could thrive even more, but Thor's words had moved him. Since the fledgling had spread its wings, as a father, he shouldn't interfere too much. His thoughts wandered, mingled, and entangled. Moments later, the door was gently knocked. Come in. Count Angel's thoughts were pulled back, and his voice responded. Sir, you summon me. Michael entered, his expression puzzled. Wait a moment, Count Angel spoke, then picked up a quill and quickly began writing. A few moments later, a newly written parchment was completed. Michael, deliver this message through the fiery eagle. Count Angel handed the parchment over. Through the fiery eagle. What is this? Michael asked in surprise. If nothing goes wrong, there are agents of the heretic church in the northern province planning to initiate another divine revelation. Count Angel explained softly. What? Hearing Count Angel's words, Michael's face changed. Sir, are you sure? Realizing his lapse, Michael cautiously asked again. It should be accurate. Count Angel nodded. This. Michael's right hand trembled, his face showing shock. The kingdom already knows. Just deliver this message. What happens next is up to them. Count Angel ignored Michael's shock and added. Yes, Michael finally responded, hurriedly accepting the order. Then he quickly left. Count Angel looked out the window again. Tonight, the blood moon seemed a bit colder. His thoughts drifted once more, elsewhere. After leaving the study, Thor returned to his room. He felt a sense of anxiety. Even though he had made up his mind, this was a monumental matter. It felt as though he had just stepped out of a beginner's village and encountered the final boss. Recalling the descriptions of divine revelation in his books, saying he was unafraid would be a lie. Not for his information system proving its strength over the past 2 years, Thor would have directly obeyed his father's wishes. After all, compared to his territory and future, his own life was the most important thing. Besides, his father had offered him a redemption payment sufficient to guarantee his title. He could always develop his territory later. He still had chances. Phew, I hope I am not making a mistake. He whispered softly, his gaze drifting to the blood moon outside. Master. The water is ready, Anna's gentle voice sounded, her soft green light spreading throughout the room, calming his anxious heart. The night deepened. This night seemed destined to be long. The entire Tulip Kingdom was shaken. In the capital, within a palace, one after another, figures gathered. These were the top figures of the kingdom. Even the ruler of Tulip himself was present. Eris, are you certain this is a divine revelation? A deep voice asked, as a middle-aged man in golden armor looked at an old man in the center. Eris, this is no trivial matter. Yes, Eris. Voices echoed, all eyes focusing on the elder. Your Majesty, everyone, this is indeed the ritual for a divine revelation. It may have already spread across most of the northern province. At this rate, the ritual will be fully activated in no more than 3 months. The elder named Eris spoke seriously. What? Hearing his confirmation, the gathered gazes turned grave. The hall fell silent. Moments later, from the throne, a powerful voice rang out. Very well, I understand. Thank you for your efforts, sir. Espros escort him to rest. With that command, a knight escorted Eris out. In the no-empty hall, the remaining figures wore somber expressions. According to the god's covenant, the kingdom must prevent the coming of a divine revelation. 800 years ago, the Tulip royal family failed to stop a divine descent, and half the kingdom was destroyed, leading to their dismissal by the empire. Decades ago, the negligence of the Rappel family in the southern province almost caused a divine descent. Although it was thwarted, the southern region remains a wasteland. None of us wish for a repeat in the north. The deep voice of the Tulip King echoed again. The hall grew even quieter. Suddenly, a powerful voice broke the silence. Your Majesty, I will personally visit the orc tribes. An old man appeared silently in the hall. Not enough. Despite the sudden appearance, the king's tone remained unchanged. Then count me in two. A sigh sounded, and another elder appeared. The two exchanged glances, looking helpless. Anwar Saba, the king, continued unperturbed. Two more figures emerged, an old man and an elderly woman. Accompany them. Within 3 months, I want the head of the one who initiated this revelation. The king's voice echoed. Hearing this, the three sighed in relief. Even a minor divine revelation was no trivial matter. Yes, your Majesty. After a brief bow, the five vanished from the hall. 800 years. On the throne, the man murmured softly, his thoughts drifting slightly. A sense of heaviness settled in his heart. As the king of the Tulip Kingdom, he was well aware of the terror of the gods. Every royal succession was almost always due to the gods. Perhaps this time they could prevent it, but what about the next time? They couldn't always be this fortunate, and not every being that initiated divine revelation would be so foolish. Even one activation would be a catastrophic blow to the entire Tulip Kingdom, especially for their family. After all, the royal family's purpose was to prevent the gods from returning. If they failed in that duty, the empire would have no qualms about replacing them with another family as the royal line. Surely, many families that had earned merits on the outer battlefield would be willing to take over, just as their family had once done. Thor was unaware of the kingdom's actions, nor was he certain if his recent decisions were correct or misguided. Even with a mere glimpse of the situation, Thor could sense the terrifying nature of the divine revelations. Given his current power, he had no doubt that even a powerful Sky Knight like Neil Morton might not be able to protect him if he became entangled in it. After all, if divine revelations could be resolved by Sky Knights, the kingdom would not be facing such upheaval. The kingdom had at least a dozen Sky Knights, but despite that, the terror unleashed by an uncontrolled divine revelation was beyond imagination. Thor understood that only a holy knight, or perhaps someone above that rank, could potentially address such a crisis. Aside from its terrifying nature, there was one other certainty. The kingdom possessed the capability to control divine revelations. Even when the revelations went entirely out of control, the kingdom ultimately managed to quell the chaos without experiencing an actual divine descent. This fact alone revealed much about the situation and ultimately solidified Thor's resolve. Without this assurance, Thor would have felt deeply uneasy, despite the daily reports he received. But with this insight, perhaps it was worth a try. If successful, it could be the breakthrough his territory needed. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Besides, he had the skills to navigate the storm, so why not give it a shot? The night passed. In the following days, Thor quietly waited. 2 days later, the supplies and personnel arranged by Count Angel were ready. Thor once again made his way to the study. Thor, this time I have secured 3 alchemists for you, all under 30 years old, along with 10 administrators. As for knights, I'll assign you 20 official knights and 50 apprentice, Count Angel stated, pausing before adding in a low voice, and Marshall will accompany you, but remember to withdraw immediately if there is danger. Thor nodded solemnly, acknowledging his father's complex expression. Thor, Angel almost tried to persuade him again, but seeing the resolve in Thor's eyes, he relented. Father, I'll make the preparations. I leave tomorrow, Thor replied, bowing slightly. Very well, Count Angel nodded, watching as Thor took his leave. From the study window, Angel saw a majestic eagle soaring into the sky, its cry echoing through the air. Watching it fly farther away, Angel's heart felt inexplicably calmer. Meanwhile, Thor began making preparations for his departure. His first stop was to meet the 3 alchemists. The 3 alchemists, 2 men and a woman, were all in their mid-20s and seemed promising. My lord, they greeted Thor, observing him with curiosity. Count Angel had already informed them that they were now in Thor's service. They were surprised to see such a young man who had already achieved the rank of Baron, a legendary figure of sorts. You may rise, Thor said, his tone calm. Since you are now in my service, I will give you opportunities. ULL work under Anna, learning from her. I look forward to the day you become mages. Every alchemist dreams of becoming a mage, though without a magical lineage, it's almost impossible without incredible luck. Thor's words offered them a sliver of hope. My lord, are you serious? One of the alchemists, a woman, asked, her voice trembling with excitement. Anna is a mage and will soon reach the 3rd rank, Thor replied simply. Anna released a wave of magical energy as if on cue. "My lord, I, Christine, am willing to serve you." She knelt immediately, her voice filled with respect, while the other two quickly followed suit. "Work diligently, and you will have your chance," Thor said, waving them to stand. They looked at Anna with eager eyes, while Anna herself remained calm, following Thor's orders without reservation. After meeting the alchemists, Thor finalized other arrangements, and the day passed quickly. The next morning, Thor's men were assembled. "Brother Thor, you are leaving already," young Clay said with a hint of reluctance, and the other children watched Thor with longing eyes. "Haha, I've been away from my territory for too long. My people need me." "Remember, Clay, if you become a lord one day, don't neglect your people just for fun," Thor said, tousling Clay's hair. "Of course I won't," Clay pouted. "Promise you'll come back, Brother Thor." "I will, and when I do, I hope you'll have trained hard to become a strong lord yourself," Thor smiled. Turning to another young man, Thor said, "I'll keep training. Soon you'll be able to form your life seed." Il nodded, determined. "Everyone train well." "I look forward to the day you all become knights," Thor said, waving to the eager young recruits. With that, he mounted his steed Nia and prepared to leave. "May the goddess of life watch over you, my child," Count Angel said, offering his blessing. "And may she watch over you as well," Thor replied, pulling his reins to begin his journey back to the northern province. As he departed, a lone eagle soared above him, full of vitality under the morning sun. The days passed as Thor's journey continued without incident, and a month later, he reached the borders of the northern province. Choosing a different route back, he found that his daily information reports yielded little new information, which made him sigh slightly in disappointment. "Sir, we were approaching the checkpoint," a knight reported respectfully. "Understood, let's proceed," Thor replied, leading his party toward the inspection point. The guards, upon recognizing his baronial status, hastened the inspection process, treating him with due deference. In under half an hour, Thor and his men had passed through Marquis Raymond's checkpoint. Since he had already transported the Thunder Stones back to his territory through Ratch's network and kept a high-grade life elixir with him, Thor faced no issues with the inspection. Nobles were traditionally exempt from personal searches, so he only needed to carry what he could physically bear. Now in the northern province, Thor set off for his domain, expecting to reach it within 20 days. Although letters had kept him informed, he was eager to see the state of his territory after months away. This anticipation even made him quicken his pace. 9 days after crossing into the northern province, Thor arrived in Lauren City. As he entered, he couldn't help but notice how the city seemed more desolate than when he had left. Its once-bustling streets had quieted, and signs of the knight's presence had visibly diminished. "Pyros, find out what happened here. I also want the latest on the northern province," Thor instructed his knight. "Yes, my lord," Pyros replied, hurrying off. Thor and his party returned to their quarters to rest and prepare for the journey ahead. As night fell, Pyros returned with the information. "Sir, I've learned that the northern defense line has stabilized. Some nobles paid reparations and resumed their frontier expansions, while some frontier lords have joined the northern defense." He added, "According to royal edict, achieving enough military merit can offset the reparations required for abandoning territory." With stability restored, many nobles from Lauren City have taken their forces north. Hearing this, Thor raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the situation to shift so much in just a few months. However, it made sense after years or even decades spent building their lands. Many nobles were eager to reclaim them once conditions allowed. As a noble with territorial holdings, one's primary concern is the territory itself. Losing it means a noble loses not only their source of authority, but also their future prospects. Once lost, the kingdom would rarely reassign you another fief, and obtaining a new one would be almost impossible. For pioneer lords aiming to rise to nobility, achievements alone aren't enough, they must also have territorial holdings. With 100 merits, one can be granted the title of baron by the kingdom, but this only applies if you already hold a territory. Without one, even if you have 1,000 merits, it would be difficult to achieve the status of a territorial noble at best. You'd only be recognized as a court noble. Such an outcome isn't something any lord would easily accept, so given the slightest chance, they would never abandon their holdings. Yet this might not be that opportunity. The divine revelation is about to begin. Even if the kingdom can intervene, minimizing losses at their roots, nobles stationed at the front lines may still feel the impact. Of course, this has little to do with Thor. After gaining a basic understanding of the situation, he began his return to the Eagle Ridge the following morning. 7 days passed quickly. The journey was smooth. After nearly 4 months, Thor finally returned to the Eagle Ridge. Compared to before he left, the entire Eagle Ridge had clearly undergone significant changes. Most noticeably, its size had nearly doubled. More farmland had been cultivated, with rows of wheat sprouting fresh shoots. Goblin-dug canals ran through the fields, and those working in the fields bore smiles. Thor's arrival caught the attention of many. It didn't take long for them to recognize their lord. "My lord, master." Calls of respect rang out as slaves, freemen, and knights alike greeted him. Those who had followed Thor from the Frostmoon province looked around, visibly stunned. Even having heard of Eagle Ridge's improvements, seeing it in person was an eye-opener. This was nothing like the harsh, barren land they had imagined. The development here rivaled that of the Frostmoon province, and Thor's prestige had reached an unmatched level. "So this is the Eagle Ridge," one of the three alchemists and Toes murmured. "Lord Thor is truly impressive." Christie couldn't help but remark. Their gazes held newfound admiration for Thor. Not just them, even the knights and officials arranged by Count Angel, as well as Marshall, were visibly moved. Their gazes swept over the territory, eventually returning to Thor. Amid their astonishment, a group appeared outside the town. At the lead were Ryan and Steve. Noticing Thor's approach, Ryan and Steve hurried over. "My lord," they greeted respectfully. "Well done," Thor nodded approvingly. Thor was quite satisfied with his two subordinates. During his absence, Steve had managed the Eagle Ridge well. Though there were minor issues, the overall state was commendable. Ryan had done an excellent job with trade. Those who had accompanied Thor were visibly impressed. The two exuded the aura of Grand Knights, prompting some knights to glance at Pyros with growing excitement. 3 Grand Knights, including Lord Thor, that made 4 Grand Knights. For a pioneer territory, this level of strength was impressive. Compared to their excitement, Marshall was visibly shaken. He knew Ryan was the one Thor had brought back from a small town just over a year ago. Yet in less than 2 years, Ryan had also advanced to Grand Knight. It had taken Marshall 10, maybe 15 years to reach the same level he lost count. Thor, however, paid little mind to their astonishment. Ryan and Steve seemed unaffected as well. "My lord, you are too kind." The two let out a sigh of relief at his praise, each speaking up in response. "Come, let's head back." "Steve, organize a summary of what's happened in the territory while I was away." Thor shook his head and gave a simple instruction. "My lord, everything's prepared," Steve replied, leading Thor into the town. As the group entered Eagle Town, it had truly developed into a bustling settlement over the past 4 months. After consulting with Thor, Steve had traveled to Lauren City to acquire another 3,000 slaves. Now, the town's population was approaching 10,000. Additionally, with regular patrols around the territory and Thor's encouragement, more freemen had moved in, contributing to the town's prosperity. Despite Thor's absence, his presence brought out an enthusiastic and flushed response from those he passed. With a nod, Thor soon led everyone into the castle. Inside, a banquet awaited them. After a hearty feast, those who had traveled with Thor felt more settled. Eagle Ridge itself had a stabilizing effect. No additional reassurance was necessary. In the study, Steve and Ryan gathered again as Thor sat by the desk, reviewing the reports Steve had compiled. No one spoke. Steve and Ryan waited anxiously in silence. Time ticked by. After half an hour, Thor finished reading the documents, his movements halting as his brow furrowed slightly. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with the territory's development. Everything he had seen and read in the documents pleased him immensely. They now had 2 fully established towns, with a third under construction. The population had grown to nearly 15,000, with over 1,000 freemen. Their military strength had also significantly improved. Before he left, Eagle Ridge had 43 official knights and 132 apprentice knights. In just 4 months, they increased to 45 knights and 151 apprentice knights. If he added the knights provided by Count Angel, they now had 65 knights and over 200 apprentice knights, a substantial improvement. This strength meant he could even claim a section of the Danube in the western region. Including Marshall, he could potentially control a major Danube-producing site. The territory's grain output had also risen, and even with the population growth and the thousands of goblins, they had sufficient supplies. If the newly cultivated fields produced as expected, they'd have a surplus. Trade had also brought profits. In 4 months, the territory's earnings surpassed 5,000 gold coins. If they expanded silver armor production, the revenue could double. This marked the end of Eagle Ridge's initial phase of development. Now came the harvest. Yet something in the reports troubled him: the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's progress. While the chamber had spurred growth and brought increased revenue, earning Thor 5,000 gold coins for his 50% share, the total earnings of 10,000 gold coins in 4 months seemed off. Based on his business model, the chamber's revenue should have been snowballing, eventually reaching a saturation point, far beyond 30,000 gold coins. The income, however, had stagnated a month ago and even slightly declined this month. Theoretically, this was impossible. Marquis Raymond's domain alone generated well over 100,000 gold coins annually. In the underdeveloped northern regions, 30,000 couldn't possibly represent saturation. Clearly, something was wrong. "Ryan, what's happening with the Eagle Chamber of Commerce?" Thor asked, looking at Ryan. Since Ratchus was absent, Ryan had managed most business matters and should know what was going on. "My lord," Ryan began but faltered, unsure where to start. "What's the issue?" Thor asked, his expression sharpening as he noticed Ryan's hesitation. "My lord, it's complicated," Steve replied, his expression serious. "Oh," Thor turned to Steve. Our operations initially went smoothly, and Rachos quickly established connections with more than 40 pioneer lords. By last month, we had reached 6 to 7 lords, but this caught the attention of a few powerful lords in the western region, who began interfering with our business. Just last week, they ambushed one of our caravans. While there were no casualties, we suffered significant material losses. They've even started setting up toll points that force us to pay high tariffs, making expansion increasingly difficult. Yes, my lord, they ambushed a convoy last week. Though there were no casualties, the material losses were significant, and these tolls make it harder to grow, Ryan added. Listening to them, Thor pieced together the situation. The Eagle Chamber's success had clearly threatened powerful Western nobles. To them, the West and even the North were their private markets. Marquis Raymond merely controlled the slave trade, leaving other areas less restricted. This lucrative territory was a long-held prize for the powerful nobles, who resented that their crop was now being reaped by another. The only thing holding them back from outright destroying the Eagle Chamber seemed to be the influence of the Dresosa family. As a notable family of frontier knights, the Dresosa family's presence in the northern province extended beyond just Thor and his father. They had considerable resources. This power likely deterred the rival nobles from extreme measures, but harassment, interference, and obstructive tactics like setting up tolls were inevitable. The impact of tolls was something Thor had observed firsthand in Frostmoon Province. In the orderly Frostmoon Province, tolls were effective in the north. With less regulation, their impact was far worse. Moreover, only the Eagle Chamber was targeted, giving the powerful nobles free rein. The current targeting of his Eagle Chamber of Commerce was inevitable as long as he expanded. Such challenges were bound to arise. Unless, of course, his business didn't extend westward. Yet, the western part of the northern province was the region's most vital and prosperous area. Without expansion into the west, the Eagle Chamber of Commerce would have no room to grow. The scene before him was a natural consequence of moving west. However, Thor hadn't anticipated that his rivals would implement a toll system similar to internal checkpoints within the kingdom itself. This tactic was indeed difficult to counter. Establishing tolls within one's own territory was permitted by the kingdom's laws. Unless he could crush every one of them into submission, there was little he could do to resolve the issue. But taking such action, even if feasible, would spark widespread resentment and create far greater issues down the road. Thor frowned deeply, falling into deep contemplation. Steve and Ryan exchanged glances, silently waiting without interruption. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally asked, "Steve, Ryan, has my second brother responded at all?" Steve answered respectfully. Lord Tono is contacting other pioneering knights within the family. He mentioned he'll visit Eagle Ridge soon, contacting other family members. Thor shook his head, understanding Tono's intent but doubting its effectiveness. Even though the Dresosa family wielded considerable influence in the northern province, they could hardly overpower the dominant noble lords of the entire West. "Perhaps we should eliminate one of them," Steve suggested abruptly, his eyes gleaming with malice. The recent stream of reports had angered him, and with the strength of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, even their territory alone could easily rival that of many noble lords. Thor glanced at Steve in mild surprise but quickly shook his head. "No, this approach is too obvious, and it risks uniting all of them against us. They aren't fully united yet," he explained calmly. Even though Eagle Ridge was powerful enough to crush one or two of these lords, doing so would only fuel their unity and provoke further backlash. Should these nobles form an alliance, neither the Eagle Chamber of Commerce nor the Dresosa family could withstand their combined might. Steve was taken aback but nodded, recognizing the caution in Thor's approach. "All right, let's leave things as they are for now," Thor said. "We'll wait until my brother arrives or Rachos returns to gain a clearer picture of the situation." "Steve, go ahead and assign tasks to the new arrivals." Steve nodded, and the three briefly discussed other affairs of the territory before Thor dismissed them. Alone, Thor fell deep into thought as night began to fall. Then, in the silence of his room, a familiar system notification echoed. The following morning, as sunlight streamed into the room, even the cool northern air held a trace of summer warmth. Thor, after washing with the help of his maid Karina, proceeded to the training grounds to practice night-breathing techniques. After an hour, he began attending to the territory's affairs, which had piled up during his absence. Although Steve, Ryan, and other officers had handled much of it, some matters still required Thor's personal attention. Expanding another 2,000 acres of farmland, he mused, raising his brow as he read over a report. "Karin," he called, prompting her to enter respectfully. "Yes, sir. Go find Cowit for me," Thor instructed. Shortly afterward, Cowit, slightly breathless from attending to provisions in the town, arrived before Thor. "My lord," he greeted respectfully. "How do you plan to reclaim another 2,000 acres of farmland?" Thor asked with curiosity, eyeing the young officer, one of the 5 given to him by Count Angel and the youngest of the group. Do you have a map, my lord? Cowit's eyes lit up with excitement. Certainly. Karin unfurled the large, detailed map behind Thor, showing not only Eagle Ridge but also its surroundings in fine detail. My lord, here is the main river, and this is Eagle Town. This area forms a large bend. Cowit pointed to the map. Eagle Ridge could open a new waterway here, directing the main river through this lowland region, ultimately converging downstream. This would transform the entire area into fertile land, allowing us to reclaim not only 2,000 acres, but potentially as much as 10,000 acres of farmland. He continued, furthermore, this diversion would help mitigate the river's flood season, since relying solely on your reservoir might not be sufficient. Last season, the reservoir nearly overflowed and had to release excess water. Cowit's face flushed with excitement, and Thor's eyes sparkled at the proposal. The area Cowit indicated was indeed rich land, only hindered by a lack of water. If a new river could pass through, it would indeed create excellent farmland, while also easing flood pressure during the wet season. Very well, Thor said decisively. Cowit, I'll assign you the fledgling Eagle Knights, 3 regular knights, and 5,000 goblins to assist. How long will you need to open this waterway? Cowit's face lit up in joy at the support. No more than a year, my lord. Good, I'll look forward to your success. Thor quickly wrote a note and handed it to Cowit. Take this to Pyros for assistance. Yes, my lord. I won't disappoint you, Cowit replied enthusiastically, leaving the room with a respectful bow. Watching him depart, Thor's face relaxed into a smile. He hadn't expected such talent among the officers assigned to him by his father. Even in this world, where supernatural abilities held power, such exceptional administrative talents were invaluable. The development of more farmland meant more food meant more gold, and more gold meant a foundation for furthering the territory's supernatural strength. Within a year, he murmured, estimating that the project would complete in time to support the kingdom's looming war. Sighing contentedly, Thor returned to his remaining tasks, working until the evening sun cast its final rays. Exhausted yet accomplished, he concluded, perhaps it's time I hired a steward. He thought of his father's butler, Charlie, who had been invaluable in handling many matters. Now, with Eagle Ridge's expansion to over 10,000 people and its rising businesses, it was becoming too much to manage alone. Hopefully, one of these new 10 officers will be capable, he muttered, standing to stretch before setting out to inspect the settlement, particularly to check on the 3 newly arrived alchemists and on Marshall, his father's entrusted retainer. As he prepared to leave, a knock came at his door. Come in. The door creaked open, and Karin entered. My lord, Master Tono has arrived. Ah, my brother is here. Thor's eyes brightened, and he promptly followed her out. Outside the Eagle Town, Thor spotted Tono's group from afar this time. Tono had brought only around 20 riders, clearly rushing, as evidenced by the dust-covered travelers. Upon seeing Thor's party, Tono's group slowed down, then dismounted. Second brother, Thor greeted him eagerly. Thor, Tono couldn't help but smile. The 2 brothers embraced tightly, and Thor then led everyone into the town. Thor, your territory's development is impressive. Tono marveled as he observed the rows of houses, the bustling workers, and the vast farmland surrounding the town. Tono, having spent over a decade in the northern province, had never seen development progress so swiftly. Thor's territory, after less than 2 years, was already on par with his own in terms of scale and development, a feat hard to imagine. Brother, you flatter me, Thor replied with a modest smile. No, it's no exaggeration. I've seen many marquises' heirs struggle with their territories, but none develop them as quickly as you, Tono said earnestly, shaking his head. Thor only chuckled, and Tono soon shifted the topic. Thor, how was our father when you last saw him? Tono asked, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. Father is well, Thor replied, smiling. In a few years, there might even be a surprise from him. A surprise? Tono asked, intrigued. You'll find out in time, brother, Thor responded mysteriously. All right, I'll look forward to it, Tono chuckled, nodding. With these words, the group entered the castle. Unlike past occasions, however, this time there was no immediate feast. Instead, Tono and Thor headed to the study and sent everyone else away. How are things going? Thor asked, his gaze fixed on his older brother. Not well. The situation is complicated, Tono replied, his expression turning serious, brows furrowed. What's wrong? Thor was taken aback. Although he hadn't expected much from Tono's efforts to rally other families of Dresosa, he didn't foresee any major issues. Tono's reaction was clearly troubling. Did you receive a message from father after you left? Tono asked, his eyes narrowing at Thor. A message? Thor looked puzzled, momentarily not understanding. Father wrote to me 10 days ago, saying that a divine revelation might occur in the northern province and asked if I'd consider withdrawing. The family would provide indemnity for the territory if I chose to leave. Didn't you receive this letter? Tono looked perplexed, certain that his younger brother should have received the message sooner. Oh, that. Father mentioned it when I was home, but I turned down the offer, Thor replied, realizing what Tono meant, and chuckled softly. What? Tono's eyes widened with urgency. Thor, do you even know what a divine revelation entails? Every revelation brings upheaval across the continent. 100 years ago, a revelation in the southern Moon province killed over 200,000 people. 68 years ago, one in the Fiery Kingdom resulted in over 400,000 deaths. If a revelation occurs in the northern province, the catastrophe would be unimaginable. It's far beyond our strength to handle. Not even the Dresosa family could manage it. Tono's tone was anxious as he elaborated on past revelations, his heart gripped by a turbulent mixture of fear and hesitation. Abandoning his territory and years of hard work wasn't something he wanted, but the threat of a revelation was all too real. Powerful noble lords had already begun to withdraw from the area, including the two most influential pioneer lords in the West. I know, Father already told me, Thor replied calmly, and I've read about it as well. Out of the 103 documented divine revelations, only 73 were particularly catastrophic. These were severe because the kingdoms were unprepared. In the remaining 30 instances, quick responses prevented major impacts. So, if a revelation is anticipated in time, the situation may be manageable. After all, there's been no record of a true divine descent for tens of thousands of years. Tono was stunned by Thor's response, struggling to find the right words as conflicting emotions churned within him. Relief, worry, hope, and a sense of release. Thor, you're too reckless. Are you truly committed to staying? Tono finally asked, still hesitant. I am, Thor replied firmly. This place holds my future. Even if there's a sliver of hope, I won't abandon it. Thor's resolve stemmed not only from his knowledge of historical revelations, but also from his golden finger, a mysterious advantage assuring his safety without any warning of danger. Understood. You're right, this place holds our future. I'll stay as well, Tono declared, his determination solidified. Like Thor, he realized that leaving meant sacrificing their potential and starting anew, a daunting prospect. Brother, Thor was surprised by Tono's decision to stay. Don't look at me like that, Thor. If you've got the courage as a newly anointed pioneer knight, how could I not? Besides, I've already sent my son back to the family, so I have no concerns, Tono said, smiling. Thor laughed and shook his head, knowing his brother wasn't acting on impulse. Although Tono lacked his golden finger, he was no fool and knew the danger of a revelation was real. Brother, you mentioned that the powerful lords in the West have begun to withdraw. Is that true? Thor asked thoughtfully. Tono nodded. Yes, it's true. I know that Spencer and Campbell, two prominent lords, have shown signs of preparing to leave. Some other Marquis heirs are considering it as well, Tono confirmed, explaining the situation as he knew it. Listening to Tono, Thor fell into deep thought. It was clear that other noble families had also sensed the warning signs. Though revelation news might not spread among minor pioneer lords, it was no secret among high-ranking noble lords. I see. We're fortunate then, Thor said with a faint smile. Fortunate, Tono looked at him, puzzled. Ryan mentioned that the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's growth was obstructed, primarily by these powerful pioneer lords, wasn't it? Exactly. Those lords imposed excessive tolls, collecting 50 or even 70 to 80 gold coins from every 100 in trade goods passing through, Tono said, his voice tinged with anger. But then he paused, eyes widening as Thor's meaning dawned on him. Only the top-ranking nobility likely knows of the impending revelation and plans to retreat quietly. They wouldn't risk stirring widespread attention, Thor explained calmly. Brother, have you noticed the guild's income dropping this past month? Tono's eyes lit up at Thor's words. He assumed that noble interference was behind the guild's falling income, but now Thor's insight illuminated a whole new possibility. Brother, send someone to check if those toll checkpoints still exist and see which noble lords are planning to leave. This might be our chance. Our Dresosa family could become the true rulers of the frontier in the northern province, Thor said, his gaze gleaming with ambition. If many top-tier nobles did leave, the combined interference of powerful families against his guild would dissolve. Previously, he'd been troubled by these constraints, knowing they couldn't be resolved quickly. But now, with the revelation creating an exodus of rivals, the issue might resolve itself. All right, I'll go investigate immediately and bring back a list of lords making moves within 3 days, Tono agreed, his voice filled with excitement. Like Thor, he saw the opportunity. Should they act decisively and the revelation play out as Thor anticipated, a new realm of possibilities would open up for them both. This could allow Tono to expand his territory even further, realizing that his recent growth felt insufficient in light of this unprecedented opportunity. This truly was an opportunity. The essence of the northern province lay in the western region, yet due to 20 years of development, most significant resource points there were now occupied by powerful nobles. Other nobles and pioneering lords seeking to expand had, in fact, already encountered considerable limitations. Even the Dresosa family held only a modest degree of influence across the western region, comparatively better off but still limited. This situation was challenging to change. Due to a siphoning effect, the strong became stronger and the weak weaker. The pioneering lords and powerful nobles, holding most of the resources, grew even mightier, further squeezing out the survival space of other noble lords. Only once the entire northern province had been fully developed, birthing a new wave of count, viscount, and baron families, with institutions gradually stabilizing through mutual conflicts, could things finally settle much as it had with other pioneering territories in the past. But this moment brought a different beginning, courtesy of the divine revelation. With its advent, many powerful nobles, informed, began choosing to withdraw. However, while people could leave, territories could not, and these lands represented immense wealth. If he could secure them and survive this crisis of the divine revelation, the gains would be unimaginable, especially for Tono. Just months ago, his territorial expansion had already reaped him tremendous rewards. Now it seemed he had glimpsed yet another opportunity. After their discussion, Tono didn't even wait for dinner but left immediately, heading back to his domain. Thor did not stop him. Every moment was precious now. Not many were yet aware of the situation. Those who knew were primarily pioneering lords already planning to leave, so they were unaffected. But in time, other pioneering lords would catch on they were not fools, and when they did, they would certainly act, making any delay costly. Thor, too, was eager for more information. With these powerful noble lords departing, there might be things he could intercept. After all, certain assets, like slaves, could not be taken with them. Ryan, send word to Ratchus, have him return immediately. Watching Tono leave, Thor instructed Ryan, who nodded swiftly. Soon a knight rode off to the west. In his territory, Thor managed affairs as he awaited news. 7 days later, a report from Tono arrived. In his study, Thor's gaze fixed on the letter for half an hour before he finally set it down, exhaling deeply, a smile creeping onto his face. The situation was just as he had anticipated. According to Tono, more than 27 lords had already begun preparations to withdraw, most of them powerful Western lords. And this was just what he had uncovered. There were likely even more in action. The checkpoints had indeed been removed, and prices were plummeting across the western region as these lords sold off their goods. The price of silver armor had fallen back to 300 gold coins, while the price of now had hit rock bottom. Previously, a single now cost about a gold coin or more. Now, it was worth less than 50 silver coins and still dropping. With more nobles selling their assets, prices would likely fall further. This was only for supplies. Slave prices had plummeted even more. While the Lauren City Habsburg Chamber of Commerce strictly controlled slave trade on the surface, in a vast place like the northern province, slave trading could not be entirely banned. As long as slaves were not foreign, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce did not interfere much. So a low-scale slave market had always existed in the West, with prices close to those in Lauren City. Now, however, slave prices had dropped drastically, down to less than 5 silver coins per slave. Tono even asked if he should buy a batch of slaves. With another exhale, Thor's smile deepened. The situation was even better than he had expected. Not only could he now resolve the issue with the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, but the divine revelation crisis also presented an extraordinary opportunity to profit significantly. He tapped the desk thoughtfully. Before him, a knight awaited his command respectfully. Go back and tell my brother to hold off on buying slaves for now. He should remind people at each major now production site and at nearby large iron mines. On second thought, I'll draft a letter myself. As Thor spoke, he took up his quill and began writing. The knight waited respectfully. After a short while, Thor sealed the letter and handed it to the knight, who took it with a bow and quickly left. Watching the knight depart, Thor's eyes glinted as thoughts flashed through his mind. This was an unexpected opportunity. Even from Tono's brief description, he sensed boundless possibilities. If he could seize it, his territory might soar to new heights. Lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. Come in, he called. The door creaked open as the maid Karin entered. Sir Lord Ratchos has returned and requests to see you, she announced respectfully. Good, show him in. Thor nodded and Karin left. Moments later, Ratchos entered, visibly travel-worn and darker-skinned than before, looking somewhat haggard. Sir, you called for me. Ratchos addressed Thor respectfully. His manner of address had long changed. How's the situation? It seems the Eagle Chamber of Commerce has encountered some setbacks, Thor inquired. They did face some issues. The noble lords had closed checkpoints, which hindered the chamber's expansion. But most checkpoints were lifted about half a month ago, Ratchos replied with a wry smile. Ratchos had been running himself ragged lately. Despite the checkpoints reopening, things had not improved. Just as he began hoping they were through the worst, prices suddenly plummeted, with a greater impact expected in the coming days. You are still unaware? Thor asked, looking at him in surprise. Sir, what do you mean? Ratchos replied, puzzled. Hasn't your family sent any news? What news? Ratchos asked, even more confused. The northern province is likely facing a divine revelation. These powerful noble lords are rushing to escape, selling off their assets to cut losses. Thor's words were calm, but they sent a shock through Rachos, who paled, his voice trembling. Sir, what did you say? My father translated some Titan texts about the divine revelation, and some top nobles likely realized it as well. But it seems the Assad family hasn't caught on, Thor explained, surprised. Unbeknownst to him, few knew of this. Only top nobles with significant power in the northern province had discovered it. Though prominent among count families, the Assad family had little influence there and thus was out of the loop. This Rachos stammered, face ashen. Don't worry, the kingdom has long been aware and prepared. It shouldn't be too serious. Of course, if you're concerned, you can choose to leave. I'll repurchase your shares for 5,000 gold coins. Thor, seeing Rachos panic, reassured him with a genuine offer. Rachos had helped him greatly, and Thor valued such loyalty. Sir, Rachos began, but Thor waved him off. Take some time to think it over. I won't force your decision. Just give me your answer within 3 days. Rachos left in a daze, his mind racing with fear, doubt, and indecision. Several times he considered leaving. 5,000 gold coins, coupled with his family status, would let him achieve things he could have only dreamed of. But then scenes from Lauren City, images of his rising status within his family, and the thriving lands under Thor's guidance flashed in his mind. Gradually, his chaotic thoughts calmed and he made up his mind. Without Thor, none of his current success would exist. Despite the risks, if Thor was willing to stay, so would he. Late into the night, he sat at his desk, pen in hand, and wrote, his keen business acumen suggesting countless opportunities. As dawn broke, Rachos again knocked on Thor's door, his face showing no exhaustion but instead a look of excitement. Come in, Thor's gentle voice called. Rachos entered, clutching the results of his sleepless night. Rachos, Thor looked at him, surprised. Sir, Rachos said respectfully, you don't need to rush. You can still take 2 days to decide. Sir, time is precious. This is our chance. If we seize it, both Eagle Ridge and the Eagle Chamber of Commerce can thrive. 3 days is too long, Rachos shook his head, speaking earnestly. Besides, without you, I would have long been expelled from the Assad family. I want leave, he added firmly. In the study, Rachos spoke with firm resolve, his gaze steady on Thor, showing no signs of hesitation. After a night of chaotic thoughts, he had made his decision and would not waver now. Seeing the determined look in Rachos' eyes, Thor couldn't help but smile. Rachos, I knew I could count on you. Excellent. Thor's smile spread as he spoke. Although he had been prepared for the possibility of Rachos leaving, Rachos' willingness to stay would undoubtedly be more beneficial. The rapid growth of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce was largely due to Rachos' efforts. His capabilities were top-notch, even by the Assad family's standards. Having such talent would be invaluable. My lord, here are some strategies and plans I developed last night. Please review them. If we can seize this opportunity, both the territory and the Eagle Chamber of Commerce will achieve unprecedented growth. Rachos spoke as he handed over the manuscript, his excitement evident. All right, let me see. Thor nodded and took the manuscript. The notes were messy, only roughly organized, but Thor didn't mind and quickly began reading. Rachos waited quietly, not interrupting. Time passed slowly as Thor read through page after page. Initially, he went quickly, but soon he slowed down, frowning occasionally and pausing to reread, even going back to previous pages to scrutinize them. The morning sun climbed toward noon before Thor finished the last page. He remained silent, frowning as he pondered. After a long silence, during which Rachos began to feel anxious, Thor finally looked up at him. Rachos, isn't this approach a bit too ambitious? The western territories are far from us. If any problems arise, they might be difficult to manage. Thor's tone reflected his concerns. Among Rachos' plans was a comprehensive development strategy for the Eagle Ridge and the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, with clear steps for the near and long term. Thor was impressed by most of the plans, finding them insightful. However, one proposal made his eyebrows twitch. Rachos suggested that the Eagle Ridge or the Eagle Chamber of Commerce should buy out the mines of fleeing lords. These powerful lords would likely be eager to sell their lands if they were fleeing. Acquiring them at low prices would allow the Eagle Chamber of Commerce to secure holdings before rival lords could seize them. With lordly endorsements, these lands would legally belong to Thor unless he abandoned them or was overthrown. Control over these mines would expand the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's scope exponentially, along with its revenue. Thor's eyes lit up at the possibilities as he imagined the potential profits. Yet he soon realized the enormous challenge. The West was far from the Eagle Ridge. Even with the Trading Association's resources, managing and securing such a sprawling area was nearly impossible. My lord, it may be difficult for the Eagle Ridge, but not necessarily for the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, Rachos replied confidently. The Eagle Chamber of Commerce. With our current resources, we can barely defend 1 or 2 sites with our 10 knights, even counting those I brought. Expanding much further isn't feasible. My lord, while the territory may have limits, the Eagle Chamber of Commerce could expand. By offering an additional 10% of shares, the association could easily double in size or more. At that point, controlling over half the mines in the western region wouldn't be out of reach. Ratcho's proposal startled Thor. Ratcho's even offered to contribute an additional 2% of his own shares, leaving him with only 4%, down from 6%. Yet Ratchos felt confident that the association's growth and value would more than make up for his reduced share. After considering the offer, Thor's eyes sparkled. Ratchos was right. If he contributed 2% and others did likewise, they could easily free up 10 or even 20% of shares. This infusion could significantly boost the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's power. Thor's expression shifted as he took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. We can make such a decision hastily. Contact the other shareholders and let's hold a meeting to decide collectively. Thor felt it necessary to consult the others involved in the association before finalizing such a move. Yes, my lord, Ratchos nodded, pleased with Thor's willingness to consider the plan. He believed the other stakeholders would see its potential. Let's meet in 3 days. I'll send letters to my brother and Mr. Babros. They should reply quickly. Thor began drafting 2 letters, which he finished promptly. Carlin. His call was answered by the maid, Carlin, who entered quickly. Deliver these letters to Ryan and have him ride Nia to the Western Territories to deliver them to my brother and Mr. Babros. With Nia's third-tier speed, Ryan should be able to make the round trip within 7 days. Yes, Carlin acknowledged the command and left swiftly. Meanwhile, Ratchos spread Thor's orders. The 5 pioneering lords received the news the next day, and while puzzled, 4 of them set off for the Eagle Ridge. Only Jas Aubai hesitated. Young Master Jas, we should leave. If divine retribution strikes, the entire northern province could be devastated. An old servant spoke urgently. Forward, let's go, Jas replied after some thought. Young Master Jas. The servant was about to protest but was interrupted by Jas. Let's not keep Lord Thor waiting. Meeting him won't take long, and if I transfer assets to him, we can reduce our losses. Unable to argue further, the servant reluctantly agreed, and they soon departed. On the morning of the 3rd day, all 5 lords of the main alliance arrived. Seeing each other, they exchanged puzzled looks. Last time they had gathered for Eagle Chamber of Commerce matters, now Thor was calling them again. Most assumed the meeting concerned recent trade issues affecting revenue, while Jas remained aloof, worried about impending divine retribution. Lord Jas, you seem troubled. Is something wrong? Asked Baron Walmy. No, just wondering why Lord Thor summoned us. Perhaps it's about the association. I heard recent disruptions in Western trade have hurt profits. Indeed, we need to show our strength here in the northern province. Let's make a point. The lords talked animatedly until Ratchos appeared. Ratchos. Surprised, the lords fell silent. They hadn't seen him in some time. This way, my lords. Lord Thor has been waiting. The 5 followed Ratchos into a grand meeting room where Thor awaited. Lord Thor. The lords greeted him respectfully. My apologies for the sudden gathering, Thor replied, returning their greetings. Not at all, Lord Thor. This meeting is important and concerns everyone, Thor said, taking a deep breath. His expression grew serious, and the lords exchanged looks, realizing the gravity of the situation. Jas's heart skipped a beat as he suspected what it might be, though he remained silent. However, someone else couldn't contain their curiosity. Lord Thor, is something amiss? Asked Baron Pape, visibly tense. All eyes turned to Thor. A multitude of gazes focused on Thor, everyone's eyes instinctively locking onto him as he hesitated briefly before speaking slowly. Do any of you know about the divine revelation? Thor's voice wasn't loud, but his words made everyone present freeze in surprise. Jas Aubai's pupils even contracted intensely. Divine revelation. Lord Thor, are you referring to the divine revelation triggered by the descent of a deity? Baron Pape was stunned for a moment before his eyes instantly narrowed, speaking in shock. The others exchanged glances, feeling a surge of apprehension within. Lord Thor, what are you trying to say? Baron Grattan couldn't help but speak. Everyone, you all remember the parchment scroll we obtained in the recent sweep Don Tu. I went back to my family recently, and my father, Count Angel, deciphered the scroll. He discovered that the northern province is on the verge of a divine revelation event. Thor's calm voice matched his steady gaze, but his words made everyone present abruptly stand up. Lord Thor, Clang, are you serious? One after another, the lords sprang up in alarm, chairs clattering to the floor. None of them could maintain their composure. Their minds were shaken and their expressions showed fear. Any knight was familiar with the term divine revelation. Decades ago, such an event had occurred in the southern Moon Province. Such an occurrence was more than enough to make them panic. Lord Thor is right, the northern province is indeed brewing a divine revelation. Amidst their shock, Jas Aubai gathered himself and confirmed with a sigh. Lord Jas. All eyes turned toward Jas Aubai, their faces reflecting a shared sense of alarm. I received word from my family 7 days ago. It should be accurate, Jas said solemnly, nodding. This, damn it, how could this be? The confirmation made the remaining 4 lords even more unsettled. Everyone, there's no need to panic. The divine revelation has likely been detected by the kingdom, so it might not unfold fully and may not impact us. I called everyone here today to give you a heads up. If anyone wishes to leave, you can begin preparations now. Amidst the chaos, Thor's calm voice rang out again. Lord Thor dealing with the divine revelation isn't so simple, said Baron Valmy, his eyes revealing a trace of fear as he recalled the Southern Moon Province's incident years ago. Exactly, Lord Thor. The divine revelation is beyond what we can handle, Lord Sacha added, struggling to steady his nerves. Thor stayed silent, refraining from pushing them one way or the other. Each lord would make their own choice. Thor wouldn't he compel them to stay, nor would he decide for them. Not even for those under contract, such as Barons Pat, Valmy, and Grattan. Take your time to consider, there's no rush, Thor said. If you choose to leave, I won't hinder you. In fact, I'll even buy your assets. The lords exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of relief and indecision. Lord Thor, are you planning to stay? Jas Abai asked curiously. As he spoke, everyone's attention shifted to Thor. Yes, I've put too much into this place. I trust the kingdom can manage this, Thor answered with a nod. Hearing his decision, the others felt torn. Thor had invested deeply in the Eagle Ridge, but so had they in their own lands. Letting go was no easy feat, but the threat of the divine revelation was no joke. After a moment of silence, someone finally made up their mind. Thank you for informing us, Lord Thor, Baron Valmy said, looking somewhat defeated. May I ask how you would handle the buyout? For a population of 10,000, I'll offer 500 gold coins. For mines, I'll pay a year's output as the purchase price based on the mine size. For the land, the same 1 year's revenue, Thor responded thoughtfully. Thor intended to repurchase only valuable holdings, not simply absorb them, as those departing would no longer be of much use to him. The buyout based on yearly revenue was a fair calculation. That's agreeable, Lord Thor, Baron Valmy replied, attempting to convey gratitude but only managing a hint of resignation. Lord Thor, I'll join as well, Lord Sach said with a sigh, unable to hide his reluctance. The 3 remaining lords hesitated before Baron Grattan also sighed. Lord Thor, please add me. Thank you for your support these past days, he said, bowing slightly. May the goddess of life bless you. With these words, the 3 lords chose to depart, leaving only Barons Pat and Jas Abai. Lord Thor, I hope you've made the right choice. I've been here for over a decade. I am not leaving, Baron Pape sighed. Lord Thor, if you're staying, then I'll remain too, Jas Abai said resolutely. Thor's choice had strengthened his own resolve. It seems you've all made your decisions. Thor looked at the 3 departing lords. Barons Grattan, Valmy, and Sachai prepare for the handover. I'll send Pyros and Rachos to assist. Thank you. The 3 nodded, bowed slightly, and took their leave. With only Thor, Jas Abai, and Pape remaining, Thor gestured to the maid, Karin, who brought a document handed over by Rachos. The 2 lords' eyes sparkled as they read it. The plan detailed the Eagle Commerce's expansion, outlining a potential increase in yearly revenue from 30,000 to 100,000 gold coins, or even more. The proposal would allow them to gain more while sacrificing only a small percentage of their shares. Top nobles aware of the divine revelation have already begun retreating. This is our chance to seize Eagle Commerce's growth potential, Thor explained. I'll contribute 8 of shares, with Rachos offering 2. Each of you can put in 1, joined by 2 from my brother, Tono, and 1 from Bablis, plus 9 from the departing barons. This will drive Eagle Commerce's expansion. Jas Abai and Baron Pape were exhilarated. This restructuring of shares promised exponential returns. Even a modest fraction of a share meant thousands of gold coins annually. Lord Thor, Jas Abai immediately voiced his support. I agree to the proposal. Count me in as well, Lord Thor, Baron Pape echoed. Excellent, then it's settled. In a few days, my brother's response should arrive. In the meantime, feel free to recommend suitable family members for the venture, provided they bring at least 1 grand knight for support, Thor said, thinking ahead. Thank you, Lord Thor. Pape's eyes brightened at the opportunity to nominate his own kin. As they continued to discuss the finer points, no one seemed bothered by the departure of the 3 barons. Evening fell, and with it a grand feast commenced, although now with only Barons Pape and Jas in attendance. After the festivities, the 2 stayed the night in the Eagle Ridge, finally returning to their lands the next morning. In Jas Abai's domain, his elderly servant reacted with surprise at his master's decision. Not leaving, that's right. I've spent over 10 years here. I want to leave now, Jas replied firmly. But Master Jas, the consequences could be disastrous if the divine revelation breaks out. Don't worry, Jas reassured him. With all the precautions in Tulip's renowned strength, we'll be fine. I trust Tulip's ruler can handle this. But the servant hesitated. No more buts, Jas insisted. Also, Ford, go west to see my sister. Ask her to send reinforcements. But of course, Master. I hope this choice proves wise. Make haste, Ford. Bring me at least 3 grand knights. With his eyes on the promise of future wealth, Jas intended to acquire more shares by securing additional strength for the Eagle Commerce. He foresaw vast potential and an unprecedented chance to rise within the kingdom. Meanwhile, Baron Pape prepared for the journey ahead. Lawrence, he advised his son, stay with the family for at least 6 months before returning. Yes, father. Lawrence hesitated, but seeing the resolute gaze of his father, he eventually nodded in agreement. Watching Lawrence leave, Baron Pape couldn't help but shake his head. He was indeed willing to stay and take a gamble, but his son couldn't he afford to do the same. He had to leave some hope for his progeny. I hope it's truly as Lord Thor says, Baron Pape murmured to himself before pulling his thoughts back. Thor, on the other hand, was unaware of the actions of these two figures. Even if he knew, he might not care. After all, this was a divine revelation, and prudence and a backup plan were only natural. Not only Baron Pape but even Tono shared the same sentiment. Naturally, Thor wouldn't he interfere with anything. In the following days, Thor waited for a response from Ryan. Time slowly passed. Meanwhile, with Nia's terrifying speed, Ryan reached Tono's territory in just 3 days. Ryan's arrival surprised Tono. Lord Tono, this is a letter from our lord, said Ryan, taking a letter from his coat and presenting it. A letter from Thor. Tono looked puzzled but accepted the letter quickly and began reading. The letter was short, but its content was substantial. After carefully reading it, Tono looked up again at Ryan. I agree to this matter. I'll offer 3 of the shares. As for Babros, that shouldn't be a big problem either. Wait a day and I'll speak with Babros. Also, our family should be responding soon. Tono gave these instructions to Ryan. Yes. Ryan nodded without objection. Soon, Tono headed to the Babros estate. Just as Tono expected, Babros didn't refuse Thor's proposal. In fact, Babros, feeling indebted from the recent earnings of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, even offered to contribute too. After securing Babros' agreement, the rest of the Dresosa family members also responded they would arrive in Tono's territory in 8 days for a family meeting. In the study. Ryan, relay all this to Thor, said Tono after recounting the details. Yes. Ryan nodded, bade farewell, and hurriedly returned to the Eagle Ridge. On the 8th day of his journey, Ryan, thanks to Nia's speed, finally returned to the Eagle Ridge. In the castle, Thor met Ryan again. Dusty and slightly out of breath, Ryan looked worn out. How did it go? Thor asked, looking intently at Ryan. My lord, Lord Tono and Lord Babros have both agreed to your proposal. Lord Tono even said he would contribute 3 for this expansion, and Babros offered 2 additionally. Lord Tono has contacted other Dresosa family members. They have agreed to meet in Tono's territory in 5 days. Ryan quickly relayed the information. 5 days. Thor nodded, unsurprised by the decisions of Tono and Babros. After all, both his second brother and Babros were genuine and upright individuals, who likely felt the previous share split had been a bit unfair, so this was their way of evening things out. What caught Thor's attention, however, was the family meeting of the Dresosa heirs. After returning to his family, and through his father's transparent explanation, Thor now understood the extent of the Dresosa family's influence in the entire northern province. Over the past 3 centuries, Dresosa had continued to expand. Now, they held a total of 57 territories, including 2 earldoms, 7 viscounties, and 17 baronies, along with 31 pioneering lands. These 12 territories lay within the northern province, 5 baronies and 7 pioneering lordships. Before the recent unrest, there were 13, but 1 pioneering lordship had fallen during the upheaval. Thor was genuinely curious about these family members. He had even wanted to meet them upon returning to his territory. These people were his truly dependable forces, and allying with them would be the best choice. However, Thor also understood that to achieve his goal, he needed to solve one issue: how to keep these pioneering lords from leaving. His father had informed him, so most of the Dresosa family's descendants likely already knew the situation. Naturally, some would want to leave. For Thor, the departure of other powerful lords was beneficial, but the departure of Dresosa family members would not be. He needed to find a way to retain some of them, only then could he ensure the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's foundational expansion. But figuring out how to keep them was no small challenge. The threat of divine revelation was not something everyone was confident enough to withstand. The main alliance had already lost 3 out of its 5 pioneering lords to flight. The rest were even harder to predict. All right, Ryan, go rest now. These days of travel have surely worn you out. Thor spoke gently, shaking his head to clear his thoughts before addressing Ryan. Yes. Ryan nodded and withdrew. After watching him leave, Thor began making preparations. Regardless of how to keep them, he still had to attend the meeting. Time slowly passed. The next morning, after giving some instructions, Thor set off. This time he traveled alone without any attendants. With 5 days left, he could only rely on Nia's speed to get him there in time. Bringing others wasn't feasible. Fortunately, with his current Middleville Grand Knight strength, he could handle common Earth Knights or Tier 3 orcs and magical beasts, so he had no reason to fear any dangers along the way. Indeed, the journey west went smoothly, and by the 3rd day, Thor reached Tono's territory. Over the past few months, Tono's territory had visibly changed. Compared to before, the most noticeable difference was its expanded scope. Initially about the size of the Eagle town, Tono's territory had since more than doubled. Outside the town, vast fields were newly cultivated, promising a rich harvest by year's end. This period of prosperity hadn't only benefited the Eagle Ridge. Aside from the Eagle Ridge, Tono's domain had profited the most. The acquisition of land previously owned by a member of the Assad family allowed Tono's territory to expand significantly. With the newly generated revenue reinvested, the transformation was almost visible to the naked eye. Brother. Thor dismounted from Nia and approached the gate where Tono was waiting. Thor, your speed is something. A tier 3 unicorn, I am honestly envious, Tono exclaimed, casting a look at Nia. Nia huffed disdainfully, turning her head away, which made both men laugh. Brother, I am astonished by your territory. Just a few months and it's grown so much. Thor chuckled, expressing his admiration. Haha, it's all thanks to you, Thor. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to occupy such an area, Tono replied with a hearty laugh. They walked into the castle, exchanging cheerful conversation. Through these talks, Thor grew more familiar with the situation, but something Tono mentioned raised his eyebrows. Only 7 lords, yes, only 7. 3 have already left, Tono sighed. Despite his quick communication, some family members had fled surprisingly fast. In no time they were gone without a trace. This was largely because the 3 had only recently become pioneering lords and thus felt little attachment to the land. Well, it could be worse. When will the rest arrive? Thor asked after a brief contemplation. 3 lords have already arrived. The others should be here today, except for our uncle from the northern area, who might be delayed, Tono explained. During their conversation, Thor gained a deeper understanding of the Dresosa family's pioneering lords in the northern province. There were 12 Dresosa family lands in the northern province, 9 of which remained. Excluding himself and Tono, there were 7 left: 2 barons, 3 senior pioneering lords, and 2 newly established pioneering lords. Their combined power was formidable. The 2 barons alone matched Tono's strength, each with 2 or 3 grand knights and over 50 official knights. The 3 senior pioneering lords were also formidable, even without titles. One had 2 grand knights, another had 3, and the third had 1 but commanded over 50 knights. Even the 2 newly established pioneering lords had been in the northern province for over 3 years and were by no means weak, with each having 1 grand knight and around a dozen knights. Together, their strength could rival that of top noble families. Just listening made Thor's eyes light up. However, he also realized that executing his plan wouldn't be easy. While the 2 newer pioneering lords didn't require much convincing, they could see the opportunity as clearly as Thor. The 2 barons and 3 senior pioneering lords would be a tougher sell. Or rather, a very tough sell. They had all been rooted in the northern province for over a decade and were reluctant to abandon their territories. They were conflicted, but that was all without other factors. At least half of these powerful lords would likely leave in the end. For them, survival was paramount. Convincing them to stay would require substantial motivation and persuasive reasons. Thor's mind whirred with ideas as they walked, gradually crystallizing a plan, but he quickly put the idea aside. Everything would depend on the meeting. Following Tono into the castle, Thor soon met the other Dresosa descendants in the northern province. Just as Tono had said, 3 were present. Among them were 2 newly appointed pioneer lords. One was named Radon and the other Moss. Radon hailed from another count family within the Dresosa family, while Moss was from a viscount family. In terms of familial relation, both were Thor's cousins. The third individual, named Bayan, came from a viscount family as well. By relation, he was considered Thor's uncle and was a seasoned pioneer knight who had been stationed in the northern province for over 12 years. All 3 were filled with curiosity about Thor. Recently, Thor's legend had been frequently discussed in their circles. He had just entered the northern province. In less than 2 years, he had attained the title of baron. It was noteworthy that even Radon and Moss, as newly established pioneer lords, had been in the northern province for over 3 years. They understood better than anyone the immense difficulty of receiving a baronial title. They couldn't fathom how Thor had managed to secure such a title so quickly. This left them with an endless curiosity. Thanks to the Dresosa family's exemplary education, every knight who manages to venture forth and stay as a pioneering knight has proven both their abilities and their strength. Radon and Moss are both grand knights, though only at the initial stage, and it seems they just recently broke through. Still, this is quite impressive. Both are just over 30 and in their prime training period. Although their talents are not on par with Ryan or Thor, who has undergone a recent talent transformation, they have already surpassed most knights. Even Tono may not be stronger in comparison, let alone Bayan. Bayan, Thor's uncle, has already reached the late stage of the Grand Knight level. The power surging from his life energy is so intense that even Thor feels a sense of gravity in his presence. Despite being Thor's elder, Bayan is only 42 years old. Grand Knight at 42, he will likely reach the pinnacle of the Grand Knight level before 50. If he pursues advancement before his body begins to decline at 70, he may even have a chance to break through to become an Earth Knight. In the Tulip Kingdom, surpassing the Apprentice Knight threshold is a massive challenge. Even with access to night breathing techniques, not everyone can gather the life seed required to become an apprentice knight. However, those who manage to condense a life seed and reach the rank of apprentice knight generally go on to become official knights. With adequate resources, they may even reach the grand knight level, but advancing to earth knight poses another monumental barrier. Out of every 10 practitioners of night breathing techniques, at least one typically manages to condense a life seed and become an apprentice knight. From there, with sufficient resources, 7 or 8 out of 10 apprentice knights may reach the grand knight level. However, among 10,000 grand knights, it's rare to find even one with the potential to become an earth knight. For most, the grand knight level is the end of the road. Even in the noble ranks, those capable of breaking through to earth knight are limited. Otherwise, earth knights would not be seen as a key strength of the kingdom. Thor's astonishment is matched by that of the other three. They cannot sense any life energy emanating from him. Typically, one can sense the life energy strength of others if the power difference is not too vast, even between official knights and grand knights. Yet, Thor's life energy is entirely undetectable. This could mean one of two things. Either Thor is an ordinary person, lacking any life energy, which is impossible as he has reached grand knight level even before the others, or more likely, his control over life energy is so advanced that no energy leaks at all. Only in this case would they be unable to sense it. The thought leaves the three of them speechless with shock. Such precise control over life energy indicates that Thor has reached an unimaginable level among grand knights, likely the peak of the grand knight stage. Observing Thor's youthful appearance, they can only fall silent. Thor, however, is unaware of their thoughts. Although he senses some odd reactions, he assumes they are merely curious. As they converse, Thor gradually learns more about the family's current situation and subtly begins hinting at his intentions. Having approached the three first, his goal is to win them over, securing a stronger position for tomorrow's family meeting. Especially with Bayan gaining his support would make subsequent events much smoother. As they talk in the hall, Thor carefully reveals more of his thoughts. The room falls silent, and Radon and Moss exchange glances, their eyes bright with excitement. They hadn't expected Thor to want to gamble on this opportunity as well. Bayan, however, frowns and after a moment's silence speaks up again. Thor, matters of divine revelation are not to be taken lightly. Are you sure you want to stay? Bayan's gaze is serious as he looks at Thor. Uncle Bayan, I understand. But you must have also read the information on divine revelation this time. The danger may not be as great as we fear. Instead, it might be a tremendous opportunity. If we can seize it, the Dresosa family could dominate the entire northern province. Thor responds, taking a deep breath. That's only based on records, Thor. Many things aren't written down. If the kingdom cannot suppress the divine revelation and a divine descent occurs, most of the northern province would become scorched earth. I've seen the devastation caused by a divine descent in the southern moon province. It's beyond anything we could withstand. Thor, you have a brighter future ahead. Even if you miss this chance, you can start over with the family's support. Angel will give you another opportunity. You don't need to stay here. In Bayan's view, Thor's talent is so extraordinary that he shouldn't risk staying. Yes, the current situation in the northern province holds great potential, with many powerful lords having fled, leaving abundant resources. If these can be claimed, the Dresosa family would benefit greatly. Yet, risks and opportunities often come hand in hand. Records indicate that the kingdom indeed possesses the power to suppress a divine revelation, but what if it fails? Even a minor leak of power could bring about devastation that no noble family, not even a count or marquis household, could withstand. The escape of many powerful lords suggests that the risk far outweighs the potential gains. Radon and Moss may be willing to take a chance as new pioneering lords with lesser prospects, but Thor is of a different caliber. If Thor truly is at the peak of Grand Knight, he has every chance of advancing to Sky Knight. The mention of a Sky Knight stops Radon, Moss, and even Tono in their tracks. Only Tono truly understands Thor's talents. Hearing Bayan's words, even he feels that staying may not be worth it. The importance of a Sky Knight is known well among knights. Thor's odds of reaching that level, however slim, would make him invaluable to the family. No one wants him to take unnecessary risks. Seeing Bayan's insistence, Thor sighs, realizing the difficulty of persuading even one person. Many more await after this, making his plan almost impossible. Tono hesitantly interjects, "Brother, you know I've made my decision at one change." Thor responds gently, his expression revealing a bit of frustration. Not only has he failed to convince Bayan, but it seems Tono has also been swayed to reconsider. This isn't the time for stubbornness, Thor, Bayan says with a frown. Radon, once in sync with Thor's intentions, now joins the persuasion, and even Moss seems inclined to speak up. Uncle Bayan, this is not mere stubbornness. I already have father's permission, Thor replies firmly. What, Angel wouldn't he agree to this? Bayan says, surprised. Uncle, you may not be aware of this, our family no longer lacks a Sky Knight. Thor's voice is soft but clear. Bayan, about to speak, freezes, as do the other three. Thor, what did you say? Tono asks in disbelief, almost doubting his own ears. Over a month ago, father broke through to become a Sky Knight. Your family should have received word by now. The news must simply be delayed. Thor's words echo through the room. Clatter, a chair falls and a teacup shatters. All four men stand in shock, staring at Thor. Tono's entire body trembles as he stammers. Thor, are you serious? Thor simply nods. Yes, my father is now a Sky Knight, a knight who soars across the sky. Their minds reel as they try to process his words. The impact and excitement are overwhelming. A Sky Knight is the pinnacle of knighthood in the kingdom, the foundation of a family's rise to power. Two of the three major duchies owe their rise to a Sky Knight's presence. The confirmation that Count Angel has become a Sky Knight shakes them to their core. I'm not joking. Father told me himself before I left. Thor, who had hesitated to reveal this, ultimately decided it was necessary. Without Bayan's support, his plans would be nearly impossible to carry out. However, Thor isn't worried about any internal issues arising from revealing this information. On the contrary, it will only increase the family's unity and morale. A family with a Sky Knight is fundamentally different from one without, and with Angel as a Sky Knight, the Dresosa family now surpasses almost all Marquis families, making them unmatched among Count families. This is the power of a Sky Knight, a true knight who soars through the skies. Inside the room, Radon, Moss, Bayan, and Tono were all brimming with excitement. None of them had anticipated such thrilling news. Their faces flushed, and their expressions barely concealed their elation. Especially Tono. This was his father. Knowing his father had become a Sky Knight, there was probably no one more exhilarated than him. Everyone, this is our chance. With father becoming a Sky Knight, it's inevitable that the Dresosa family will ascend to Marquis status. If we seize this opportunity, it won't just elevate us to Marquis. There's more we can achieve. The northern province is vast. It has room for more than just Marquis Raymond. It could easily accommodate another count as well. This is our chance. If we can secure these advantages with the family's backing, we can fully absorb and consolidate them. Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, Thor understood their emotions, but his ambitions extended further than what he just shared. After a brief pause to let them revel, he spoke up again. His voice was soft, but it resonated clearly in the minds of the four fervent listeners. Even Bayan looked a bit hesitant. Radon and Moss, however, had eyes gleaming with anticipation, and even Tono's face showed a flicker of eagerness. Earlier, they hadn't entertained such thoughts. The divine revelation threat loomed too large, and Bayan knew the Dresosa family couldn't hope to hold on to such vast interests in the northern province alone. Even if the divine revelation threat allowed them to occupy these resource points and expand their influence, once the threat passed, they'd likely have to relinquish much of it. And if the divine revelation posed a genuine danger, the risks would far outweigh the gains. Their dilemma had mainly stemmed from the sunk costs, not any realistic prospects. But now things seemed different. Count Angel had become a Sky Knight. In a kingdom at war, this practically guaranteed that the Dresosa family would be elevated to Marquis status, and with a Sky Knight in their ranks, they'd be among the top families in the Marquis class. This meant they could retain their newly gained interests. No, it was a certainty. A Sky Knight was more than sufficient to shield them. The only remaining concern was the divine revelation's risk. Though significant, the scale of these benefits made the risk seem manageable. Uncle Bayan, according to the kingdom's records, most destructive divine revelation events were merely those that went undetected. Even in South Moon Province, where a god's descent was nearly complete, the kingdom managed to suppress it with ease. Besides the commoners, was there really any severe damage? Thor's words shook Bayan out of his doubts. The group exchanged glances. Finally, Bayan exhaled deeply. Thor, what's your plan? He turned his gaze toward Thor, clearly persuaded. Relieved, Thor hadn't expected convincing them would be this challenging. He almost failed. But the first hurdle was now cleared. Uncle Bayan, my brother and I established a business, the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. With the recent divine revelation events causing many powerful lords to flee, they left numerous resource points behind, and we can take advantage of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce for this. He then shared his detailed plan. Listening, everyone, including Tono, began to focus intently. Although Tono knew a general outline, he hadn't heard Thor explain things in such depth before. That's the plan. Uncle Bayan, Brother Radon, Brother Moss, what do you think? After finishing, Thor looked at them, awaiting their reactions. They fell silent, contemplating. Finally, Bayan spoke. It's a solid plan worthy of the Assad family, but your stake is still too small. You should retain your share. 3% to Tono, 2% to Lord Babros, 2% to Rachos, plus the 9% from those three departing lords allied with the main alliance. 16% total, that's plenty for expansion. Bayan nodded, then continued, deep in thought. Surprised, Thor looked at his uncle. Don't look at me like that, Thor. Your talent is exceptional, far beyond ours. After Brother Angel, you ray the family's best chance at breaking through to Sky Knight. The more opportunities you have, the more the family will grow. Bayan's serious words struck Thor, leaving him deeply moved. The family's unity ran stronger than he imagined. Even in the face of personal gain, they could still act this way. I understand, Uncle Bayan. Taking a deep breath, Thor nodded. All right, I'll help persuade the others tomorrow. With this news, I believe they'll be willing to stay. Let's hope this isn't a mistake. Bayan nodded and sighed. Thor held back his thoughts, he could be sure, but others might not share his certainty, saying more wouldn't make a difference, now better to wait and see. Night gradually passed. A new day quickly dawned. 3 lords who planned to arrive last night had been delayed. Early this morning, they finally arrived with their northern cousin at Tono's territory. In total, there were 4 lords, 3 baronial lords, and a senior lord. Upon seeing them, Thor was taken aback by their power. All 3 barons were grand knights, each accompanied by a grand knight retainer. The senior lord, though also a late-stage grand knight, was much older than Bayan, nearing 60. At his age, reaching Earth Knight level was likely impossible. These 4 were 2 uncles and 2 cousins. Curious about Thor, they had recently heard much about their younger cousin or nephew, even from afar in the northern province. After meeting him, they were truly astounded, but shock aside, they were warmly receptive. A feast was prepared for them. After the banquet, they gathered in the conference room. Tono, what did you summon us for? One of them, unable to contain his curiosity, asked. As he spoke, the others turned to Tono, wondering what had prompted his summons given their obligations. 3 of them had even begun packing to withdraw. Let me explain. Noticing their eyes on Tono, Thor spoke up. With everyone's attention now on him, Thor continued. Thor, they asked with interest. Yes, this concerns the recent divine revelation events which have prompted many powerful nobles in the West to retreat. Without beating around the bush, Thor explained his intentions. As he spoke, they exchanged looks and initially seemed ready to object, but they held back, waiting for him to finish. Afterward, one uncle frowned. Thor, the divine revelation isn't something to be taken lightly. If it manifests, we lay defenseless. Even if we take these lands, once the divine revelation poses no real threat, they'll return and we won't be able to hold on. His brows furrowed in concern. He hadn't expected this to be the reason for their assembly. The other 3 also frowned slightly. Jiley, this is indeed an opportunity, but as they hesitated, Bayan spoke up. Bayan, what are you saying? Jiley looked at him in surprise. Uncle Bayan, you know the divine revelation. Even if we occupy these lands, the Dresosa family lacks the strength to defend them. The risk is too high, with limited returns, perhaps only a few months. One of the 3 spoke up. The other 2 remained silent, but their stance was clear. Thor, taking risks to grow the family is acceptable, but this risk doesn't justify the reward. Staying gives us little chance. Leaving may require a redemption fee, but it's better than complete ruin. I know it's hard for you, but knowing when to let go is something a noble must learn. Jiley advised with a sigh. Leaving wasn't his first choice, but the risk was too high now. Uncle Jiley, brothers who said our family can manage it. Thor's words surprised them. Thor, the Dresosa family isn't weak, but it's not the strongest in the Tulip Kingdom. In the northern province alone, 3 marquee families are far more powerful, not to mention 2 ducal houses. We can hold this, not even as a marquee family without a Sky Knight. Jiley explained, showing his appreciation for Thor's talents by adding further context. But just then, Bayan's voice cut in. Brother Angel has already advanced to Sky Knight. The words were quiet but clear. Yes, with a Sky Knight, we could hold it, but right now. Wait, what? Bayan used. Realization dawned on Jiley, and he turned to Bayan, stunned. The other 3 were equally dumbfounded. My father has indeed advanced to Sky Knight. Uncle Jiley, now can we hold it? Thor repeated. Every gaze landed on Thor. Breaths quickened. Jiley even licked his lips in disbelief. Thor, what did you just say? Jiley's voice trembled, his whole body shaking in shock. The others were similarly affected. The news impacted them as profoundly as it had Bayan and the others the day before. When I left, father had already advanced. Thor confirmed. Instantly, chairs scraped as the 4 men sprang to their feet, eyes widening, ecstatic, overwhelmed, flushed. Their expressions transformed with rapid joy. For a moment, it felt like their heads were spinning. It took some time for them to calm down. Even then, they couldn't fully contain their joy. A Sky Knight in their family. How could they not be thrilled? Their entire outlook had shifted, just as it had for Bayan. With a new position and outlook, their perspective was entirely transformed. The crowd was ecstatic. Afterward, everything went much more smoothly. With the news of Count Angel achieving the rank of Sky Knight, 3 barons and an experienced pioneer knight made the same choice as Bayan. They chose to stay. This foundation allowed Thor to proceed with Ratcha's plan more effectively. Even the 4 pioneer lords' eyes sparkled with expectation. This time, Thor offered significantly lower shares to everyone. Previously in the main alliance, to consolidate power, Thor offered a 24 profit share. Members could subscribe based on their strength. 5 for a Grand Knight, 0.5 for an official knight, and 0.1 for a trainee knight. With the Eagle Chamber's growth, even for the Dresosa family heirs, Thor reduced the shares further, only 1 for a grand knight, 0.05 for an official knight, and 0.01 for apprentice knight. Following Bayon's advice, Thor didn't dip further into his own shares, using just 16 he previously gathered for expansion. The 7 individuals had no objections to this subscription standard and readily agreed. After the agreement, they began subscribing. The 7 lords mobilized 12 grand knights, over 100 official knights, and hundreds of apprentice knights. The Eagle Chamber's size nearly tripled in an instant. Previously, with the departure of 3 Baron Lords, the chamber lost 3 Grand Knights, leaving only 1 from Babros, 2 from Tono, 1 each from Barons Papenjas, and Thor's own representative, Ryan 6 in total. Now, with a jump from 6 to 18 Grand Knights, the Eagle Chamber could easily rank within the top 5 in the North Province, even if powerful Pioneer Lords stayed. In time, this force would likely secure its place as the true uncrowned king of the North Province. Thor Wasson T, the only one thrilled. The others showed signs of excitement and anticipation as well, especially considering Racho's near-perfect blueprint. Though their shares were only 23, they saw vast wealth in the future. They understood the immense riches in the West and the North Province better than anyone else. Even with just 23, the potential profit was staggering. If they realized the plans outlined in the proposal, their returns would reach astronomical figures. Earning thousands, even tens of thousands of gold coins annually wasn't a dream. With 1,000 gold coins, they could train a Grand Knight annually. With thousands, they could elevate their territory's power. Amid an impending kingdom war, this was invaluable. As for the divine revelation, well, that damned prophecy no longer concerned them. It would either manifest or it wouldn't. If it happened, they'd lost the gamble and would await their fate. If it didn't, they'd be counting their wealth. At this moment, they all envisioned gold coins dancing in the air. In the study, discussions continued for the next few days. By the 3rd day, their deliberations finally concluded. With flushed faces, Thor and the others seemed satisfied. 3 days of talks had yielded excellent results. Not only had they enhanced the Eagle Chamber's strength, but they also laid a comprehensive plan for future actions. They filled in many overlooked details. Uncle Bayan, Uncle Giley, Brother Tono, and the others, I entrust these tasks to you. Time is running short, and we still need a full understanding of the situation around us, Thor said with a smile, addressing the group. But don't rush too much. We can wait a few days. Some of them might even offer things for free. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to monitor it. This time, we won't miss out. That fool Campbell was probing me recently, trying to find out if I knew about the divine revelation and wanted to sell resources to me. Bayan laughed, looking completely at ease. Yes, they were getting anxious, and we still have time to bide. Exactly. This time we'll profit big. The family will rise to a marquee family, and with Sky Knight Angel, the North Province will surely be ours. With these words, the group shared smiles. They glimpsed a vast future over the past few days, and they left on the 4th day with bright smiles. Afterward, Thor also departed, needing to return to his territory to handle pending matters. For instance, the 3 main alliance territories vacated by departing lords. With the tacit consent of Jas and Pape, these 3 territories belonged to Thor, and they hadn't intervened. Thor's takeover expedited their withdrawal. In just a few days, Barons Valmy, Grattan, and Sacha began vacating their lands. Thor needed to secure those territories quickly. Only then would they truly belong to him. Riding on Nia, he returned swiftly. In under 3 days, as the evening sun set, Thor returned to Eagle Ridge. The Eagle Ridge was bustling. 3 territories' worth of supplies had poured in, making the Eagle Ridge especially lively. Even under the setting sun, many figures moved busily. Outside the Eagle Ridge, a large number of goblins were digging. Clearly, his steward had already set things in motion. At this pace, they might even complete the work within a year. Thor glanced briefly, then returned to the Eagle Ridge, heading directly to his study. He called for Piros and Steve. How is it going? Have Barons Valmy, Grattan, and Sacha withdrawn? Thor inquired. Master Lord Sacha has completed his withdrawal, handing most of his resources to us without asking for gold, Piros reported respectfully. The same goes for Baron Grattan. Baron Valmy is still finalizing his resources, but he should be done in a day or two. We've paid him 1,200 gold so far and may pay a bit more, but no more than 2,000. Sacha and Grattan, didn't he ask for payment? Thor asked, surprised. Yes, they mentioned that without your assistance, their lands would have perished in the Minotaur incident, so they felt they couldn't accept payment. Good, let Valmy know to hurry it up. Yes, Steve was about to notify Valmy but was stopped by Thor. No rush, that's not the main reason I called you here. Steve and Piros exchanged confused glances. Master, how close are you to mid-Grand Night breakthrough? Thor asked. Master, I am nearly there, no more than a year. I might take a bit longer, but within 2 years I should have a chance. Thor nodded. Good, go to Anna and get the items from compartment 2. I want you both to break through as soon as possible. Also, Piros, how's the young Eagle Knights? Yes, Master. Steve and Piros exchanged excited glances. Master, the young Eagle Knights are performing well with a few nearing life-seed formation, Pierrot replied with a smile. The young Eagle Knights truly impressed him with both talent and resilience. This squad would be a solid foundation for Eagle Ridge's future growth. Very good. Also, inform Karin to bring Christine to me. Thor waved his hand, dismissing them. Yes, Master. Steve and Pierrot bowed and left. They first notified Karin, then found Anna. Compartment 2, Anna asked, surprised, but she nodded. She quickly retrieved 2 wooden boxes. Train well. Master has high expectations of you, Anna said earnestly. Yes. Holding the boxes, Steve and Pierrot felt the potent life force within, handling them with extreme care. After giving them the items, Anna returned to her room to continue meditating. Thor had recently tasked her with breaking through to a 3rd-tier mage. Focused, she meditated deeply every day, spending just 1 hour guiding 3 alchemists. She felt closer than ever to becoming a 3rd-tier mage, perhaps within a year. Meanwhile, Karin found Christine. Hearing Karin's message, Christine promptly set aside her work to meet Thor. In a moment, Thor saw the alchemist. Compared to before, Christine now emitted a faint elemental aura, suggesting she had successfully entered meditation. Now she only needed to open her mental sea to qualify as a mage. Her progress in both magic and alchemy had been swift. In a short time, her success rate with life potions had improved considerably. Because of this, Thor put her in charge of life potion production, overseeing the other 2 alchemists. Master, you called. How's the life potion production going? What's the output and failure rate? Thor asked curiously. Having been busy with the Eagle Chamber's affairs, he entrusted life potion duties to Anna and later to Christine due to her skills. With the next steps in his plans, he needed precise information. Only then could he properly plan the coming actions. Life elixirs play a crucial role in Thor's upcoming plans. They are essential not only for developing his own forces, but also for increasing the influence of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. In the path of night cultivation, life elixirs are almost indispensable for rapid advancement. Without them, someone with average talent might need 40 to 50 years to condense a life seed and become an apprentice knight. However, with the assistance of even a low-grade life elixir, this process can speed up by at least half, sometimes taking less than 20 years. This effect is even more pronounced for those with exceptional talent, like the case with Ryan. Though it was the result of a mid-grade life elixir, even a low-grade one can drastically reduce the training time for knights with high potential, cutting it by as much as 99. Moreover, low-grade life elixirs can also significantly aid apprentice knights in breaking through to become official knights. Shortening the time needed for this breakthrough also accelerates the journey to becoming a grand knight. This prospect alone drives the nobles of the northern province to pursue these elixirs fervently, as it indirectly increases the likelihood of reaching the rank of Earth Knight. This is why even 10 bottles of low-grade life elixirs could fetch up to 3,000 gold coins at the auction in Lauren City. If the Eagle Chamber of Commerce wants to open up the western trade routes quickly and establish its own trading network, life elixirs are undoubtedly the best choice. As for silver armor, it's not really in high demand in the northern province anymore. Due to the recent flooding of the market by powerful lords, the supply of silver armor has become saturated. Unless there's another war to deplete these stocks, this saturation will be hard to break, especially since the West isn't on the front lines against the orc tribes. Even the recent unrest barely affected this region. To make life elixirs the Chamber's unique offering, Thor must ensure a steady production. It's been almost a month, so he's eager to check on the progress of the 3 alchemists. In his study, Thor notices Christine looking tense in response to his questions. Speak up. Relax, we're just getting started, no need to rush things, Thor reassures her with a shake of his head. My lord, the current success rate of producing life elixirs is about 10%, Christine reports, a bit flustered. I can manage about a 20% success rate myself. If we have enough materials, I can produce 1 bottle every 2 days, and with a bit more practice, I could improve further. Previously in Frostmoon Province, we used crystal flowers as a key ingredient rather than Nor flowers, so I am still adjusting. Thor raises an eyebrow in surprise. Christine's report had lowered his expectations, so hearing she could produce a bottle every 2 days exceeded his assumptions. Considering that the formula had changed, it was a commendable achievement. Low-grade life elixirs have multiple formulas, with life seed as a constant ingredient, but with different main components depending on the region. The Nor flower, unique to the northern province, was not available in Frostmoon Province, which used crystal flowers instead. Christine has had to learn to work with new ingredients, a challenging process that he anticipated would take weeks for a single bottle. At an auction, a single low-grade life elixir can fetch at least 200 gold coins, sometimes even 300. With such a pace, Thor could earn around 3,000 gold coins monthly, though due to the growth limitations of the life seed, this figure might be lower. Even so, an income of over 1,000 gold coins per month, or 10,000 a year, was feasible. "My lord, we should be able to produce 1 bottle per day soon," Christine adds, mistaking Thor's silence for dissatisfaction. "Oh, you can reach 1 bottle a day," Thor responds, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes. He doesn't want anyone causing problems at this crucial early stage of development. "I've been meditating intensely. I can temporarily halt my own training and focus fully on production," Christine replies hastily, unaware of Thor's reaction. Seeing her dedication, Thor relaxes. "That 1 TB necessary. Keep up with your training. They'll adjust soon enough," he says, shaking his head. Christine has decent magical potential, so Thor isn't about to let her sideline her growth as a mage just to focus on alchemy. "Thank you, my lord," Christine sighs in relief. While she was prepared to make sacrifices if Thor asked, she's glad he didn't the skills she's developing are his gift, after all, and if he insisted, she would have complied. "Let me know if you need any resources for your training or work. Also, if you know any talented alchemists, feel free to invite them here." "I'll ensure they are well compensated," Thor assures her. "Thank you, my lord. I know someone with remarkable skills in alchemy. I can write to him, though I am unsure if he'll come," Christine replies, thrilled by the offer. "You can try. If he comes, I'll arrange for Anna to mentor you individually for a while. The same goes for the others," Thor says, his eyes gleaming at the unexpected opportunity. After discussing some more details with Christine, Thor dismisses her and turns his thoughts back to his plans. With 7 bottles already prepared, he estimates 15 will be ready by month's end, enough to build the foundation of the Eagle Chamber's expansion. Supplies for the knight's training can wait for the next batch, as the 3 alchemists' skills are improving quickly. In just a few months, production will likely meet his needs. His musings are interrupted by a knock on the door. "Come in," he calls. Pierrot enters, looking respectful. "My lord, we've finished inventorying the supplies from Baron Grattan's and Baron Sache territories. Would you like to inspect them?" "Already. Sure, let's go take a look," Thor replies, rising to follow Pierrot. The territories of Barons Grattan and Sache are in different locations, so Thor decides to inspect Grattan's first, which lies upstream along the main river. Additionally, Grattan's territory is larger and has been developed longer. After a day's journey, Thor and his retinue arrive at Grattan's domain. The territory's expansive farmland draws Thor's attention, and he notices the recent doubling of cultivated fields. What would have been a bountiful harvest this year is now his. Passing through the wheat fields, Thor observes the nervous townsfolk of Baron Grattan's former territory. With their lord gone and new authority overseeing them, they are understandably anxious. However, the presence of administrators from the Eagle domain has kept unrest to a minimum, though the people remain uncertain about their new lord. Thor scans the crowd, noticing many uneasy faces, but he sees no need to offer reassurances. In this feudal world, commoners and slaves alike are simply property. His concern is to integrate them into his domain, nothing more. Fortunately, he recently secured 10 administrators from his family, making this expansion manageable. After inspecting Baron Grattan's domain, Thor proceeds to the Sache territory, which is smaller but similarly expanded. The added farmland from both domains will significantly increase his grain yields this year, likely doubling his income. Adding the likely gains from Baron Valmy's land, he expects a strong harvest that could sustain his expansion efforts for at least another year or two. Beyond the food production, the population increase is another boon. Grattan's territory holds 12,000 subjects, Sache 7,000, and Valmy's, though smaller, should contribute another 8,000 to 9,000. This brings Thor's total population to over 40,000, placing his domain among the top 3 in the northern province by size. Absorbing this territory will substantially bolster his strength, a crucial advantage as he looks to the future. With the acquisition of 3 territories, Thor had effectively become the undisputed ruler of the main river valley, occupying over 70% of its land. The resources available to him, both in terms of exploitation and utilization, had reached unprecedented levels. Especially after incorporating the territories of Baron Grattan and Baron Valmy, Thor now controlled nearly all the main river's core regions. These lands included several mines, vast tracts of cultivated farmland, and plenty of areas ripe for future development. Now, purely in terms of area, Thor's holdings might even be close to half of the Dresosa family's territory. However, matching the scale and influence of the Dresosa family would still require extensive time for development and governance. Even so, such an expanse of land was considered top-tier within the Frostmoon province. 3 days passed swiftly. After inspecting the lands of Baron Sache and Baron Grattan, Thor oversaw the final cleanup of Baron Valmy's territory, which, compared to Grattan's, was not only larger but also more densely populated, with over 13,000 residents. Within the main river valley, only Thor and Baron Pape held more populous territories than Baron Valmy, who also had more farmland under cultivation than Baron Grattan. Altogether, these acquisitions cost Thor more than 2,500 gold coins. Baron Valmy, clutching the coins, left reluctantly, glancing back at each step. Thor, however, immediately began taking full control of his new domains. Thus, these 3 territories were officially brought under his rule. However, despite the addition of these lands, an issue quickly emerged. Each of the 3 territories required knights for protection. Neither Baron Grattan, Baron Sacha, nor Baron Valmy left any knights behind, meaning that knights had to be redeployed from the Eagle's domain. Currently, the Eagle's domain had only 5 Grand Knights, including Thor and Ryan. Excluding the 2 of them, there were only 3 Grand Knights left, along with just over 60 official knights and 100 or so apprentice knights. Each new territory required protection, which meant that Thor needed to send 3 Grand Knights, as well as numerous official and apprentice knights to safeguard them. Though he received daily information updates, the absence of a robust force in these territories could lead to unforeseen issues, especially in such newly acquired lands. However, one of the Grand Knights, Lord Thor, could not be reassigned, as he was already preparing to advance to Earth Knight status. Reassigning him at this crucial time would be counterproductive. That left only Steve and Piero's, but another position still needed filling. Additionally, the number of official and apprentice knights was insufficient. After assigning some to the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, the Eagle's domain had only around 50 official knights left, and only about 30 apprentice knights, barely enough to deploy a handful to each territory. This arrangement felt rather thin. In his study, Thor tapped his fingers on the desk as his thoughts raced. Knock, knock. The door to his study was gently knocked. Come in, Thor called. As his voice fell, a figure entered. My lord, Mark greeted respectfully. Mark, how long has it been since you advanced to the peak of official knight status? Thor looked intently at Mark. And how much longer do you think you need to break through to Grand Knight? It's been 3 months, my lord, Mark replied, pausing thoughtfully. I think I need another 2 years. Too slow, Mark. I can grant you 1,000 merit points in advance. How long would it take you to break through? Thor's gaze sharpened. My lord. Mark's breath quickened, and he stared at Thor in disbelief. Tell me. Thor's voice was calm yet firm. 1 month, no, give me just 7 days and I can break through, Mark replied, barely able to contain his excitement, his voice almost rambling. Good, go to Anna and relay my instructions to her. Remember, you have little time. I want you to advance to Grand Knight within 7 days, Thor instructed, his tone serious. Yes, my lord, I will not let you down. Mark, trembling with excitement, bowed deeply. 1,000 merit points enough to obtain a Divine Wood Fruit. With the Divine Wood Fruit, he was nearly certain of advancing to Grand Knight status. At only 33 years of age, he even had a realistic chance of eventually reaching Earth Knight status. Eagle's domain allowed the exchange of the fierce eagle breathing technique. As long as he earned enough merit points, he could attempt to exchange it. Go now. Thor waved him away and Mark respectfully exited. Watching him leave, Thor once again fell into thought. The Divine Wood Fruit was a valuable resource containing abundant life essence. Although not as precious as the life fruit, it was still highly valuable, used as both a primary material for mid-grade life potions and an auxiliary ingredient in high-grade ones. However, for Thor, it was easy to obtain. Within 1,000 miles of his location, his daily information system could reveal the presence of any divine wood fruits nearby, allowing him to locate and acquire them with ease. Presently, several divine wood fruits were within reach, but he hadn't collected them. While this was a convenient advantage, his real concern was the current political climate. Despite the potential stability Mark's breakthrough would bring to his territories, Thor could feel a growing sense of tension. More powerful lords across the Frostmoon province had started mobilizing, and the silence from the northern province, along with the kingdom's lack of response, was troubling. The system might truly be experiencing issues, and if his assumptions were wrong, the consequences could be severe. Although this was unlikely, the prolonged silence was unsettling. As time slowly passed, nightfall had completely enveloped the world outside his window, and the stars now dotted the sky. Thor gazed out in contemplation until a familiar voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Daily information update available. Would you like to view it? Yes, he replied instinctively. Opening update. Daily information update. One Deli will awaken his life seed at noon today, qualifying as an apprentice knight. At 27, he pledges to become the Lord's most loyal knight. 2 in the stables of the Eagle's domain. A unicorn has birthed 3 foals, one of which seems unique. 3 fish in the fierce Eagletown River appear to be distressed, leading to reduced spawning. 4. In 10 days, the Campbell family from the west will fully withdraw. Among their departing members is an elf girl they abducted. 8. 3 months from now, in Autumn Leaf territory, the bloodthirsty werewolves will initiate a grand divine ritual. Due to intervention from forces of the Tulip Kingdom and neighboring realms, the ritual will fail midway, with only a divine ruins left in its wake. 9. Following the ritual's failure, part of the bloodthirsty werewolf leader's essence will escape into the northern province, attempting to reach the northern ice fields via the main river. Thor's eyes widened as he read the 8th entry, his heart pounding with excitement. a divine ruins. The term referred to the place where a god had fallen, making it a treasure trove beyond compare. The Behemoth tribe was renowned as the supreme beast tribe precisely because they possessed the divine ruins of the Titan god, granting them unmatched power. Legends claim that those who ventured into such ruins held the potential to reach heights even beyond the sacred domain. Thor had not expected that the bloodthirsty werewolves' interrupted ritual would yield a divine ruins. The kingdom's delay in intervening suddenly made sense. They had been waiting for this precise moment to maximize their gains. Thor couldn't help but marvel at the kingdom's cunning. To permit such a dangerous ritual to proceed required an almost unimaginable level of confidence and power. This affirmed that the kingdom's strength likely far exceeded his initial estimates. Sky Knights. And perhaps even greater powers, he muttered, but Thor quickly shook off his musings, focusing on his own opportunity. This divine ruins could be the key to his advancement, potentially to the sacred domain. While he wasn't reckless enough to act immediately, he would carefully monitor the situation over the next 3 months, intending to seize this chance without jeopardizing his life. This divine ruins was simply too valuable to miss. In the divine ruins, this time it was truly a surprise. Thor was actually quite looking forward to it, but there were still 3 full months before the event would happen, so there was no need to rush. He called Ratchus to handle matters in the Autumn Leaf territory. For now, he could set it aside. Compared to the divine ruins, the most urgent need was to develop the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. A few days passed. News began trickling in from the western region. So far, it had been confirmed that 27 lords had chosen to withdraw. Each of these was a powerful lord, including 14 barons and 13 pioneer lords. The actual number of lords planning to leave might be higher, but for now, only these 27 had been identified. For Thor, or rather, for the entire Eagle Chamber of Commerce, these 27 pioneer lords were already enough. These 27 controlled over 70% of the Danube's resources and nearly 80% of the western output. If he could seize control of these resources, the Eagle Chamber of Commerce would dominate the majority of resource points. The few remaining resources would hardly make a difference. As a month went by, the lords grew increasingly anxious. Some even wanted to leave immediately. Every day spent in the northern province posed a risk. Ironically, the calm environment was making them uneasy. With the tension reaching its peak, Thor decided not to delay further and summoned them for a discussion. But just as the message went out, new information came from Baron Pap and Baron Ratchos. They were again requesting to purchase shares. Yes, Baron Pap had also decided to buy more shares rather than just recommending other lords to join. Initially, he had this idea, but after thinking it over, he chose instead to pay his father a fee and secure the support of 2 Grand Knights. On Jas Aubai's side, 3 Grand Knights had joined. Thor didn't refuse their reinvestment. However, since the Eagle Ridge had expanded, the share purchase standards had lowered. Previously, 1 Grand Knight accounted for 1%, an official knight for 0.05%, and an apprentice knight for 0.01%. Now the standards were set at 0.5% for a Grand Knight and 0.01% for an official knight, with apprentice knights no longer meeting the requirements. The revised standards made Pap and Jas Aubai sigh, though they didn't complain. The Eagle Chamber of Commerce hardly lacked Grand Knights now. After all, they knew Thor had partnered with the Dresosa family, and with more than 18 Grand Knights, 5 more wouldn't make much of a difference. The additional 5 Grand Knights raised Baron Pap's share by 1%, while Jas Aubai's increased by 1.5%. After completing the negotiations, 5 days passed. In the following 3 days, when Thor was inspecting the dam's fish ponds, Tono, Babros, and 7 Dresosa family lords began arriving in the Eagle Ridge. Tono and Babros were the first to arrive. Seeing Thor's extensive farmland and the thriving territory, Babros was awestruck. "My goddess Tono, are you sure we ray in the right place?" Babros asked in amazement, glancing at his friend beside him. "Babros, unfortunately, we ray in the right place." "Amazing, isn't it? It's been less than 2 years. I was as shocked as you when I first came here." Tono recalled his initial visit when he had a similar reaction to Babros. "Good heavens, this is astonishing. Lord Thor is a born ruler," Babros said, wittied with admiration. While they were in awe, Steve, who had been waiting for a while, came forward. "Lord Tono, Lord Babros, welcome." Steve greeted them with a smile. "Haha, Steve, where's Thor?" Tono called out jovially and curiously. "The Lord went to inspect the new lands and 1T return until tomorrow." Steve smiled. "He sure is busy, but since there are 3 barons here, he'll have to host us well today." Tono laughed. "Of course, the Lord has prepared a lavish banquet." Steve nodded with a smile, leading them into the Eagle Town. Later that evening, Bayan, Radon, and Moss also arrived. Even these 3 were visibly astonished when they entered the Eagle Ridge. They widened their eyes, including even Bayan. Though they'd heard about Thor's prosperous domain, they hadn't expected such remarkable development in under 2 years. "Thor, my cousin, this territory." Radon muttered, his emotions in turmoil. The other two felt the same. As Steve led them into the town, they saw residents with energetic expressions, even among the slaves who had smiles on their faces. It was nothing short of a miracle. Uncle Bayan, Moss, look over there. Radon pointed out something in surprise, directing Bayan's attention. Following his gaze, Bayan and the others were stunned. Goblins, goblin slaves, Bayan murmured, glancing at Steve. Lord Bayan, Lord Radon, Lord Moss, the Lord has said that anyone interested may purchase goblins here at the Eagle Ridge for a reasonable price. Understanding their amazement, Steve explained with a smile. Thor had already given instructions. He didn't plan to sell goblins outside the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, but within the organization he was open to it. This would provide him with another source of income and allow other lords to grow, benefiting the Chamber of Commerce as a whole. You actually have goblin slaves? Bayan asked, astonished, his heart pounding. This meant Thor had backing from at least a Tier 3 mage. A Tier 3 mage. As far as Bayan knew, only 3 Northern Province lords had one. Who would have thought Thor also had one? Besides shock, Bayan felt a thrill of excitement. Of course, if you need them you can contact Piros, who manages this. Steve added with a smile. Thank you. Bayan nodded, exchanging a look with Radon and Moss, all of them excited. Goblin slaves were not only extremely useful but also affordable. The Habsburg Chamber of Commerce didn't deal in them, and the 3 powerful lords with Tier 3 mages only used goblins themselves. But that didn't mean they were any less valuable. If the price was right, goblins would be ideal for mining. At that moment, the 3 of them thought of their own minds. If they could replace their existing slaves with goblins, they could free up workers for farming or other work, which would increase their income. Lost in thought, they followed Steve to the castle. The next day, other lords began arriving as well. The entire Eagle Ridge grew lively. One after another, the lords marveled at the Eagle Ridge and were deeply impressed by its development. Thor's various measures, previously unheard of, had visibly positive effects. The lords even began learning from Thor's methods within his territory. Thor, however, was unaware of this. He was still at the dam. According to previous reports, the tilapia in the fish ponds appeared to be disturbed, so after finishing some tasks, he came to investigate. After a full day of inspection, he found nothing unusual. Still no clear idea of the cause. Thor asked a nearby figure. It was Berg, a freeman responsible for the area. With his skill in fish farming, Berg had been promoted from a slave by earning enough merit. Thor had entrusted him with this duty. No, sir. There was a significant drop in fish reproduction earlier, but things seem to be recovering recently. Berg responded respectfully, a little nervous. The unexpected disturbance in the fish pond had him on edge. No problem, just keep an eye on things and report any findings immediately. Thor shook his head, not blaming Berg, as it was obviously beyond his control. After giving some instructions, Thor prepared to leave. He had plenty to do. Eagle Town had already informed him that Tono and Babros had arrived. If those two were here, the others would be soon. He couldn't spend more time here. Yes, sir. Berg nodded, both anxious and relieved. He was grateful that Thor hadn't blamed him. Thor mounted his horse, Nia, to leave. But at that moment he suddenly frowned and looked toward the dam. My lord, is something wrong? Seeing this abrupt movement, Berg, who had just relaxed, froze again. Thor didn't respond but leaped onto the dam. My lord, a shout of surprise. But before it could fall, Thor had already landed on the dam. A cold current surged from beneath him, instantly freezing the water, the ice quickly spreading outward. White mist rose as the temperature dropped. His strength had reached the midpeak of the Grand Night level, and he was close to the later stage. More impressively, his elemental life force had grown stronger, possibly due to his recent breakthrough or the ice spirit's development. He even displayed a level of environmental control usually seen only in Sky Knights. This was a sign of extraordinary power. However, there were no high-level knights around to witness it. The bystanders simply marveled at his ice ability, unaware of its implications. Thor advanced across the dam. Behind him, the reservoir froze solid. Cold mist rose from the ice surface. The fish sank to avoid the intense cold, but Thor paid no attention to them. He continued forward, until, at a certain moment, he stopped abruptly. In that instant, a dark shadow darted past his feet. It moved incredibly fast. In a blink, it vanished from his sight. So fast, Thor couldn't help but be shocked. After all, he was already a Grand Knight, and with the added effect of the symbiotic contract, his 5 senses were far sharper than those of an ordinary Grand Knight. For his opponent's speed to be so swift that even he couldn't fully perceive it, it was terrifying, to say the least. After the initial shock, Thor steadied himself, focusing intently. In the next moment, a surge of life energy radiated from him, spreading a chilling frost across the surrounding area at an incredible speed. The frost crept forward visibly, blanketing the environment. Thor, sword in hand, moved cautiously, following his instincts. His knight's sword, now unsheathed, exuded a sharp chill, frost crawling along its blade. Clang! Suddenly, Thor sensed something and raised his hand. A terrifying blast of life energy erupted, sending a sword strike crashing into the water ahead. Boom, the water exploded and frost spread instantly, freezing the water where the sword struck. The ice continued to expand into deeper parts of the river, pursuing a dark figure that turned and darted away. Boom, another burst of water erupted as frost once again spread rapidly, freezing everything in an instant. The dark figure tried to change directions repeatedly, but each attempt was met with another flash of Thor's sword and an encroaching chill, boxing it in. Gradually, the entire upstream section of the river turned to ice, cutting off the dark figure's escape routes. Swish. The dark figure dashed across the water's surface, attempting to dive into the dam for deeper cover, but Thor seemed to anticipate this move. Clang! His sword pulsed with frost, sending another blade of energy toward the figure. The dark figure plunged straight into the icy trap, freezing instantly along with the surrounding water. Thor moved closer, extending the reach of his chilling aura until he stood before the frozen shadow. He stomped lightly, causing the ice to crack. Then, channeling his life energy, he lifted the block of ice containing the figure from the water. As the frozen block surfaced, he finally saw the creature trapped within. It was an unusually large, grayish-black fish. Its back and head were dark, with a lighter underside, and its sides were mottled with irregular black spots. 2 rows of black markings adorned its head, and it had fins covered in alternating black and white spots. The fish was about twice the size of an adult tilapia and sported sharp, intimidating teeth. Most significantly, it radiated potent life energy. "This is a giant viperfish," Thor's brow furrowed, but then a flash of insight came to him, recalling a description he had read in old records. The giant viperfish, native to the northern provinces, was known for its value as a primary ingredient in medieval life potions. Unlike the more common tilapia, its role in alchemy was highly prized, though slightly less so than the rarer spinefish. One recipe for medieval life potions required giant viperfish, divine wood fruit, and life grass. The resulting potion was said to be even more effective than the basic medieval potion, and at auctions in Lauren City, such a potion could fetch between 2,000 and 3,000 gold coins. The high value was largely due to the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce's exclusive use of giant viperfish in their own medieval life potions. Thor hadn't expected that this unusual fish would be affecting the tilapia's spawning. Realizing this, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The presence of the giant viperfish indicated that the dam's environment was suitable for their growth. Where there was one, there would likely be more, opening up the possibility of farming them. If he could establish a steady supply of giant viperfish, he could start producing medieval life potions. He already had life grass and divine wood fruit. As for potion-making expertise, he could rely on his 3 alchemists, or if needed, call upon Anna. The potential to mass-produce medieval life potions could propel his territory to unprecedented heights. Basic life potions were useful primarily for regular knights, but medieval life potions held great value even for grand knights, increasing their chances of advancing to Earth Knight. With the prospect of establishing a viperfish farm, Thor summoned Nia, instructing her to fetch Alan. Nia's speed as a 3rd-tier unicorn meant she would return within half a day. In the meantime, Thor directed his men, including Berg, to secure the dam while he continued his exploration. As night fell, Thor's search brought more surprises. He discovered a total of 7 giant viperfish in the dam, each seeming to have settled in comfortably. This affirmed his suspicion the environment here was indeed suitable for them. Now, it was only a matter of seeing if Alan's affinity for lifeforms could further the potential for farming. In the evening glow, Nia arrived with Alan, who looked disheveled from the swift journey, but hurriedly dismounted and saluted Thor. "Alan, I have a task for you," Thor stated. "In this dam, there are black fish I need you to try farming. Do you think you can manage it? If successful, I'll award you 500 merit points up front, plus 20 points monthly." "May I see one first, my lord?" Alan asked, eyes lighting up with anticipation. 500 merit points would cover his advancement needs up to Grand Knight level, yet he remained cautious, wanting to verify his compatibility with the task. "Follow me," Thor replied, leading Alan to the frozen dam. As they stepped onto the icy surface, Thor noticed an unusual reaction. Schools of tilapia swam toward Alan, surrounding his feet. As he crouched, a dark shape darted to the surface, scattering the tilapia but drawing closer to Alan, who instinctively extended a hand. To his surprise, the giant viperfish approached, allowing him to touch it. Soon, more of the fish gathered around him, revealing 2 additional ones that Thor hadn't previously spotted, bringing the count to 9. Rising, Alan reported with excitement, "My lord, I believe it's possible. They've already begun settling here. Some have even laid eggs." "Excellent," Thor beamed. "Once we return, I'll ensure your merit points are awarded. This area is now under your care. Expand the viperfish population as much as possible, and let me know if you need any resources." Seeing his hypothesis confirmed left Thor elated. This fish could make medieval potions a reliable asset for his domain, something even noble families like the Dresosa clan might struggle to achieve. given the rarity of the ingredients and the required level of magical expertise. Yes, my lord, I will not disappoint you, Alan vowed, hesitating only briefly before speaking again. If I may, my lord, I have a younger brother who would like to join the Eaglet Knights. Could he use some of my merit points to enlist? Of course. As Ivy said, anyone can join with enough merit, even family members. Thor nodded, reminding Alan to consider his own needs carefully. Thor then tasked Berg with relocating the tilapia farm downstream, setting up a new base for their cultivation. Pleased with his reward of 50 merit points for his efforts, Berg was eager to begin the work. With the giant viperfish now secured, Thor's plans for Middleville life potion production were one step closer to reality, a powerful advantage over even some of the highest-ranking noble families. Excitement filled him as he anticipated the future of his domain. After making arrangements, Thor returned to the Eagle Ridge. The discovery of the giant viperfish was indeed exciting, but it wasn't something that could yield immediate profits. For now, there were only a few of these fish. The priority was to expand their population as much as possible to ensure a sustainable yield in the future. Thor fully understood this necessity. He entrusted the matter to Alan with great confidence. Alan's affinity with all living things had already proven remarkable with plants, as evidenced by the survival of the transplanted life tree. The same affinity could be expected to work wonders with the giant viperfish. The next step was simply to wait for results. 3 days later, Thor returned to the Eagle Ridge, which was now bustling with activity. Numerous noble lords had gathered here. Among them were the 8 pioneering lords from Dresosa, the Western Lord Babros, and the main alliances Baron Pape and Baron Jas. In total, there were over 11 pioneering lords, turning the small Eagle Town into a lively hub. These lords were keenly studying the developments in Eagle Town. Thor's return left him slightly surprised, but he quickly smiled, understanding their motives. Unlike other pioneering lords, Thor's knowledge from his previous life gave him a unique edge in territorial development. Though his methods might not seem extraordinary on the surface, the differences were significant. These intelligent lords naturally recognized the unique aspects and sought to learn and adapt. Thor had no intention of stopping them. Since they were now part of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, their growth and strength aligned with his interests. At the castle, a banquet was held. Thor invited all the lords to participate, and after the banquet concluded, the 12 gathered in the meeting room. The once jovial atmosphere grew solemn as the discussions began. "Brother Tono, what's the current situation?" Thor asked, looking at Tono. Tono pondered briefly before replying. Currently, 27 pioneering lords are confirmed to have chosen to retreat. 11 large iron mines and 7 large copper mines have been discovered, along with 17 additional resources of now production. Thor nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to the next speaker. Lord Rachos. Rachos stood respectfully, reporting, "Sir, the retreating Western lords intend to sell approximately 170,000 people. Since the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce controls the slave trade, these transactions are occurring on a small scale to avoid attention. If we act quickly, we can intercept a portion." Thor fell into deep thought. Another voice broke the silence. In the northwest, 3 lords are also retreating. They possess 1 large iron mine, 3 small copper mines, and 1 small silver mine. "No population sales have been observed so far," said Giley softly, earning a nod from Thor. "Ladies and gentlemen," Thor began, summarizing, "we currently know of 12 large iron mines, 7 large copper mines, 3 small copper mines, 17 sources of now production, and 1 silver mine. Additionally, there are 170,000 people for sale. Our first goal is to secure the mines. The 3 small copper mines can be ignored. We must claim the 12 large iron mines, 7 large copper mines, the silver mine, and the 17 sources of now production. As for the population, our aim is to intercept at least 120,000. Thor's firm voice left everyone eager. Such vast resources promised unimaginable value if secured. However, Rachos hesitated and expressed concern. "Sir, the challenge lies in securing these. With 12 large iron mines, 7 large copper mines, a silver mine, and 17 sources of now, we need at least 37 knights for proper defense. Yet, we currently have only 23 grand knights. This will be difficult. Moreover, intercepting 120,000 people might draw the attention of the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce." Thor remained calm. 23 grand knights are sufficient. For the rest, supplement with 10 official knights and 20 apprentice knights per site. If issues arise, the Chamber of Commerce can provide support. Regarding the population, rest assured, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce is currently too preoccupied to bother us." He exuded confidence. The retreat of numerous powerful lords had elevated the Eagle Chamber of Commerce to an unrivaled position in the West, making any interference unlikely. "Yes, sir," Ratchus replied, though still puzzled. Thor declared, "This is our opportunity. We must act swiftly. Within 3 months, secure as much territory as possible. Expansion beyond these goals would be even better." If we succeed, the Eagle Chamber of Commerce will rise to new heights. The lords responded with unified agreement, their excitement reflecting their shared vision of a brighter future. 3 days later, after handling affairs in the Eagle Ridge, Thor departed for the western region with Pyros and Anna. The expansion of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce required his oversight to avoid complications. Moreover, Thor was intrigued by the mention of an elven girl in recent information reports. Bringing Anna, a half-elf, seemed prudent. If Anna knew the girl, it could facilitate negotiations. As for the Campbell family to which the elf belonged, Thor didn't care much. Backed by powerful allies, the Campbell family's status as a top-tier marquis family was no longer intimidating to the Dresosa family. Meanwhile, the Eagle Chamber of Commerce had already begun operations. As time passed, the urgency among retreating lords increased. Of the 27 lords, 3 had already fled during discussions, leaving only 24. However, major resource holders had yet to fully retreat, as dismantling their vast holdings wasn't easy. Hoping to minimize losses, they hesitated further, inadvertently lowering prices. At the heart of the Danube, Spencer's territory stood out, boasting 10 years of development under the significant support of Lord Spencer's father. With a population nearing 100,000, the territory surpassed most Viscount lands. But the sudden divine revelation forced Spencer to consider retreat. His reluctance to abandon substantial investments led him to attempt liquidation, though progress was slow. Inside the castle, Spencer fumed over the collective actions of retreating lords which hindered his efforts. Idiots, selling everything so openly. Do they want the world to know we're running? A knock on the door interrupted his tirade. Come in. A knight entered announcing, Sir, Lord Giley of the Dresosa family requests an audience. Though initially dismissive, Spencer reconsidered and instructed the knight to escort Giley to the guest room. When Giley arrived, Spencer greeted him warmly. Welcome, my friend. Your visit is an honor. Giley replied with a smile, Lord Spencer, your hospitality is always appreciated. My visit is for mutual benefit. After exchanging pleasantries, Giley revealed his purpose. Are you selling slaves, Lord Spencer? Yes, Spencer admitted. The finest slaves at a mere 10 silver coins each. Giley chuckled. You misunderstand, my friend. A few months ago in the northern province, orc attacks left behind strange scrolls inscribed with Titan script. The Dresosa family deciphered them and discovered. Giley's words trailed off, leaving Spencer intrigued as the conversation turned to deeper negotiations. Giley's words were brief and left unfinished, merely posed as a rhetorical question with a faint smile. Yet the implications were enough to cause Sechai Spencer's body to shudder violently. The study fell into an immediate silence. Sechai Spencer's expression shifted unpredictably. You actually know, he exclaimed, frowning. The fake smile on his face had completely vanished, replaced by a mixture of gloom and disbelief. Giley merely smiled without elaborating further. That smile, however, confirmed Sechai Spencer's suspicions. Lord Giley, if you've come here to mock me, I must apologize. I'm very busy now, Sechai Spencer said coldly. Please leave. The warmth he had shown earlier vanished entirely as if it had never existed. The only reason for his initial enthusiasm was the potential of Giley purchasing some of his supplies. Now that Giley seemed to know the truth, any chance of a transaction seemed slim. There was no longer a need for pleasantries. Yet Giley remained unfazed by the hostile gaze aimed at him. He simply turned slightly, preparing to leave. Halfway through his steps, however, he paused as though struck by a thought and spoke with casual indifference. Lord Sechais, it seems you're trying to offload some of your supplies. If you're sticking to the price you just mentioned, then I must have come to the wrong place. I imagine Lord Campbell and a few others might offer me a fairer price. With those words, Giley strode away without hesitation. What, buying? Sechai Spencer froze for a moment, his eyes lighting up with shock. Of course, you should know that the descendants of Dresosa are skilled adventurers. The divine descent might be a crisis, but it's also a tremendous opportunity. The descendants of Dresosa wish to take that gamble, Giley said, pausing briefly with a smile. More importantly, we believe in the kingdom. Sechai Spencer's breathing quickened as Giley's words sank in. The idea that not just Giley, but the entire Dresosa family might be interested in his supplies left him astonished. While Dresosa's strength might pale in comparison to theirs individually, their combined resources could rival any powerful lord. However, this wasn't the key issue. The most crucial point was that Dresosa's family members were pioneering lords in the northern provinces. If they were willing to purchase his goods, he could clear out his inventory at an excellent price. His breathing grew heavier and his expression shifted again, this time warming considerably. Ha ha ha, my friend, there must have been a misunderstanding earlier. Come, come, I've prepared a sumptuous feast. Let's sit and talk. I assure you, no one has more sincerity than I, Sechai Spencer. Sechai Spencer laughed heartily, his demeanor now full of warmth and goodwill. Had one not witnessed his earlier shift in attitude, one might genuinely believe him to be a naturally gracious host. Jiley, however, didn't he care about any of this. All he needed were the resources. Whatever kind of person Sechai Spencer was had no bearing on him. That evening, the castle hosted a grand banquet. Both Jiley and Sechai Spencer shared laughter and smiles throughout the event. How genuine those smiles were, however, was anyone's guess. The following day, an agreement was reached. Sechai Spencer was highly satisfied with the deal. While the 3,000 slaves had only fetched 500 gold coins, each slave worth less than 2 silver coins, he unexpectedly sold a large iron mine, a large copper mine, and 4 now production sites for a total of 1,000 gold coins. My goddess, thought Sechai Spencer, marveling at the madness of these Dresosa people. Given the looming divine descent, what use were such riches? Once the gods descended, all would be destroyed, and if he evacuated, the Dresosa descendants could simply occupy the sites for free. Spending 1,000 gold coins now seemed nothing short of folly. Still, it was folly Sechai Spencer welcomed. Through this massive liquidation, even at less than 10% of market value, he had amassed 3,000 gold coins, a substantial sum that eased his losses and expedited his departure. How foolish! Even if they gamble and win, none of this will truly belong to them. Watching Jiley leave, Sechai Spencer chuckled to himself, his voice tinged with mockery. The Dresosa family might be decent, but as mere counts they stood no chance of defending these assets. If anyone could hold on to such wealth, it would be his Spencer family, not the Dresosa. Take stock of what's left. If there's anything else, send it to that fool from Dresosa. Sechai Spencer laughed loudly. Such scenes unfolded in the territories of other powerful lords. 3 barons and Tono began their own transactions. With the Dresosa family name as a backing, many lords eagerly accepted their offers, even if they repeatedly slashed prices. The fact that Dresosa was willing to purchase mines and lands only added to their enthusiasm. Behind the smiles, though, they all quietly cursed the Dresosa descendants as lunatics. However, neither Jiley nor Tono cared. All they wanted were the resources. In just 1 week, over 7,000 gold coins were spent to amass an enormous amount of supplies. When Thor arrived at Tono's territory, the reports he received brought a smile to his face. My lord, so far, we've acquired a population of 110,000, along with 19 mines, including 4 large iron mines, 2 large copper mines, and 10 Norit sites, all for 7,783 gold coins. As for the Campbell family, per your instructions, we've held off any action. Securing them would nearly complete our acquisition of the Western territories, covering 70-80 of the region. In the study, Rachos delivered a detailed report to Thor. Thor tapped the table, his expression full of satisfaction. He hadn't expected such rapid progress within just 7 days. He planned to personally handle the Campbell family next. After all, there was an elven girl involved there. Increase the pace time is short. If my estimate is correct, they'll all evacuate by the end of the month. There's no need for the 4 of you to handle everything. Other pioneering lords can assist as well. At this point, they have many demands, Thor instructed. If the gold coins fall short, use my noble badge at the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. They'll surely provide a loan. Understood. Rachos nodded respectfully. After dismissing Rachos, Thor sank into contemplation, preparing for his journey to the Campbell family. Campbell's territory was about 300 miles from Tono's. Even with everyone traveling on horseback, it took 4 to 5 days to reach their destination. Thor and his entourage set out. It was only after 5 days, under the evening glow, that they finally arrived at Campbell's domain. This particular member of the Campbell family, named Stein Campbell, was the 7th son of the current Marquis Campbell. Renowned for his exceptional talent, he became a trainee knight at the age of 14 and an official knight by 16. By 24, he had already reached the rank of Grand Knight. Now, at just 32, he was an Earth Knight. In the Northern Province, most pioneer lords were only official knights. Even Grand Knights were few and far between. However, this was purely a numbers game. The Northern Province boasted a vast number of pioneer lords, so despite Grand Knights being a minority, the sheer population meant their numbers weren't negligible. Among them, some powerful pioneer lords had even surpassed the Grand Knight rank to become Earth Knights. For others, achieving Earth Knight was extremely challenging. Even intermediate life potions, known for slightly increasing the chance of breakthroughs, offered minimal assistance in this regard. It wasn't just lesser Viscount families who struggled. Even Count families couldn't guarantee the birth of Earth Knights within their lineages. But this didn't apply to the Tulip Kingdom's more powerful families. Ducal families needed no mention. Even for marquises, the difficulty for their descendants to become Earth Knights was significantly reduced. With access to a continuous supply of resources, these families ensured their offspring had every advantage. Pioneer lordships awarded to these offspring offered far more than those given to ordinary Count families. The difference in starting points was astronomical. Campbell, the uncrowned king of the Western Moon Province, one of the kingdom's top 10 marquee families, rumored to have Sky Knights among them. Thor recalled details of the Campbell family flooding his mind. Before heading to the northern province, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the major families there, including the Campbell family. As one of the strongest families in the kingdom, second only to the royal and ducal families, they had naturally been on his radar. But Thor hadn't anticipated crossing paths with the Campbell family in this manner. His thoughts swirled, one idea after another weaving together. Beside him, Piros and Anna stood on either side, while a dozen official knights kept a watchful perimeter. Master, why hasn't that man come out yet? Piros frowned, his expression impatient. Don't worry, he'll come out. Thor replied with a light chuckle, unfazed by the delay. If Stein Campbell wanted to minimize his losses, he'd undoubtedly come to see him. If Stein were smart enough, he might even personally welcome him. After all, the infamous reputation of the big fool of Dresosa had likely spread far and wide by now. Yes, master. Piros nodded, though confusion lingered in his gaze. Thor, unconcerned, returned to his thoughts. The vastness of Campbell's domain didn't particularly catch his attention. Regardless of its size, the land was destined to fall into disuse. It was far too distant from the Eagle Chamber of Commerce and the Western Lords, making it challenging to occupy, even for the guild itself. As for their ultimate decision, Thor had no intention of interfering. Time ticked by slowly. The sun began its descent toward the horizon. Just as Piros was about to speak again, the sound of hoofbeats echoed in the distance. A group of riders, numbering in the dozens, appeared. Boom, rumble. The thunder of hooves grew louder as the group approached. Leading them, a burly man with golden hair reined in his steed, bringing it to an abrupt halt. Dismounting with a swift motion, he greeted Thor warmly. My friend, my deepest apologies for the delay. Matters within the territory demanded my attention. I hope you understand. His voice was both gentle and apologetic. The man had a sturdy build and a firm face adorned with a beaming smile. 20-some riders stood behind him. What caught Thor's attention, however, was a figure cloaked in white beside Stein. The figure's features were obscured but seemed strikingly out of place. Thor's gaze lingered for a moment before a faint smile formed on his lips. My friend Baron Stein Campbell, I hope you don't mind our sudden visit, Thor said with a warm smile, stepping forward. Ha ha ha, not at all. Stein laughed heartily and embraced Thor in a show of camaraderie. The two acted as if they were lifelong friends, hiding the fact that this was their first meeting. It's my honor, Thor responded with a nod. Come, my friend, a grand banquet awaits us. Tonight, we must toast to the Eagle of Dresosa, a man even my father speaks highly of, Stein said cheerfully, leading Thor into the domain. Compared to the Eagle's domain or Tonos, Campbell's territory had already begun to resemble a proper city. The streets buzzed with activity. However, most of the bustling crowd were slaves shackled and moving with difficulty. Look, my friend, the finest slaves. They can handle any task, and I am no bloodsucker like Spencer. My prices are both lower and more abundant. 50,000 slaves, all for a mere 500 gold coins. Stein spoke with enthusiasm, his eyes filled with expectation as they fixed on Thor. His cordiality stemmed from the news that the Dresosa family heir had been buying supplies from departing lords. Having been driven into a corner himself, Stein saw this as a golden opportunity to unload his assets. That's certainly an agreeable price, my friend, Thor replied, his eyes gleaming with interest. Indeed, our Campbell family values friendship above all else. You ray my friend, so I never let you suffer a loss, Stein said with a grin. Thor, Anna, and Piros were invited to the banquet, while the other knights were hosted by Campbell's retainers. The evening passed harmoniously, with no serious discussions taking place. Stein arranged accommodations for Thor, hinting that negotiations would continue the next day. Back in their quarters, Anna hesitated. Master, she began, her tone uncertain. You ray wondering about the person beside Baron Campbell, Aaron T.U. Thor asked with a knowing smile. Master, you. Anna's eyes widened in surprise. If I am not mistaken, that's another elf, likely connected to you, Thor said calmly. How could that be? Anna gasped. Didn't you notice? She was watching you all evening, Thor replied. Meanwhile, in another room adorned with green accents, the cloaked figure shed her robes. Revealed was a breathtakingly beautiful young woman with green vines forming her elegant dress and vivid emerald eyes. How strange, the elf murmured. Why does she carry Arsha's aura? The elven maiden Avila had secretly left her forest in search of her friend Arsha, who had ventured out with humans. Now she found herself puzzled by Anna's mysterious presence. The morning sunlight streamed in. Inside the room, Thor opened his eyes. Anna stepped forward to help Thor freshen up. Soon, there was a soft knock on the door, Lord Thor. A warm, respectful voice came through. Thor gestured, and Anna went to open the door. Lord Thor, breakfast is ready. The Lord has invited you. The butler spoke with deference. Thank you for your trouble. Thor nodded and followed the butler to the dining hall. Moments later, Thor saw Stein Campbell once again. Today, Stein Campbell was dressed in casual attire, his golden hair simply tied back. Seeing Thor enter, a smile appeared on his face. "Thor, my friend, did you rest well last night?" Stein Campbell asked with a smile. "Thank you for your hospitality." Thor replied with a smile and then sat at the dining table with Anna. Servants quickly brought the food. It was a finely cooked piece of swinebeast meat, its savory aroma wafting through the air. "This is truly delicious. Thank you very much," Thor said with a smile, raising his glass toward Stein Campbell in a toast. "Ha ha ha, my friend, as long as you enjoy it." Stein Campbell raised his glass as well. The two exchanged light-hearted words, their smiles remaining intact. An hour later, breakfast ended. Thor and Stein Campbell began their formal discussions. Thor was led by Stein Campbell to a study. "My friend, you must know that my territory is rich in resources. Our iron mines are the largest, and we also have a large copper mine and 3 ore-producing sites. The annual revenue from these ores alone exceeds 5,000 gold coins, not to mention the iron and copper mines. Altogether, the yearly income is over 10,000 gold coins. Including other territorial revenues, the total exceeds 20,000 gold coins. My friend, 20,000 gold coins is all I ask. What do you think?" In the study, Stein Campbell smiled as he spoke. No, my friend, gold cannot be calculated this way. Acquiring this territory is of little use to us. Even if the mines are profitable, we may not last a year here. Asking for a year's worth of revenue as the price Dante, you think that's too much, my friend?" Thor chuckled and shook his head. "Moreover, even if I wanted to, do you think we could come up with 20,000 gold coins?" Thor added with a wry smile. "Ha ha ha, my friend, you may right, it is a bit excessive. How about this 10,000 gold coins, just 10,000, and we can also provide a loan so you won't need to pay immediately." Stein Campbell laughed, nodded, and then spoke after a brief pause. "My friend, that's still too much. How about we settle on 1 month's revenue instead? A large iron mine yields about 500 gold coins per month, the copper mine 400, and the 3 ore sites about 300-400 gold coins combined. That's a total of 1,200 gold coins. What do you say?" Thor shook his head, thought for a moment, and then replied, "What a joke, 10,000 gold coins, even on loan. Only a fool would agree. If he were gambling, maybe he'd consider it, but this wasn't a gamble. So there was no need. Lord Thor, my friend, such a price lacks sincerity. 200 gold coins, my God, that's impossible." Stein Campbell exclaimed incredulously. No, it's entirely possible. The divine revelation is imminent, my friend. Only those who survive it will have a future. The risks are too high. If we must pay 10,000 gold coins for this, why take such a gamble? The vast northern province, the undeveloped northern and eastern regions, holds plenty of untapped resources. 10,000 gold coins could achieve much more there. Thor sighed and shook his head. In the room, the two continued their discussion. Both sides started pulling at the price. Stein Campbell naturally wanted to sell at the highest price possible. He saw Thor as an easy mark and wanted to take full advantage. Thor, however, refused to be taken advantage of. Thus began their negotiations, which stretched over 2 days. Thor remained unhurried. Now it was Stein Campbell who was pressed for time. And indeed, by the second day, Stein Campbell became visibly anxious. His firm stance weakened and his attitude soured. Thor didn't mind. All he cared about was the benefit. Whether the other party liked him or not was irrelevant. Relations were bound to sour anyway. Even if there were no elven involvement or this particular deal, conflicts would arise after the divine revelation when Stein Campbell returned. Thor wasn't worried. On the 3rd day, "Lord Thor, this price is a joke. 3,000 gold coins to acquire it. Impossible." Stein Campbell's voice boomed with anger, his earlier warmth and smile long gone, replaced by fury. "Lord Campbell, it seems we have no need to continue. 3,000 gold coins is my limit. If you cannot agree, then I apologize. Thank you for your hospitality over these past days." Thor replied sternly and stood to leave. "Thor, no, my friend, 5,000, just 5,000 gold coins, and you can still take a loan." Seeing Thor about to leave, Stein Campbell hurriedly tried to salvage the deal, forcing a smile onto his face. No, Lord Campbell. 3,000 gold coins is my final offer. It's worth no more than 2,500, isn't it? If you can agree, then I must apologize." Thor sighed, shook his head, and continued toward the door. "Thor, my friend, you've misunderstood. 3,000, fine, 3,000 gold coins it is." Stein Campbell relented, though he felt utterly disgusted by the concession, yet he had no choice but to agree. His eyes briefly flashed with malice before he quickly suppressed it. "Ha ha ha, what a misunderstanding, my friend." Thor smiled and nodded. With their agreement reached, the process became much smoother. Thor departed, leaving his aide Rachos to finalize the transaction. Back at the castle, Stein Campbell's expression darkened as he watched Thor's group leave. Descendants of Dresosa, you'd better die during the divine revelation, or you'll find my lands impossible to swallow, Thor Dresosa. Stein Campbell muttered coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Lazio. Stein Campbell called out, "My lord." A knight entered, bowing respectfully. "Spread the word, accelerate preparations. In 10 days we march out, understood." The knight replied solemnly. Thor, of course, had no knowledge of this. Not that it mattered, Thor understood how these powerful lords thought. Their plan was simple: dump resources they couldn't take with them to minimize losses, and if they survived the divine revelation, just reclaim the lands later. After all, the Dresosa family was just a count's household. Could they possibly stop them? It seemed like a safe bet, but they clearly didn't realize how much the Dresosa family had changed. By the time they returned, everything would be different. Once abandoned, there would be no reclaiming it. Smiling faintly, Thor felt immensely satisfied on the journey back. This trip had been an incredible success. With only 3,000 gold coins, he had acquired the majority of a powerful lord's resources, a deal unimaginable in the past but easily achieved now. As for Stein Campbell's anger and resentment, let him worry about surviving the northern province first. Thor's ability to sense murderous intent through the natural elf contract had been invaluable. Initially, Thor had debated how to rescue the elven girl. Now, he didn't need to consider it further, he could even profit from it. In the northern province's chaos during the divine revelation, even counts often perished. Adding one more Campbell to the casualty list seemed perfectly reasonable. Still, Thor would carefully plan his next move. 5 days later, he returned to Tono's territory. In his study, my lord. Rachos greeted Thor respectfully. Thor remained silent, deep in thought. After a moment, Thor spoke. Rachos, 23 miles west of Tono's territory, is a thornvine grove. Harvest its sap, coat the gold coins with it, seal them tightly, and deliver them to Baron Stein Campbell. His instructions were calm but chilling. Rachos froze momentarily, puzzled, understood. Despite his confusion, Rachos obeyed without hesitation. Be sure to seal them well. Do not open them before delivery to Lord Campbell. Pieros will accompany you this time. Just ensure the coins reach Baron Campbell. Thor tapped the table as he issued his orders. Understood. Rachos nodded, suppressing the unease in his heart. He wasn't stupid, he now understood what Thor intended. Even so, Rachos forced himself to remain calm. Dismissed. Thor waved him off. Yes, my lord. Suppressing his racing heart, Rachos left the room and immediately found Pieros to begin preparations. To ensure safety, only the two of them undertook the task. Standing by the window, Thor watched them leave before withdrawing his gaze. Over 2 years, Rachos had proven his loyalty, earning Thor's complete trust. This time was no different. Master. With Rachos gone, Anna entered the room. Anna, can you contact that elf? Thor spoke, looking at Anna with a questioning expression. Yes, I can. I can use the elven magic array to summon other elves. As long as the distance doesn't exceed 1,000 miles, they should be able to sense it. Should I summon them now? Anna's voice carried excitement. Previously, Thor had told her not to make contact for the time being, and she had obediently complied. Now, hearing Thor's words, she couldn't help but feel a bit thrilled. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe in a few days, it'll be fine. Thor nodded with a smile. This development didn't surprise him too much. Before arriving, he had done some intensive studying of the continent's basic knowledge. He had gained some understanding of elves as well. Elves are different from humans. Forest elves are almost always born from the tree of life, while nature elves are born from elemental forces. As for nature elves, let's set them aside for now. Each forest elf is an individual entity, but also part of a collective. They share a profoundly strong connection with one another, capable of performing some astonishing feats. Communication between them is one such ability. Thor had naturally considered this critical point. Or rather, it was precisely because he knew about this key aspect that he dared to proceed with his plans. After all, that elven girl, due to her contract with Anna, exuded an abundance of magical elements. Thor could sense it third tier, perhaps even stronger. With her around, it would be challenging for him to target the Campbell descendant. Things could easily go wrong then. Only if that elven girl was separated from the situation would all the problems cease to matter. Rachos and Pieros quickly completed their operation. The forces departed mightily on the same day. Watching Rachos and the others leave, Thor felt no psychological pressure regarding his decision. When the Eagle Chamber of Commerce initiated action, these fleeing lords would inevitably become adversaries in the future. Their willingness to sell their supplies now, as Thor said, was partly to minimize their losses and partly because they weren't afraid. If Thor and his people couldn't survive the divine revelation, it was a moot point. Even if they did, as long as the divine revelation didn't erupt fully, these lords believed that with Thor's current strength, defending Dresosa would be impossible. They could simply return later to reclaim what was theirs. What's more, Stein Campbell had already shown murderous intent. There was no more to be said. Notify Ryan to return, Thor ordered from within his study. Understood, someone responded promptly from outside the door. Having arranged the matters, Thor began to wait within Tono's territory. 7 days later. Over the next week, reports from all sides gradually flowed in. The Eagle Chamber of Commerce's actions proved highly successful. 37 mines were almost entirely occupied, along with the acquisition of 190,000 slaves, 20,000 more than expected. In addition, several territories and various resources were secured. If the Eagle Chamber of Commerce could absorb all these gains, it would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. This massive acquisition came at a direct cost, an astronomical expenditure of over 20,000 gold coins, equivalent to 2 years of revenue for an average earl. But the expenditure was well worth it. If the resources could be fully utilized, not only would they recoup the costs within 2 months, but significant profits would follow, along with various intangible benefits like territorial expansion. Though some lands would need to be abandoned, others were occupied by lords of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, notably expanding Tono's territory. The newfound wealth brought unending smiles to the pioneers of the Eagle Ridge. Meanwhile, Ratchus had completed the handover with Stein Campbell and returned. It was now time to act. Inside Thor's study. A knock at the door interrupted Thor's thoughts. "Come in," Thor called. "My lord, you summon me." Ryan entered respectfully. Thor raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "You've reached the late stage of Grand Knight," he asked, sensing Ryan's potent energy. "I just broke through," Ryan replied with a sheepish grin. "Excellent," Thor laughed. "Your cultivation speed exceeds my expectations." "The Eagle Ridge is on the verge of welcoming an Earth Knight. This is all thanks to you, my lord," Ryan said earnestly, his gratitude clear. Thor dismissed the praise. "It's your own hard work. Go find Anna and get a life potion to stabilize your energy. We have plans tomorrow." "Understood." "Thank you, my lord," Ryan said, leaving without asking further. Thor's commands were to be obeyed unconditionally. With Ryan now in the late stage of Grand Knight, Thor's confidence soared. Ryan's unique life energy could even contend with an Earth Knight, solidifying their plans. Stein Campbell, a first-stage Earth Knight with another close to mid-stage, 10 Grand Knights, and over 100 official knights truly formidable, Thor muttered, tapping his desk. Having researched Stein Campbell, Thor recognized his foe's might. Ranked among the top 3 lords in the northern province, his power eclipsed some weaker earls. Thor had initially planned to rely on beasts or seek allies among other Dresosa heirs, but with Ryan's breakthrough, those contingencies were unnecessary. The next day, Thor signaled Anna to begin. In the training grounds, a green magic array formed beneath Anna's feet, her crystal pendant levitating as she chanted. A radiant green light spread, and vegetation rapidly grew, even sprouting from the rocky ground. Elsewhere, Stein Campbell led his forces, including the cloaked elf girl, Avila, through a dense forest. 2 days remained until they reached Lauren City. "Be cautious. This forest is teeming with beasts," the knight captain warned. "Avila, your friend in the capital, has been eagerly waiting for you," Stein said softly to the elf girl. "Thank you. You're a good person," Avila replied, her delicate face alight with anticipation. But just then she gasped, "What's this? A summoning? It's Arsha." Her eyes widened in excitement. Before anyone could react, green light enveloped Avila and she shot into the sky, vanishing. "Avila," Stein called, but she was gone. After her, he commanded, spurring chaos in his ranks. As they rushed, green-stain coins spilled from a carriage, intensifying a scent that attracted numerous beasts. "Prepare for battle," the knight captain ordered, drawing his sword. Before long, they were surrounded by a horde of beasts, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 3. Meanwhile, in Tono's territory, Avila, guided by the summoning, arrived to see Anna and her magical array. "Arsha," she exclaimed, descending with joy. Anna introduced herself as Arsha's daughter. The revelation shocked Avila, but seeing Anna's elven features and her natural sprite companion, she finally believed. Back in the forest, Stein Campbell and his forces fought desperately. Unbeknownst to them, their journey marked the end of their ambitions. As Avila was summoned away, Thor, accompanied by Ryan and over 20 official knights, had already reached the outskirts of Stein's location. Given the strength of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, tracking this individual's movements was a straightforward task. Boom, rumble. Just as Thor and his group arrived, distant loud noises reached them, accompanied by beastly roars and furious shouts. Even separated by quite a distance, the overwhelming vitality and energy emanating from afar were palpable. "Impressive, truly terrifying," Thor remarked, his tone tinged with amazement. Judging by the scale, there must be over 1,000 magical beasts involved, yet he's still holding on. Even Thor had to admit he was in awe of Stein's abilities. A magical beast riot of this magnitude would have already overwhelmed most frontier or baronial lords. Yet the chaos continued unabated in the distance unbelievable. However, Thor's awe was fleeting. The longer this lasted, the more magical beasts would gather. Bloodshed would only heighten their frenzy. Holding the line now didn't he guarantee it could be held later, and indeed, this was the case. Rustle, rustle. From the distant forest came another wave of intense noise. Thor frowned and instinctively raised his hand, signaling his group to retreat quickly. Soon after, beasts emerged from the undergrowth, their bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent as they glared into the distance. Roar. A massive beast let out a deafening roar, and the others followed suit, charging toward the chaos in the distance. Amid the forest, a brutal battle had been raging for some time. The knights accompanying Stein had suffered heavy casualties. The trainee knights were long gone, and even the official knights had lost a third of their numbers. The survivors were gasping for breath, their exhaustion evident, but that wasn't the worst of it. The surrounding area was teeming with magical beasts, their bloodshot eyes fixed on them like predators closing in on prey. Boom! In another fierce clash, a figure staggered backward, his face pale. Opposite him stood two massive gray wolves, each the size of a boar. These were third-tier magical beasts, hurricane wolves. Facing one was manageable, but against two, even he struggled. This dire situation extended to the others. Stein himself was locked in a fierce battle against a third-tier flame tiger, a beast cloaked in flames with strength among the top of its tier. Stein was being entirely suppressed. A massive gash marred his left chest, and only his golden armor had saved him from a fatal blow. But even so, the inscriptions on the armor were dimming, indicating it wouldn't hold much longer. "Master, we can hold on much longer," came a low, urgent voice. This was Stein's guardian knight, Adelbek Riviel, who couldn't help but speak up. After more than an hour of relentless combat, even as an Earth Knight, Adelbek was nearing his limit. If he was struggling, the others were undoubtedly worse off. Once anyone faltered, it would spell disaster for everyone. Damn it, why are there so many magical beasts? Stein's face darkened. This was supposed to be a routine retreat, but it had turned into a nightmare. His frustration and anger were palpable, but neither offered any solace. As Adelbek had pointed out, continuing like this would mean annihilation. Stein took a deep breath, countless thoughts racing through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. He had to survive no matter what. As one of the most outstanding descendants of the Campbell family, he couldn't accept dying in such a disgraceful manner. "Stir, you stay behind and hold them off. Adelbek, we ray leaving." Stein's voice was cold and resolute. He had made his choice, to abandon most of his forces. Even though it pained him to leave behind both manpower and wealth, survival took precedence. "Yes, sir." A burly knight named Stirside stepped forward and waved for the remaining knights to charge. As he moved, a bloody aura emanated from his body. Stir had activated a secret technique, unleashing his life force in one final burst of power. Others followed suit, their bodies glowing with similar red energy. This was the strength of noble lineage. Even in death, there were those willing to sacrifice themselves. Boom! A crimson radiance shot skyward as the knights collided with the magical beasts, temporarily holding them at bay. "Let's go." Adelbek, now also radiating a red glow, unleashed his power, slaying two hurricane wolves before grabbing Stein and retreating at full speed. The duo moved like meteors, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake as they barreled through the forest. However, as they broke through the beast horde, tragedy unfolded behind them. Knights fell one by one, their screams and curses lost in the chaos. Even the stalwart Stir was eventually overwhelmed, his flaming figure consumed by magical beasts. Stein and Adelbek had barely gotten far when the forest ahead rustled ominously. "Who's there?" Adelbek demanded, his grip tightening on his knight's sword as figures emerged from the shadows. But as the figures drew closer, Stein's expression darkened. Each of the knights wore black iron armor, their faces hidden behind matching masks. Thor's cold voice broke the silence. "Ryan, take care of the injured one. Can you handle it? Leave it to me." Ryan replied confidently. "Good, let's finish this," Thor commanded. Thor and Ryan charged simultaneously, aiming to eliminate their targets swiftly. Despite Stein's resistance and his earlier fury at being attacked by a mere Grand Knight, Thor's overwhelming strength, augmented by his elemental abilities, crushed him. As Thor delivered a final, icy blow, Stein's life force surged unexpectedly, erupting into a powerful wave of vitality. A ripple spread through the air, and an intense burst of life energy erupted as a blue light emanated from Stein's body. The pendant hanging around his neck floated upward. With a deafening boom, Thor's lance, charged with immense power capable of piercing towering trees, struck with full force only to be stopped abruptly. Stein's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the distance. Thor raised an eyebrow slightly, muttering to himself as expected. He wasn't surprised. The Campbell family, the kingdom's strongest marquis family, had always been formidable. Stein, as one of its more outstanding descendants, surely had his tricks. Even Thor himself had received protective measures from his father before this return journey. The Campbell family, with centuries of development, was no exception. Cough, cough, who are you? Stein, shrouded in a faint blue glow, was rapidly healing his injuries with surging life energy. His face was grim, his gaze fixed on Thor, his expression a mix of fury and disbelief. Who would dare to attack him in the northern province? He was a member of the Campbell family, his father the current Marquis Campbell. Even the Marquis Raymond wouldn't he dare to cross him, yet someone had. Thor didn't he answer Stein's enraged, bewildered question. Instead, icy elemental energy spread around him as the wind element gathered from beneath his steed, Nia. The chilling aura combined with a violent gust of wind as Thor's killing intent spread rapidly. Boom. Thor tugged on the reins and Nia charged forward again with breathtaking speed. The third-tier unicorn was faster than most Earth Knights. Despite Stein's quick recovery, this speed caught him off guard. Third tier, how is this possible? Stein's pupils constricted as he finally grasped the situation, his shock deepening. Before he could process this revelation, boom, buzz. Thor's massive knight's lance descended once again. The pendant flared with terrifying life energy, but the force of the strike overwhelmed Stein. His body was sent flying once more, though this time he managed to stabilize himself midair. However, the light from his pendant had dimmed considerably, and visible cracks spread across its surface. Damn it! Stein's expression darkened further as he glanced toward the distance and his eyes widened in shock. His guardian knight Adelbek Rivil was also being suppressed. Another being with abnormal life energy, clearly only a grand knight in aura, had managed to overpower the Earth Knight Adelbek. Stein was stunned. When had these beings with abnormal life energy become so numerous? And both were grand knights. It was unthinkable. A thought flashed through his mind. The Heretic Church. Are you from the Heretic Church? Damn it. How dare you? This is the Northern Province. The royal army is stationed here. You courting deaths. Stein roared in disbelief, his voice trembling with anger and fear. As a Campbell descendant, he was well aware of the Heretic Church's power. Even the Tulip Kingdom could only suppress them, not eradicate them. If these attackers were from the Heretic Church, he was in deep trouble. Thor, hearing Stein's accusations, paused, his expression under the mask turning peculiar. Well, he's even found a scapegoat for me. How convenient. Thor almost considered letting Stein go if he were merely robbing him. However, he wasn't here for wealth, he was here for blood. A Campbell descendant harboring murderous intent was a future threat best dealt with now. Thor moved again, releasing his full power. The icy life energy around him surged, and faint projections of ice spirits materialized. Frost rapidly spread across the battlefield, amplifying the chilling aura. Feeling the lethal intent, Stein panicked. No longer concerned with identifying his attackers, he summoned his life energy, raising his sword in a desperate defense. Boom. Knight's lance and sword collided, unleashing a torrent of energy. Stein's life energy, while greater than Thor's, couldn't he match the combination of Thor's ice element, Nia's wind element, and the charging momentum. A crisp crack echoed as the dim blue glow of the pendant shattered, its light extinguished. Desperation flashed across Stein's face as he reached for his chest, but Thor gave him no chance. Boom. Thor's ice-infused energy overwhelmed Stein's defenses, the frosty aura encasing his body in an unrelenting freeze. His golden armor's runes flared in resistance but faltered under the assault. Swoosh. A sharp chill grazed Stein's neck and his frantic eyes dimmed. His body collapsed, encased in a thick layer of ice, transforming him into a lifeless statue. Thor exhaled deeply, muttering, "These noble scions are tough to kill. A regular Earth Knight would be died several times over." Thor marveled at the layers of defenses Stein possessed, first the pendant, then the golden armor, and likely more had Thor not acted swiftly. His ice spirit's power proved decisive. As the icy aura faded, Thor approached the frozen Stein and searched the body. From Stein, he retrieved 12 gold cards, 15 silver cards, and a mysterious potion. The loot was staggering. 12 gold cards equaled 120,000 gold coins, while the silver cards added 1,500 more. The Campbell family's wealth was mind-boggling, and this was only Stein's personal fortune. Thor's knights quickly erased traces of the battle, scattering monster carcasses and spreading thorn sap to ensure the scene attracted beasts to destroy the evidence. As the forest filled with the roars of approaching beasts, Thor departed with his men. By the time the creatures devoured the remains, no one would uncover the truth. Under the setting sun, Thor smiled faintly. Tomorrow would bring a new day for the northern province. As the morning sunlight cascaded down, Thor and his party returned to Tono territory. At that moment, Thor finally got a clear look at the elven girl. Her delicate features and exquisitely beautiful face, surrounded by a gentle aura of life, left Thor somewhat entranced. She was different from Anna. The aura of this forest spirit was incredibly soothing and naturally captivating, drawing people's gaze without them realizing it. "Master." Seeing Thor's return, Anna smiled warmly and rushed up to greet him. "So Anna has even signed a contract with you." Avila also floated over with curiosity, circling Thor midair. In a single day, she had learned quite a bit about Anna, and the person she had heard the most about from Anna was this human Thor. Naturally, this made Avila extremely curious. "Hello, I am Thor Dresosa. It is a pleasure to meet you, beautiful elven lady." Thor greeted Avila with a polite noble bow and a smile. "Hello, I am honored as well. I am Avila." Avila, though a bit flustered, quickly introduced herself. "Avila, what a lovely name." Thor complimented her with a smile. "Thank you for the praise, Sir Thor," Avila responded, but then grew hesitant. After a moment's internal struggle, she shyly spoke up, "Sir Thor, may I stay in your territory for a while?" After asking, Avila glanced at Thor cautiously. As an elf who had fled from the forest of nature, she didn't want to return now, lest she face punishment from the elf queen. Besides, she genuinely liked Anna and wanted to stay close to her. Of course, Thor was a bit surprised but quickly nodded with a smile. He had been considering ways to persuade this elven girl to stay, so her willingness was a welcome relief that saved him considerable trouble. "Thank you so much." "As a token of appreciation, I am willing to work for you," Avila said sincerely. After hearing Anna's stories, she had already developed a favorable impression of Thor, viewing him as different from most humans, perhaps even better than the one who had once sought out Arsha for her. "Thank you." Thor's eyes lit up, and he nodded with a smile. After chatting for a while, Avila began to explore her surroundings curiously, while Thor pulled out a vial from his pocket, as if suddenly remembering something. "Oh, Anna, do you recognize this?" Thor asked, holding the vial up to Anna. "Let me take a look, master." Anna took the vial with interest, carefully examining it and even removing the cork to sniff it. After a moment, her eyes lit up. "Master, this seems like a berserk potion." "Hold on, let me check its grade," she said excitedly, resuming her examination. "A berserk potion?" Thor's eyes widened. He was familiar with berserk potions, which, like life potions, belonged to the category of magical potions. However, while life potions enhanced life force, berserk potions unleashed it explosively. Typically, a low-grade berserk potion could empower an ordinary knight with the life force and stamina of a high knight. A mid-grade berserk potion could grant a high knight the temporary strength of a grand knight. A high-grade berserk potion could even allow a grand knight to wield life force just below that of a sky knight. Although berserk potions had considerable side effects and could even be physically destructive, their effectiveness made them twice as costly as life potions of the same grade. In the northern provinces, the price disparity was even greater. In standard markets, a low-grade life potion sold for 100 gold coins, while a low-grade berserk potion fetched 200. In the northern provinces, however, low-grade life potions ranged from 2 to 300 gold coins, while low-grade berserk potions exceeded 1,000 gold coins. Mid- and high-grade berserk potions were even more expensive, with high-grade ones sometimes fetching over 50,000 gold coins. Lost in thought, Thor's attention was drawn back when Anna completed her inspection. "Master, this should be a high-grade one," Anna announced joyfully. "A high-grade one," Thor's breath quickened. Owning a high-grade berserk potion was not just a matter of its 50,000 gold value, it was a life-saving asset. A high-grade berserk potion could temporarily amplify a knight's life force, potentially enabling a grand knight to resist even a sky knight for a short time. Even sky knights found value in them, making them incredibly precious. "Haha, it seems my luck really is good this time." Thor laughed out loud with excitement. "Master, I can also brew berserk potions," Anna said cheerfully, noting Thor's delight, "though currently I can only manage low-grade ones." "You can make them too?" Thor looked at Anna in surprise. "Yes, I learned it a long time ago. However, the primary ingredient, the leaves of the bloodthirsty flower, is quite rare. With enough supply I could brew them, and maybe after some training the others could as well, though it is more challenging than life potions," Anna explained. "Bloodthirsty flower leaves?" Thor asked, puzzled by the mention of this unusual plant. "Yes, the bloodthirsty flower is a unique plant that only grows in areas with significant death. The higher its magical grade, the higher the grade of berserk potion it can produce," Anna explained. "I see." Thor nodded thoughtfully, suppressing his excitement. While the potential profit from berserk potions was tempting, if the bloodthirsty flower was as rare as Anna suggested, it was not worth the risk of venturing into such deadly areas to harvest it. "Oh, and Anna, please look after Avila," Thor added as he turned back to Anna. "Make sure her elven features remain concealed. You know how unsafe human society can be." "Yes, master," Anna nodded seriously. She had already discussed this with Avila, aware of the danger of attracting too much attention. "All right, take a break. We'll probably return to the territory in a couple of days," Thor said, dismissing her with a wave. "Yes, master," Anna replied before leaving. Thor then went to his study, where he had many matters to address. As the head of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, he was responsible for various expansion plans and other pressing business. That evening, after addressing his recent affairs and giving out instructions, Thor sat at his desk, his thoughts racing. As the scope of his territory expanded, he'd grown accustomed to reviewing the day's events for any overlooked details, enhancing his focus and organizational skills. This approach allowed him to handle each situation more effectively, increasing his success rate. At this point, he was sure of his planning. Nothing short of turning back time could disrupt his preparations, something even the Campbell Marquis family or the royal house of Tulip couldn't achieve. Thor was confident that there were no mistakes. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. What if he eliminated all the powerful lords? Instead of waiting for these influential pioneers to eventually threaten the Eagle Ridge, he could strike now, one by one, easily overpowering them with his current strength. If he could pull this off, he'd not only regain the resources they owed him, but might even amass an immense fortune. Just a fraction of the wealth some like Stein Campbell possessed amounted to over 170,000 gold coins. If each of these lords had 5,000 coins, he could amass a massive fortune. However, as he grew excited by the prospect, Thor suddenly shook himself back to reality, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It was too reckless. Even if he conducted everything in secrecy, the impact of such widespread death could draw suspicion. In a world of extraordinary powers, rumors alone could lead to fatal consequences. Thor took a deep breath and shook his head. Recently, things had been so smooth that he'd grown overconfident, daring to entertain thoughts as extreme as swallowing up all the powerful pioneering lords. Such ideas were sheer madness. Inside the study, after a long time, Thor let out a deep breath, slowly expelling all thoughts from his mind. He wore a wry smile on his face, realizing that despite being a transmigrator, he too had started becoming arrogant due to his recent streak of success. Had he not regained his senses just in time, he might have indeed acted impulsively. If he had done so, it would have brought about serious trouble. Even with his daily information system, it wouldn't necessarily ensure his safety. The information system could predict threats up to 3 months in advance, but in the face of absolute power, a few months of foresight wouldn't mean much. Moreover, even if he had a means of escape, what about the entire Dresosa family? If he managed to flee, the entire Dresosa family might well be plunged into the abyss. This was not something Thor was willing to see. It had been almost 2 years since he'd been transported to this world. His father, Count Angel, and the other family members had always treated him well. If the entire family were to perish because of him, he'd never be able to forgive himself. He shook his head with a faint, wry smile. However, just as he was smiling ruefully, there was a gentle knock at the study door. "Come in." Thor took a deep breath, collected his thoughts, and then responded in a steady tone. The door creaked open and a figure walked in. "Brother." Thor's expression froze for a moment as he saw the figure of Tono standing there. "Ha ha ha." Surprised, Thor, I rushed back as quickly as I could. You probably didn't know I brought back some good news this time. To get here faster, I nearly exhausted my beloved horse, poor Nivel. It's now collapsed in the stable and might not recover for months. Tono entered with excitement and an air of exhilaration. Good news? Thor raised an eyebrow, looking a bit surprised. His attention was piqued. He knew that Tono wasn't supposed to arrive until tomorrow. The fact that he was back early caught Thor off guard and made him wonder what was going on. In yesterday's information report, there hadn't been any particularly noteworthy news. Guess what, Thor? 70 miles west of our territory, we found a nest of boar beasts, over 10 of them, including a second-tier boar beast. Thor, let's go right away. I can hardly wait. Tono's eyes sparkled with excitement. Originally, he had planned to rest today and return tomorrow, but the discovery of the boar beasts had him energized. Boar beasts, being magical creatures, were valuable. Even a peak first-tier boar beast was worth over 100 gold coins, while a peak second-tier one could fetch around 200. That pack of boar beasts, based on his initial estimate, consisted of more than 20, including 2 second-tier ones. Combined, they were worth nearly 3,000 gold coins. Even for him, it was an extremely lucrative gain. He had hurried back partly to mobilize more knights and also to bring Thor along. Splitting 3,000 gold coins between them meant each would get around 1,500 coins. Listening to Tono's words and seeing his eager expression, Thor's mouth twitched slightly. He almost thought something major had happened. While he was aware of the boar beasts, he was no longer as interested. 3,000 gold coins was a considerable sum, but it paled in comparison to his recent profit from Stein Campbell. After resolving matters with Stein Campbell, he had reaped over 170,000 gold coins, making this mere 3,000 seem insignificant. Brother, go ahead. This territory is yours, and so are those beasts. I want to be joining you. Thor pondered for a moment before shaking his head and declining. Yes, go. Wait, what did you just say? Tono instinctively agreed, but then paused in astonishment, wondering if he'd heard wrong. Brother, I said I want to be going this time. That area belongs to you. Thor reiterated firmly. Hey Thor, what are you talking about? That area isn't mine. It's outside my territory. Come on, let's go together. Tono pressed him. Brother, there's no need. I am planning to return to my own land tomorrow. Thor shook his head, smiling. This time, Tono could tell Thor was serious. He left the room feeling somewhat bewildered, unsure how Thor had managed to usher him out so swiftly. In the study, after Tono left, a smile appeared on Thor's face. Times had changed. Now he could so easily dismiss the thought of 1,500 gold coins. It was remarkable, even to himself. However, he only mused for a moment before refocusing. It wasn't that he was completely indifferent to gold, but since Tono had discovered the boar beasts, he was content to let him have them. Extra gold would only help Tono develop faster. In the northern province, Thor wasn't aiming to develop alone. He wanted the entire family to flourish. The family's progress would naturally benefit him as well. He was doing so well in the northern province precisely because of his family's backing. Outside the study, though somewhat dazed, Tono quickly got moving. Soon, a group of over 100 knights set out for the boar beast's lair. As time passed, the next morning, when the first rays of dawn filtered through, Thor had just awoken when he was informed of Ratchos's return. He skipped breakfast and immediately met with Ratchos. How did it go? Thor looked at Ratchos with a hint of tension. Now that more than half a month had passed, the entire northern province had seen most of its lords complete their withdrawal. This was the moment to see if the operation had been successful. Thor cared deeply about the results. Though he had already profited by 170,000 gold coins, establishing the Eagle Chamber of Commerce could yield even more, possibly 1.7 million gold coins. Given such potential, it was crucial to pay attention. My lord, we've acquired 12 large iron mines, 7 large copper mines, 1 silver mine, and 17 nephrite deposits, 37 mines in total. So far, we've purchased over 42 mines. Ratchos's voice was filled with excitement as he reported the results of the past few weeks. 42? Thor looked stunned, clearly surprised. Yes, 42. Previously, we counted only 37, but the Spence family had another large iron mine, and the Watt family also had an iron mine. In addition, 2 other families we hadn't detected also withdrew. So in the end, we secured 42 mines, including 15 large iron mines, 7 large copper mines, 1 silver mine, and 19 nephrite deposits. We've also acquired 210,000 slaves. As Ratchos spoke, his face was flushed with excitement. The gains this time had far exceeded his expectations. The potential from this windfall was enormous, even though his own share was a mere 4%, which still represented an intimidating sum. Good, ha, this is truly thrilling. Excellent. Listening to Ratchos, Thor couldn't help but stand up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He paced the room, unable to contain his joy. Ratchos, how should we handle these additional territories? After a moment, Thor's enthusiasm waned slightly, and he turned back to Ratchos with a serious expression. The additional 5 mines posed a problem. Even the Eagle Chamber of Commerce was struggling with the 37 they already had, so managing 5 more would be even tougher. They couldn't manage them, the extra mines wouldn't mean much. This was a crucial issue. My lord, we ray indeed short-handed, but while we lack resources, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce does not. Now that the beast incursions have ended, the cost to hire senior knights has returned to the standard rate 1,000 gold coins per year, which is quite affordable. Ratchos replied with a smile. Hearing this, Thor was briefly taken aback. Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, he repeated, and his eyes lit up. He initially dismissed the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce as competition for the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, and so avoided any engagement with them. But he overlooked the fact that the 2 trade associations were only theoretical competitors. In reality, they were not. Habsburg primarily dealt in slave trading, catering to new pioneer lords. New lords needed slaves and supplies, both provided by Habsburg. They only dealt with the older lords through auctions every few months. Furthermore, Habsburg had no caravans or deeper trade connections. Thus, they were fundamentally different from the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Habsburg had shown no interest in North Province affairs. Under these conditions, hiring senior knights from Habsburg was feasible. Thinking of this, Thor's expression grew slightly peculiar. To him, this approach seemed somewhat excessive. Unaware of Thor's thoughts, Ratchos continued, Yes, my lord, Habsburg has enough senior knights. We only need to hire 10 for 1 year, costing a mere 10,000 gold coins. After a year, our lord's strength should be enhanced enough to make outside help unnecessary, and 10,000 gold coins are trivial compared to our output. 42 mines should yield at least 300,000 gold annually, if not more. Ratchos laid out his plan, clearly having thought it through carefully, with a clear vision for the future. Thor nodded. Yes, you ray right. Handle this matter as you see fit. As for the gold coins, here are 20,000 of them. You can take this amount initially for payment, and if more is required, additional funds can be provided as necessary. Thor took a deep breath, then nodded. As he spoke, he reached out with his right hand to pull out 2 gold cards. These were, of course, 2 of the gold cards contributed by Stein Campbell. Now was the perfect time to use them. Naturally, this expense needed to be recorded, and when the Eagle Chamber of Commerce expanded, these funds would have to be repaid. Understood. At the sight of the 2 gold cards, Ratchos's eyes lit up, and he immediately responded eagerly. He hadn't expected Thor to produce yet another 20,000 gold coins. Quite a significant amount of gold had been spent already. Go on then, do it as you see fit, and while you're at it, make sure to register as a pioneer knight in Lauren City. Thor nodded then, as if remembering something, added this final instruction. This single statement caused Ratchos's breathing to grow heavier with excitement. Unlike Ryan, Pieros, or Steve, Ratchos held a more affiliate-like role. Though he addressed Thor as my lord, their relationship was not strictly hierarchical. In theory, Ratchos was also qualified to become a pioneering knight, and Thor was quite satisfied with him. Ratchos had largely built the Eagle Chamber of Commerce single-handedly, and during Thor's absence, he continued to work diligently. Despite having an opportunity to make a personal request such as to become a pioneering lord, Ratchos had refrained from asking. Thor believed this discretion indicated that Ratchos truly desired the role. After all, it was a prime pathway to gaining a title. Thus, after some deliberation, Thor decided to give Ratchos an opportunity to obtain a noble title. Unlike ancient China, where power consolidation required avoiding certain gestures of generosity, the feudal era offered a simpler means of securing loyalty by elevating subordinates to nobility. Thor was willing to grant this favor, for even if Ratchos became a pioneering lord, the essence of control over the Eagle Chamber of Commerce would remain unchanged in Thor's hands. Lord, Ratchos was visibly moved, his voice trembling as he absorbed Thor's words. Though he had a chance to seek advancement before, he held back out of respect for all Thor had given him. Unexpectedly, Thor offered it to him unprompted. Do your best, Ratchos. I look forward to the day you become a baron. Yes, my lord, Ratchos answered, his voice louder and steadier with conviction. After saluting respectfully, he left with a renewed sense of excitement. Once alone, Thor drifted into contemplation, strategizing the next steps, until Pieros entered to inform him that preparations were complete. After tidying up with Anna's help, they began their journey back eastward. Before departing, Thor sent a letter to Tono, informing him of his departure. 7 days later, Thor and his entourage returned to Eagle Ridge. Unlike his departure, the fields now showed signs of harvest, with golden wheat stalks fully reaped. Slaves worked in the fields, tilling the soil for the next planting season, smiles evident on everyone's faces. Even the slaves here enjoyed an unimaginable quality of life compared to elsewhere. The commoners, too, had a sense of hope and excitement. In Eagle Ridge, slaves had a chance to become freemen, and freemen could dream of seeing their offspring become knights. Opportunities like these brought everyone hope. When Thor and his group walked through the town, they were greeted with reverence from knights, freemen, and slaves alike. Avila, following Thor, observed the heartfelt respect of the townspeople and felt a growing curiosity about Thor, studying him intently as they returned to the castle. Anna arranged accommodations for Avila, while Thor returned to his study and summoned the town's officials to discuss the latest developments. Nearly a month had passed since his last review, and much had changed. Eagle Ridge had expanded by integrating the lands of Baron Grattan, Baron Valmy, and Baron Sacha, nearly doubling in size and population, with now close to 50,000 residents across 6 towns. Although these new baronies had only been initially brought under control, Thor was not in a rush. His focus remained on broader, long-term planning, particularly the land-clearing project spearheaded by Hewitt. Hewitt, how is the situation progressing? Hewitt, now tanned from fieldwork and still smelling faintly of earth, reported with enthusiasm, My lord, we should be able to complete everything in 4 months. The Eagle River has already been extended by a third. Well done, but 4 months is too long. Thor pondered for a moment. I'll assign an additional 5,000 slaves, 3,000 goblin slaves, and have Pieros dispatch 30 knights and 50 apprentice knights. Can you complete it in 3 months? Hewitt's eyes lit up with excitement at the extra resources. With that, my lord, I guarantee we'll finish in 2 months. Good. If you succeed within 2 months, I'll award you 500 merit points. Thank you, my lord. Hewitt was thrilled. 500 points were substantial, enough to allow him to enroll his child in the fledgling Knights Order, a rare opportunity that greatly motivated him. With that, Thor instructed the officials to manage the new territories carefully, reporting any major developments promptly. The meeting ended, and Thor spent the rest of the day handling the territory's administrative paperwork, finishing only when night fell. Exhaling deeply, Thor realized he would need a steward. The recent expansion had dramatically increased administrative tasks, which were still overwhelming despite being distributed among over a dozen officials. Not to mention, there were still matters related to the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. If things continued this way, he would never leave his study. How to find a suitable steward or perhaps a chief administrative officer, Thor mused. Such talent was rare and highly sought after by all nobility, so even the Habs Chamber of Commerce likely didn't have anyone available. He briefly considered asking his father, but quickly dismissed the idea, as the back-and-forth communication would take at least 3 months. Drumming his fingers rhythmically on the table, Thor's thoughts turned to those individuals his father had assigned to him. Perhaps among them he could find someone suitable. He summoned a maid named Sophia and instructed, "Sophia, please inform Kiewit, Munkin, and Joseph to come to the castle tomorrow. For Kiewit, have Raymond take his place temporarily." Kiewit, Munkin, Joseph, and Raymond were the four individuals Thor was most satisfied with. Since Kiewit was currently managing the Eagle River project, Thor decided to consider Munkin, Joseph, and Raymond first, as each was currently overseeing a new frontier territory. On the third day, the three arrived, each curious about Thor's summons. Their management had stabilized the new baronies over the past month, thanks to Thor's strategic appointments. Once they arrived in the study, Thor set down his pen and looked up. IV decided to appoint a chief administrative officer for Eagle Ridge. "I believe all three of you are strong candidates and would like to offer this opportunity to one of you." The three officials were initially stunned, then began to breathe heavily in excitement. "By the way, the chief administrative officer's position offers 30 merit points per month," Thor added. The weight of Thor's words sunk in the merit point system in Eagle Ridge had already proven invaluable. Generally, accumulating 50 points allowed a freeman's child to join the Knight's Order's preparatory class. Earning 5 points monthly would take them nearly a year to gain entry for their children, assuming no deductions. But with 30 points, their children could qualify in just 2 months. In the study, the breaths of the three individuals were all slightly heavy, their gazes focused on Thor. It was, after all, 30 merit points, a potential 400 merit points a year. In other words, within just a year, they could ensure that 7 descendants from their family entered the fledgling Eagle Knight Order, or even secure better environments and resources for their family's training. Such a prospect was enough to stir excitement, even at the mere thought of it. Yet, despite their excitement, the three restrained themselves, awaiting Thor's next words. "The chief administrator, responsible for handling all affairs within Eagle Ridge, is empowered to make decisions on non-critical matters independently and will be rotated every 3 years. As for the selection process, since each of you is currently managing the affairs of a separate territory, we base the choice on the performance of these territories. You'll have a month. After 1 month, whoever governs their territory most effectively and integrates best with Eagle Ridge will be the first chief administrator." Seeing the expressions of excitement, Thor's voice rose once again. Hearing this, the three of them inhaled sharply. 3 years, it was actually 3 years. That's nearly 360 merit points a year, adding up to over 1,000 points in 3 years. This was an immensely substantial reward. And then there was the value of the chief administrator position itself. 1,000 merit points wouldn't even begin to cover it. Eagle Ridge was bound for growth, and to hold the role of chief administrator meant their status and influence would rise correspondingly. "Yes, my lord, we shall not disappoint you." The three responded respectfully, their faces tinged with a deeper blush of excitement. "Go then, I hope you won't let me down." Thor waved them away. The three suppressed their excitement as they slowly withdrew. Once they had left, Thor refocused his attention on the desk. He contemplated briefly, moved aside the documents in his hand, retrieved a blank sheet, and picked up a quill, considering his next moves carefully. Having made a decision, he now needed to refine it. The role of chief administrator was destined to become the most crucial position in Eagle Ridge for quite some time. Thor had to carefully think through the scope of their powers and duties, and plan for the future as well. It would undoubtedly be a formidable task, but fortunately, with millennia of prior experience in political systems, Thor found it manageable to iron out the details, although he still needed time for screening. Time moved forward slowly. In the days that followed, Thor continued to handle administrative tasks while refining the role of the chief administrator. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Joseph, Munkin, and Raymond focused all their efforts on governing the 3 new territories. Thanks to their diligence, the results were promising. The territories quickly shed their initial unfamiliarity. In particular, the area governed by Joseph had become indistinguishable from Eagle Town and fierce Eagle Town after only 20 days. The people there, whether serfs or freemen, now had smiles on their faces. Even Raymond and Munkin's territories showed significant improvements. It was only a matter of time before these places became integrated into Eagle Ridge. Still, it seemed clear that Joseph would likely be the one to emerge victorious. Thor was satisfied with this outcome. He hadn't misjudged the 3 of them, as each showed exceptional administrative ability. Even if Raymond and Munkin didn't become the chief administrator this time, they'd likely have a chance in the future. Their understanding of his policies and their contributions to refining them were commendable. Thor had knowledge, experiences, and memories from another world, but there were inevitable gaps. Many things were only rough concepts. The merit system, the infrastructure of the territories, these aspects were rather basic and had their own flaws. In the early stages, these issues were not very apparent, but if left unchecked, the results could be unpredictable. Thor had long been concerned about this. Now, this arrangement seemed ideal. All three had the potential to refine and enhance these aspects. When one of them eventually became the chief administrator, they'd be able to address these areas more fully. Even if they couldn't solve every problem, they could handle most of them. Thor was naturally pleased with this. In the study, knock, knock, Thor tapped the desk lightly, his gaze falling on a dense draft, the culmination of 20 days of work detailing the responsibilities and duties of the chief administrator. Under his arrangement, the chief administrator held authority over all matters within Eagle Ridge, except for the Night Order and the merit system, with decision-making power only second to Thor himself. They'd be in charge of Eagle Ridge's development and planning. The chief administrator role would rotate every 3 years, with the possibility of reappointment, though reappointment would be capped at 3 terms or a total of 9 years. After 9 years, a new chief administrator would be chosen, selected based on who accrued the most merit points beyond the base required, with the chief administrator's monthly base merit being set at 30 points. At the end of a term, if the chief administrator's governance improved Eagle Ridge's development, they would receive a merit bonus. If performance lagged, merit points would be deducted. This position was akin to a prime minister in the old world, though with somewhat reduced authority. For instance, they couldn't interfere with the Night Order or the merit system. These areas remained under Thor's jurisdiction. After all, this was an era with supernatural power, and Thor had no intention of implementing a modern governance system. That would be impractical and would only create problems for himself. Even so, the role of chief administrator remained extremely appealing. Once word of this draft spread, all the officials within Eagle Ridge would likely be in awe. Becoming a chief administrator would elevate the status of one's entire family. Serving for even 3 consecutive years could potentially raise a family's status to heights they hadn't dared imagine. I'll still need to polish up some details. We'll make it official after the first term ends. With a quiet murmur, Thor stopped tapping the desk and placed the draft back into the drawer. For now, it was just a draft. It still needed further refinement before it could be publicly announced. Just as Thor tucked the document away, the door was knocked upon. "Come in." Thor called out, looking over. "My lord." Christine spoke respectfully. "How's the situation?" Thor asked, glancing at the young woman before him. "My lord, the production of low-grade life potions has reached 1 vial per day. In another month, it should stabilize at 2 vials per day." Christine reported with due respect. 1 vial a day, not bad. Thor nodded approvingly. He was quite pleased with the progress, as production had increased from 1 vial every 2 days to daily in just a month. At the prices in Northern Province, this translated to 200-300 gold coins daily. From the life potions alone, his monthly income exceeded 6,000 gold coins. This revenue already outstripped that of most lords in Northern Province. But Christine's follow-up brought a hint of curiosity to Thor's expression. "My lord." Christine, relieved to see Thor's satisfaction, suddenly looked slightly embarrassed. "What's wrong?" Thor asked, surprised as he looked at Christine. "My lord, my friend declined to come to Northern Province, but she wanted me to thank you for the invitation." Christine replied a bit awkwardly. Previously, she confidently assured him of her friend's arrival, only to face rejection, which left her slightly embarrassed. "Haha, that's all right, Christine, there's no need to worry, everyone has their own choices." Thor paused before recalling the situation. A month prior, Christine had mentioned having a friend, a highly skilled alchemist whom she intended to invite, but it seemed the invitation was turned down. Thor didn't mind, as he already had Christine and 2 other alchemists, plus a new addition, a young elf. Each elf was a natural-born mage, and mages were inherently skilled alchemists. In fact, life potions were originally a creation of the elven forests. As a peak-tier level 3 mage, Elf Avila's combat prowess might be limited, but her alchemy skills were undoubtedly reliable. He had no shortage of alchemists. The refusal was more of a loss for the friend than for him. Thor could provide unmatched conditions to an alchemist. With a steady supply of resources and the guidance of a mage mentor, even top-tier nobles couldn't afford such opportunities for their alchemists. "Thank you, my lord." Christine, relieved by Thor's generous response, quickly expressed her gratitude. "No need to thank me. This really isn't a big deal. On another note, how's your meditation coming along?" Thor asked, thoughtful. "Pretty well, I've already sensed my mental C." Hearing his inquiry, Christine beamed, slightly thrilled. She hadn't expected her magical aptitude to be so promising. Within 2 months, she had already sensed her mental C. At her current pace, she'd soon be able to open her mental C and become a proper mage. Excellent. Keep training hard. Meanwhile, put extra effort into the production of low-grade life potions. The success rate is still too low." Thor instructed. "Yes, my lord." Christine bowed respectfully before taking her leave. After checking on the potion progress, Thor resumed handling administrative matters. The next 10 days flew by. As expected, no surprises occurred, and Joseph became the first chief administrator of the Eagle Ridge. Under his governance, the Valmy barony transformed entirely in less than 2 months, now indistinguishable from Eagle Town and Fierce Eagle Town. At the same time, the arable land within the Valmy barony expanded from just over 3,000 acres to 5,000 acres. The population of the Valmy barony exceeded 13,000 people, with slaves originally comprising 99% of the populace and fewer than 500 freemen. However, after 2 months of governance, even strictly following Thor's merit-based system, the number of freemen in the Valmy barony rose to over 2,000, with a significant improvement in their standard of living. In comparison, both Grattan barony and Sacha territory lagged considerably behind. At the heart of Eagle Town, Thor handed Joseph the insignia symbolizing his position as chief administrator, officially announcing him as the first to hold the role. Thor also briefly outlined the responsibilities and obligations of the chief administrator. Once this news was announced, all the administrators were thrilled. Some even started breathing a little heavier. 3 years. An administrator murmured to himself, clearly already looking forward to the next election in 3 years. Soon, other administrators caught on to this thought, and they too began to anticipate it. This was exactly what Thor had hoped for. On one hand, he wanted to give these administrators more hope, and on the other, he wanted to put pressure on the chief administrator. Only with enough hope and pressure could these administrators perform at their best. In Thor's vision, his territory would not be like that of other noble lords left to stagnate, but would instead be developed to its fullest potential. Joseph, the first chief administrator of Eagle Ridge, officially took office under the setting sun. The very next day, he approached Thor with a thick stack of development plans for Eagle Ridge. "Did you prepare all of this?" Thor asked, a bit surprised as he looked at the large stack of documents in his study. "Yes, my lord. This is the development plan for the territory that I've been working on for the past month. Please review it and see if it's feasible," Joseph replied, scratching his head somewhat shyly. Joseph wasn't just competing for the chief administrator position. When he learned of its responsibilities a month ago, he was already preparing for the role. After a month of planning, he was eager to present his proposal to Thor upon his appointment. "Let me take a look," Thor said, raising an eyebrow as he began going through the documents. Joseph stood quietly, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety. This was his first contribution as chief administrator, and he hoped everything would go smoothly. As the pages turned, Thor's expression shifted, first a faint smile, then focused concentration, followed by a slight frown that eventually relaxed. After half an hour, he finished reading the final page, sinking into thoughtful contemplation. This document covered all aspects of development, presenting a comprehensive plan for the future growth of Eagle Ridge. It included strategies for agriculture, economy, population, and living standards. Clearly, Joseph had invested significant effort, conducting a thorough study of the territory. Even as a modern-day transmigrant, Thor found some parts of the plan impressive. For instance, Joseph proposed expanding Eagle Town into a large city, establishing it as a central hub for Eagle's Chamber of Commerce to attract northern provincial pioneers, potentially creating a second core city after Lauren. If the Campbell and Spencer families could host auctions, why couldn't Eagle Ridge do the same? Besides Lauren, Eagle Ridge would be the only other option, which could draw in a multitude of pioneers. After only a few events, Eagle Ridge could easily become the next central hub of the northern province. Thor's eyes lit up at the suggestion. It was indeed a well-thought-out development plan. If Eagle Ridge became the province's second core, the territory would reach new heights. Given Thor's ability to supply basic and mid-tier life potions, attracting other leaders shouldn't be an issue. The appeal could rival that of Lauren itself. Knock, knock. Thor's right hand tapped rhythmically on the table as he mused over the plan, while Joseph's tension grew as he awaited Thor's decision. Just as he could practically hear his own heartbeat, Thor's voice broke the silence. "You can proceed with the plan. How many people do you need, and how long will it take?" Thor's words, though calm, sounded like music to Joseph's ears, making him feel both thrilled and relieved. "My lord, 5,000. I only need 5,000 goblin slaves," Joseph replied eagerly. "With that, I could finish in a year." "All right, I'll arrange for Steve to allocate you 5,000 goblin slaves," Thor said, "but expand the scale 5-fold. Don't worry about finishing the whole project in a year, just complete the initial phase. Aim to finish the entire construction in 3 years, 5-fold. Joseph couldn't help but swallow hard, blurting out, 5 times the scale. "Yes, 5 times. Model it after Pat City. I am not asking you to match Pat City in size, but it should be at least half as large," Thor confirmed, nodding. "Yes." Joseph finally recovered from his surprise, his face flushing with excitement as he agreed. The magnitude of the task thrilled him. He hadn't expected Thor not only to approve his proposal, but to scale it up by 5 times to create a city half the size of Pat City. The thought made his hair stand on end. "Go on then," Thor said, waving him off. "Understood, my lord," Joseph bowed, backing out with renewed energy. As he watched Joseph leave, Thor's eyes glimmered with a faint smile. Time passed as Joseph sprang into action, and Thor's workload lightened considerably with Joseph handling administrative matters. Thor now had more time for training and future planning. Meanwhile, the Eagle's Chamber of Commerce was steadily expanding. With personnel from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce now in place, 42 mines were firmly under control. Although Thor and his allies had spent over 50,000 gold coins, the returns were worth it. They secured 42 mines, expanded various lordships, and acquired substantial assets and slaves. The 21,000 slaves alone were valued over 20,000 gold coins if sold at Habsburg's standard rate of 10 to 20 silver coins per slave. Everyone was satisfied, especially the guild's pioneering lords, who were thrilled to receive their allocated slaves. For Ratchos in particular, this was a momentous occasion. He had recently been registered as a pioneer knight, received enough slaves, and now stood as a formidable lord. His father, hearing of his accomplishments, provided additional resources, raising Ratchos' strength to the point where he could rival Thor in the future. Ratchos hadn't expected to become a lord so quickly, nor to gain his father's attention. Despite his status, he remained loyal to Thor, whom he continued to address respectfully as my lord, recognizing that his success was all due to Thor's support. Thor was pleased with Ratchos' loyalty. His trust had been well placed. As excitement and anticipation mounted, the guild's first monthly earnings report came in, exceeding everyone's expectations with a profit of over 6,000 gold coins. And this was just the first month, still amid an intense rollout, with competition from other powerful lords. Given this performance, no one could help but speculate how much next month's income might soar. Perhaps 20,000 or even 30,000 coins per month, and if that was the baseline, just 1% of it would generate over 200 gold coins, close to 3,000 annually. 3% of that would yield nearly 10,000 gold coins, rivaling the income of a typical count's family. Furthermore, with the recent Orc uprising settled, a period of rapid growth for pioneer territories was anticipated after the divine revelation. Monthly income could potentially reach 30,000 or even 50,000, generating unparalleled excitement. Thor, too, was shocked, knowing only a fraction of the 42 mines had been utilized. The chamber hadn't fully expanded across the western region, let alone the northern and eastern regions. If they could cover the entire northern province, the revenue would be staggering. How long until Eagle's Chamber of Commerce fully penetrates the western region? Thor asked Ratchos. My lord, if we don't count remote territories, we could reach full coverage in 3 months. Including those areas might take 6 months, Ratchos replied after a brief pause. 3 months or 6 with the remote areas, Thor mused aloud. Yes, the western region is vast, nearly twice the size of the eastern. Moreover, its terrain is more complex, with some territories so isolated they were barely affected by the Orc invasion, Ratchos explained with a wry smile. Understood, Thor said. For now, prioritize the main lords in the western region, then move north and east. Can you lay the groundwork in 3 months? Yes, that should be feasible, Ratchos confirmed. Excluding remote lords, they could establish initial connections in the west, east, and north within 3 months. Good, make it happen, Thor ordered. Ratchos agreed with determination, though he wasn't entirely sure why Thor was so urgent. By the way, stay in Eagle Ridge for a few days and summon the other pioneering lords to join us here, Thor added, his tone serious. Yes, my lord, Ratchos replied, curious but compliant. With the divine revelation approaching, now less than a month away, Thor also needed to prepare for his journey to the Autumn Leaf territory. This opportunity within the divine ruins was something he didn't intend to miss. Of course, the reason he summoned the pioneering lords wasn't to bring them all into the divine ruins with him. If he did that, some things would become rather difficult to explain. He could disclose the purpose of his golden finger to his father, but for now, it was best kept from others. Thor's main intention in gathering the pioneering lords was to prepare for upcoming plans and to outline the future development strategy for the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's pioneering lords. Only after completing these arrangements would he set off. As night fell, a familiar mechanical sound rang out. Over the next few days, Thor continued to prepare for his journey to Autumn Leaf territory while awaiting the arrival of the other pioneering lords. On the 7th day, one by one, the pioneering lords of the Eagle Ridge began to arrive. In response to Thor's request, even those pioneering lords from the west hastened to comply without delay. In the vast meeting hall, the lords assembled once again, exchanging glances filled with curiosity. Gentlemen, take a look at this. Thor spoke, gesturing for a few maids to hand a document to each of the pioneering knights. What's this? Upon seeing the document, each pioneering lord's eyes lit up. The previous plans had already shown considerable promise, and now they could sense an even greater potential from the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's future direction. Only Racho seemed puzzled, unfamiliar with the Chamber's upcoming plans. Yet setting his confusion aside, he picked up the document and his eyes instantly widened. Others around him shared a similar reaction. Lord Thor this, Baron Pape couldn't he help but exclaim, casting a look of astonishment at Thor. His reaction prompted the others to snap out of their shock and turn their gazes to Thor, expressions of disbelief on their faces. What did they just witness? The Eagle Ridge where Thor resided was now capable of providing them with life elixirs. Lord Thor, is this true? Can we truly purchase life elixirs? Babru spoke, his eyes gleaming. Life elixirs were rare in the northern province, typically appearing only in Lauren City auctions and at very high prices despite limited availability. Yet the demand for these elixirs was immense, especially for lower-grade elixirs, as they played a vital role in rapidly strengthening one's territory. Of course. Each month, members of the Eagle Chamber will be entitled to exchange for 1 bottle of the lower-grade life elixir, and this is only for now. In about a month, you should be able to exchange for up to 2 bottles. Thor nodded with a smile, speaking with certainty. As soon as his words fell, the crowd's breath quickened. Despite the high price of 200 gold coins per elixir, double the outside market price, it was still a bargain for the northern province, where acquiring elixirs was challenging, even for those with means. Even families that could produce life elixirs had limited annual output. The Assad family might have some, and the Jas Abai family might occasionally acquire a few, but the Dresosa main family, to which Thor and Tono belonged, had the most stable supply. No one else could easily bring in large quantities. Due to the Marquis Raymond's strict policies, even powerful families like the Campbell and Spencer clans couldn't bypass these rules. A guaranteed bottle each month amounted to 12 bottles a year. With 2 bottles a month, that would be 24 a year, enough to train numerous apprentice and official knights, and even help some knights break through to the rank of Grand Knight. Lord Thor, is it true that we can exchange life elixirs every month? Feeling a surge of excitement, Jas Abai couldn't help but ask. Naturally. And lower-grade life elixirs are only the beginning. I have also initiated the breeding of giant viperfish, so we should soon have higher-grade life elixirs available. Thor smiled as he dropped another bombshell. At that moment, the crowd lost their composure, with several lords standing up on the spot. Even senior lords like Byrne and Zelly couldn't hide their shock. Giant viperfish, Byrne murmured, visibly shaken. Yes, giant viperfish. I expect we'll have mid-grade life elixirs within 6 months, and those will also be available for you to exchange. Thor nodded, remaining calm. My goddess, Thor, are you serious? At his words, chairs scraped across the floor as several lords rose, the allure of mid-grade life elixirs making their hearts race. In the north, mid-grade life elixirs were exceedingly rare. Even though Thor had encountered a few in recent Lauren City auctions, they seldom appeared more than a handful of times annually. The significance was evident. Mid-grade life elixirs required a mage to prepare them, and a success rate was hard to achieve with first-rank mages. Only second-rank or higher mages could consistently produce them. Thor's statement implied that the Eagle Ridge possessed a mage, potentially a second-rank or higher mage, which greatly intensified their shock. A second-rank mage was far more valuable than a Grand Knight, possibly even more so than an Earth Knight, but Thor remained unfazed by their reactions. His aim was to unite these people in loyalty. Where interests grow, conflicts often follow, especially as profits increase. With the availability of lower and mid-grade life elixirs, the Eagle Chamber would solidify its core unity around him. And by proving his capability to produce mid-grade life elixirs, Thor was offering them a clear choice. These elixirs could foster powerful Earth Knights, enabling lords to secure a Viscount or even an Earl's title. Thor had put immense effort into the Eagle Chamber, and he wouldn't tolerate disruptions. His influence was clear from the way the lords now looked at him, even the Assad and Jas Abai family members. Although the Assad family could produce lower-grade elixirs, they lacked mid-grade ones, which required rare resources and high-ranking mages, scarce even in the Tulip Kingdom. As the group calmed down, Thor spoke again. Now then, gentlemen, regarding the mid-grade life elixirs, there is still some time to wait. I've called you here partly to announce this, but also to ask that you allocate additional forces to assist. His words quieted the room. Additional forces? Baron Pape asked, looking puzzled. Yes, additional forces. Surely you don't believe that those powerful pioneering lords, once withdrawn, won't return. If the divine revelation does not manifest, they will return. While our families may be able to protect us, we must first hold our ground. Even with our recent growth, we are still not strong enough. Thor sighed, his expression solemn. The crowd looked around in shared unease, realizing they hadn't considered this issue. Only Jas Abai appeared unperturbed, murmuring, the Dresosa family. He was surprised, though he had suspected Thor had some backup plans. Lord Thor, if the divine revelation truly erupts, the outcome will be hard to predict. and some families may not be able to offer support, Baron Pape noted. Indeed, I lack family backing, Babru sighed. Their gazes turned to Thor. Gentlemen, I am not asking for immediate support. Given the Eagle Chamber's current standing, you can request support from your families once the divine revelation is over. Just act faster than the stronger lords. As for those without family support, you can hire assistance from the Habsburg Chamber using gold coins based on shareholding. Each one share adds 1 grand knight to the support pool. I've already written to my father for support as well, Thor said, tapping the table. Thor understood the stakes well. For most, the divine revelation posed the greatest threat, but for him, the real challenge would be the strong lord's counterattack following its failure. Only by overcoming this counterattack would the Eagle Chamber truly take shape. Under normal circumstances, as a pioneering knight, Thor wouldn't usually ask his family for support, but given the massive profits at stake, it was unrealistic to rely solely on himself and the members of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce to shoulder this endeavor alone. It would be tantamount to a fool's dream. As he mentioned, the Dresosa family could indeed protect such vast interests, but only if he could hold on to them first. In such a situation, Thor had no choice but to reach out. A few days prior, he had already sent a letter home, hoping his father could dispatch 2, perhaps even 3, Earth Knights to aid him. With these reinforcements, along with Marshall, who recently advanced, he'd command at least 3 Earth Knights. This would provide him with a solid defense against any retaliations from powerful nobles. As for enlisting help from the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, Thor's goal was to establish a collaborative effort. The chamber wasn't just as it also belonged to the other pioneering lords. Thus, he wasn't going to be the only one putting in effort. Everyone would need to contribute as well. Thor's proposal encountered no opposition from those present, especially when Thor suggested waiting until after a divine revelation to make their move, further bolstering support from his family. This added reason represented a gamble on a favorable outcome. With that, a consensus was reached, and everyone readily agreed. With this issue resolved, Thor began to prepare for departure, only to be delayed by another matter that concluded just before he set out. After months of work, the Cowit Canal project was complete. A colossal channel now stretched across the Eagle Ridge, linking Eagle Town with fierce Eagle Town. The canal spanned over 20 miles, measuring over 10 meters wide and 3 meters deep. All that remained was to open the upper reaches, allowing the waters from the main river to flow through this newly dug channel, eventually reconnecting with the downstream main river. Early in the morning, Thor was brought to the canal mouth by Cowit, where a large crowd had already gathered. Numerous slaves wore smiles, while Cowit's face bore an excitement that was hard to hide. Months of labor had left his skin a deeper tan, but also more vibrant. "Sir, please take the final step," Cowit said respectfully, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "All right," Thor nodded without hesitation. He moved towards a magical crystal cannon, a new one, fashioned from a thunder stone brought from Pat City, now forming 3 cannons, each more powerful than before. Thor took out a territorial magic core and inserted it without delay. Instantly, a faint blue magic array illuminated the cannon. Boom. The next moment, a blinding beam surged from the cannon towards the river mouth. With a thunderous explosion, lightning flashed, and the soft earth around the river mouth crumbled, releasing a torrent of water that surged down the freshly carved canal. As water cascaded forward, sweeping through with immense force, a roaring sound filled the air. From a high vantage, one could see the water racing like a dragon, carving through the path with accelerating speed, eroding soil and shaping the canal as it went. Not bad, Thor remarked in satisfaction as he watched the water flow settle. Patting Cowit's shoulder, he acknowledged the impressive speed of the canal's completion. The new canal stretched for miles, transforming the surrounding terrain into fertile land while mitigating the likelihood of flooding from the main river upstream. Although it wouldn't fully impact the lower reaches, this solution was still more than sufficient. "Now, let's discuss your next steps," Thor said, smiling as he looked at Cowit. "Yes, sir." Cowit replied eagerly. The two then returned to the castle, where a map of the Eagle Ridge awaited them. This updated map displayed a prominent line running north to south the newly dug Eagle River. Cowit began to report. "My lord, digging this Eagle River cost us 1,423 goblin slaves, with 23 injured and 3 severely hurt. The canal itself spans 27 miles. Record the 23 injured slaves under Joseph's register with 5 merit points each, and 20 for those severely injured," Thor instructed after a moment's thought. He had a policy of rewarding those who contributed to the territory, especially those who paid a price. In Thor's merit system, freemen earned merit points only by aiding the Lord's projects, while serfs received a fixed point per year unless they engaged in wartime efforts or significant tasks. The canal project was such a task, awarding points for labor. For most slaves, even a few points represented years of toil. As a result, slaves saw hope for freedom under Thor's merit-based system. In contrast to other territories where serfs rarely progressed, Thor's freemen could join the fledgling Eagle Knights, enabling social mobility for their families. Thor was less concerned with goblin slaves; they were expendable assets with high reproductive rates. With Anna's aid, enslaving them was straightforward, thanks to her ability to bind them with contracts. "Now tell me your plan," Thor urged, indicating the map. Cowett outlined his plans for expanding the farmland irrigated by the new river. "Sir, with the Eagle River stretching 27 miles north to south, we can build irrigation channels reaching the northern and eastern areas. My preliminary layout suggests that this area alone could yield up to 2,000 acres of farmland. In the future, we can extend eastward into the plains." He continued, "The only challenge will be the dry season. During those months, these lands might experience water shortages, but the dam upstream can help manage flow and provide sufficient water for these regions. We could also build reservoirs along the way to store water during the rainy season for dry periods." Listening to Cowett's enthusiastic presentation, Thor grew increasingly excited, envisioning a future where the Eagle Ridge could cultivate up to 10,000 acres. Thor considered that amount close to 1,000,000 acres and calculated potential yields at around 300 pounds per acre, totaling nearly 300 million pounds. Combined with current holdings, they would yield over 600 million pounds of grain annually, a scale unmatched by any noble in the northern provinces. This figure alone left Thor's heart racing, and given that he had an elven girl, Avra, skilled in enhancing crop yields, these numbers could easily double or triple, reaching 1 billion or even 2 billion pounds. "My lord, that concludes my plan. The initial phase should take about a year, with a full completion in roughly 3, Cowett finished, his gaze returning to Thor, awaiting approval. 3 years acceptable, Thor replied, nodding. "You will retain your workforce, and Joseph will allocate an additional 3,000 goblin slaves to you." Unlike other lords who might prioritize mines or hunting magical beasts for quick profit, Thor was committed to building a strong agricultural foundation for the Eagle Ridge, willing to make the necessary investment in time and resources. "Thank you, my lord. I will complete the project within 3 years." Cowett's tense expression eased, replaced by eagerness. "Do your best," Thor responded, nodding with encouragement. Thor was eagerly anticipating the farmland reclamation project. If the Eagle Ridge could truly develop over 20,000 acres of farmland, it would elevate the entire territory to a new level. Of course, Thor understood that achieving this was no simple task. The canal had been excavated, but completing and optimizing it, and turning the surrounding plains into fertile soil, was a complex endeavor. This world was nothing like his previous life without modern fertilizers. Establishing farmland was a challenging feat, especially in terms of maintaining soil fertility at the outset. This was different from the lands previously chosen for cultivation, where silt deposits or marshy areas had long been enriched by decaying plant and animal matter, resulting in fertile soil. The newly reclaimed land, even with access to canal water, lacked comparable fertility. Average land might yield 200 pounds, but here it was questionable whether it could even reach 100 pounds, or more accurately, if the seeds planted would yield anything at all. Reaching substantial yields would require years of cultivation. In ancient China, such lands were referred to as shushan, cultivated fields, whereas uncultivated fields were called shengshan, wild fields. This world had similar concepts. While Thor had taught the people of Eagle Ridge to use fertilizers, it was far from sufficient. Agricultural production in ancient times was extremely difficult. Even in more recent history, high-yield wheat could reach 200,300 pounds, while low-yield fields might yield just 100 pounds or even less, with some barely producing enough to recover the seed. There's a term called pulling wheat, which differs from cutting wheat. It refers to the process where, due to lack of water and sparse growth, the plants are so short and loosely rooted that they cannot be cut with a sickle and must instead be uprooted by hand, a testament to the low yield in such conditions. After Cowett left, Thor fell into deep thought, absent-mindedly holding a sheet of paper. As a transmigrator, the idea of spending countless years increasing farmland yields like other lords was simply unacceptable to him. He started racking his brain for ideas, hoping his past life knowledge could help, but quickly shook his head in frustration. Boosting yields wasn't so simple, even with modern methods, most of which he could hardly remember. The little he knew about fertilizing came from helping his grandmother as a child, and as for traditional fertilizers, he knew next to nothing. "Looks like I'll have to consult Avila," he muttered, putting down his pen and standing up. His prior world methods might be unreliable, but in this extraordinary world there might be other ways. Elves, especially forest elves, are closely attuned to nature and plants, probably more than anyone else. Avila had become quite familiar with the Eagle Ridge, and with her bond to Anna, she might be willing to help. If the crop's productivity depended on her, he figured he might as well ask her help to solve it in one go. After asking a maid, Thor found out where Avila and Anna were. They were in the mountains, where Avila was instructing Anna in magic. After a brief consideration, Thor made his way over. On the western side of Eagle Town, a small forest sprawled out. Anna and Avila had arrived early that morning. They trained here daily, with Avila guiding Anna's magic practice. Although Anna had contracted with the ice sprite, she was still learning the basics, so Avila, a powerful third-tier mage, took it upon herself to teach her. Thanks to Avila's guidance, Anna's magic skills had significantly improved. In the forest, Anna held her staff while Avila stood by her side. Focus your mental energy on the staff while casting, Avila instructed with gentle determination. Yes, just like that, you can start chanting now. Dunti hold back, use all your spiritual power and mana. Understood, Avila. Anna responded, nodding as she summoned her full mental and magical power. O great goddess of ice and snow, grant me your wrath and lead us to the far shore blizzard. As Anna spoke, a fierce wind began to gather around her, gradually transforming into a blizzard. The surrounding temperature dropped as the snowflakes grew thicker, whipped by gusting winds. This third-tier spell, Blizzard, became stronger as the caster's level increased. With Anna pouring all her power into it, the storm spread over a 50-meter radius, coating nearby trees and plants with frost and plunging the temperature. Even insects and flowers caught in the area froze almost instantly, and frost formed on the ground. The storm died down in less than 10 minutes, and Anna, drained, staggered, nearly collapsing, but Avila quickly steadied her. Despite Avila's assistance, Anna looked pale. The spell had drained her mana and spiritual power entirely. Even though the ice sprite's strength was slowly replenishing her, it would take time. Are you all right, Anna? Avila asked with concern. I am fine, Avila, Anna replied, her pale face glowing with excitement. She had managed to cast a third-tier spell. Though she had believed she could, she'd never been certain, making this a thrilling accomplishment. Hee, Anna, you ray amazing, using third-tier spells at the second tier, Avila said with a playful smile. It's thanks to Nia, otherwise I couldn't have done it, Anna responded modestly. Even so, that's impressive. Only the queen in our forest can contract with nature spirits. As they spoke, both turned toward the approaching figure in the distance. Master. Anna's eyes brightened with joy as she hurried over, Avila following. Anna, well done, Thor praised her, glancing at Avila with a nod. Thanks to Nia, I can now use third-tier magic, Anna said excitedly. Third tier? Thor raised an eyebrow in surprise. See, Anna really is remarkable, Avila chimed in. That blizzard is her third-tier spell. Thor now noticed the devastation ahead, his eyebrow twitching slightly. Avila's exaggerating. It's all because of Nia's help, Anna replied, a bit embarrassed. Still, that's amazing. Keep it up, Thor encouraged her. I will, master. By the way, is there something you need? Anna asked curiously. Yes, Thor nodded, then turned to Avila. Would you be able to help with something? Help me, Avila asked, pointing to herself, a bit puzzled. Yes, Thor replied. I've heard that forest elves have an innate affinity with plants. I am looking to plant crops in my territory soon. Would you be able to accelerate their growth and enhance their yields? Oh, of course. Just tell me where. It's easy, Avila answered cheerfully. Though Anna called Thor master, Avila didn't resent this human, especially after learning of Anna's hardships, which made her feel grateful to him. She was more than willing to help. Thank you, Thor said, smiling gratefully. No problem. You helped Anna and the elves help good people, Avila replied with a smile. Hearing this, Thor chuckled inwardly. Was he being friend-zoned by an elf? He remembered that the last person she blessed with such kindness had been long dead. Nonetheless, he knew Avila meant well and laughed along. After explaining the farming plans and tasks to Avila, he left, leaving her to accelerate the crop's growth and quality. The effect was immediate. In just 3 days, seeds had sprouted with a fresh green glow and visibly more vitality than before, promising a significant boost in yields. Even without considering newly reclaimed land, the territory's existing farmland would see a bountiful harvest this year. Yet amid his excitement, Thor did not forget his original objective. The prophesied revelation was only 15 days away, and it was time to prepare for the journey. This opportunity was too precious to miss. But just as he was about to depart, a young rider on a white horse arrived in Lauren City, flanked by 3 knight trainees, bearing the crest of the Dresosa family on his chest. When knights, pioneer lords, and even noble lords saw the youth's emblem, they instinctively stepped aside. With most major lords having withdrawn, the Dresosa family's reputation had only grown, respected by many, even here in Lauren City. Thor should be in the east, murmured Carter, recalling the information in his mind. I'll head to the Civic Center first. This young eagle had just left Dresosa Castle. A month ago, he had successfully condensed a life seed, becoming an apprentice knight. Instead of choosing to stay as a family knight or frontier knight, he chose the unorthodox path of a wandering knight. Under Angel's surprised gaze, he set out for the northern province, accompanied by 3 family knight apprentices. 10 days later, Carter arrived at the Eagle Ridge with a few apprentice knights. Upon reaching the territory, he was stunned by the sight before him. Endless wheat fields stretched into the distance, and a massive city under construction gradually came into view. Everywhere he looked, people were bustling about with great energy. This was nothing like the remote town he had imagined. In fact, it gave him a sense of prosperity that even rivaled the castle of Dresosa. "Brother Thor, you are truly incredible," Carter muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with admiration, his face flushed slightly with excitement. Having traveled through many territories of the northern province on his way here, Carter had never seen a place as flourishing as his brother's domain. This filled him with even greater pride and admiration. In the study, Thor was busy with his preparations when he received news of Carter's arrival. "Carter," Thor paused for a moment, visibly surprised. Yes, the knight introduced himself as Carter Dresosa. The maid replied respectfully. "All right, I understand. Bring him here," Thor nodded. "Yes, my lord," the maid bowed and quickly retreated. Watching the maid leave, Thor furrowed his brows, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. However, he quickly dismissed the thought and returned to handling his affairs. Half an hour later, the sound of knocking came from the door. "Come in," Thor's voice sounded, and the door opened. The maid led a young figure into the room. "Brother Thor," Carter greeted nervously. "It's really you, Carter. What brings you here?" Thor's face lit up with a smile as he recognized the familiar youth. "Brother Thor, I've now become an apprentice knight. I want to help you." Carter's excitement was evident. Ever since the day Thor had praised him and given him an opportunity, Thor's image had been deeply imprinted in his mind. Thus, after becoming an apprentice knight, Carter couldn't wait to come here. "Ha ha ha, good job, Carter. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Thor carefully observed him before laughing heartily and giving Carter's shoulder a hearty pat. "By the way, Brother Thor, Father asked me to deliver a message. The kingdom has likely taken action during this time. He suggests you keep an eye on the northern region for any movements. Do you understand what he means?" Carter, thrilled by Thor's praise, suddenly remembered his father's instructions and quickly relayed the message. Count Angel had specifically told him to deliver this message before leaving for the northern province. Movement, the kingdom. Thor was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned on him. His expression showed a trace of surprise. "Did Father say anything else?" Thor asked curiously, his gaze fixed on Carter. "No, Father only instructed me to deliver this message," Carter replied, shaking his head in confusion. "All right, Carter, you must be tired from your journey. Go rest for now. I'll have a banquet prepared." Thor gave him a thoughtful look before nodding. "Yes, Brother Thor." Carter nodded and left the room. Watching his brother leave, Thor fell into deep thought. Since even his father knew about it, the kingdom's impending action was likely no longer a secret. After all, his father was merely an earl. Thor couldn't determine whether this development was good or bad. Regardless, he decided to proceed with his original plan, heading to witness the divine revelation. This was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Initially, Thor had planned to bring only Steve, Pieros, and Ryan. Now he decided to include Carter as well. Thor believed his father had intended for this, and since Carter had traveled so far to support him, Thor wouldn't treat his brother poorly. Compared to others, Carter's reliability as his own kin was second only to that of a guardian knight like Ryan. Later that evening, a grand banquet was prepared at the castle. Thor personally hosted Carter, who beamed with happiness throughout the event. Thor, too, wore a smile. The seeds he had sown in the past had finally borne fruit. Though Carter's innate talent was average, his determination and perseverance were undeniable. His future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. To Thor, this meant an additional source of strength. At the end of the banquet, under the goddess of life's blessing, Carter officially became Thor's guardian knight, further strengthening Thor's core power. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the windows, Thor rose and, assisted by his maid, prepared for his daily training. Upon arriving at the training ground, he was surprised to find Carter already there. Thor raised an eyebrow, his surprise soon turning into a satisfied smile. Carter's diligence and determination remained unchanged, even after arriving at the flourishing Eagle Ridge or becoming an apprentice knight. Relieved, Thor joined the training. 2 hours later, while Thor finished his session, Carter was still practicing relentlessly. Thor observed for a moment but refrained from interrupting. With ample life potions available, any injuries from overtraining could be quickly healed. Thor returned to his study, where Steve, Pieros, and Ryan had already gathered. "Have the preparations been completed?" Thor asked, looking at the trio. "Yes, my lord. Everything has been handled, and there shouldn't be any issues for at least a month," Ryan replied respectfully. "Good, ready yourselves, we'll set off soon," Thor instructed, and the three knights quickly left to make final preparations. Outside the castle, Thor, Steve, Pieros, Ryan, Carter, and over 20 official knights gathered, all brimming with anticipation. Thor explained that their goal was to gain enough military merit at the northern defensive line to secure his Viscount title. With the Eagle Ridge stabilized and the Eagle Chamber of Commerce thriving, it was the perfect time to act. The knights, including Carter, showed no hesitation. Danger was an inherent part of life in the northern province. Taking risks was essential for rewards. "Let's move out." Thor led the group toward the northern defensive line, accompanied by the knights. Meanwhile, in Lauren City, prominent noble families had begun gathering, stirring commotion among the locals. From ducal households to the royal family's presence, whispers of something monumental spread, leaving the city's residents both curious and unsettled. Thor and his entourage advanced steadily, taking 7 to 8 days to reach the northern defensive line. Along the way, the vast riches of the northern province continued to amaze Thor, reinforcing his determination to seize the opportunities ahead. Daily information updated. 130 miles west of your location stands an ancient, thousand-year-old tree. Splitting it open will reveal a divine wood fruit inside. 2. 50 miles east of your position, a swarm of ants will pass by in 3 hours. Their devouring abilities are exceptionally potent. 3. 20 miles ahead, a group of unicorn horses will travel through tomorrow at noon. 4. A star moon fruit is nearing ripeness 1,000 miles to the west. 5. 500 miles north, in 5 hours, a pack of earth dragons will be foraging. 8. In 10 days, the bloodthirsty werewolves will attempt a grand divine revelation in the autumn leaf territory. However, due to interference from the Tulip Kingdom and nearby kingdoms, the revelation will fail halfway through, leading to the collapse of a divine ruin instead of a full descent. 9. 15 days from now, after the bloodthirsty werewolf leader's revelation fails, part of his body will split off and infiltrate the northern province, attempting to travel via the main river to the northern glaciers. As the stream of information unfolded, Thor led his group northward. In just a few days, they had reaped significant gains, not only acquiring 2 divine wood fruits, but also obtaining information about a star moon fruit. Additionally, they gathered various magical plants, amassing a fortune worth over 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins in under 5 days. Even without relying on his territory or the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, Thor realized that the daily information system alone could yield tremendous profits. The northern province was vast and brimming with untapped resources, the majority of which were beyond even the Tulip Kingdom's reach. Thor, with his godlike oversight, could uncover treasures in his vicinity without the hassle of searching. The information system even provided ways to avoid potential dangers, giving him an undeniable advantage over others. Despite this edge, Thor quickly dismissed the fleeting thought of abandoning his territory. While exploration offered high returns, it lacked stability. His territory was key to elevating his status, granting him the opportunity to advance from Baron to Viscount, then to Earl, Marquis, or even Duke. Without it, rising through the ranks would be exceedingly difficult. Owning a territory also attracted talent and solidified influence. A noble with a territory could rally supporters, whereas one without might struggle to inspire loyalty. In the forest, a large bonfire blazed. A feral beast had been swiftly cleaned and was now roasting over the fire. "How far are we from the northern front line?" Thor asked Steve, who was examining a map beside him. "My lord, we lay roughly 100 miles from the autumn leaf territory. We should arrive within 2 days, Steve replied solemnly. 2 days, we'll need to speed up, Thor decided, unwilling to risk delays with the divine revelation drawing nearer. He resolved to secure its benefits first, leaving other gains for later. The next morning, the group picked up their pace. 2 days later, they arrived at the autumn leaf territory, now unrecognizable after a devastating battle. The once-vibrant land was barren, marred by scorch marks and soaked in dark red stains. A dilapidated fortress stretched from one end of the horizon to the other. Its walls were riddled with holes, some sections entirely collapsed and under repair. The sight left Thor and his companions in awe. The battle had been fierce. Despite reinforcements, including 3 dukes and the royal court, the Tulip Kingdom had merely stabilized its 3 northern defensive lines. Beastmen tribes, including 3rd and even 4th-tier warriors, continued to assault the defenses daily. Casualties mounted on both sides, discouraging many nobles from seeking military merits here. Thor's arrival surprised the station knights. After reporting to their superiors, Thor was soon introduced to a court earl overseeing the defense. Impressive. "The kingdom needs more lords like you," the earl praised. "Since your family, the Dresosa lineage, has a presence here, I'll assign you to the western front, where another Dresosa scion is stationed." A knight named Wright was tasked with escorting Thor to the western post. Along the way, Thor learned about his family's involvement in the northern defenses. Upon arrival, Thor met Brian, a burly, middle-aged man with a rugged beard and one blind eye, his elder cousin from the Dresosa family. Brian had inherited his father's title as a court viscount and was now leading efforts at the western post. Brian greeted warmly, embracing him. Thor responded with a smile. The two exchanged stories as they toured the outpost. Brian spoke highly of Thor's accomplishments, noting how the northern nobles praised him. "Thor, your achievements are remarkable. Even Uncle Angel would be proud," Brian said, impressed by Thor's swift rise to Baron within just 2 years, a rare feat in their family's history. As they discussed the situation, Brian warned Thor about the increasing frequency of beastmen attacks and advised caution. Thor explained that he intended to stay no longer than 2 weeks, as he was close to earning the merits needed to become a Viscount. Brian offered his support, promising to help Thor hunt down a third-tier beastman to secure the necessary points. Thor accepted the offer gratefully, but resolved to leave quickly once his goal was achieved, mindful of the looming dangers. "Don't worry, Thor, we Ray family, but promise me you'll leave immediately after you Ray done. This place is too perilous to linger," Brian urged, his tone serious. With their plans settled, the two joined the others for a modest meal at the outpost, where Thor was introduced to the rest of the defenders. Despite the dire circumstances, a sense of camaraderie filled the air as they prepared for the battles to come. Under Brian's introduction, Thor gained an understanding of the people stationed at this defensive point. Over 500 individuals were gathered here, their primary purpose being the defense of 10 magical crystal cannons. The highest-ranking individual present was Brian, a court viscount. Besides him, there were 7 knight squads, larger ones with over 100 members and smaller ones with 50 to 60. With Thor's addition, this made 8 knight squads in total. Excluding the forces Thor brought, the over 500 individuals included 1 Earth Knight, 3 Peak Grand Knights, 10 Grand Knights, over 300 official knights, and more than 200 apprentice knights. Indeed, Brian had already advanced to the rank of Earth Knight. According to Count Angel's information, Brian was evidently not an Earth Knight previously, and this was true. Brian had only broken through in the past 10 days. This breakthrough was precisely why Brian had been made the person in charge here. If all went smoothly, Brian was likely to gain the title of Court Earl upon returning. "Congratulations, brother Brian," Thor congratulated him warmly. An Earth Knight, even one without a lordship, held significant influence. "Ha ha ha, it's merely a stroke of luck." Brian chuckled as he raised his cup of water and gestured towards Thor. "Come, let's drink. We don't have any wine here, so water will have to do." "No problem, brother Brian," Thor said with a smile, raising his own cup in response. As they conversed, the other knight captains occasionally joined in. Thor integrated smoothly, with little to no barriers between him and the others. This was largely due to the strength Thor brought with him this time. Unlike previous northern frontier lords who brought meager forces, often just a single Grand Knight, or sometimes none at all, Thor's contingent included 3 Grand Knights and 20 official knights. Such reinforcements were not to be underestimated, even at this defensive point. They could ease the defensive burden, making Thor's arrival more welcome. Moreover, Thor carried no airs of nobility. As a member of the Dresosa family, his humility helped him gain acceptance quickly, a question of land. During the conversation, one of the knight captains, after some hesitation, asked Lord Thor, "Is it true that a lot of land in the northern province is currently unclaimed?" Though his voice wasn't too loud, his words caught the attention of many, including Brian. "Yes, a lot of land has been left vacant," Thor replied with a smile. "The north is nearly deserted, and even the western regions have seen numerous noble lords fleeing or withdrawing." Thor understood their thoughts clearly and saw no harm in sharing this information. Really, the knight captain's eyes lit up, and similar expressions appeared on others' faces. Although the northern province had been under development for 20 years, prime lands had long been claimed. This was why fewer nobles had been venturing there in recent years to try their luck as pioneering lords. However, due to the orc invasions and divine revelations, many noble territories had been abandoned or destroyed, leaving vast stretches of land available again. Those stationed on the northern front lines were naturally among the first to hear about this. Thor added, "The recent orc attacks and divine calamities have left many territories vacant. If any of you are interested, you'd best prepare soon. Once peace is restored, opportunities will be scarce." "Ha ha ha, thank you for the advice, Lord Thor." Several voices responded, their excitement evident. Even Brian seemed intrigued. Thor noticed this and subtly nodded towards Brian, who paused before nodding back, a family decision. After the meal ended and the knights retired to rest, Thor approached Brian. "Brother Brian, if you're considering sending someone to claim land, I suggest acting within a month." "A month?" Brian asked, surprised. "Yes, just 1 month," Thor affirmed. "For instance, the western region includes a former territory of the Farron family. They've evacuated and the land is still quite valuable." Brian fell into deep thought. A month was a short time and there was little he could prepare. He realized he could only send his eldest son, Stuke, without much support. "I can only send Stuke alone," Brian admitted. "Even with financial aid, it might be challenging." 3 months is too long," Thor said firmly. "If you're willing, I can temporarily assign Stuke 20 official knights from my domain." Brian's eyes brightened. "You'd really do that?" "Of course," Thor replied with a smile. "If Stuke is determined to become a pioneering lord, I am ready to help." Touched by Thor's offer, Brian expressed his gratitude, and the two began making plans. Stuke was called in, and the trio discussed the current situation in the northern province. Thor provided detailed insights, ensuring Brian and Stuke were fully informed. A bold plan revealed. As Thor outlined his plans, Brian and Stuke were stunned. Thor's audacity in annexing powerful lords' territories was shocking, particularly given the risks if the divine calamities didn't occur. Thor, this is too dangerous, Brian exclaimed. Brother Brian, the kingdom is already aware of the situation, Thor reassured him. The likelihood of a divine calamity is low. What I am doing is calculated, not reckless. Brian shook his head. Even if the calamity doesn't happen, our family's strength alone can support such an expansion. Families like Campbell and Spencer have sky knights they won't tolerate this. Thor smiled. That's true for the old Dresosa family, but things have changed. My father broke through to Sky Knight a few months ago. Brian and Stuke were stunned into silence. Father has achieved it, Brian asked, his voice trembling. Yes, and Uncle Marshall is close to advancing to Earth Knight as well, Thor confirmed. Hearing this, Brian's doubts began to fade, replaced by newfound determination. Ha ha ha, good good. It seems this is truly an opportunity for the Dresosa family, Thor, well done. Brian couldn't help but speak, his face filled with excitement and exhilaration. A Sky Knight having one in a family changes everything. Thor's actions were not reckless, but rather a bold move to seize the opportunity. Stuke. After his excitement, Brian turned to his eldest son, Father. Stuke quickly responded, recovering from his earlier shock. His expression now carried a hint of joy. Set out immediately for Lauren City to register, Brian instructed solemnly. Remember, once you become a pioneer lord, follow your Uncle Thor's arrangements in all matters. Yes, Stuke nodded earnestly. Brother Brian, you're too kind, Thor said with a smile, shaking his head. This isn't kindness, Thor. I am entrusting this to you, Brian said seriously, shaking his head. Through their brief conversation, Brian realized his younger brother was anything but ordinary. Thor's series of actions had proven his skill, earning Brian's admiration. Having his eldest son follow Thor would undoubtedly be beneficial. Thor smiled but said nothing more. Additional family power would be advantageous, especially since the northern province was vast. Even if Thor ascended to the rank of Earl or Marquis, it would be impossible for him to claim the entire region alone. Having a strong family member like Brian, who, as a court viscount, had already advanced to Earth Knight status, could greatly enhance their presence in the province, especially since Brian's mentor was reputedly a legendary figure. After some further discussion, Brian arranged accommodations for Thor and his group. Although there were no permanent lodgings near the battlefield, temporary tents were set up in the open area behind the pass, providing sufficient shelter. Thor settled in at the northern defense line, while Stuke rode off toward Lauren City. As night fell, the familiar mechanical notification sounded again, just as it had countless times before. Daily information updated. 1. A group of Earth dragons will pass 120 miles west. Their leader has reached the 3rd tier. 2. Viscount Mohan from the royal capital carries an unusual pocket watch containing a hidden secret. 3. Tomorrow morning, a 3rd-tier Minotaur tribe from the Beastman territory will launch an attack on your defense line. 4. A group of delicacies called Earth Riches will appear 150 miles east. Their meat is delicious and enhances life force. 5. The bloodthirsty werewolf leader grows more frenzied as the divine revelation nears. It's inciting a 5th-tier Beastman tribe to assault the northern defense line. 6. 5 days from now, 20 miles east, the bloodthirsty werewolves will attempt a grand divine ritual. However, due to interference from Tulip Kingdom and its allies, the ceremony will fail, leaving only divine ruins. The information displayed was less bountiful this time. The surrounding areas of the pass had been thoroughly ravaged, leaving little of interest or value. Thor had no intention of venturing 100 miles out. His primary focus remained on the divine ruins. The night passed quietly, with the chill of the northern air settling in. Though distant battles and the roar of magical crystal cannons echoed occasionally, their section of the pass remained untouched. This reprieve allowed the knights to rest well for the day ahead. At sunrise, knights on the battlements began their preparations. They needed to eat quickly, knowing from past experience that the Beastman tribes would attack after a quiet night. Fires were lit, food prepared, and meals distributed among the knights. Thor and his companions received their share, with Brian personally delivering it. Brother Brian, Thor greeted. Eat quickly, Thor. The Beastman tribes will attack soon, Brian advised. Understood, Thor replied, not wasting any time. Stay close to me later, Brian instructed. Don T charge out recklessly. The magical formations near the pass will make the battlefield dangerous beyond its perimeter. Thor nodded seriously. Although confident in his strength, he knew the battlefield was unpredictable. Even with foreknowledge from his information updates, learning from Brian's combat experience was invaluable. The two ate and discussed strategies until a sudden horn sounded. It's starting, Brian exclaimed, swallowing the remainder of his food and springing to his feet. Thor followed suit, and the knights along the battlements readied themselves. A knight on the battlements signaled with flags. It's the 3rd-tier Minotaur tribe, more than 7,000 of them. Brian translated the signals for Thor. Thor memorized the flag codes, then nodded as Brian advised him further. Follow me. If possible, I'll help you kill the third-tier Minotaur leader. It's worth 50 military merit points. Thor accepted the goodwill and readied himself. The Minotaurs soon came into view, their hulking forms casting a massive shadow as they advanced. Among them, a towering Minotaur over 3 meters tall, surrounded by several 2-meter-tall figures, clearly marked the leader and its elite guard. The defenders' magical crystal cannons unleashed their fury blue flashes, lighting the battlefield. Explosions tore through the Minotaur ranks, scattering their formation and incinerating the weaker ones. However, the chaos didn't last long as the Minotaurs adapted, spreading out to minimize the cannon's effectiveness. Damn it, these creatures are getting smarter, a knight cursed. The scattered Minotaurs charged toward the pass. At their head, the massive leader led the attack, flanked by its elite guard. Brian rallied his knights, leaping into the fray with his lance. Thor and his team followed suit, plunging into the battle alongside the other knights. Thor quickly realized that these true Minotaurs were far stronger than the ones he fought in the northern province. Each Minotaur was equivalent to at least an apprentice knight, with first-year Minotaurs surpassing ordinary knights in strength. Despite the Minotaur's ferocity, the defenders' superior numbers and firepower held the line. Brian, wielding his lance, managed to suppress the leader and 3 second-tier Minotaurs. Thor, wielding frost and lightning, cleared a wide swath around him. His attacks were so potent that even second-tier Minotaurs fell swiftly. The battle raged on, the defenders fighting valiantly to repel the invaders. The icy aura spread out. Both Thor and Ryan demonstrated their formidable strength. Ordinary Minotaurs stood no chance, and even the second-tier ones were no exception. Boom, lightning flashed, and the eyes of a second-tier Minotaur widened in shock as its body was pierced through. With a single strike, Ryan instantly obliterated it. Nearby, Thor stood over the corpse of another second-tier Minotaur. An icy chill lingered around its body, with frost spreading across its remains. The group of over 20 knights tore through the enemy like wolves among sheep, leaving devastation in their wake. A knight squad, which had been locked in a fierce battle, suddenly noticed that their enemies had inexplicably vanished. The knight commander, lifting his head in astonishment, witnessed Thor and Ryan cutting through the enemy ranks as if they were nothing. It's him. The knight commander's voice trembled with surprise, his heart shaken. His eyes reflected his astonishment. He never expected Thor, a nobleman from the northern lands, to wield such overwhelming strength. Previously, Thor's power had been difficult to gauge, and the commander hadn't paid much attention to him. After all, it wasn't uncommon for the offspring of great noble houses to conceal their life force. Based on Thor's age, the commander had assumed that, at best, he might have the strength of a formal knight. But now it was clear that Thor's abilities were on another level. Even the commander, a peak grand knight, felt a shiver of fear in the face of Thor's terrifying life force, which, though not yet at the level of an Earth Knight, was undeniably threatening. Others soon noticed Thor's extraordinary prowess. Knight squads everywhere were struck with awe, their hearts trembling at the sight. However, Thor paid no heed to their shock. Wielding a knight's lance, he advanced with Ryan at his side, followed by Steve, Pyros, and 20 knights. Their mission was straightforward, to eliminate all second-tier Minotaurs. Each second-tier Minotaur was worth around 10 merit points. With only a few hundred points left to earn, Thor was determined to kill dozens more and secure the necessary merits. With Thor's team carving a path through the enemy ranks like a sharp blade, the pressure on the allied forces lessened significantly. The Minotaur tribe found itself increasingly suppressed. Thor swung his lance again, taking down another second-tier Minotaur. He scanned his surroundings and then issued a command in a deep voice. Ryan, yes, sir. Ryan responded immediately, approaching quickly. Lead the others and continue eliminating them, Thor ordered. I am going to assist my brother, Brian. Yes, sir. Ryan agreed without hesitation, leading the knights to continue their mission. Thor broke away from the battlefield, heading straight for Brian. At that moment, Brian was locked in battle with a third-tier Minotaur and 2 peak second-tier Minotaurs. Despite having just broken through to his new level, Brian's initial dominance was fleeting. As time passed, it became clear he was struggling. Although reinforcements would arrive once the other knights dealt with the second-tier Minotaurs, it would take time. Thor wasn't willing to wait. First, he wanted to prevent any unexpected developments. Brian, his brother, was someone he couldn't afford to lose. Second, a third-tier Minotaur was worth 50 merit points. His decision proved wise. As Thor moved toward Brian, one of the peak second-tier Minotaurs began to exude a bloody aura. Its body started to grow larger as an overwhelming, savage energy spread around it. Not good. Brian's expression darkened, and he instinctively prepared to intervene. However, the third-tier Minotaur leader, wielding a spiked mace, swung its weapon fiercely at him. The 2 peak second-tier Minotaurs attacked from either side, forcing Brian to stop his intended action. Damn it, Brian cursed under his breath, unleashing his life force in an attempt to repel the 3 Minotaurs. Boom, his lance clashed with the spiked mace, releasing a terrifying surge of energy. The Minotaur leader staggered back, but before Brian could celebrate, the other two Minotaurs attacked. Brian gritted his teeth and braced himself. He dodged a potentially fatal blow, but he knew he'd suffer a serious injury regardless. On a battlefield, being wounded was often a death sentence. As he resigned himself to this reality, preparing to focus on the two peak second-tier Minotaurs, a sudden change occurred. One of the Minotaurs froze in place, while the other was similarly halted moments later. Now's my chance. Brian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he channeled his life force, unleashing a powerful strike. His lance pierced through the stiffened Minotaur, dragging it aside as crimson blood splattered across the battlefield. The other Minotaur missed its mark, its attack swinging through empty air. Feeling the wind rush past him, Brian couldn't help but feel a sense of relief and joy. He hadn't expected to survive such a perilous situation. His gaze fell on the frost-covered corpse of the Minotaur he had just killed. Brian noticed the icy chill emanating from the body. Before he could process this, a familiar voice rang out. Brian, leave the Minotaur leader to me. You handle the others. Thor arrived, emanating a powerful life force. Frost spread from his feet with every step, and the air around him grew colder. Thor, retreat. Brian began, but his words faltered as he sensed Thor's immense power. His mind flashed back to the frost-covered Minotaur and its sudden halt. A thought took root in his mind, leaving him visibly shaken. Thor ignored Brian's reaction, advancing with his lance toward the third-tier Minotaur leader. His current strength, just shy of a high-level Grand Knight, combined with his mastery of elemental life force, gave him confidence even against a Earth Knight, let alone a mere third-tier Minotaur. Gallywoo, the Minotaur leader roared, its eyes filled with madness as it charged Thor, brandishing its spiked mace. Boom. Thor's lance clashed with the mace, and a chilling frost spread from the lance to the weapon, creeping toward the Minotaur's arm. The frost paralyzed the Minotaur momentarily, giving Thor the opening he needed. His lance struck true, piercing through the Minotaur's chest. With one final burst of icy energy, Thor subdued the powerful creature. The battle ended, with Thor earning a well-deserved victory. As the Allied forces cleaned up the battlefield, news arrived of a third wave of reinforcements from the kingdom. Rumors of several noble scions arriving stirred curiosity among the troops. Thor's expression changed as a particular thought crossed his mind. The advent of the divine revelation was imminent, and the heirs of major noble families began to support the front lines one after another. There was no need to guess the outcome, it was already obvious. Even without thinking too deeply, the reason behind it was crystal clear. Thor in particular was well aware that the Tulip Kingdom, along with other kingdoms, intended to prepare for the divine revelation without allowing the bloodthirsty werewolves to invoke a divine descent. Naturally, the underlying reason became even clearer: divine ruins. Undoubtedly, these heirs of the great noble families were here for the divine ruins. At this moment, it was not just the Tulip Kingdom's noble heirs who had arrived. Most likely, the noble heirs from the surrounding kingdoms had also come. Thor had deduced this. However, the others remained oblivious, including Brian, who was still clueless. I wonder what the kingdom's officials are thinking. What kind of support do we still need now? Brian sighed, his tone laced with confusion. Brother Brian, these matters have nothing to do with us. Those noble heirs probably interact with us. Hearing Brian's words, Thor couldn't help but chuckle. Right, those people are unlikely to come here. Brian was momentarily stunned, but soon nodded with a smile. He didn't question it. After all, these heirs were from powerful noble families. How could they possibly show up at a small defensive point like theirs? If anything unexpected truly happened, it would be no laughing matter. Brother Brian, could you tell me about the terrain here? Also, I'd like to learn more about the details of warfare. Thor deftly shifted the conversation after hearing Brian's voice. Indeed, you should familiarize yourself. The kingdom's war is about to begin. Come on, we have some free time now. Let me explain it to you. Brian nodded and quickly redirected his focus, pulling Thor aside to discuss the matter. As Thor glanced unintentionally at the distant horizon, he withdrew his gaze. He had no intention of paying attention to the noble heirs who were arriving and no plans to take any action. There was nothing he could do anyway. The best strategy was to act as if he didn't know anything. Like those noble heirs, all he needed to do was wait for the divine ruins to descend. On the battlefield, Brian explained the situation seriously, and Thor listened intently. Although Thor's intent was partially to divert Brian's attention, his questions were also genuine. With the kingdom's war approaching, preparation was essential. Time passed as the two conversed. Elsewhere, at the northern defensive line's central hub, numerous noble heirs were arriving one after another. Just as Thor had expected, the arrivals included not only powerful nobles from the Tulip Kingdom, but also from the surrounding Scarlet Flame Kingdom and the Golden Flower Kingdom. For a time, the defensive point of the Autumn Leaf territory bustled with activity and noise. Hey, Joseph, it's you representing the Campbell family this time. Ha ha ha, Arcadia, it's been a while. My God. The goddess of life didn't take your filthy soul, dementia. That's a miracle, Hachiman. I wouldn't mourn even if the goddess of life took you. The overlapping voices and clashing egos of noble heirs quickly led to disputes. The arrival of heirs from the three major kingdoms naturally created some chaos, which made Marquis Raymond, the acting overseer of the Autumn Leaf territory, feel utterly vexed. He even had to seek out Duchess Karenina. Your Grace, if this continues, the entire Autumn Leaf territory will fall into disarray. These people Dante seem to be here to support us. Marquis Raymond, his severed arm now fully recovered, rubbed his temples as he spoke. Ha ha ha, Marquis Raymond, they ray just young people. Of course they ray bound to cause some trouble. However, rest assured their strength is undeniable. Let's disperse them to various defensive points for guard duty. With their presence, even if we face fourth-tier orc tribes, we should be able to hold them off. We might even eliminate some of them. Duchess Karenina chuckled softly and responded after a pause. She knew what these noble heirs had come for, but couldn't disclose it publicly. For now, they were officially here to provide support, and she needed to handle the situation accordingly. After giving instructions to Marquis Raymond, Karenina sighed as she watched him leave. If only this were a higher-level divine ruins, we might have had the chance to participate ourselves. An aged figure appeared silently in the room, interrupting her thoughts. Grandfather. Karenina immediately bowed. The elder, gazing out at the horizon, spoke softly. There are only 150 years left. I wonder if our family will survive this time. His tone carried deep concern. Karenina hesitated to speak, but was stopped by a gesture from the elder. Seize this opportunity. After the kingdom's war, our king will likely launch a war against the orcs. That will be your chance to break through to the rank of Holy Knight. The elder's voice was calm, but carried a trace of regret as he slowly faded from view. Orc War, 150 years. Karenina repeated the words to herself, her expression transitioning from concern to contemplation. Back in the Autumn Leaf territory, Marquis Raymond successfully dispersed the noble heirs to various defensive points along the defense line. Despite some initial resistance, the mention of royal orders quickly quelled their objections, ensuring a smooth deployment. At Thor and Brian's defensive point, the arrival of a group of noble heirs disrupted their preparations. Did they really come here? Brian remarked in surprise, his expression puzzled. Thor nodded. It's not entirely bad. With their strength, the defense will be much stronger. Though Brian remained skeptical about the trouble they might bring, Thor was confident. Here on the northern front, strength spoke louder than noble titles. Just as Thor was about to dismiss the matter, his gaze fell on one of the approaching figures. His expression subtly shifted in surprise. That Marquis Raymond is too much, sending us to a place like this. A dissatisfied voice sounded as a young girl spoke indignantly. Enough, Aisha. This is no time for tantrums. Jas, you should be more familiar with this area. They say the defense point we ray heading to belongs to the Dresosa family. Do you know them? The woman furrowed her brows and scolded before turning to Jas Abai beside her, speaking hesitantly. The Dresosa family. I say I am quite familiar. Don't worry, elder sister. Jas Abai replied with a smile and a nod. That's good. Communicating with that Viscount Brian will be your responsibility. It seems we'll be staying here for a while, the woman instructed. Understood. Jas Abai nodded, though he felt somewhat uneasy inside. He had been busy building his territory and expanding the Eagle Chamber of Commerce when he suddenly received a message from his elder sister 10 days ago, summoning him to the Autumn Leaf territory. Startled, he had rushed over, only to be greeted by his elder sister and younger sister upon arrival, leaving him momentarily stunned. After all, his elder sister was the heir to the Abai family. For her to come personally to the Tulip Kingdom was unexpected. What followed was even more shocking: the news that the Autumn Leaf territory was likely the site of a divine relic's descent. A divine relic. The mere thought of it left Jas Abai thrilled. He had come to the Tulip Kingdom to seek opportunities, and now one had fallen into his lap. As thoughts of the divine relic swirled in his mind, Jas Abai explained the situation in the Tulip Kingdom and shared information about the Dresosa family with his elder sister. It's just a count's family, Aisha scoffed dismissively. Jas, I heard you even became their subordinate. Isn't he that pathetic? Jas Abai frowned at his younger sister's words but held back. Before he could respond, his elder sister interrupted. Shut up, Aisha. If you continue like this, I'll send you back home. The woman's voice carried a trace of anger. Big sister. Aisha protested but soon fell silent, looking sullen. She muttered softly to herself but immediately clamped her mouth shut under her elder sister's glare. Elder sister, that Dresosa scion is quite extraordinary, Jas Abai said after glancing at Aisha. He held great respect for his elder sister, so he hesitated before narrating the recent events in the northern province. Thor's swift victories over two barons, the formation of the main alliance, the defeat of the Minotaur tribe, and the establishment of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce with divine blessings. Oh, that does sound impressive. He seems to have seized every opportunity perfectly, the woman remarked thoughtfully. Jas, when this matter is over, take me to meet this Dresosa scion. Big sister Lord Thor is already in the northern province. Perhaps we might encounter him, Jas Abai said with a smile. Oh, he's here too, she asked, surprised. Yes, but not for the divine relic. He arrived much earlier, likely to complete the merits needed to advance to Viscount, Jas explained. I see. Quite lucky, isn't he? The woman said with a peculiar tone. It seems he's always been lucky, perhaps blessed by the goddess of life, Jas replied. We ray almost there, big sister. Just ahead. As the group conversed, the defensive fortifications gradually came into view. What a small place. Aisha muttered disdainfully, but her elder sister's sharp look silenced her. Jas, let's go greet them first, the woman instructed, quickening her pace with the group. As they approached, Jas Abai's expression turned to one of surprise. What's wrong? His elder sister asked, puzzled. Big sister, it seems we have to wait for another chance to meet the Dresosa scion. He's right there, Jas said, his tone odd as he looked ahead. Oh, is he now? The woman said with a faint smile. Yes, Jas confirmed, nodding. It seems our luck is quite good, she said with a soft laugh, urging the group forward. On the other side, Thor's curious gaze was quickly noticed by Brian. What is it? Brian asked. Brother Brian, it's nothing. Just looks like someone I know, Thor replied with a smile. Someone you know? Brian asked, puzzled. Yes, one of them is a member of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. It seems this will make things much easier, Thor replied, moving forward with Brian. Soon the two groups met, Lord Thor, Lord Jas. Both greeted each other warmly. You've come to the autumn leaf territory too, and who might these ladies be? Thor asked, feigning surprise as he glanced at the two women. One was valiant and clad in golden armor, her long hair tied up, her delicate features exuding beauty. Her aura marked her as a knight of the earth. The other, around 16 or 17, wore simpler golden armor, her long hair flowing naturally. Both shared a resemblance to Jas Abai. The elder is my sister, Isabel Abai, and the younger is my sister, Aisha Abai, Jas introduced with a smile before turning to his sisters. Big sister, this is Lord Thor Dresosa, the eagle of the Dresosa family. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Isabel and Miss Aisha, Thor greeted with a slight bow. The pleasure is ours, Baron Thor, Isabel and Aisha replied, maintaining proper noble decorum despite Aisha's usual temperament. Thor then introduced Brian as the person in charge, and after some formalities, the group headed to the fortress. Their arrival, however, left the station knights visibly nervous. Isabel's gracious attitude soon eased the tension, even reassuring Brian. Through their conversations, Thor finally understood why he had never heard of the Abai family in the Tulip Kingdom they hailed from the Golden Flower Kingdom. The revelation initially surprised him, but soon made sense. Nobles often crossed borders to establish themselves as pioneers. What intrigued Thor the most was Isabel's status as the Abai family's heir, reflecting the Golden Flower Kingdom's matrilineal inheritance system, unlike the Tulip Kingdom. As the night descended, a sense of unease lingered. Soon, the sound of horns pierced the air, accompanied by the glow of torches. It's a third-tier orc tribe over 10,000 strong. Likely two tribes, Brian announced grimly. Everyone prepared for battle. Isabel, Jas, and Aisha quickly joined the defense. Together, they strategized, aiming to minimize casualties by targeting high-ranked orcs swiftly. With their plans set, they braced for the approaching horde, knowing the fight would be a long and bloody night. Boom, rumble, a deafening roar resounded, and amidst the whistling thunder, terrifying power poured forth recklessly. However, this overwhelming force only caused an initial impact. Just like yesterday, the same scene unfolded. A massive number of beastmen scattered in all directions, surging towards the battlements to encircle them. Charge, Brian shouted as his figure leaped forward first. Thor followed closely behind, not daring to slack. Following them were Jas, Isabel, Aisha, and the other knights stationed on the battlements. Soon, both sides clashed. The moment the battle began, Brian's brows furrowed. It wasn't T2 third-tier beastmen tribes as he had anticipated. Only one tribe was present. This tribe included 3 third-tier beastmen and more than 30 second-tier ones. Thor, Brian called out to Thor. Lord Jas, Lady Isabel, please hold off 2 of the third-tier beastmen. Be cautious of their strength. Thor understood Brian's command immediately. He turned to Jas and Isabel, speaking in a deep voice. Understood. Jas looked at his sister and Isabel promptly agreed. Thor, leave these to us. Hearing Isabel's response, Jas added, thank you. Thor nodded, wasting no time. Leading his knights, he charged directly towards the second-tier beastmen. He needed to eliminate these second-tier threats quickly, otherwise, the losses could be severe. Boom! A terrifying surge of life force erupted as Thor unleashed his icy energy without reservation. Frost radiated from his feet, spreading rapidly in all directions. Ryan finished them off quickly. Thor commanded before charging into the swarm of beastmen like a meteor. Understood. Ryan nodded as a powerful surge of life force erupted from his body. Lightning flickered around his knight's lance, crackling with power. Ryan, too, unleashed his strength without holding back. With the two leading the charge, Steve and Piros exchanged glances before activating their life force and joining the fray. Behind them, 20 official knights also charged in, forming a sharp spearhead that plunged deep into the enemy. Second-tier beastmen at their peak attempted to block the advance, but they were either frozen solid by Thor or torn apart by Ryan's lightning. Lower-tier beastmen fared no better. Slash, bang, crack, thud, sounds of impact and destruction echoed. Thor and his knights cut through the horde with unstoppable momentum. In mere moments, over 5 second-tier beastmen had fallen to their combined assault. The ground Thor tread upon was coated in frost, with snowflakes faintly swirling around him, indicating the cold intensifying in his wake. Ryan, on the other hand, was more direct. His lightning left charred remains of beastmen wherever it struck. Even the second-tier beastmen couldn't withstand their might. However, the beastmen, seemingly driven mad, continued their relentless assault. Their eyes glowed crimson, a crazed and ferocious aura spreading from them. Changes started with ordinary beastmen, but soon the second-tier beastmen began to transform as well. As their pupils turned blood-red, their power surged dramatically. The tide of battle, initially one-sided, began to shift. Thor's lance grew heavier with each strike. Boom! His lance pierced through a second-tier beastman, tossing its corpse into the enemy ranks. The beast's body exploded upon impact, taking out several others. Yet the beastmen, consumed by madness, showed no fear and charged onward. Their crimson eyes burned with an unrelenting fury. As more beastmen perished, a dense blood mist began to coalesce, empowering the survivors and driving them further into frenzy. Boom! Thor skewered another beastman to the ground with his lance, muttering divine corruption. Is this it? Recalling the daily reports, Thor finally understood the grim situation. The first wave of attacks had been ordinary beastmen, but the second wave indicated corruption by divine power. Thor hadn't noticed the difference at first, but the contrast was now stark. This must end quickly, he murmured. Otherwise, things will spiral out of control. Determined, Thor unleashed even more of his life force. The icy phantom of a frost spirit materialized above him, causing temperatures to plummet further as snow began to fall heavily around him. Ryan got it, Ryan responded, unleashing even greater lightning power. The two increased their slaughter, accelerating the pace. But as more beastmen fell, the blood mist thickened, and the remaining beastmen became even more frenzied. Even the 3 third-tier beastmen began to change their pupils, turning blood-red, their aura growing chaotic. Retreat! Isabel's sharp command rang out as she swiftly backed away. Brian and the Auby family knight followed suit, narrowly avoiding a surge of crimson and black energy radiating from the mutated third-tier beastmen. Damn it, what is this? Brian muttered, shaken by the ominous power he narrowly escaped. Corruption of a fallen god's power. Isabel explained coldly. Their strength has been enhanced. Be careful, they ray approaching peak third-tier levels. Despite the warning, the battle turned dire. The mutated beastmen overwhelmed Brian and the knights, forcing Thor to intervene. Across the battlefield, chaos ensued as corrupted knights turned on their allies, spreading disorder and mounting casualties. Thor's forces fared better due to their higher training and resistance, but even they began feeling the effects of the corruption. Ryan, hold this position, Thor ordered, charging to aid Brian. Understood, Ryan responded, bracing for the next wave. From above, the battlefield was a scene of carnage, beastmen surging relentlessly, red-eyed and crazed, while knights struggled to hold their ground. The tide of blood and madness swept inexorably closer, promising only further destruction. At the long pass of the Autumn Leaf territory, battles erupted at every defensive point. Countless orcs were slaughtered, but many knights also fell, their bodies claimed by the corrupting power of the fallen god. Some knights inevitably succumbed to its influence. Once affected, these knights became nothing more than machines of slaughter. Boom, rumble, explosions echoed through the air, and the energy of life burst forth in brilliant displays. Yet, this night was destined to bring no peace. Across the vast orc plains, numerous orc tribes were still madly converging upon the Autumn Leaf territory. If one were to shift their perspective and peer deep into the orc lands, they would see the mother river, Iliviger, running through the heart of their domain. Its once pristine waters were now tinged with a faint red hue and an ominous aura spreading through its currents. Following the river upstream, one would find a colossal glacier at its source. This glacier spanned the northernmost region of the orc lands. Its melting snow fed the Iliviger River, whose tributaries nourished most of the orc tribes. At the very heart of the glacier lay the sacred ground of the behemoths, a sanctuary governed solely by these divine creatures. No orc was permitted to set foot there. Even the outskirts were off-limits to other orc tribes. Yet, at this very moment, beneath the endless ice of the glacier, a pack of bloodthirsty werewolves had appeared. These werewolves were pouring dark red substances into the Iliviger River. The ominous and violent aura emanating from the substances began to taint the once-clear waters, turning them into a vivid, bloody red. Beside the werewolves stood their leader, a towering figure whose blood-red eyes radiated a terrifying mix of violence and madness. If any human or orc had been present, they would have been shocked to see that this leader, who should have been limited to Tier 4 as a bloodthirsty werewolf, had broken through to Tier 5. Through relentless blood sacrifices and the exploitation of the orc onslaught, the werewolf leader had shattered the constraints of his species, ascending to a higher tier. However, his Tier 5 aura was unstable, and his gaze often flickered with insanity. The werewolf leader, ignorant of this instability, only craved more blood and sacrifices to strengthen his power and bring his god into this world. He had already pushed his current methods to their limit. The Tier 4 orc tribes he could control were nearly exhausted, and while the Tier 2 and Tier 3 tribes remained usable, they were insufficient for his ambitions. To achieve his goals, he needed to control stronger forces, even Tier 5 tribes. But while Tier 4 tribes were manageable, Tier 5 tribes were beyond his influence. Thus, he devised an audacious plan to spread the aura of his god. The bloodthirsty essence of the wolf god Anubis would drive all orc tribes into a frenzy. Combined with the mounting bloodshed from the autumn leaf territory battles, the contaminated orc tribes would instinctively converge toward the conflict zone. There, the clash with humans would further escalate the bloodshed, amplifying the sacrificial energy he needed. As for how to spread this corruption, he had a solution. The Iliviger River, the lifeblood of the orc tribes, flowed through the eastern lands. By infusing Anubis power into the river's source, his influence would cascade downstream, contaminating at least a third of the orc tribes. The resulting mobilization of these tribes would yield an enormous force, more than sufficient for his purposes. Crucially, the Behemoth clan was currently preoccupied with divine revelations, leaving the werewolves free to act. Indeed, they had infiltrated the glacier undetected and had been polluting the Iliviger River for 3 or 4 days without interference. As the tainted blood spread, the werewolf leader could feel the slaughter intensifying in the distance. More blood, more chaos. The great Anubis requires your devotion. The werewolf leader's bloodshot eyes shone with madness and excitement. Meanwhile, his subordinates, though obedient, were visibly uneasy. They were intruding on the sacred grounds of the behemoths. Should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. One werewolf, unable to bear the tension, cautiously approached the leader. "Chief, if the behemoths find us, we're doomed." Before the werewolf could react, his chest was pierced, and blood gushed from the wound. Confusion and disbelief filled his dying gaze, turning his body into divine power. The leader's voice, dripping with bloodlust and insanity, echoed through the icy expanse. "Yes." The surrounding werewolves complied nervously, daring not to hesitate. Only after the leader had left did they dare to move, carrying the corpse to the river. Dark mist enveloped the body as it disintegrated into blackish-brown energy, which they cast into the Iliviger River. The corpse dissolved entirely, intensifying the river's crimson hue. Behemoths. Once my god descends, the orc tribes and the entire continent will belong to the bloodthirsty werewolves. The leader's deranged vision of the future burned in his mind. With each sacrifice, he grew closer to initiating the divine descent. If he succeeded, he would ascend as the king of all orcs, perhaps even the ruler of the entire continent. He despised the humans. He despised the behemoths, who dared to claim dominion over the orcs. Why should the orcs be confined to the barren northlands? The fertile human territories were their rightful home, abundant with tulagid livestock. Mad with ambition, the werewolf leader saw a grand future for his race, a new dawn for the orcs. As the tainted waters of the Iliviger River flowed downstream, orc tribes that drank from it began to change. Their pupils turned blood-red, and the distant scent of slaughter drew them like moths to a flame, converging on the autumn leaf territory. Meanwhile, the other 2 defensive lines saw diminishing assaults as orc tribes redirected their focus. In the autumn leaf territory, the defensive forces were pushed to their limits. At the territory's center, figures gathered in a dimly lit room. Among them were 3 dukes, several sky knights of the kingdom, and representatives from the Blazing Kingdom and the Golden Flower Kingdom. Over 20 powerful figures filled the room, each radiating a formidable aura. Yet their expressions were grim. "If this continues, the defensive line won't hold," one knight muttered. "I counted over 100 orc tribes converging on Autumn Leaf. At least a few of them are Tier 4, another added. All eyes turned to Duchess Karenina for answers. "Wait," she said, her tone firm despite her hesitation. The knights exchanged bewildered glances. "Wait." Karenina explained, "My grandfather instructed that we only need to hold back Tier 4 and higher tribes. The rest can be ignored." Her words elicited silence. Reluctantly, the knights acknowledged the harsh reality. Losses were expected, but the long-term benefits outweighed the immediate cost. Just as the discussion concluded, a terrifying aura descended upon the battlefield. A towering tiger-headed orc emerged, its blood-red eyes brimming with bloodlust. A Tier 5 beast, someone murmured, their face pale with dread. Karenina with me, Duke Leper called, leaping into action. As the two rushed to confront the threat, other knights sprang into action, facing off against Tier 4 orcs that had emerged across the battlefield. The battle for Autumn Leaf territory had truly begun. The defensive position was set. As the battle erupted, the third-tier orc tribe was swiftly defeated, especially with Thor's participation. Many orcs were slaughtered, and even knights tainted by the blood aura were quickly subdued. Phew, exhaling a breath of stale air, Brian finally felt a moment of relief. Though injured, his condition wasn't too severe, and the others were in similar states. I didn't expect it, Lord Thor. You wield a unique type of life energy, it's truly remarkable, Isabel remarked, her eyes curiously studying Thor. During the earlier battle, she had witnessed Thor's power firsthand. Despite being only at the level of a Grand Knight, he had single-handedly taken down a mutated third-tier orc that even she couldn't handle. Miss Isabel, you flatter me, Thor replied with a modest smile, showing little concern over revealing his strength. Arriving here, Thor had already prepared for the possibility of exposure. He was well aware, thanks to his daily information system, of what he would face and had made comprehensive preparations. Thor, Miss Isabel, we should rest now, Brian suggested as he prepared to gather the group and retreat to the ramparts. Brother Brian, the day isn't over yet, Thor said, shaking his head with a serious expression. You should let those trainee knights withdraw for now. This place is no longer suitable for them. If they stay, they'll soon be tainted, even if they aren't already. Hearing this, Brian was taken aback. Isabel, too, glanced at Thor with a hint of surprise. You mean it's not over yet? Brian asked in disbelief. Tonight, we're unlikely to get any sleep, Thor confirmed, gripping his knight's spear tightly as a heavy expression settled on his face. Thor knew that entering the Autumn Leaf territory and reaching the Divine Ruins required during the next few days of relentless orc assaults. Even with the kingdom's preparations, losses were inevitable. Initially, Thor had hesitated after receiving intelligence about the situation. Though his daily information system allowed him to grow stronger continuously, taking this risk seemed unnecessary. A risk, no matter how small, was still a risk. But this opportunity was likely the only one in the next decade, and it was critical for his leap to a higher tier. Missing it might mean never having another chance. The kingdom monopolized the methods to become a holy knight. Although Thor had stumbled upon a way to break through as a sky knight, that didn't guarantee access to the path of the holy knight, let alone anything beyond it. The Divine Ruins promised not just a breakthrough to the holy knight level, but potentially even further advancements. Other powerful noble heirs wouldn't pass up such an opportunity, so Thor decided he couldn't either. His thoughts were interrupted as a distant rumble filled the air. Dust clouds rose as hordes of orcs surged toward the defensive point. With their appearance, the magical crystal cannons roared to life, unleashing blinding flashes of light. Boom, 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 the explosions blanketed the advancing orcs in a sea of lightning, clearing a large swath of enemies in mere moments. Prepare for battle. Brian commanded, gripping his knight's spear tightly. Yet the next moment he froze in place. This wave of orcs didn't scatter like before. Instead, they continued to advance as a concentrated mass toward the defensive point. What's going on? Brian's expression turned perplexed. Brother Brian, fall back and defend from behind the ramparts. These orcs have all mutated, Thor said calmly, pulling Brian out of his shock. Mutated. Brian's eyes lit up with a mix of surprise and joy. Mutations that occurred during combat differed significantly from those present at the start. A concentrated formation of orcs made the magical crystal cannons even more effective, reducing potential losses. With this in mind, Brian hurriedly ordered the troops to retreat while the cannons continued their relentless bombardment. The second-tier orc tribe, along with another third-tier tribe, was nearly annihilated before reaching the ramparts. The few survivors were swiftly dealt with by Thor, Brian, Isabel, and the others. Before they could celebrate, another horde of orcs appeared in the distance, signaling the third wave of attacks. This time, however, the group wasn't as tense as they were initially. The orcs' refusal to scatter meant the crystal cannons could maintain their devastating effectiveness. The battle dragged on, wave after wave, consuming a vast number of magic cores but bringing visible relief to the defenders. Their relief was short-lived. A massive shadow loomed over the horizon, accompanied by an oppressive presence. A towering figure emerged, causing even the most seasoned knights to tremble. Tier 4, a knight captain swallowed hard as he observed the colossal figure leading the orc horde. His body quivered instinctively. Even Thor, Brian, and Isabel grew somber at the sight of the fourth-tier orc and its powerful entourage, which included several third-tier orcs. Fall back to the ramparts. Brian ordered, his voice heavy with urgency. Thor said nothing, merely tightening his grip on his spear as he stared ahead. Thor, this isn't the time for heroics. A fourth-tier orc horde is beyond us, Brian cautioned, his tone tinged with desperation. Don't worry, Brother Brian. We one need to handle the fourth-tier orcs ourselves, Thor replied calmly. His words puzzled Isabel, though realization soon dawned on her face. As they spoke, a powerful surge of life energy radiated from above. A figure appeared in the sky. Slaughter the rest of the orcs. The fourth-tier orcs are mine, a calm voice declared from above. Brian's face lit up with excitement. Marquis Macon, he exclaimed. Thor used the brief reprieve to distribute life potions among the group, ensuring they were ready for the battles yet to come. The fourth-tier orc leader was ultimately slain by Marquis Macon, but the fight left the defenders battered and bloodied. As the chapter ends, the defenders brace themselves for the next waves, knowing this brutal war is far from over. The battle raged on, days blending into one another. First day, then the second, and finally the third. Wave after wave of beastmen surged forward relentlessly, while the magical crystal cannons continued their barrage, depleting their stores of magic cores at an alarming rate. Beneath the autumn leaf territory, the battlefield had become a hellish inferno, littered with beastmen corpses piling into small hills. Streams of blood converged and spread across the ground, forming rivulets of dark red liquid fresh blood flowing from both beastmen and human knights who fell in combat. The scent of blood thickened the air, casting an ominous aura that began to weigh even on the official knights. Finally, on the third day, atop the battlements, a hum reverberated through the air as a radiant beam of light shot skyward, dispersing the pervasive ominous energy. Those who had been overwhelmed by the bloodlust felt its grip retreat. Bloodshot eyes returned to normal, and reinforcements arrived in time to fortify the defensive points, relieving some of the tension from the defenders. Phew, damn it, these beasts are insane. How many waves is this already? Brian exhaled sharply, cursing under his breath. Even as an Earth Knight, he was utterly exhausted after 2 days and nights of unrelenting battle. The other knights were in even worse condition. Many collapsed where they stood, leaning on their lances for support. Isabel, usually composed and graceful, was a shadow of herself, while another Earth Knight had lost an arm, his pale face smeared with grime. Thor and his companions were in faring much better. Steve leaned on his lance, while Ryan's body was drenched in blood. Pierrot lay unconscious, grievously injured in the last beastman assault, and barely saved by Thor's timely intervention. However, even with a mid-tier life potion, Pierrot had fallen into a deep coma. The team of 20 official knights had dwindled to just 7 survivors, all battered and bruised, barely able to stand. They could only rest briefly thanks to reinforcements from the central stronghold, giving them a short reprieve before they'd have to return to the front lines. Thor's hands trembled as he gripped his lance not from fear or excitement, but from sheer overuse. He had slain so many enemies that his muscles spasmed from fatigue. Only 7 more hours, Thor muttered, recalling the intelligence in his mind. Relief flickered in his eyes. Without the reinforcements, they wouldn't have lasted another day, not with supplies of low-tier life potions reduced to just 5 bottles. Rest up while you can, Brian rasped, collapsing against the wall and closing his eyes. Everyone else followed suit, including Thor, Steve, and Ryan. Just as Thor prepared to rest, something was tossed his way. Instinctively, he caught it, a peculiar magic potion often used by Isabel and her companions. "What's this?" Thor asked, looking toward Isabel. "It's for you," Isabel explained. "It restores life force much faster than standard life potions." Thor hesitated briefly before expressing his gratitude. Over the past few days, they had saved each other's lives multiple times, fostering a bond of mutual trust. "No need to thank me. Just remember to look out for Jas in the future," Isabel replied with a smile. Thor chuckled, opened the potion, and drank it. The potent liquid coursed through him, quickly replenishing his depleted life force. His life seed, which had been on the verge of exhaustion despite earlier potion use, now brimmed with vitality. Cold aura emanated from his body, forming frost that spread around him as the temperature plummeted. "What's happening?" Jas and Aisha exclaimed, turning their attention to Thor. "Is he breaking through?" Isabel murmured, smiling as she sensed Thor's changes. Jas's eyes widened in surprise. "Could he be advancing to Earth Knight?" "Probably not," Jas replied after a moment, shaking his head. "But he's close." Relieved, Aisha sighed, though she marveled at Thor's strength, even without reaching the next rank. Thor's aura intensified as frost turned to ice. The chilling air forced others to retreat, unable to withstand the freezing energy. Even Brian and the other Grand Knights struggled. Only Ryan could stand his ground, though he too chose to distance himself to avoid disturbing Thor. Time passed, and as more people noticed the phenomenon, Thor's icy aura suddenly condensed and withdrew into his body. His eyes opened, releasing a frosty breath that crystallized midair. Late-stage Grand Knight. Thor whispered, a smile spreading across his face. Thanks to the battles, his life force's overextension, and the magic potion, Thor had crossed from mid to late-stage Grand Knight. At this rate, he could reach Earth Knight within a year, a feat that would elevate his status within the kingdom. "Thank you," Thor said, addressing Isabel. "You've helped us plenty too," she replied nonchalantly. Just as Thor prepared to meditate further, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the horizon. Isabel followed suit, her expression shifting to one of anticipation. "It's starting, isn't it?" she muttered. Elsewhere, Brian and the Earth Knight from the Jas family also sensed the disturbance. "What's going on? Something seems to be pulling at the surroundings," Brian muttered, frowning. At the Autumn Leaf Territories Center, more powerful figures had already taken notice. "It's begun," murmured Duke Karenina, her bloodied figure suspended in the air. Beside her, Duke Leper wore a solemn expression. "Let's hope it goes smoothly. If the divine revelation truly descends, the entire northern province may be reduced to ash," a hoarse voice interjected, tinged with concern. "This is only the descent of the lower wolf god, Anubis," Karenina replied calmly. "With over 10 hollow-level knights gathered here, even a mid-tier god's projection would be manageable." Amid their conversation, 50 miles from the Autumn Leaf territory, a massive altar emerged. Chains bound the structure, while crimson blood pooled and swirled, filling the air with a suffocating aura. "Great Anubis, I am your most loyal servant. May your brilliance, vast as the ocean, awaken through this offering of countless lives' blood." A massive altar appeared at some unknown point in time, its enormous chains extending outward and penetrating the surrounding earth veins. The vast, malevolent aura of bloodthirstiness gathered relentlessly toward the altar. At the center of the altar stood a celestial platform, upon which the leader of the bloodthirsty werewolves was stationed. "O great Anubis, I am your most loyal servant. Your radiance is as dazzling as the sun, your divine power as vast as the ocean. Let your humble slave offer the blood of countless beings as a sacrifice for your awakening." The leader's deep voice resounded, his eyes having turned entirely blood-red. A violent and ominous energy interwove around him, while streams of scarlet aura converged toward his body from the sky. In the midst of this intertwining of dread and death, the bloodthirsty werewolf leader seemed to undergo subtle changes even he was unaware of. All he knew was that he needed more blood, more sacrifices. Only then could the great Anubis descend upon the mortal world. "Continue the offerings. The great Anubis demands more blood." His raspy voice rang out, the scarlet glow in his eyes entwining with a palpable malevolence. As black mist began to engulf the area, it veiled the entire altar, including the bodies of the werewolves who had prostrated themselves. Gradually, these werewolves began to dissolve, their flesh and blood transforming into streams of ominous energy, merging with the bloodthirsty aura surrounding the altar. Despite the horrifying spectacle, the chanting werewolves failed to notice anything amiss. Their voices, originally in their unique werewolf tongue, shifted first to Titan's script and then into the common continental language. As the chanting continued, the blood-red and sinister energy took on a life of its own, as though an intangible malevolence was manifesting into reality. The black mist spread outward, veiling everything in darkness. Amidst this chaos, the werewolves' bodies dissolved entirely, their essence intertwining with the sinister aura converging upon the altar. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently across Autumn Leaf territory. Strands of divine laws began to form in the skies, signaling the return of divine power to the mortal realm. If these inscriptions completed, Anubis would descend not merely a projection of divine power, but a full divine manifestation. This process was long and arduous, yet the sheer scale of the event caused tremors across the land. At the defensive line, knights of the human race felt the upheaval. What's happening? Why does it feel like the entire world is shaking? Gods above, what's going on? Damn it, could there be an even stronger group of beastmen approaching? Even Brian, the stalwart knight commander, appeared momentarily stunned. Only Isabel and Thor seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, their gazes instinctively turning toward the source of the disturbance. "It's begun, hasn't it?" Thor murmured, his expression contemplative. As someone who received daily information updates, he understood that the bloodthirsty werewolves' ritual to awaken their god was scheduled for today. "Prepare yourselves, Aisha," Isabel commanded, looking toward her siblings. "Yes, sister," Aisha replied softly. "Should we inform Sir Thor?" Jas hesitated, seeking Isabel's guidance. "Let's wait. If it's confirmed to be the ritual, we'll bring him along," Isabel decided after a moment's thought, willing to extend goodwill toward Thor. Meanwhile, Thor took a deep breath of relief. The ritual was proceeding as predicted, affirming the accuracy of his intelligence. "Ryan, this is likely the final wave of beastmen. Finish them quickly," Thor ordered. "Yes," Ryan nodded resolutely. Together, they rallied their knights and launched a ferocious assault against the remaining beastmen. Thor, in the heat of the battle, approached Brian. "Brother, wrap this up quickly. This should be the last group, and we have more pressing matters afterward," Thor advised, his tone calm yet urgent. Brian, though puzzled, nodded in agreement, trusting Thor's judgment after their recent collaboration. With a wave of his hand, knights who had been resting after injuries were called back into action, while the magical crystal cannons reignited, targeting the beastmen hordes. The battlefield erupted in explosions and bloodshed as the knights decimated the beastmen at an unprecedented pace. Within 3 to 4 hours, the area could be fully secured. Elsewhere, other defense points faced similar battles, though not all were as coordinated or successful. The sheer number of beastmen, bolstered by the werewolves' corrupting influence, had stretched many defensive points to their limits. In the midst of the chaos, the ominous energy and divine laws continued to converge at the altar, weaving a ritual of unparalleled magnitude. Time dragged on an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours until sunset dyed the horizon crimson. By then, the dark mist had consumed the skies above the altar, casting an eerie glow visible across vast distances. Even the most oblivious could sense the foreboding presence emanating from the altar. At Autumn Leaf Territory's core, several figures hovered in the air, their gazes fixed on the altar. Their expressions betrayed neither shock nor fear, but a raspy voice eventually broke the silence. Anubis, son of Set, the desert god and Nephthys, is a deity presiding over the 9 halls of the underworld's judgment. As a guide of souls and a lesser god of death, his power is not to be underestimated. This one is no ordinary lesser god. Let's not overreach, or we may bring ruin upon ourselves, the voice warned, belonging to an elderly woman among them. Relax, it's merely a lesser god. At most, the projection's strength will reach the holy domain level. We are 10 holy domain experts here. What could possibly go wrong? An old man chuckled dismissively. The elderly woman shot him a cold glare. If Anubis truly descends, those young ones you brought along won't leave here alive. And don't forget about the divine covenant. Her tone was stern, her doubts about this plan evident. While the rewards of success would be immense, the risks were equally catastrophic. Even a lower-tier god was no trifling opponent, and a single misstep could spell disaster. Darkness engulfed the heavens, and an ominous aura spread incessantly across the world, drawing countless gazes together. After a brief moment, rest assured, this time there will be no unexpected incidents. Besides, Leper, do you think the royal family's prominent figure is not watching? A hoarse voice emerged from the very center, spoken by an elder. His words caused an elderly woman, who was about to speak instinctively, to halt her words. The others also couldn't help but feel a stir in their hearts. Karenina, are you implying that that person has come in person? One of the individuals couldn't help but speak, their inner thoughts slightly shaken. The reputation of that person was well known even in other kingdoms. Facing that person, they all felt a trace of nervousness. Of course, otherwise, do you think that person wouldn't be even a little worried? According to the Pact of the Gods, any incident could result in the stripping of royal status. The elder chuckled softly. Hearing his words, those present couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Simultaneously, a few of them heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this involved the divine. If it were solely up to them, leaving aside the elderly woman, many among them were undeniably anxious. But with that person's presence, the situation was entirely different. According to rumors, that person had even slain true gods before. Against a mere lower god, even if something went wrong, that person could handle it. Seeing their reactions, the elder also felt a slight relief. Whether or not that person was truly present, he was clear about one thing: if the plan was to proceed smoothly, he had to stabilize everyone's hearts and ensure that no major deviations occurred before anything unexpected. Prepare well. We'll act in one day. The elder spoke again. Hearing this, those present exchanged glances before nodding one by one. With that person present, all their worries naturally dissipated. However, what transpired here was unknown to Thor and his group. Time passed slowly. The battle raged from noon into the night. Under the relentless onslaught of Brian, Thor, and Isabel's forces, coupled with the magical crystal cannon's roaring bombardments, the orcs before them visibly dwindled in number, though the cost was severe. Among Brian's original defensive forces, 2 knight orders had been completely wiped out, and the remaining orders suffered heavy losses, leaving barely any intact. Even Brian's elite knight order had lost over 2/3 of its members during the fighting. For Isabel, Jas Abai, and Aisha, more than half of their knight orders were also gone. As for Thor, of the 20 official knights at his command, only 7 remained. Including Carter, they numbered 8. This count even included the wounded. Losses exceeded half. Steve had lost an arm, while Piros bore a massive wound through his chest, yet the intense fighting also bore results. Brian had now stabilized at the early stage of the Earth Knight level. Isabel's strength advanced to the mid-stage of the Earth Knight level. Jas Abai reached the peak of Grand Knight level, while even Aisha advanced to mid-stage Grand Knight level. Thor's side showed even more notable progress. Thor himself reached the late stage of Grand Knight level, with Rain following closely at the same level. Steve and Piros advanced to the mid-stage Grand Knight level, and even Carter reached the peak of Apprentice Knight level. At this pace, Carter might soon step into the realm of official knights. Under normal circumstances, achieving such growth through training would take at least half a year, perhaps longer. Moreover, breakthroughs achieved under such extreme pressure provided a stronger foundation, significantly enhancing combat effectiveness. Even Carter, though still an apprentice knight, could rival typical official knights. Other individuals' growth was even more pronounced. Swish. A spear streaked like a rainbow. In the next moment, Thor pierced a peak second-tier orc through its body, and the powerful life force froze it entirely upon penetration, spreading ice rapidly over its frame. Thor flicked his spear lightly, exhaling a long breath. Before him, the battlefield finally cleared. Simultaneously, the battles elsewhere began to wane. Figures moved toward Thor, my lord. Rain was the first to approach, followed by Steve, Piero's other official knights, and Carter. Rest for now. Once everything is cleaned up, we'll return to camp, Thor said softly. Understood. They nodded, settling down to rest. Across the battlefield, other knight orders were doing the same. Thor scanned the surroundings, then sat down to restore his depleted life force. Gradually, his strength recovered, even gaining slight improvement. Once rejuvenated, Thor opened his eyes and looked toward the distant skies. It's about to begin, he murmured, his expression solemn. According to daily intelligence, the divine ruins would likely descend tomorrow. This meant that today, the divine revelation might commence, a harbinger of something ominous. Thor knew that reaching the divine ruins as part of the first group would yield the greatest rewards. However, being among the first required proximity at the moment of activation, which came with significant risk. Thor was keenly aware that the location of the divine revelation would soon become a battleground of terrifying power. Holy knights, those beyond sky knights, would engage in a deadly clash. For someone of his current strength, any involvement was potentially fatal, yet waiting for the conflict to end would mean missing the most lucrative opportunities. Although his exceptional talent ensured fruitful gains even as part of subsequent groups who would willingly settle for less, his mind swirled with calculations, weighing the risks and rewards. While he was deep in thought, Isabel, Joss, and Aisha approached him. Miss Isabel, Thor asked hesitantly, looking at the trio. Thor, you've likely noticed the situation ahead, Isabel said with a smile, gesturing toward the ominous black mist shrouding the heavens in the distance. I've noticed. What is it? Thor asked curiously. That most likely is the site of the divine revelation happening as we speak, Isabel explained after a brief pause. Divine revelation, divine ruins. Hearing those words, Brian couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. Yes, the divine ruins, Sir Brian. If nothing unexpected happens, that orc will complete the final step of divine revelation. At that time, someone will intervene, causing the divine ruins to descend, Isabel explained solemnly. Sir Brian, Lord Thor hopes you can join us. If you are willing, you can depart with us tonight. I understand, Brian replied, suppressing the turbulent emotions within him. With a grateful glance at Thor, he turned to Isabel and said, Thank you, Miss Isabel. Isabel smiled and nodded, while Thor chuckled without saying much. Over the time they had spent together, Thor had come to deeply admire the abilities of this noble heir. Whether in terms of strength or conduct, Brian was nearly flawless, a fitting successor to the Auby family. Lord Thor, Sir Brian, if there's nothing else, should we start preparing? How about departing in an hour? Isabel asked after they reached an agreement. Sure, Thor and Brian responded simultaneously. With their confirmation, Isabel began coordinating knights for action. First, they needed to clean up the battlefield and tend to the wounded before they could leave. An hour was a tight window, but after days of intense combat, everyone had adjusted to the pace. As time passed, the battlefield was cleared, the wounded settled, and defensive positions re-established under Brian's arrangements. Near the city walls, exhausted knights seized the rare opportunity to rest, while only a few remained on patrol. Meanwhile, Isabel, Thor, and their team gathered in the western section, weary yet determined. It will likely take over 4 hours to reach the site of the divine revelation, Isabel explained softly. We'll first arrive at a defensive point where we'll stay temporarily. Do not recklessly venture further. Understood, Brian and Thor responded. Then the group set off toward the site of the divine revelation. This time, the team was noticeably smaller. Thor's party consisted of Thor, Steve, Pieros, Ryan, and Carter. Brian came alone, while Isabel brought only herself, Jas, and Aisha. Originally, Thor had considered bringing several official knights, but seeing Isabel only bring 2 companions, he reconsidered. Thor, having some knowledge of the divine ruins, understood they were far from safe. Most knights were already injured, and entering the divine ruins could be dangerous. He was particularly concerned about Carter, his brother, but ultimately left the choice to him. Carter decided to follow, and Thor respected his decision. Every choice comes with consequences. In the darkness of the night, the group pressed forward cautiously, avoiding magical crystals for lighting to prevent misunderstandings with the defensive forces on edge after days of battle. The sound of their movements was faint, and the journey was surprisingly uneventful, without even encountering a single magical beast. As dawn broke, they reached their destination. A dense black cloud loomed over the area, exuding an ominous aura that seemed to swallow all light. The oppressive sight made their hearts sink. Ahead, a fortress gradually came into view, surrounded by figures but devoid of orcs or signs of battle. Let's go. Looks like we ran not too late, Isabel said with a smile, leading the group toward the fortress. As they approached, their arrival caught the attention of those atop the walls. "It's the Auby family. I didn't think they'd make it in time," someone remarked with a chuckle. "Ha, you underestimate Isabel. She's the heir of the Auby family in the Violet Goldflower Kingdom," another laughed. "If I could marry her, I'd become the head of the Auby family," a voice joked. "Haha, Jessica, you'd better keep those thoughts to yourself. Otherwise, you might not have legs to walk tomorrow," someone teased, causing a ripple of laughter. Isabel's fame extended beyond the Violet Goldflower Kingdom to neighboring realms. At just under 28 years old, she was already an Earth Knight, a prodigy even among ducal families. On top of her beauty and her status as the future head of the Auby family, she was admired by many. Among the crowd, some attention shifted to Thor. "Is that him? How is this possible?" Sages Spencer's shocked voice broke through, his gaze fixed on Thor. "What's wrong, Baron Sages?" a nearby noble asked. "Look at him. Isn't he that Thor Dresosa?" Sages said, pointing at Thor. "It is. What's he doing here on the northern front? How did the Dresosa family get their information so quickly?" Sage's expression darkened as a realization struck him. Thor's connection with Isabel meant he likely had advanced knowledge about the divine revelation, a thought that clarified many of the Dresosa family's recent actions, including their counterintuitive acquisition of territories and resources during a time of chaos. "This family is too cunning," Sages muttered bitterly. "They've gambled everything. But do they have the means to handle the backlash from other nobles?" He wasn't the only one pondering such questions. Many of the younger aristocrats gathering at the fortress harbored their own doubts and suspicions. Meanwhile, Thor noticed Sage's hostile gaze. Although puzzled, he didn't recall meeting this person. Thor committed the face to memory. Trouble was best eliminated preemptively, and the northern front was far less restrained than the southern provinces. As they entered the fortress, Thor was surprised by the number of young aristocrats present. Most were between 18 and 40 years old at their peak as knights. Among them, Earth Knights were common, and some had already reached the level of a viscount. "Miss Isabel, this fortress is quite the gathering spot for the young nobility," Thor commented. Isabel smiled. "Most of them are from your Tulip Kingdom. There are fewer of us from the Violet Goldflower Kingdom and the Scarlet Flame Kingdom." "Oh, our Tulip Kingdom has the most participants?" Brian asked, surprised. "Of course. This operation is spearheaded by your kingdom. I must say, the 3 dukes of your kingdom are bold to challenge a deity," Isabel replied, her tone carrying both admiration and disbelief. Thor remained silent, his thoughts focused on the unfolding events. His awareness of the divine revelation gave him confidence in the coming chaos. Unlike the others, he knew the divine ruins would descend, not the deity itself. As their conversation continued, they moved deeper into the fortress, blending into the crowd of formidable young nobles. Silhouettes gathered atop the battlements, numbering over 100. These individuals were the elite offspring of the 3 great kingdoms' most prominent nobles, some heirs, others key figures groomed for greatness. Among them, the Tulip Kingdom had the largest contingent, occupying nearly half the group. Next were the nobles from the Golden Flower Kingdom, with those from the Scarlet Flame Kingdom being the fewest. Thor stepped into the crowd, immediately feeling the hostility from numerous gazes directed his way. Most of these unfriendly stares came from the nobles of the Tulip Kingdom. Thor's eyes briefly flickered toward Isabel standing beside him. Observing her composed expression, he pondered for a moment and likely deduced the reason for the hostility. Clearly, these people had misunderstood something, probably assuming that Thor had long known about the divine ruins and used this information to entrap them. But a misunderstanding was still just that, a misunderstanding. Thor had no intention of explaining himself. Conflict between them was inevitable, misunderstanding or not. "Lord Thor, it seems you're in for quite a bit of trouble," Isabel teased with a gentle laugh, her smile brimming with amusement as she watched Thor. From her brother's earlier comments, Isabel knew precisely why this scene was unfolding. She seemed more amused than concerned, as if awaiting the drama to unfold. "Trouble? I don't think a group of weaklings could cause me any trouble," Thor replied casually, his tone dismissive. "Lord Thor, are you implying we all weaklings?" A cold voice rang out, and a burly man strode forward, his eyes gleaming with malice. It was none other than Sages Spencer. "Lord Thor, you've crossed the line this time," added another nobleman beside Sages Spencer, his tone laced with anger. "Crossed the line? I didn't see it that way. Back then, it was you who chose to leave. I never forced you out. I even went out of my way to clean up your mess. What, you have a problem with that now?" Thor turned to look at the pair, speaking lightly, his gaze unwavering. He showed no sign of retracting his earlier remarks. "Fine, very well. Thor Dresosa, I'll remember you. The Dresosa family may not be as capable as you think." Sages Spencer's eyes blazed with fury, but after glancing at the ominous black mist in the distance, he clenched his teeth and restrained himself. Now was not the time to cause trouble. If their actions disrupted the subsequent proceedings, the top-ranking nobles would not spare him. "Is that so? I've always thought my family had quite the appetite."